So in the next 23 hours, we're gonna build 4 different professional projects. And we are going to deploy all of them one by one. We are going to start with an easy project to learn the basics of full stack development. So we are going to learn what is an API, how to build one, and how to test it out before using it. Then we are going to build 2 different intermediate level projects, such as Twitter clone and Netflix clone. These projects will make us comfortable with the most important concepts of full stack development, such as authentication and authorization. And finally, we're gonna combine everything that we have learned and build an advanced project, which is gonna be an e-commerce store just like Amazon, where we have payments, authentication, gift cards, and recommended products. We're gonna even build an admin dashboard so that the owner of the store can create products, delete them, and see the analytics. So at the end of this 20-hour coding bootcamp, you will have 4 awesome projects on your resume with real-world experience. And you'll not only learn how to code these projects, but you'll also learn all the best practices that you need to get started, such as how to structure your files and folders, how to handle errors, how to handle security, and how to deploy your own applications. You can find the source code of these projects in the description, and every project has a 2-minute introduction video that shows you the end result, and you can watch them before building it. The timestamps will be in the description for your convenience. And if you get stuck at any point, you can join our Discord with over 1000 developers and we can help you out. So with that, if you're ready, let's start with the first project. In this video, you will learn how to build and deploy your very first full stack application. We're gonna start by building an API where we can create products, delete them, update them, and we're gonna store all of them in our database. In this video, you will not only learn how to build a full stack app, but also how to have a really clean code base that is modular and maintainable. Let's take a look at the application that we're gonna build in this tutorial. So this is the web application that we're gonna build and deploy today, which is a product store where we can create products, delete them, and update them. Let's try to create one. If we don't pass anything into this form, it's just gonna say, please fill in all fields. Let's give it a name. I'll just say headphones. Let's give it a price as well as an image URL. For the image URL, I'll be grabbing it from the Unsplash. I'll just say copy image address and just paste it and add product. So there we go. It says success and product created successfully. Let's go to the home page, and here we can see the latest product has just been added. We can update the price or the name or the image, really anything. Let's update the price and let's say headphones 2. And once we update it, it is just going to update it both in the database and in the UI. We can delete any of our products, and this application is going to be completely responsive. So I just switched to the responsive mode. Here is a larger screen. This is the tablets and this is the mobile phone. Here you can see it just works as expected, and on top of it we have light and dark mode implemented. If we delete all of our products, let me just toggle this mode. Let's see what's going to happen if we delete all of them. Basically, it's gonna says no products found, and you can create a product from here on this page. Okay, so to get started with, I have created an empty folder on my desktop. I call it as MERN Crash Course, and then I just open it up in VS Code. Now we're gonna need 2 different folders. Let's say front end and one for the back end. In the first section of this course, we're going to be focusing on the backend part where we build an API. Once we build it, we're going to go ahead and build the front end part. But first, let's just start with this one. So I will just open up a new terminal as the shortcut using Ctrl-J. And from here, I'd like to just say npm init-y. And make sure you're running this under the root. So you don't say something like cd into the backend and from there type npm init-y. No, this is not what we do. We just go up under the root, and this is the default place when you just open up your terminal. Then you would say npm init-y. And the reason that we are doing this in the root and not in the backend is that it is going to help us to deploy this application easily. So we're going to put all of our scripts here. This is going to build the application and start it. And this is going to make sense once we get into the deployment part. So we need a couple of different packages for this application that we'll be using in the backend. So whenever you install a package for the backend part, you would run it in the root. You would say npm install, and let me just clear up the console so that you can see it clearly up here. I'll say npm install express mongoose and .env. Press enter. It is going to install all these packages and put it under the dependencies in this package.json file. So we'll be using Express as our web framework so that we can really build an API easily and just have the routing system. And we're going to be using Mongoose so that we can interact with our database, which is going to be MongoDB. And we are installing this .env package so that we can really access to our .env, like environment variables. And you're going to see how to use all of them as we progress in this course. So we got all of our dependencies. It created a node modules folder for us and a package log JSON. Now we can create a file, let's say server.js. You can call this anything. Some people call it as index.js, main.js, app.js. All of them are really conventions. The one that I'd like to use is just server.js, which is going to be the entry point for our API. So I'll say server.js and let's try to import Express and create an Express app. Now the traditional way of creating it, you would say const express and say require express, but I don't really want to use this require syntax. We can use a little bit more modern syntax, which is going to be ES modules. So we would say import express from express. And to be able to use this, you need to go under the package.json and create this field called type. And by default, it is common.js. Here we can see, but we'll be using module. So once you make it module, you can now use import export syntax. Let's delete this and then just say const app express, call the function, and then let's listen for a port. I'll say app.listen, let's say 5000. This is going to be our port, and we are going to call this callback function once it is ready. So we could say console log server started at localhost and 5000. Let's try to save this and maybe try to run this file. Now what you can do is just say node and first cd into the backend. So if you just type back and press tab, it's gonna just auto complete it. And you could say server and tab again, it is gonna select this file. Now you can run this file just like this, and it should say server started at localhost 5000. If you want to, just have a better command for this that is a little bit more short or convenient, you can go here under the scripts and you could say, let's say dev, and you would say something like node, let's say backend, if I can type, and then server.js file. Now instead of typing this to the terminal, let's just kill this and say npm run dev. So it is going to do the exact same thing, but basically you're running the dev script, and this is the convention that we do. Now if I go ahead and change anything here on this file, let's say localhost 5000 and maybe hello, right? Let's save. It is not going to refresh this, right? It is not going to restart it. What you need to do is just kill this with Control C and rerun this. Now you can see the updated version, but this is not really convenient. What we can do is just install a package that is gonna do this thing for us. So I'll just kill this, clear up my console, and just say npm install nodemon, and we can put -d, which is gonna make it a dev dependency. So let's take a look at it under the package.json file. There we go, we got the nodemon, and under here we could say instead of running it with node, just try to run with nodemon. Let's save, and if we just say npm run dev, just like this, and whenever we do some update, let's first see, okay, so this is the result that we have. Let's delete this, save it. It is going to immediately restart it for us. Okay, so that was the really first thing that we need to do, creating a script and just using NodeMon so that we can listen for any change in our server file. Let's create a route. This is how we can do. Let's just listen for the get method. I'll say app.get. If we go into the root route, which is going to be like localhost 5000 port, and if you say, hello, or maybe users, then you would update this part to be users. But for now, let's just visit the home page. Okay, then we're gonna get this controller function. Okay, this is how you type it. Then you would get the request and response. From the response, let's just say send server is ready. Now let's try to visit this port or this domain. There we go. It just says server is ready. And whenever you do some changes, let's say 1, 2, 3, save it, it's going to restart it. And if you refresh this page, it is just going to be live. And now the very first thing we'd like to create is maybe the products route. So we're going to say products, and it is going to give us all the products that we have in the database, but we don't even have a database at this point. Let's try to create one, which is going to be MongoDB. So I'll open up the Chrome and I'll just say mongodb.com. If you don't have an account, go ahead and create one. It is free to get started with, no credit card required. So I have an account. I'll just sign in. And once we sign in, it should take us to the dashboard page. So I just logged in and it took me to the overview page. Let's say create a new project. And from here, it's going to ask us for a name. Let's say Learn course, and I will say next. Then this is going to be the project owner. In this case, this is going to be you. Let's say create the project. Then it's going to take us to this page. Let's say create a cluster, and we would like to create one for free. So I will select this one. The name could be the default, and we could just say create the deployment. And then it's going to take you to this page. Just make sure you copy the password and put it into the VS Code. So just put it here. We'll be using it in a second. Let's comment this out. And go here, just say create the user, and we'd like to connect to this database from our Node.js application. So we will select this one and then just say close. I think, yep, let's just say close. It should give us a connection string. So from here you could say get connection string, and it's going to give you this connection string that you can copy, and we're going to paste it into a file called .env. Let's say mongo underscore URI and just paste it. This is going to be the connection string, which we can use to be able to connect our database. Now for the password placeholder, what you'll be doing is cut this from here and paste it just like this. And for the database name, let's say this is going to be products. We should be putting it before this question mark. There we go. Let's save this file, maybe delete this and save. And I think there is nothing else that we should do. We can close this. Maybe one more optimization. We could just go under the network access, and from here you should be able to see your IP address listed. Now it might change, so it is not going to allow you to connect to this database. What you can do in the development is just say allow access from anywhere, which is going to be this access list. Let's say confirm. This is going to take a bit time. Once this is active, we should be good to go. Okay, now that this is active, we can go ahead and connect to this database. So I'll just go into the database section. And if we take a look at the collections, we don't really have anything here because we didn't create anything so far. Now let's just try to connect to this one. What I'll be doing is just maybe, so from here, we would like to use this Mongo URI connection string. And how can we use it, right? It is under the .env file. So if you say something like console log process.env and mongo underscore URI, this is how we called it, right? If you save this, you're going to see undefined in the console. You cannot access to it by default. That's why we installed this package called .env. So we'll go here and then just say import .env from .env package, and we're going to call the config function. So let's say .env config. Now if you save, you should be able to see this content on your terminal. That means you can access to it and just read it. So we'll be using this to be able to connect to our database. I'll create a folder called config, and inside I'll say db.js. Let's create a function and I'll just export this. Let's say export const connect db. This is going to be an async function, and here we could have a try catch. In the try, we'll be using Mongoose package to be able to connect to our database. So I will just auto accept this and walk you through. We don't really need these objects. These were needed in the past, but not anymore. Okay, so I'll go ahead and just import the Mongoose at the top. Let's say import Mongoose from Mongoose. So this is the function. This is basically going to be running to be able to connect to our database by using the connection string that we have. Instead of maybe using this .env here, we can really copy this and put it here, because I think we're not going to be using it in this file. Even if you do, so if you put it here, you can still access to it from here. So maybe this is what I'll be doing. Just have this file as it is and have my .env configuration in the server.js. Okay, in the catch case, we could say, I don't know, let's say console log the error with error message, and we can just say process.exit with the status code of 1. That means there was an error. So let me just put a comment. 1 code means a failure, right? But 0 means success. And here, since we are in the catch, this is going to be a failure, right? Let's say process code 1 means exit. Okay, I'll just leave it for you so that you can have it in the code base. This is going to be the function, and we'll like to call this as soon as we listen to our application. I'll just say call the connectdb function, and just make sure you put .js at the end up here so that it doesn't crash. Now let's try to save this file and see it from our terminal. This is going to take a bit of time. Let's just wait. It should say server started at localhost and MongoDB connected. There we can see. We can also delete this console log from here. But yeah, we just make sure that we can connect to our database, which is hosted on MongoDB Atlas. Okay, so with this, we can connect to our database. And now maybe it is time to create some collections, which is going to be products, right? Because in our application, we would be storing some products. And before we try to write any code, let's just try to understand the difference between tables and collections. So you might be asking, why don't we have some tables here, but instead we have collections? Well, it's because MongoDB is a NoSQL database, and something like MySQL or Postgres is a SQL database. That means they store data in the tables, right? They have rows and columns. But instead in MongoDB, we have collections, and inside each collection, we have documents. So just to give an example, let's say we have a collection called, let's say products, and under the products, we could have multiple different documents, right? Let's just say we'll have 1, 2, and 3 different documents. One would be a smart watch, right? I'll just duplicate this. Let's say we will have earbuds, and we will have some, I don't know, let's say shoes, right? So each of them called as a document. So I'll just say document, and each of these, like let's say a product. So this, so what we call as products is going to be the collection, right? I'll just duplicate this, and let's say this is going to be our collection. And maybe in your application, you would like to also have a collection for the users, right? You would say you would like to have one more collection. This is going to be called as users. And for each user, we will have a document. So whenever a user sign up, you would store it under a document. So one could be for John, Jane, Bob, etc. So I think this makes it clear that the difference between the SQL database and NoSQL databases, where they store the data in tables, in rows and columns, but instead in MongoDB we have collections, and you can create multiple collections, and each collection is going to have multiple documents. And to get started with, we'll be creating a products collection. And to be able to do so, we're going to create a model by using Mongoose. This is the package that we have installed that is, under the package.json Mongoose package. So what you would do is just create a folder called models, and you can really just give it a name. So you can say this is going to be the product model. So you could say product.js, right? This is one convention that you could use. The other one is just to make it uppercase. And the other one that I'd like to use is just say product.model.js. So even though logo changes, this is just a regular JavaScript file and nothing else. You can use any convention. As I said, you could say just product.js, but what I'll be using is just going to be the product, let's say product.model.js. And now let's just try to create our product model. I will say, let's say import mongoose from mongoose. Then first we need to create a schema. So we'll say product schema, and we'll say mongoose.schema, and just open up this object. And you can put new at the beginning, or you don't. It just works in either case. Let's in this case put it, and here each product is gonna have a name, a price, and an image. So let's say name, and open up an object so that we can really give our requirements. Let's say type is going to be string, and required field is going to be true. So if a user wants to create a product, they should definitely provide the name. Otherwise, it is going to give errors. Let's say there is going to be a price field for each product. Type will be number, and this is going to be required as well. And then after the price, lastly, we'll have the image, and this is again is going to be type of string, and required is going to be true. Now one more optimization, or not optimization, but really an option that we could add. Let's say put this object, we will say timestamps is going to be true. So whenever you create a product, this timestamps just make sure that it has the created at and updated at fields on each document. So this is just something to keep in mind. Then maybe I can just leave it as a comment here. And now that we have a schema, depending on the schema, we'd like to create our product model. So I'll say const product, and then this is going to be equal to mongoose.model, and this is how we type it, product and product schema. And finally, we'll just say export default is product, because we'll be using it in different files that we'll have later in the video. So basically, this says to Mongoose that you should create a model or a collection called product, and this is the schema that you should take a look. So each product should have these fields that we have provided. And one more question that you might have, why don't we call this as products, but instead we call it as product? It is uppercase and it is singular. Well, it's because Mongoose is going to take a look at it, and it is going to convert it to be something like products, right? It is going to make it to be plural, and just take the first letter and make it lowercase. This is this is something that Mongoose will handle for you. It just wants you to put the singular and the capitalized version of it. Okay, so this is the entire file that we would need. And once we create a product, you're going to actually see in the database, we're going to get this products collection. And I will mention this just in a second. Let's say if this is going to be our product model. Now we'd like to create product models. I mean, like product documents, right? Let's create an endpoint for this. I will say if we visit the products with the post method, right? Because whenever you want to create something, then you would probably use the post method so that you can really send some data along with the request. I will go here and just try to put my function logic. Okay, so just a quick pause here. For those of you that don't know what is an API in the first place, let's try to understand it pretty quickly. It's actually pretty simple than you think. Well, API stands for Application Programming Interface. That sounds really complex, but basically it is just that man in the middle. So let's take a look at this analogy that we have. When a customer goes into the restaurant, they just give a request, right? They just say, hey, give me this order. And waiter takes it, bring it to the chef, right, to the kitchen, and get some response back and navigate it back to the client. So this is all it does. In this case, we have a user with a browser. Let's say they want to log in or sign up. In this case, let's say they're trying to log in. They send a request or API, and API just checks for the credentials. Does it match with the we have in the database, right? It's going to take a look at the username, the password. If they are correct, it's going to say in the response, hey, you can log in. But else, hey, you cannot log in, right? So it is that man in the middle. It just lets two different applications to talk with each other, right? We have our database application, let's say, or the server, and we have our React application on the client. It just allows it to like communicate with each, right? And in our application, we'd like to build an API for the products so that users can create products, delete them, update them, or get all of them. They are going to send a request or API, and this API is just going to work with our database, either create it, update it, delete it, or get it from there and send a response back to the client. So this is the entire logic for an API in the simple terms. I hope this makes sense. And now let's just try to move on with the video. Now let's go into the function body and just maybe make this function to be async so that we can use await keyword. And first I'd like to get the product. Let's say product. This is going to be coming from the request.body, which is something that user will pass, right? So this is the user body, let's say user will send this data, right? This is what we just extracted from the request.body, and we can just check for the requirements. So I'll say if product.name is empty, this is how we can do it. Or if product.price is empty, or image, if any of them are not provided, we could say return a response with the status code of 400, where we say JSON of success of false, and message could be please provide all fields. And if we pass this if check, that means user passed everything to us. We can create a new product. So I will say await. Maybe instead of saying await, let's just say new product, right? This product is coming from the product model.js file that we just created. So it is this product object. Then we'll say product and put the product body that we just got from the user. It has the name, price, and image. And then we can create a try catch. In the try, I will say await new product.save. This is going to save it to the database. And once we do so, we can say res.status of 201, which means something created, and success of true. And for the data, we can just return the new product, just like this. And in the catch, we could console log something for debugging purposes. Let's say console.error, and let's say error in how did we call it? Let's say create product, and we can put the error dot message, right? Okay, just like this. And from here we could say res dot status of 500, success of false, and server error, just like this. And also we are using 500 status code because this is an internal server error, right? What we can do is maybe just save it and try to test this out. To be able to test this out without having a front-end application, I'll be using Postman desktop application. So you can go ahead and install it for free. I already have it, so I'll just maybe open this up. So this is the desktop application that we have. So under the workspaces, I have a bunch of different workspaces for the previous tutorials. Let's try to create a new one. I'll say blank, let's say next, give it a name. I'll say Mern crash course, and let's say this is going to be only for me. Let's say create. There we go. Now we can create collections. Let's say one collection for the products, because this is what we will be testing. Let's say products, and we can add a request into here. So I'll say add request. We can give it a name. So I'll say create product, or maybe just create, doesn't really matter. Then let's save, change the method. It's going to be post method because this is how we configured it. Let's see. Okay, we said this is going to be a post method to the products. I'll go into the postman. Our URL is going to be http localhost 5000 / products. Now, one more best practice that we could do is just prefix it with API so that we know this is our API service. I'll go ahead and prefix it with the API and just make sure you put the /. Okay, just like this, save this file. Now we can really send our product data. I'll go here under the body and under the role, just make sure you select the JSON. Now, whenever you send something like some fields, let's say name is going to be smart watch, let's say price is going to be, I don't know, let's say 123, right? 0.99, or maybe let's just make it like this. Let's give it an image. And for the image, I just said example.com/image. Now, to be able to grab this data, we have used this request.body. But to be able to make sure this works, we need to use this configuration up here. I'll say app.use express JSON. So this is a middleware that allows us to, parse this request.body. So let's say allows us to accept JSON data in the body, right? In the request.body. Okay, so this is what we call a middleware, and middleware is just a function that runs before you send a response back to the client, right? So this is the function that we just used. Now, if we save, hopefully we should be able to test this out. I'll go here, and let's say if we didn't provide the image, okay, we just have name and price. Let's send it. It should say something like success or false, please provide all the fields. Let's put the image and send it. Now, there we go, success of true, and we got the data back, which is something that created in the database. Let's take a look at it. I'll go into the MongoDB, just say refresh this page under the collections. There we go, we have our products with, products collection with one product that is just being created. It has _ID field. This is what MongoDB creates by default. Then we give name, price, image, created that and updated that. We got this because we said that we'll be using this field, right? Timestamps of true. And even though we called it as product as singular, now we just have it as products. So these are the things that I mentioned previously, and now we can see it in action. Now we can create a different endpoint so that we can really delete a product. So in the now, how do I say it? You might be asking, why do we put all of our functions into this file? Couldn't we create a different folder and have them and just make this file a little bit more organized? Well, you're absolutely correct, and this is what we're going to be doing. For now, just to keep this a little bit more beginner friendly, I'll put everything into this file, and I will have an optimization section where we can really make this code base a little bit more clean. Okay, so this is something just to keep in mind. Let me just zoom in. We're gonna create a different endpoint. Sorry, let's say app.delete, which is gonna be for the delete method. Let's say /API/products, and to be able to delete a product, we should pass an ID, right? So we're gonna, let's say we want to delete this one. We are gonna get the ID, copy it, and we're gonna paste it to the endpoint, right? We'll just say delete this product, and that's why we need to pass this ID. Now, to be able to get this ID, we're gonna be using this colon and ID. This means this is gonna be dynamic. This could be any value that user can pass. And let's say we're gonna have a controller function for this, async request and response. Call this function. Okay, here we'd like to just delete it. So I will go into the function body, and what I'd like to do is just get this ID from the URL, right? I will say const and destructure the ID coming from request.prems. So we call this as ID because this is what we passed here. If you say something like hello, then you would say hello to here as well. But since we're using ID, this is what we called it. Let's say console log the ID just to see it in the terminal, and let's create an endpoint for this as well. I mean a request. So I'll delete this. This is what we had previously. We can leave it for the create product request, right? Just save this file and say duplicate this. Maybe we can close these. Okay, instead of create product copy, let's say delete product. Let's change the endpoint or the request API products. If I just put 123, save it and send it. Now it says like keeps loading because we didn't send any response back. Take a look at the terminal. We should be able to see the ID. This is what we passed, right? If you say 123 4 and let's say send it, we're gonna just see it in the terminal. So this is how we can grab it, and depending on this ID, we're gonna check for it in the database. So let's say maybe just delete this and say try and catch. In the try, we will say await product dot find by ID and delete. So we're gonna pass the ID into it. Then let's say res.json success of true. Maybe we can send a status as well. Let's say status, call this function 200 JSON of success of true and message product deleted. Let's save and just try to get this ID from the database and paste it here. And I will just say send it. Okay, so it says product deleted. Let's try to refresh this and it should be gone. There we go. There are 0 results under the products collection. Now what we can do is just to handle this case, if user pass something like 123 and send it, so this doesn't send us any response back, right? Maybe we can handle it under the catch. Let's go under the catch, just say res.status of 404 product not found. Let's just say send. There we go. We just handled this case as well under the under the catch block. Now let's try to create a couple of different products so that we can really get them. So let's shrink this. I'll say smartwatch, send it. It has just been created. Let's say smartwatch 2. We can update the price and let's say 3 just to make this work. Now we're going to create an endpoint or maybe a request from here. Let's say duplicate this one. We will just say get all products. Okay, we're going to save this, make it to be get method, and this is going to be our endpoint. We'll just say API products with the get method. It should give us all the methods that we all the products that we have. Let's save this and save this one as well. Close these. So we'd like to just create this endpoint, right? I'll go into the VS Code. Okay, maybe up here before the create, I'd like to just create a get method. Let's say app.get/API/products. We're gonna just find all the products that we have in the database. Let's say try catch. In the try const products, which is gonna be coming from our product model. Let's say product.find. And if you pass an empty object, this means basically fetch all the products that we have in the database. And this is what you'd like to have. Let's say res dot maybe status of 200, JSON of success, and for the data we can return the products. In the catch, let's just put a console log. I'll say error in fetching products and res dot status of 500 with like server error, right? So we are putting this console logs just for debugging purposes. In the terminal, we should be able to see those. Let's put a console log for this as well. Let's say error in deleting product. Now we can just test this endpoint. I'll go here, just say give me the products. In the database, I just had 3 different products, right? This is the first one, second one, and the third one. And the data is just the exact same thing that we put. Smartwatch 1, the 2, and the third one with the related prices. Okay, the very last endpoint that we need is just to be able to update a product. So let's maybe duplicate this one as well. Here I'll just say update a product. Let's say this is going to be a put method. You could also use patch for, updating, but we'll go with put in this case. And to be able to update a product, we'd like to pass the product ID, right? So we'll just go here and put some ID for the product. This is the endpoint that we will have. And if you just see this doesn't update to put method, if you save this file, it should update it. Let's try to create this endpoint pretty quickly. I will shrink all these, and at the below the post method, I'll say app.put. You can really put the patch as well. So you would use the patch method when you just update some fields on the resource. And if you're updating all the fields, then you would put the put method. This is how it's known, but it doesn't really matter that much. So I think it is not really crucial to use put or patch, at least in your personal projects, right? Let's say /API/products and the ID of the product that we'd like to update. We're gonna have this async function. Let's say request and response. This is what we'd like to call. And from here, we'll just try to first get the ID from the request.params, just like what we have done under the delete method. And we can just say const give us the product under the request.body. So this is going to be the fields such as name, image, and price. Whatever the user wants to update, he might want to update all of them at once or just some of them, right? And to be able to update it, we will just say try and catch. In the try, we will just say await product find by ID and update. There we go. We just have an autocomplete. Then we're gonna put the ID of the product and the fields that we'd like to update. So we're just gonna put the product object that is coming from the request.body, and you can put one more object called new true. And if you hover over this, it says what this does. Well, basically, by default, this method is going to return you the old document, right, before the update happened. And if you say new is going to be true, then it is going to give you the updated object, right? We can just say const, this is going to be the updated product, and we'd like to send this in the response. I'll say res.status of 200, success of true, and we can return the updated product. Then let's say res.status of 404 in the catch case, or maybe let's say 500, JSON of success of false, message server error. This could be. If you would like to handle the 404 case, let's say user just passed an ID, something like 123, which is something that you don't have in the database. So you could say 404 error, and we can do it before the try. Let's say if this is how we can do it. Let's say mongoose.types object ID if it is not a valid ID that user is sending. So you would say if it is not valid by putting this bang operator, right? In this case, we're just going to say return res.status of 404.json, success or false, and we could say invalid product ID or something like product not found, right? You would give some kind of message that user knows the ID they pass is not valid. And I think this error handling could be a little bit more better under the catch, but this is also fine. We just say there was a server error that we couldn't really handle, but most of the time we'll be hitting this part. Probably the ID will be there because they're going to be deleting it from the front-end application. Okay, so this is going to be our endpoint, I think. So they are not going to be deleting, by the way. We are in the updating case, and the ID will be always in the front end. Okay, so let's try to save this and just test this out. I'd like to update the first product that we had. Let's take a look at it in the database. The name is smartwatch, right? I'd like to make it to be maybe smartwatch 1. I'll get the ID and go into the postman. I'll put the ID, and for the body, I will say the name is going to be smartwatch 1. And this is the only place I'd like to update. Let's say send. Okay, success of true. Let's refresh our database. We should be able to get that update. Okay, there we go. And let's say you would like to update all these fields. I will say maybe use Control Z to bring this back. Smartwatch updated, and price could be let's say just 99 in example.com image.1, let's say. It is just going to go ahead and update all these fields that you can see from here or from the database. Okay, so smartwatch updated, the price, and then the image. So everything seems to be working. What we can do is just maybe make this code base a little bit more modular, right? At this point, this is getting out of hand where we just have all of our methods here. What we can do is creating a routes folder and create a product route. So I'll say product, you can just call it as .js. As I said, I'd like to just keep this convention. That's why I'll say route.js. And this is just a regular JavaScript function. Even though we have route as the extension, it is just the name and not really the extension. The extension here is JavaScript. Okay, so what I'll be saying is just import express from express, and let's say const router express.router, and you would say export default the router. Now we're gonna have all of our endpoints in this file actually. So what I can just do, go here and cut all of them. We have delete, put, post, and get. Cut all of them and put it here. And instead of app, we're gonna call them as router because this is what we have. So I will just say Control D twice or maybe 3 times. So I just selected all of them. I'll say router. Okay, there we go. Now this should be working, but we need to update this file as well. So I'll say app.use, let's say /API/products. In this case, we would like to import a route. Let's delete these because we're not using it. Let's say import product routes. From the routes folder, we have the product route.js file. Okay, we're gonna put it into here. And let's also update this file. We're gonna delete this API part, this products part as well, right? I'll just delete all of them and I'll explain what this means basically. Just follow along with me. We're gonna delete all of these sections. Oops, so we should be deleting this part. Okay, let me just put them side by side and just try to explain. But before that, let's try to import this product and just make sure we put .js at the end, and also just import the mongoose just like this. Okay, let's put them side by side. Just try to understand what did just happened. When we visit API/products/ just nothing, we're gonna call this function. And if we visit / again with the post method, we're gonna call this function, right? And if we visit like /and_id, we're gonna call this function, and same for this one, but with the delete method. So everything that we have in this file is gonna be prefixed with /API/products. Let's say if you want to get all the products, this is how it's gonna be prefixed: /API, let's say /products. And now in this way, our code is a lot more clean because in the server.js file, this is the only thing that we need to put for the product routes. So whatever you put here, let's say you put hello, then this is going to be prefixed with /API/products. Okay, let me just make sure that this is completely clear. I'll just say add a new request that is a get method. And let's say you would like to visit /API/products/hello. Then once you send this, it is actually going to go ahead and hit this one because this is the route that we have: /API/products/hello with the get method. And like this is what we have just done, and I hope it makes sense. And obviously we don't need this method, so we could just say delete this one. Now in this way, our code is a little bit more clean, but not completely, right? This file is just getting out of hand if we have multiple different functions. what we can do is just a controller for all these functions. So I'll say under the backend, we'd like to have the controllers, and the controller that we'll have is going to be product dot controller.js. And again, you can delete this dot controller part if you really want to. The first controller I'll have is to get products. So I will cut this from here and just say export const, like get products, which is going to be an async function that I just paste. And let's try to import the product model.js. Let's say create the product, and we can import it, by the way. Let's say get products from this file, right? Let me just shrink this, maybe close these. Okay. And let's try to create this function, which is to create a product, right? I'll cut it. I'll say export const create product and equal to this value that we just had. Let's save this one as well. Then we'll go here to say create product, which is coming from this file. Let's say update one, cut this. I'll just go here, export const update product, and we should paste the value to here, right? This is the function that we had previously. And we also need to make sure that we imported the mongoose in this file. Okay, let's say update product, and finally delete a product. Let's shrink all of these. Const delete product is going to be equal to this function that we had. Let's save and import this. Now we can delete these because we are not using them. And okay, I hope this makes sense at this point. In our server.js, we created one route for products. Once we hit here, we're going to be calling this function or this file. We're going to check if it is a get method, post method, put, or delete. For all of them, we have different functions, right? And we check for the URL. And these are going to be prefixed with /API/products. And for each of them, we're calling the related function that we have created under the controllers folder, right? I hope at this point this makes sense. And we can just test this out. It is working exactly the same as before. Let's try to update this to be smartwatch updated to be 123. Update it. It should update, and we can take a look at it in the database. It should be the latest value we just give, and we can delete one. Let's copy this ID, go here and just try to delete this. Okay, product deleted. You can take a look at the database. Let's just make sure that it actually worked. We had 3 different values, but now we just have only 2 different values, right? Or documents. We can get all of them. Here we go, it just works. And we can also create a product. I'll say, instead of smartwatch, let's just say shoes. You can give any value and just create it. It should create it in our database. Okay, now we have 3 different products with the latest one being added. So with this, I think we have just created our backend part, right? This is how easy it is to create an API. Basically, we have a route for the API products, and for each route, we just put them under this file with their methods and their related endpoints. We have the controller functions. For each of them, we are using Mongoose to be able to communicate with our database, as well as this product model that we have created so that we can really get some products, update them, delete them. Then other than this, we have the configuration for the .env, right? We have this .env file. We can read this content just because we configured this function, or we just call this function, right? Then we have the database file where we can connect to it with this function, which we are using it in this callback function. And I hope all this makes sense now. The very next thing we'll be doing is building the front end part, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back. In this section, we'd like to build our front-end application. But before that, there is just one or two things that I just want to update quickly. Instead of using this port as a hard-coded value, what I'd like to do is just get this value from the environment variables, which is a well-known practice. So let's just say port is going to be 5000, right? Let's save, and here let's just grab it. I will say process. Let me just make it like this. .env .port, which is going to be equal to this variable. Let's say port, and if this is not available, let's say you forgot to add this, right? If it is undefined or something like that, then you can just put this hard-coded value as a fallback. Now we can really use this down here, right? And let's delete this. We could just say this is going to be coming from the port variable. So that was the first thing. We haven't changed anything in terms of functionality. It is still listening on the port 5000, but instead this is coming from the environment variables. Okay, now let's just try to see in the terminal. I killed it. Let me just say npm run dev, and we should be able to see this text with 5000. And let's just wait for it. Okay, come on. So maybe it tries to start. Okay, there we go. Now it says 5000. If you go make this one, let's say 5001, save this file again, it's gonna restart it, and it just updated. That means this value is coming from the actual .env file. Okay, now let's save this so that it is 5000 again, right? There is one more thing that I just want to update under the controllers. Under the delete product, here we just return 404. Instead, what I would like to do is just make this 500 status code, and for the message, I'll just say server error, right? Just like this, and I'll go up here and I'll get the actual this part. So if the ID is not a valid ID, we could just return that error. So if it is invalid, right, we just negate it. We return 404 invalid product ID. Okay, this is gonna be it for it. Let's save, and now we can actually go ahead and build the front-end application. So I'll just open up my terminal. Let's create a new one. I will cd into the front end, and I will say npm, let me just give out a bit space, create vite at latest, and I'll just put dot at the end. So this dot means initialize it under the current folder, which is the front end, right? Let's say React and JavaScript. If you really want to, you can go with the TypeScript. Just to keep this as beginner friendly as possible, I'll go with the JavaScript option. Once we clicked it, now it is going to create all these files and folders for us. Now it says run npm install, which is going to give us the node modules folder that we would need. And while this is installing, let's take a look at the Chakra UI. So let me just bring my Chrome right here. We will say Chakra UI, which is going to be our UI component library that we'll be using just to speed up the process. So let's say get started. It has a bunch of different components. Let's take a look at some of them. Like that are accordions, tabs, buttons, dialogues, toasts, and we'll be using a bunch of different components, and it is just gonna make everything super fast for us. And now let's say getting started, right? Click to it, and below here we should have the vite option. And once you clicked it, you should be able to copy this and paste it into your terminal. And I don't know why this takes so long, but let's just wait for it. Once this is done, I'll just be right back. Okay, so looks like it has just been installed. I'll just paste what I have copied. I'm gonna press enter, and it's gonna install all these packages so that we can initialize the Chakra UI. Let's take a look at the next step. It is the provider setup. So we need to wrap our application with this Chakra provider. I'll copy this and go into the main.jsx. Okay, so what we have here is the app component, which is the starter place, right? The entry point for our application. Here they just want us to wrap our app component with the Chakra provider so that we can use the components that are coming from this Chakra UI, right? Okay, now that we wrapped it, let's try to import it, which is coming from here, right? I'll copy it, paste it. There we go. Now we just wrap our application with it. We can delete the index.css and app.css. We're not going to be using those files. Okay, just like this. And let's go into the app.jsx. Delete everything basically. And here I'll just say, maybe just import a button from Chakra, and let's just say hello into it. Let's say button coming from Chakra, and let's try to run this. npm run dev, which should open up on this port. I'll just control click to it. There we go, and we should be able to see a button. Okay, so this is how it's gonna look like. Maybe in your case it is light mode. In my case it is dark, but we're gonna fix it. Now the very first thing I think we'd like to do is just gonna be building the navbar component. So this is how it's gonna look like. This is our navbar component. Basically, we have one element on the left, right, and one thing on the right, which is like two different buttons. When we click to this one, it is gonna take us to the create page, and this is gonna just toggle the theme. It's gonna go between light and dark mode. So yeah, let's just try to build this. Let's see here, go into the VS Code, shrink this, maybe delete this. Now in our application, we would like to have multiple pages, such as home page, create page, and maybe after this tutorial, you could add more pages. To be able to make that work, we can install this package. So I'll just open up a new terminal, cd into the front end, and I'll say npm install react-router-dom. Okay, so to be able to make this work, we should go under the main.jsx and wrap our application with something called browser router component, right? Let's just wrap our application with it, and we can import it now. Obviously it doesn't give us any suggestions, but let's grab it like this, and maybe we can put it up here. Okay, so what we have done here is basically wrap our entire application with the browser router component so that we can use any other components that are coming from this package, which is going to be things like routes, so that we can really have different pages. So what I'll be doing is just say, first let's create a box, which is a div that is coming from Chakra. Let's say minimum height is going to be 100 VH, so it's going to take the entire screen. And below this, we could have a navbar component, which is something that we'll create just in a second. And below this, actually, we're going to have our routes. I'll say routes, import it, and now we can have our specific routes. So let's say just one route, and let's maybe try to import it. Okay, the path, when we visit the homepage, we would like to see this element, which is going to be the homepage component. This is something that we'll just create in a second. Let's duplicate this. If we visit the create page, then we're going to see the create page component, right? Let's try to create those. So I'll delete this assets. We're not going to be using it. Let's say source pages, and let's create a components folder as well. Okay, under the components, we can put the navbar.jsx, and under the pages, we could put the homepage.jsx as well as the create page. Oops, let's say .jsx. Okay, now I'll be using this snippet RAFCE to get this auto-completed code. If you don't know how to get this, it's probably you're not using this VS Code extension. It is this one. Okay, so once you install it, it should be working out actually. You can just say RAFCE and get the auto-completed code, which is really convenient. So this just gives you a React functional component. Let's do the same thing for these, for the navbar as well. Let's close them with Control W. Then we can just go ahead and import them. So it doesn't auto suggest anything. Let's say this is going to be coming from this. Let's get the home page as well. I will say home page. Okay, and finally we're going to get the navbar component. Let's try to auto import it. Okay, so it doesn't give it. Okay, so for some reason it doesn't work. Let's say import navbar from the components, There we go. Now we can delete the button. We are not using it. And with the help of this now, we can have different routes, right? So we have the home page and create page. Let's try to see how it's gonna look like. There we go. Now we are in the home page and we can still see the navbar. It's because it is above the routes. This means whichever page you visit, you're always gonna see the navbar component. That's why we put it before, we put it above the routes, right? We don't put it under the routes. Let's try to visit the create page. I'll go here and then I'll just say create. There we go. We can see the create page component. Now let's try to build the create page. Maybe before that I said we're going to be building the navbar component. So let's try to build it. I'll go into the navbar component, right? And here we'll be writing basically some Chakra UI components. Let's say we're going to have a container component. Now at any point, if you have some questions about these components, you can basically visit the Chakra documentation and just search for it. So let's say container, and there you go. We just have a container component, which is something that actually centers the content. You can read about this. There are different sizes where you can just say maximum width, give the size that you'd like to give. I'll just go here and I'll say maximum width is gonna be 1140 pixels, right? This is gonna be the maximum width. Let's say padding X is gonna be 4, and inside, let's say we're gonna have a flex component, right? This is how you get the flex in Chakra. Let's give a couple of different styles. Let's say height is gonna be 16, and we're gonna have align items to be centered, and we'll have justify content space between, so that one item is on the very left and the other one is on the very right. They are spaced out, right? Space is between in this case. That's why we actually use this justify content. Let's say the flex direction is gonna be responsive. So you could say on the base screen and above, it is gonna be column, but smaller screens and above, it is gonna be row. I'll explain what this does. If you don't understand, just wait for a second. Let's say we're gonna have a text element. Again, it is coming from Chakra. It's gonna have a couple of different styles. Now I'm using gradients for this. Let's just say gradients. Okay, so this is actually coming from the documentation. They just tell you how you can create these kind of gradients for the text as well. This is what we'll be using, because if you just take a look at it, we go from this bright blue color to a little bit dark one. This is the exact same thing actually that they do using background gradient, background clip, and it just works out. What I'll be doing is just basically copy it and paste it. You can grab it from the GitHub repo or just maybe type it down. The link will be in the description. And let's get this link component from React Router DOM. Okay, so if we save, we should be able to see a product store text with this emoji and with these styles, right? Font size is being responsive. In smaller screens, it is 22, and smaller screens and above, it is 28. Font weight is bold, uppercase, text align centered, and we have this gradient color. And below this text, we're gonna have one horizontal stack. Let's say H stack. It should be like this, and this is gonna be coming from the Chakra UI. Let's import it and scroll. We'll just give spacing of 2, and let's say align items is gonna be centered. So these are the components. As I said, you can always find it from the documentation. I'll just have a link. Let's say this is gonna take us to the create page. Let's say create, and this is gonna have a button. So what we are trying to build, let's just say button. What we are trying to build is basically this part now, a button as well as a different button, but this is gonna take us, it's gonna just toggle the light mode state, right? Let's import the button from Chakra UI. Inside this button, we will say have this icon. Let's say plus square icon. And to be able to make this work, I think we're using React icons. Let's just try to install that package. I'll say npm install react-icons. which is a package that we could use to be able to get icons. So if you search for it, you're gonna get to this page and you can really just search for anything. Let's say plus icon, and there are really different options. You can click to it, get the import as well as the JSX, and just paste it into your code base. And this is what we'll be using. We just installed it, and now let's try to get this icon. And also there are Chakra UI icons if you want to use them. So I just want to mention it. I'll just say icons, or maybe just icon. Let's see. So you can actually install the Chakra UI icons as well. So I'll just import it for those of you guys that want to see the usage. They have limited amount of icons. It is not as rich as the React icons, but still you have some useful icons. So the plus, I think, is coming from here. I'll just say plus. Okay, so I believe it is coming from this Chakra icons. Let's just try to see if this is gonna work or not. Now that we have installed the packages, let's just try to grab the import. I will paste it like this, and let's try to give it a size. I'll say font size is gonna be 20, and finally we'll have one more button, but maybe before that, let's just save and see the output. Okay, so this is how that looks, right? We have maximum width of 1140. This is what we have given, right? This is what we just said. It is going to be a container, so it is always in the middle of the screen, and we have justified space of between something on the left, something on the right, and we just have this button. If we click to it, it's going to take us to the create page. If we click to this one, it's going to take us to the home page. Let's try to build this second button so that we can toggle the state. I'll go here under the first button, which is a link. Maybe we can create a different button, and we'll just now we need to get a function actually to be able to toggle the color mode. I'll say on click toggle color mode, which is going to be coming from a hook. So let's go above. I'll just say use color mode. This is a hook coming from Chakra UI. It is going to give you these values. Now what we can do is basically just say when we click to this button, you should toggle the color mode. And inside this, we will say if color mode is light, then you can show this emoji, but otherwise you can show the sun emoji, right? Let's save, and this is how it's gonna look like. You can really toggle this state. Instead of this emoji, I'll be using icons. So the first one is gonna be, let's say IO moon, right? And the second one is gonna be actually sun. I'll just go here, let's say LU sun, which is gonna be size of 20. Okay, and these are gonna be coming from the React icons package. Let's just go scroll to the top and import them. Okay, let's save, and it should be working out just like this that we have. What we can do also, change the container background color depending on the color state. So we can go here for the container. I will say the background color is going to be use color mode value, and we can just say gray of 100 and gray of 900. So the first one is for the light mode, the second value is for the dark mode. Let's save and just try to test this out. There you can see now the color is a little bit different from the rest of the application, right? If we go to the light mode, it also changes. But I think this doesn't look really good, right? We have this different colors and it is not really good, right? What we can do is delete it from here and go into the app.jsx and put it into this box. Let's put it, try to import it, and we can remove this import from here because we are not using it. And now if we save, we can really give different colors for the light mode and dark mode. It's gonna update the entire UI. Let's say for the light mode, we use red 500. And there we go. This is how it's gonna look like. And you can just always customize these values. And these are the values that I'll be using. Now let's try to build the create page. Let's take a look at it pretty quickly. It is gonna be looking like this, even though this image is a little bit blurry, but like it's gonna be really clear once we build it. Again, we have the navbar at the top with a title, and we just have a form element with 3 different input boxes, right? Then a button that just says add the product. And this is basically what we're gonna build just in a second. So from this page, again, let's just try to build the maybe UI first. And before that, we can just create a state. I will say maybe we can just call it as a new product. Let's say new product, set new product. We're gonna have all these states. Let's import the use state. Basically, it is an object with name, price, and image. All of them are for now just empty string. And let's try to build the UI. Again, we're gonna have a container, and let's try to import it. Maximum width is gonna be let's say container dot small. This is coming from the documentation as well. Let's say we'll have a vertical stack imported. The spacing is gonna be 8, and inside this vertical stack we're gonna have a bunch of different things. So the first one is gonna be a heading component. Let's get it. We'll say create new product, just like this. And we can say this is gonna be h1 element. This is how we can do it. You say as h1 or p tag, or span, anything that you would like to put. And then you'll say size is gonna be 2x large, text align of centered, and we will just say margin bottom of 8. And below this heading, we're gonna have one box element. Let's say import the box. We're gonna have these styles now. Width is gonna be full. We can just say use, for the background, use color mode value. Not mode, but it should be value. Let's try to delete this import. We should have the mode value. On the light mode, we're gonna give the white color, and in the dark mode, it's gonna be gray 800. Then let's say p of okay, so it should be like this. Padding of 6. Let's say rounded of LG, and finally shadow of medium. So these are going to be the styles that we have for the box. Let's just try to have another vertical stack. Okay, let's just try to create it. This is going to take the spacing of 4. And we'll just basically have a couple of different input components. So let's say input. This can be a self-close tag, like this, right? We can give a placeholder. I will say product name, and name is gonna be, we could just say, this is the name field that we give, right? And we can give a value. Let's say this is gonna be new product state dot name. It should be bind into this field only. And when we type into this, let's say on change, we would like to just update the name field, right? This is the only place that you'd like to update. And I'll basically get the other 2 input elements, which is going to be the price as well as the image. So I'll save, and you can take a look at it, maybe grab it from the GitHub repo or just type this out. Basically, we have a placeholder, name, type, as well as value and on change. This is for the price, right? This is what we're updating, and same for the image. Below this, we're gonna have one button. Let's put it here and try to import the button. And once we clicked it, we would like to just handle add product. Let's create that function. For now, we could just say console log the new product. Okay, let's save and just try to see this component in action. Okay, this is the output that we have. Let's open up the terminal or the console. I will just give it a name. Let's delete these. Let's say iPhone XR. Price could be 200. Image URL, let's give one of them. If we click it, we're gonna get to see this in the terminal. right? We can just get all these values stored in this state. And now what we can do is basically implement the functionality, right? Once we collect it, it should immediately save this to the database. And to be able to make this work, we could use just plain fetch, right? We could run it with use effects, use it in this component. But what I want to do is create a global store, which is going to be our global state. And we're going to be able to just use it in any components. So let me just show you a quick diagram. So let's say this is how our application looks like. We have the app.jsx root component at the top, and it has different children, right? And their children have different children as well. So if you have one state here, then if you want to use it here, right? First you need to pass it to this one, and from here you need to pass it to this one. And let's say this also has a child. You need to take this and pass it to that child as well, which is not really optimal, right? And it is also not performant. It's because if you update the state only in this component, all of them are gonna be re-rendered as well because they are using that state. But if we have some kind of global state up here, right? Let's say we just have one state here that we'd like to use in any of these components. We can directly pass it into any of these components that we have, right? So they don't really need to get it from different components, but they'll just say, hey, global state, could you give me this one that you have? And they can use it. And if they update the state, only the components that use it will be re-rendered. Now, I know this might look a little bit complicated, especially with my drawing, but once we implement it, it's going to be actually pretty simple, pretty simple than you think. For this, I'll be using a package. Let's say npm install zoo_stand. If you cannot see it, let me just bring this up here. npm install zoo_stand. So try to just press enter and it's gonna install it. What we can do under the source, create a store folder. And inside this store folder, we're gonna have a product.js file. Okay, so in this file, we'd like to just have some kind of global state and some functions that we can use. I will say import create function from, let's say, zoo_stand. There we go. Now we'll just create a hook basically. Let's say const use product store, and we'd like to export it so that we can use it in different files. This is how you can do it. This is how we generally do, calling the create function, which takes a callback, and this takes a setter set as the argument, right? This is gonna be the setter function. And instead of just having the function body, let's just return an object. This is how we can do it. This is basic JavaScript knowledge, right? If you have a function wrapped with this brackets, then that means you're returning an object. Okay, from here, well, we're gonna have some products, which is gonna be an empty array initially. And let's say set products. We are gonna put some products into this setter function, and it's gonna set the products state with it, right? This is basically what we have in use state. When you say const, oops, if I can type. So we have state and set state, which is equal to use state. Now, the initial value could be an empty array. So this is exactly what we are doing. We have the state as well as the set state function. And this would be local state, but here this is global state because we can use it in any components in our application. And let's try to maybe just see this in action. Let's say I want to use this products in navbar. I'll just go here. I will say use product store, import it, and just get the products. Let's say products. Okay, so this is how easy it is to use it actually. If I want to use this products in, let's say, app.jsx, I'll just go here, put the exact same line, import it, and now I can use it. So this is the exact same thing that I have just explained. We have some kind of global state. In this case, it is zoo_stand, right? This is coming from the zoo_stand, and we can really use this state in any place that you'd like to have. In this case, we're using it in app.jsx, or let's say in the navbar component. We just call the hook and get the value out of it. So it is really convenient. You'll be using this a lot once your projects gets larger, and I just wanted to mention this. Now we're not going to be using the products here. We can delete this one, but in the navbar I think we are not also going to be using it. Let's delete it and just try to create a function so that we can create a product. So I will say create product. This is going to be, let's say, an async function, and at this point I can just shut off the copilot. Let's say copilot, disable it. Okay, so that is not getting any annoying, and I can just try to explain maybe a little bit more. Let's say new product, and looks like it didn't. So let me just say disable copilot. Okay, now it should be disabled, I believe. Let's just see. Okay, it isn't. Okay, now I think it should be working out. So we're gonna just pass a new product into this function, right? So that we can really create it in the database. We're gonna just check for the name. Let's say if new product dot name is not provided, or let's say if new product dot image is not provided, or let's say if the price isn't provided. In this case, we can return a success of false out of this function. Let's say success is gonna be false, and message is gonna be something like please fill in all fields, and just a dot at the end. Now if we pass this if check, that means we can create a product. I'll say const response await fetch, and we're gonna put our endpoint. Now we can just say http localhost 5000/API/products. But now every time we make a request, I don't really want to put all this part. I just want to put /API/products, and it should prefix it with this localhost part. For this, we can visit this vidconfig.js file and just say server. Under this, we have the proxy field, and inside this, we can have /API, which is going to be an object. Let's say the target is going to be equal to http localhost 5000. So basically, this means whenever we visit /API, you should prefix it with this value that you see here. And with this, now we can really delete this part and have our endpoint just like this. And since we are returning, or since we are calling a post method, let's put an object. Let's say method is gonna be post, just like this. Then we will say headers content type. Let's say content type of application JSON. Okay, and lastly, we'll just say body is gonna be json.stringify, where we just stringify the new product object that we just got as an argument. And after this response, we can say const data, and we'll be using this res.json so that we can extract the data out of it. Finally, we'll just update our state. Let's say call the setter function, right? This is what we are having in the first place. Set, we will just get the state. So this is going to be the previous state that we had. Now we will just return an object just like this. So we will say products, just keep all the previous products that we had. Let's say state dot products, and we'll just add the new product that we just got back from the backend, right? Let's take a look at the controller. How are we returning it? Once we create the product, we return it under the data. So we should say data.data actually, right? Okay, I hope this is gonna work. Let's just try to test this out. I'll go into the create page. We'd like to call this function once we click to that button, right? So on click, we actually call this handle add product function. So let's navigate into this function. I will say maybe here use product store, which is going to give us the, let's say, const create product. This is the function that we're just extracting, and we'd like to call that function, let's say, create product, pass it as the state, right? Let's say async. This is going to take a bit time, so let's say await, and this is going to return us some values, right? Let's say success and message. So in the error case, we're going to be getting those actually, right? Success false, and we have a message. So in the success case, we can also just return an object as well. So let's say success is going to be true in this case. I'll maybe copy it, paste it. For the message, I would say product created successfully. Okay. Now we can really go ahead and destructure these values. Let's say console log the success, and we can just get the message. Okay, so let's save and just try to see how this is gonna look like. I'll say iPhone XR, put a value, and for the image, let's just put this one. There we go. It says success false, but product created successfully. Why this is false? Let's just try to see if this is coming as a falsy value. Okay, this should be true actually. And if we take a look at the database, we should be able to see this product. Let's just test this out. Okay, so I am in the database. Let's scroll to the bottom. There we go. We just got the value, right? That means we can create products actually. So I'll just try to create another thing. Let's say wireless earbuds. For the price, let's just put 99. Now for the images, I am getting those as auto completed images. What we can do is just visit Unsplash, which you can grab beautiful free images. Let's say earbuds. We can copy the image URL, image address, and paste it to here. And at the product, there we go. We just got the success of true and product created. Once product is created, instead of seeing this in the console, maybe we can see a notification, which is something that we called as toast. And this is going to be coming from our package, right? Our Chakra UI library. This is how we can use it. We have this toast. Let's just grab it, go into the create page, and just maybe try to import it and use it. Okay, here we will say if success is true, then we would like to show a toast. Let's say if success is false, let's just handle it first. We'll say toast, call it with this object. We can say title is gonna be error, and for the description, let's say we're just gonna put the message that we got, and for the status we can put the error, and you can also remove this codes. It doesn't really matter. And there are different options like duration. You can put it for 3 seconds, or we can put it for 5 seconds. Doesn't really matter. I think the default one is 5. I'm not really sure. We can take a look at it in the documentation, but I'll just leave it as the default. Let's say is closable gonna be true, so that we can close it if we really want to. And in the else case, let's just say else. We're just gonna put the success case. Okay, just like this. Let's save and maybe test this out. I will say, let's just this time get a, I don't know, like a some shoes. Okay, I'll just say Nike shoes. Price could be like this, and image URL pasted. Okay, there we go. It says product created successfully. Once we create the product, we should remove these states, right? It should reset. Reset. We can go here and just say set new product and reset this state. Okay, so with this now we have a bunch of different products that we have just created. What we can do is go into the homepage and just maybe try to fetch those items. So this is how the homepage will look like. We'll just say current products title, and if we don't have any products, we're gonna see this text. Once we click to this, it should take us to the create page. And if we have some products, then we're just gonna see them in this cards, right? With the name, price, and the image, as well as these buttons, so that we can either edit it or delete it. Okay, so let's try to build it then. I'll go into the VS Code, let's say close all these so that they are not really distracting. Under the home page, we would like to just create a container first. So what I'll be doing is maybe just give a little bit space, wrap it like this. Okay, so instead of a div, we're gonna have a container actually. So this is gonna be coming from the Chakra UI as always. It's gonna have some maximum width with a padding, right? Container, it doesn't import it for some reason. Okay, there we go. Now we can really import it. And below this, we're gonna have a vertical stack. And let's try to import it as well. This is gonna take spacing of 8. Okay, inside we'll have a text. So again, I'll just copy it and paste it because this is a gradient text. There we go with these styles. And for each product, we will basically have this grid, right? So they are going to have some spacing and they're going to be responsive as well. For this, we're going to be using something called simple grid component. Okay, so this is how you would use it. You have columns, spacing, and like here spacing is 10. If you say 1, it is just gonna update. So this is how it looks on 4, like 8. You can say columns is gonna be 3, and it's just gonna update as you wish. So we're gonna be using this component so that we can really show a product card. But before that, let's handle this case where we just see no products, right? I'll just go and get that field. So here I'll just paste it with a link. So I just pasted just because we can speed up the process. Basically we have a text, font size of X large, text align centered, color, font weight with a text, with an emoji, and link takes us to the create page. So we say we have a text that says create a product, it is a span, and this is the color. When we hover over it, it's gonna take an underline style. Let's see this in action. So there we go. This is how that looks. We have the title as well as the span element. Okay, if I click to it, it should take me to the create page, but looks like it doesn't. Why this is the case? Let me just refresh this page. Okay, it doesn't work. Let's say if we delete this part. Okay, so it still doesn't work. Maybe text should be above the link. Okay, there is no way for this to work. Maybe this link is coming from Chakra UI. Okay, that's why this is the case. It actually takes href, but instead of coming from Chakra, I'll be getting it from, let me just do Control Z a couple of times. There we go. This is going to be coming from React Router DOM. So I'll say import link from React Router DOM. Now this should be working out. I'll click to it. There we go. We can go to the create page. And maybe it is time to build the product cards under that simple grid component. So we are going to see 3 different cards on larger screens. We're going to see two cards on the medium screens and 1 card in smaller screens. So we're going to see what that means basically. Before here, I will say simple grid component, get it from Chakra UI, and we're gonna give our styles. Let's say columns, like this. We're gonna make it to be responsive. That's why I open up a different object. Let's say on the base, it's gonna be 1, and medium screens and above, it is gonna be 2. Larger screens and above is gonna be 3 cards at a time. Let's give spacing of 10. Let's say width is gonna be full. Oops, it should be full just like this. And inside, we're gonna basically taking the products and map over it. So first, let's just try to create a function so that we can really just fetch those products, right? So after this create product function that we have up here, I will create fetch products async function. Okay, so inside this, we'd like to basically send a request to our endpoint and grab those products. So I'll say const res await fetch and our endpoint, which was API products. Then we're gonna get some data, obviously. Let's just extract it. Then we will say set products data. So this is what we are returning. These are the products. Let's save and just try to run this function, right? I will say once we get into the home page, you should be running that under a use effect. So this is what we're gonna have. First, let's just get that function. I'll say const fetch products, which is gonna be coming from use product store, right? And we're gonna run this function basically. Fetch products, call it, and it wants you to put it as a dependency. Okay, now if we save, maybe we can just console log it. Let's say products, and here we can just say console log the products. Okay, let's try to see in our console, we should be able to see 6 different products that we have in our database. So we have this one, this, and the very last one we have created was shoes. And before that, we have created earbuds, and I think that was iPhone XR. Okay, so looks like everything is working out as expected. Now we're gonna take these products and map over it and just put it under this simple grid component. So I will just go below. I'll say products.map. For each product, we'll like to render out this part. It should be like this, where we'll have a product card component. Let's say product card. Okay, we're gonna pass the product into it as well as a key. So let's say key. First of all, it's gonna be product dot underscore ID, and we're gonna pass the product as it is. Okay, so let's try to create this component. I will go under the components, say product card.jsx, and RAFC for this. Let's save and maybe just try to import it. Okay, this is gonna take the product as the very first so prop, right? And first, let's just try to build the UI. I will delete this and just try to return a box, which is coming from Chakra UI. Okay, and I'll just get these styles so that we can really speed up the process a bit. Okay, so I just grabbed it. Now I will paste it. Basically, we have a shadow, rounded, overflow is hidden, a bit of transition, and on the hover state, this card is gonna go up a bit on the Y direction, right? And inside we'll have an image element. Let's paste it. This image is coming from Chakra UI. It's gonna take the product image. And for the alt, it's going to take the product name. Now we have props validation ESLint warning, which we can really turn off by using this React/prop types. Let's go under the ESLint. Under the rules, I'll just say React slash let's say prop types is going to be off. Once we save it, now we're not going to get any of those errors. Okay, once we have done this, we can create a different box, and inside this box, first we'll have this padding of 4, and we're gonna have the heading, which is gonna be the product name. So let's grab it, paste it, import the heading, and we will have a text. This is gonna put the product price. So let's just get the text element, and for the color, we will have this text color variable. Let's just we're going to create it just in a second. And finally, we will have a horizontal stack. Let's paste it as well. Let's import it, icon button. Let's say get the edit icon and delete icon. On click. So we're going to be calling those. For now, let's delete them. And as I said, I just copy and paste this so that we can really speed up the process. But basically, what we have written here is just this UI that we have. We have an image, right? We have a text, the name, product price as well as these buttons, which are under a horizontal stack so that they are next to each other. I hope this makes sense at this point. And we're using this icon button with an icon. Basically, this means this is going to be a button and it's going to have an icon into it. And all these are coming from the documentation. So let's just try to create this variable called text color. So I will say this is going to be using the use color mode value. On the light mode, it's going to be gray 600, and in the dark mode, it's going to be gray 200. Let's do the same thing for the background. I'll say BG is going to be white and gray 800. Now let's try to use this text color as well as the background. So this is the text color, and let's just say BG of BG. Okay. Now, if we save, we should be able to see some output in the UI. There we go. We have all of our products. Now here it says the image is not shown is because these are the things that have this example image. Obviously, this is not going to show us anything. That was just when we were testing out in the Postman, right? Okay, one more thing we can fix is that if there are no products found, we can only show this. But if we have some products, then we shouldn't be able to see this text. Let's go into the homepage. And we will just wrap this. First, let's just cut it. I will say if products.length is equal to 0, only then render this part. Now we're not going to see that. And here you can see when we hover over it, the cards are just going up a little bit. Okay, so this is how we can fetch the products. And now once we click to this delete button, we should be able to delete them. First, let's just try to create a delete function under the product.js file. So let's shrink this one as well. We will say delete product, which is going to be an async function, and it's going to take the product ID as the first argument. And we're going to be calling the fetch method. First, let's just say response await fetch API products, and we're going to pass the product ID where the method is going to be delete, just like this. Then we'll say const data. Let's get the data from here, and we can just check if it is successfully done or not. We'll say if data is like data.success is false, then we can say return success false, and the message that we are getting from the backend, then we can just update our state. Let's say set, if I can type, let's say we're gonna have the state where we'd like to just update the product, right? The one that we have just deleted, we're going to filter out. So this might be a little bit complicated, but this is basically a little bit of JavaScript where we use the filter method and just delete the current product from the state. If you don't understand this part, I'll just try to show this in the UI just in a second. But after this, we should be able to just say success of true, your product has been deleted successfully, right? I'll say success true, and for the message, we can just get it from the backend. Okay, let's save and just try to call this function once we click to that delete icon, which is this one. Let's say on click, call the handle delete product, which is a function that we should create up here. It's going to be an async function, which is going to take the product ID as the first argument. We would like to send it. Let's say product._ID. Okay, so here we'll just go ahead and say, first we'd like to get the use product store, right? This is going to give us the delete product function. And then we're going to call that function basically. Let's say await delete product. We're going to pass the PID into it. It's going to give us the success state as well as the message. And this should be destructured. Okay, we can just see this in the terminal. And what we can also do is just show a toast. I will say const toast use toast. This is what we have done just a couple of minutes ago. Let's say if the success is false, we can really show an error message basically. but else we can show the success message just like this. And let's try to save and maybe delete a product. I will refresh. These are the products that we just fetch. Let's click to this one. Okay, product deleted. And as you can see, UI is just being updated immediately. It is because we are using this line. If I delete this, save it, now whenever I delete something, it is not gonna update the UI. Even though it is being deleted, I need to refresh so that it just update the UI. So this is what that does, basically update the UI immediately, right? So let's say without needing a refresh. Okay, so I hope this makes sense now. Let's refresh. We just got all these products. We can delete them, and maybe it is time to update one of them. Once we click to it, it should open up a model. So what is a model? Let's just see. From Chakra UI, they give us out of the box. Okay, so it is going to be this kind of component where we can just really see the product details. Let me just show this if I have it. There we go. Once you click to the update product button, you're going to get to see this model with name, price, as well as the image. You can update any of those values and either cancel it or update it. And it's gonna again update the UI immediately. Now first, let's just try to see how we can create a model component. If you take a look at the code, basically you wrap everything with a model, and you have things like model overlay, model content, header, close button, body, and footer component. So this is how that looks. And you can change this content with anything that you want. Maybe you'd like to remove the footer component, the header component, maybe even the close button. You can really just customize it however you'd like to. And so yeah, let's just try to build it. I will go into the product cart. Let's close these so that they are not distracting. And I think below this very last box that we have, we can create a model. So let's say model imported from Chakra UI, and this is taking is open and on close fields. Let's grab them from use disclosure hook. I'll go at the very top, just try to import this one. Okay, so into this model, we're gonna pass that is open and on close fields, just like they have in the documentation. And inside this, we can have a model overlay. Let's try to import it. Then we will have a model content, which we're gonna put everything into it. Let's say model content. Okay, first things first, we're gonna put the header component as well as the close button component. Let's import them. There we go. Below this, we're gonna have a model body. So what I'll be doing is basically copy and paste and then just walk you through it. Let's say model body. We're gonna have a vertical stack, the input element. Let's say maybe we can for now just delete the value and on change so that it is not distracting at all. Okay, so this is what we have. And once we click to this button that says edit icon, we would like to just open up this model. So I'll say on click, let's say we would like to call the on open function. Let's try to see this in action. I'll click to this one. There we go. We just have a model that is opened, and we would like to see this bottom part as well. For this, we will go below the model body, and we'll just have a model footer component, just like in the documentation. Okay, I'll import this, import the button. For now, we can just delete the on click, and if we click to the cancel, it should close the model. Okay, just like this, and it works on all these products. Now what we can do is that once we click to this button, we can just fill up this form with the product details. For this, we can use a state. You can give it any name for it. I'll just say updated product and set updated product setter function. We will say use state. The initial value is just going to be the product that we got. Let's import the use state, and we're gonna put this initial value into the, let's say, to our inputs, right? I'll just say value, and this is going to be updated product.name, and let's give the price as well as the image, just like this. Let's just see this in action. Once I click to it, I can get the details for this product. Let's click to this one. It just works out as expected. Now what we can do is that once we click to this button, it should update it in the database, which means we should visit this file and just add a new function, which is going to be update product. And this is going to be an async function. First, it's going to take the product ID as well as the updated fields. Let's say updated product. Okay, here we'll just go into it. So in this function, we'll just say const response await fetch, and we'll just get our endpoint. Let's say API products and then the product ID. The method is going to be put headers of content type, and we'll just put the body and stringify it. Then we're going to get the data out of it, right? Then we can just say if data is not success, as always, success or false and the message, but else we'll just say set and get the state. We will just update the product that we just updated. So this is gonna look a bit weird maybe at first. Okay, we'll just return an object where we just say products. Let's say state.products. These are the previous products that we had in this state. We will just have a product for each of them. We are basically mapping through it. We will say product.id. If it is equal to the PID that we just passed, then we can just return the data, but else we'll just leave the product as it is. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Now what we have done is just basically update this state in the UI so that we can really see the latest value. And let me just put it, update the UI immediately without needing a refresh. Okay, so we can maybe save this and just try to test this out. Once we click to this update button, we can call a function. So I'll just say on click handle update product, and we need to pass the product ID into it. So let's make it like this. We'll say product.id as well as the updated product state. Let's try to create it up here. Let's say const handle update product function, which is going to be an async function that takes these arguments, and this is going to call the update product function that is coming from the use product store. Did we already import it? Okay, so we already have. Let's take this then, put it here, right? And we can delete this now. And basically here we'll just call that update product function with the product ID as well as the updated product. And once we update the product, we can just call the onClose function. So let's say await. Okay, let's try to test this out. Here it says updated product has already been declared. Okay, so it should be update product function. Now we should say update product function here as well. I just had a typo, sorry about this, but now it should be working out. Okay, so we haven't used this state, is that once we type something into the inputs, we should update those values, right? We'll say on change. We'll like to basically update the name and price as well as the image. Okay, so this is basically what we're doing, just trying to update the state. Okay, now this should be working out. Let's refresh. There we go. I'll just say wireless earbuds. Let's say price is gonna be $199. Update. There we go. It's being updated. Let's refresh. It is still the same because this is being updated in the database. Once we update, we can maybe show some kind of toast, right? I'll just say update. There we go, but we don't have any feedback. Let's go here and grab the success and message. and we can return a success state once we update it successfully, right? I'll just say return success of true and the message that we got from the backend. I will say after we close this, we can just say if it is not success, we can just show the error, but else, so it is what we have here maybe. Okay, here we'll just have a else statement with the success message. Let's try to see this in action. Refresh, say 199. Okay, it's just being updated, but we don't really have any message. Maybe we are not returning anything from the backend. Let's go under the controllers for the product controller on the update. So we don't really have any message in the try case, right? We just return the data. So instead, we can just say product updated successfully. We can do it manually, right? Let's try to update it again. Let's say, okay, so we just can see the message as well. And just one more thing I want to mention, if you don't really add this part, right? And if you try to update anything, it is not going to update the UI, right? You should refresh to be able to get the latest value. That's why we put it in the first place. So I think with this, we have completed everything. We can just really go into the light mode, dark mode. We can create a new product and we can delete or update. So with this, I think this is gonna be it for this part as well. And next, we're going to deploy this application. Okay, so welcome back to the very last part of this tutorial where we would like to deploy the application that we have just built. Now, this is the current state of our application. When we visit localhost 5000, we can get our Express app, right? We have our API. And we visit localhost 5173, we get our React application. But couldn't we make it so that once we visit localhost 5000, we can get both our API as well as our React application? And we can really do so. This is what we're going to be doing just in a second. And we're going to be doing this so that we can deploy our entire application under one domain, right? We both serve the server as well as the client under the same domain. Let's try to see how we can do it. I will basically go into the server.js, and here we'll like to just add one configuration for the deployment. Now I will just get the path module. Let's say import path from path. This is a built-in Node module. And I'd like to get a variable. Let's go here and just say const underscore underscore their name, where we get the value from path.resolve. So I'll explain what this does. Below our routes, which is the products, we will just check for the environment. So let's say if we are in the production or if we are in the development. Let's say if we are in the production, that means we deployed this application. So we'd like to have some kind of a different configuration. In this case, we would like to make this front-end folder to be our static assets, right? Because this is the React application that we have. And when you deploy your React application, you basically run this npm run build, which gives you a dist folder. So let me just show this actually. I'll kill all the terminals that I have. I'll create a new one, cd into the front end, and I'll just say npm run build. So Vite is gonna go ahead and create a dist folder, and here it says building for production. There we go, it has just been built and we got the dist folder. This is the folder that we would be using in the production for the React application that we have. So we'd like to make this to be our static assets file so that we can really serve our front-end application. So I'll say app.use, express.static, path.join, their name, go under the front end, and we have the dist folder, right? So just like this, we make this dist folder to be our static assets. And this path.join with their name basically says go under the root, which is here, and then from there go under the front end and then under the dist. So this is what that does. And we will say if we send any request, let's say app.get anything, right, asterisk, like anything other than this, we should be able to render our React application. So we'll just get the request and response, and we will basically say res.send file, and we'll like to send index.html that we have under the dist. So here I'll say path.resolve the their name will go under the front end, under the dist, where we have the index.html file. So this is what we're gonna return anything we visit, right? Other than this route, we are gonna just return the React application that we have. So let's try to save, and maybe we can run this. What I'll be doing is maybe delete the node modules folder that we have. So this is gonna ask me for the permission. Let me just accept it and say delete permanently. And I'd like to delete this node modules as well. So why am I deleting this? Is because when we deploy our code to GitHub, we are not going to have those folders. And let's delete the dist as well. Okay, so once we deploy our code to GitHub, this is basically what we'll have. We just have the backend folder, the front end, and these files. We're not going to have any node modules. So we'll like to import them, right? Install them so that we can really deploy it. And we need to create a script for this. That was for the development. Now let's say build script, where we'll like to first install dependencies for the backend, right? We'll just say npm install, and then we'll say npm install, but this time for the front end. So I'll say prefix front end folder. This basically says run this command under this folder, and this is going to install the node modules for the front end. Once we do this, we'll like to build the front end application. So we'll say run the npm run build command, but again under the front end folder. Once we have done this, let's see what's going to happen. I'll just open up my terminal and I'll say, let me just cd into the root, right? Not into the front end, not into the back end, but in the root. I'll say npm run build. Oops, I have a typo. Let's say npm run build with a d at the end. Okay, so what is going to happen is that it is going to run this command. First, it's going to install the dependencies for the backend. There we go. Then it's going to install it for the front end, and then it's going to build the front end application, which is currently doing, I think. So it is installing the packages. Just in a second, it's going to create the dist folder. And this is the command that we're going to be running in the deployment so that it can install all these packages, then build our application. Once we build it, we'll like to start it. So say start command. This time, instead of nodemon, we'll just be using node because this is just going to be running once in the production environment. Okay, so with that in mind, we can also see we got the dist folder. The build has been completed successfully. So with this, it should be ready to go, right? We have our scripts that we can build our application, and we can start our application in the deployment, right? So yeah, these are the scripts, and this is the configuration, just about 5 lines of code and nothing else, right? This is all we have to do. Take the dist folder, make it static assets, and render the index.html, which is going to be our React application, when we visit any routes other than this route, right? Let's try to save this file and just maybe test it out. Now that we have built it, we can start our application with this command. I'll say npm start or npm run start. It is the same thing. This is gonna start it under the 5000 port. Let's see. Okay, there we go. It is started MongoDB connected. Let's visit localhost 5000. Now, okay, so we just got an issue why this is the case. In the home page. Okay, wait, do we have a typo? Yes, we have, because the node.env is not equal to the production for now. It is equal to the nothing actually, right? So what we can do is when we run the npm start, we can just make the node.env to be equal to the production. And when we run the dev, we can make this to be equal to the development. Okay, let's save and open up our terminal. Oops, I just made a mistake. I was going to open my terminal. Let's kill this and just say npm run start, which is going to make the Node.env environment variable to be equal to the production. Now let's try to visit the localhost 5000. There we go. We can just get our React application. So if you remember, that was our server, but now we actually get our React application on this route. This is exactly what we have done. Under the localhost 5000, we can both get our API as well as our React application. Now we can really just delete one of them, right? We can update. It just works out. And let's just try to create one. I'll say earbuds. Let's just put a value and I'll try to put an image URL. Let's just get it from the Unsplash pretty quickly. Okay, so I just grabbed the image URL for this one and I will paste it. Product added. Let's go here and there we go. Everything is working and this is what we would like to push to our GitHub account. So let's go ahead and create a repo first. So here I am in my GitHub account. I just said create a new repo. I will say Mern crash course. There we go. I'll first make it private. Once I publish this video, it's going to be public. If you really want to, you can go with the public so that everyone can see this in your GitHub account. For now, I'll go with private. Let's say create a repo. And what I want to do is initialize this as a Git repo. I'll say git init. And before I commit any of my changes, I would like to first just ignore this .env folder or .env file. Now I can create a git ignore under the root, or else I can grab this one, put it under the root. Okay, let's move it. So now this actually ignores all these folders and files. I also want to ignore the .env. Let's put it and save. And as you can see now, .env is grayed out. That means this is this is ignored by Git so that nobody can see our environment variables. Okay, so with this, I think we can just push all of our changes. I will say add all of them to the staging area. And for the commit message, we could say project completed. Let's say commit. And now we'd like to push all of our changes. Let's go into the GitHub. We already have an existing repository. I'll copy this and paste it into my terminal, which is going to push the changes that I have in my local machine to the internet, right? To this GitHub repo. There we go. Now we have all of our changes, all of our source code. The latest commit was just now. Let's go and deploy this application. For this, we'll be using render.com. You can use other options. This is what I'd like to use. It's really easy to deploy and free to use. Let's say deploy a web service. We would like to get it from the GitHub account, right? Mern crash course. And okay, so it should be this. Let's say connect. Okay, so we just have all the fields like filled up for us. What we can change for the build command, we have npm run build, and for the start we had npm run start. These are the commands that we have created under the package.json, right? Build and start. And I think you can just leave everything as it is. Choose the free plan. It has like one disadvantage is that it is just gonna go in active state once you don't visit your application more than 15 minutes. And like this is fine for the side projects. If you want to just get it immediately opened, maybe you can go with a paid plan for $7 a month. But I think free plan should work for most of us, right? For the environment variables, let's just grab them under our .env file. I'll say MongoURI and get the value. And I think one more thing I can mention, let me just put those. Let's say add one more. Port is going to be equal to 5000. So here I said the database name is going to be products. That's why actually in our MongoDB account, let me just quickly log in. So under the collections, we see this products and then one more products. The first one is the database name actually. So if you put products underscore DB when we first started this project, this also would be products underscore DB. Okay, so I just wanted to mention this out. This is the database name, and then the inside one is the collection name, which we called it as products, right? Okay, so with this, now we have, let's see, two different documents, which are these ones. Okay, that was just something to keep that in mind. Now let's say deploy the web service. This is gonna take a bit time, but hopefully it should be deployed out. If we got some errors, we'll try to fix it. Once this is done, I'll just be right back. This should take about 1 minute. Okay, there we go. It just says your service is live and everything was successfully done, I think. Let's just say visit this application, learn crash course on render.com. This is the actually deployed application. We can go into the dark mode, light mode. It just works as expected. Let's try to update this one. Let's say wireless earbuds 2. There we go. It's just being updated. Let's try to refresh this page, and it should still have the previous value because this is coming from the database. Let's update it to be back value, right? Let's try to create a new one. I'll just say test 1 2 3 and grab any of those images. There we go. We just got the test as well. Let's try to delete them, and we can delete basically everything. And it's gonna say in this case no products found and create a new product. So with this, I think we just completed this entire application, and this is responsive as well. I might forgot to show this, but once we hit this breakpoint, the navbar goes into the column direction. That's why we see it, and it just works well, right? Let's try to create a couple of different products. I just want to show this. Let's say 1 2 3, just grab one image. Let's just create this one. Okay, so here if we just go into this view, right, we just see 3 elements next to each other. Now they are 2 side by side, and now just 1, and it is completely responsive, right? It just works really, really well as expected. So this is gonna be it for this course. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so let's build Twitter from scratch with your favorite technologies, which are MongoDB, Express, React, and Node, also known as MERN-stack. This is one of the best tech stacks to get into the full stack web development and just understand how everything works behind the scenes. And in this video, we will learn and implement multiple different services, such as authentication, posts, notifications, and users. You will learn how to create a maintainable codebase by writing clean code and separating every service into its own folder and file. You will see how authentication and authorization works behind the scenes and implement it by writing some code. You will learn how to add fundamental concepts of a social media application, such as creating posts, which can be text only, image only, or both of them together in one post. You can like posts, unlike them, and comment on them. If you are the owner of the post, you can delete it. You will learn how to send notifications to users, such as someone liked your post or followed your profile, and the ability to delete all notifications. You will learn how to upload profile and cover images, and how to update user profile info, such as full name, username, bio, link, and password. And while doing all these, we will take care of security as well. For instance, if users want to update their password, first they need to fill in the current password, and it should be correct. Otherwise, they can't really update it. And users can also switch from posts to like section, just like in the Twitter application itself. Also, there will be a right panel that will suggest some random users from the database, and we could follow those users. You will not only learn how to write clean code on the backend, but also in the front end. and specifically in React. Just to give an example, we will create a post component and we will use it in 4 different places. Here in the For You tab and in the Following tab. Also in the Posts and Likes tab. We just use the exact same component and it is customizable. Another example is the Follow button. We use it in the right panel and in the profile page because we will write a custom hook for it and it'll be reusable. For the UI design of this app, we will use Tailwind CSS with Daisy UI. And for the data fetching, caching, updating, and invalidating, we will be using 10stack, also known as React Query, which is one of my favorite technologies in this application. And of course, this app will be completely responsive and we will deploy this at the end completely for free. So there are millions of things to learn from this tutorial, and I have spent weeks on this and designed everything in a way that it would make complete sense. With that, thanks for watching and let's get started. So before we start writing any code, let's talk about the prerequisites. There isn't anything crazy on this list, so basic understanding of HTML and CSS should be fine. Things like flexbox, border radiuses, borders, colors, images, background colors, and things like that. Super basic stuff. And a basic understanding of JavaScript and React would be really helpful. Things like map method, hooks, state, components, and props. So these two are optional. If you have never used them, it is fine. But if you use them, I think that would really help you to just grasp concepts pretty quickly, which is Node.js and Express. And let's talk about the course outline. So this course is designed in 4 different parts, and this is how I recorded it. So in the first part of this course, we're going to be writing our backend functions and just setting up that. So we're going to set up our MongoDB database. We're going to handle the authentication with JSON map tokens. We're going to create user, post, and notification controllers, and we're going to test it with Postman, which is integrated into VS Code. And next, we're going to go into the UI design section where we'll just write some Tailwind CSS and Daisy UI on top of it. We're going to have some hard-coded data for the sake of UI, and we're going to set up React Router DOM so that we could have different pages, links, and just navigation in general. So that's going to be the UI design part, which is the easiest one of this tutorial, because we are here to learn full stack development, and which is a little bit more complex, right? And then in the third section, we're going to connect this UI design to the backend that we have written in the first section. So we're going to be using React and React Query, which is for data fetching, caching, updating, and invalidating some queries. And you'll see what that means. So we'll be writing React Query queries, mutations, and custom hooks, which will make our code base super clean and will teach you a lot of great concepts in React. And finally, once everything is ready, we're going to set up the server and just make our application ready for deployment. And for that, we'll be using a free tool called render.com. And if you take a look at the commits of this GitHub repo, you could see I just prefixed every commit with the section itself. So this is all of the commits that we have added in the first section. And this is the UI design. It is just one small commit or maybe a large one. So we just add the UI design and nothing else. Then in the third section, we have added the most of the things of this tutorial because we are connecting front end to the back end. And lastly, we just add one commit where we prepare our application for the deployment. So as you can see, there are millions of different commits where you can go back in time and just see the changes that we have added. With that, let's start coding. Okay, so I have created an empty folder on my desktop called a Twitter clone, and then I just open it up in VS Code. Now I need to create 2 different folders, one called the backend and the other one will be front end. Now we are not going to work with the front end in this section for a while until we build the backend, but while we're here, let's just initialize a React application and then we're gonna focus on the backend. So I will first cd into the front end and I will say npm create vid at latest. And I just want this React application to be initialized under this front-end folder. So I'll just put a dot at the end. I'll just press enter and that's going to initialize that React application. First, we need to just select this and we would like to go with JavaScript. And if we take a look at it here now, we have all of our folders and files that we need. Now it says run npm install to get your node modules and dependencies. And once that is done, just run npm run dev. Okay, packages have been installed. Let's just say npm run dev, and that's gonna start our development server on this port. If I control click to that, it's gonna take us to this URL, and we should be able to see a React application. There we go. This is our boilerplate, but we're not gonna work with it for now. So I will kill this terminal and actually just create a new one and shrink this one. So now to be able to create a backend, we're not just gonna go cd into the backend and say npm init -y, but instead I'll be doing this in the root. And the reason is to just to have a better developer experience when I deploy this application. And you'll see once we get to the end of the video and just deploy this app. So go into the root and just type npm init -y. And that's gonna give us a package.json file so that we could install our dependencies. And for the backend, we would like to install a couple of different dependencies. And while we're here, let's just install all of them at once so that we don't waste time. And whenever we use any of them, I'll just try to explain each. So I'll say npm install express mongoose JSON web token. This is for authentication, and mongoose for to be able to interact our MongoDB database, and express just to create our API. And then we'll just say, or the express server, right? So that we could have a better and easier time to have a server up and running. And we'd like to install the bcrypt.js to be able to hash passwords, and .env package to be able to read the content of .env files, and course to be able to get rid of the course errors, and cookie-parser to be able to get the cookies from the request, and then the Cloudinary package or the service so that we could upload images for free. And press enter. Now that should install all of our packages and put a node modules in the root. And there we go. Now we have all these packages have been installed under this dependencies. Now I would like to also install a dev dependency. So I'll just say npm install -d, and I'll just say nodemon. And there we go. Now we have this package, and if you have never used it, you'll see why we are installing this. So let's just try to make this type of module so that we could use import and export syntax. By default, it is common.js, and you need to use the require syntax. But I would like to use the module syntax. And then for the scripts, let's just delete the test one, and I'll just say dev, where we'd like to just run nodemon server.js, but this file will be under the backend. So I'll say server.js. So we need to say first go under the backend folder and then find this file. And for the production, we will write the start, where we'll just say run this file with the node. And our main entry file is now not index.js, but it is server.js, and it is under the backend folder. Okay, hopefully now we should be able to say something like console log server is running, and we should be able to say npm run dev, which is gonna call this nodemon and just run the server.js file. So I'll just press enter. And there we go. Now it says server is running. And since we are using nodemon, whenever we do some changes to this file, it is just going to update it and just restart it by default. And that's what nodemon does. So a really useful tool for development. Now we would like to just create an express server, and let's delete this and just get an boilerplate express app up and running. So I'll just say import express from the express. Then we'll just say const app express, and let's just listen to it. So app.listen to a port that could be anything. Let's just say 8000, and we will just say server is up and running on this port. And if we just hit something like the root route, so I'll just say app.get the root, where we got the request and response. I'll just say res.send file, or maybe just send, to be honest, and we'll just say server is ready. Let's just test it out now. If we take a look at from the console, we can see server is running on this port. And if we visit localhost 8000 route, not the API auth login, but it should be just like this, and it just says server is ready. It's because we just set up a get request and send a response. So now that we have our setup, we could just speed up a little bit and add our other routes. So we are going to have a couple of different services, things like authentication, users, posts, notifications, and we can't really add all of them into this file. It would get really large and hard to manage, but instead we will just put routes in different folders. So I'll just create one called routes, and they're gonna have some functions, and again we can't really put all of them into those files. So instead we would like to have some clean code and some manageable and maintainable code base. And for this we are just gonna create controllers, and then we would like to have some tables in our database, and we're going to call them models. And since we're using MongoDB, which is a NoSQL database, so it is not going to be tables, but something called collections. But basically it is the same thing as tables, and it'll just make sense in a couple of minutes. Now we would like to just say app.use, which is to create a middle layer. So we'll say if we visit /API/auth, we would like to call auth routes, and we need to create this now. Let's go into the routes, create auth.routes.js. Now this is optional. You could delete this routes part and just call it as auth.js or really anything .js, but I would like to go with auth.routes.js so that I could just see this is a routes file when I just see this file explorer. So it just makes everything easier, and I think it looks pretty cool. Then we would like to first import this, but first we need to export actually. So I'll say import express from express, and then we need to create something called router, and we need to get that from this capital R from express. Then let's just say export default router. Then we could just put all of our so to say methods, HTTP methods. So that could be get, post, put, delete, patch, anything like that. And if we just say get /signup and just call this function, I'll just say request and response, and we could just say you hit the sign up endpoint. Now let's import this one. Let's say import auth routes from routes and authroutes.js file. Now don't forget to add this .js, otherwise it's gonna give us errors. So always take a look at this .js extension. It is really important because we are using this type of module. Okay, with that in mind, now what is gonna happen is that when we, let me just put them side by side, when we hit /API/auth/signup, we are gonna call this function where we just return you hit the signup endpoint. Now this will be post method later, but for now let's just make it get so that we could test it out in our browser. So I'll just say API auth/signup, and there we go. Now it says you hit the signup endpoint. And if you are wondering how I get this beautiful response as JSON, so I am using this extension called JSON Viewer Pro, which is for free. You could install it from the Chrome extensions. Now let's create another endpoint where we'll just have router. Maybe I'll just put it here. We could basically duplicate this one where we will just say for the login, and let's say you hit the login endpoint. Then we're gonna have another one for logout. let's say logout, and it should be like this. Now if we visit auth login, you hit the login endpoint, and same for the logout. Okay, with that in mind, now we could make this to be post methods. And now we would like to also take these functions and put them into this folder that we have created as controllers. And the reason is, if any of these functions gets larger, this file will be unmanageable, and it is just fine to, or it's a best practice to create this controllers folder. So I will create one called auth.controller.js. And again, this is an optional. You could delete this controller part. And here I will delete this part where I'll just say sign up. And we need to create this function now. I'll say export const sign up, which is going to be an async function, request and response. And maybe I'll just say you hit the sign up endpoint. So it is the exact same thing how we have done in this way. You could still make this async, so it is just a normal arrow function. And I will say sign up, and don't forget to add this .js, otherwise it is gonna crash. And let's do the same thing for login and logout. I'll just duplicate this twice. I'll say login and logout. And to be able to select this, you could press Ctrl D or Command D. And then let's delete those. I'll say login and logout. Now we would like to implement the sign up functionality, but for this we need to have a database so that we could store our users. And for this we'll be using MongoDB. So for this, head over to the mongodb.com, and if you don't have an account, just create one, then sign in. Once you sign in, it is gonna take you to the dashboard where you could see your projects. Now I have a couple of different projects. I think, let's just see, view all projects. And I have deleted all past projects, so I'll just create a new one, and I will call this as Twitter clone, and I will say next. Then project owner is gonna be me. I'll just say create the project. It is gonna take us to this page where we can create a deployment. We would like to go with the free tier, and we could leave the cluster name as it is. It is not really important. Just leave it like that, and let's say create a deployment. Now this is gonna give you a password which you need to copy, and because it is going to hide that, you cannot find it again. So create a .env file, and for now just paste it. We're gonna use it in a second. Then let's say create the database user, and then choose a connection method. Now here it says your current IP address has been added. So currently you cannot see this because I have just removed that while editing this video, and it should add your current IP address as well. If not, you'll just fix it in a second. And let's say choose a connection method. Select the drivers because we would like to connect to MongoDB with Node.js. Now it says install MongoDB, but instead we have installed Mongoose, which is, I think, a better option. It just has really great support, and we'll be using Mongoose. And if you take a look at the online repositories, everyone been using Mongoose. And now let's copy this connection string, and we can show the password or hide it. But I think I'll just copy this with showing that, and I will paste it. Now our password is already being passed. I think we could delete this. And for the database name, you could go before the question mark and just say your database name. I'll just say Twitter-clone or maybe TwitterDB. Then save this, but we need to assign this to a variable. I'll say mongo_URI, and with this we should be able to connect to our database. For now, save this and review setup steps. Okay, we have done everything correct. Now you need to go under the network access. So currently your IP address should be here in this list. I have mine. You cannot see that, but trust me, it is here. I'll just add another IP address where I'll just say allow access from anywhere, because our IP addresses could change while we are developing this application, and we don't want to get any errors. And I'll just say confirm. Now this is in the pending state. In a couple of seconds, it should be active. Okay, there we go. Now it is active, and we can write a function to be able to connect our database. Now, remember how I said we'll be using this .env to be able to read the .env file content. And let me just demo that. So here, if we just say console.log process.env.mongo URI, we should get something like undefined in our console because we cannot read it by default. Instead, we'll just say import .env from .env, and before we do anything else, we'll just say .env.config, and with the help of this function, we are able to just read the value. Now we are going to create a folder called db and connect MongoDB.js. And here we'll just create a function to be able to connect. So I'll say import mongoose from mongoose package, and let's say const connect MongoDB, and this is going to be an async function where we have try catch, and in the error case we could just say console.log the error with error message, or maybe we could say error connecting to MongoDB, and we could just say process.exit with the code of 1. It means there were some errors. And then in the try, we'll just say const connection or con await mongoose.connect, where we'll just say process.env, if I can type, mongo underscore URI. So by using this connection string, we are able to connect to our MongoDB database, and this is going to give us some value. And we could just say console log MongoDB connected and then connection.host, and export default this connect MongoDB function and close that. Once we listen to our server, once our server is up and running, we are going to just say connect MongoDB and just call it. Now we could also change this port. I will put it into this file, and for the value I'll just put 5000. And now instead of putting it like this, I will create a variable where I'll just say it is going to be process.env.port. If this value is undefined, then just give us this 5000 by default, and I will replace it with this one. And let's just make it to be dynamic with the backticks. I will delete this part and I'll just say port. Now let's save, and hopefully in our console we should be able to see something like MongoDB connected. Okay, server is running on this port and MongoDB connected. And let's delete this Mongo URI. Okay, so we have set it up our MongoDB database as well as this server.js file. Before we proceed any further, I would like to just add a commit. And to be able to do this, first we need to just initialize this as a git repo. So I'll just say git init, and then we need to first create a gitignore file. So in the front end, we already have one. So I will just drag and drop this to the root. So there we go. Now it is not under the front end, but rather it's here. And I will just add .env at the very bottom. And there we go. Now this .env file has been ignored, as well as the node modules. And it's also going to ignore this node modules under the front end. With that in mind, we could add all of our changes to the staging area. So I will just press this one and just add a commit message. And since we are in the first section, this is the prefix that I have added, and this is my commit message. So with that in mind, let's first try to create our user model. So I will say user.model.js. And as I said before, a model is going to be kind of like a table. And since we are using a NoSQL, it's just going to be a collection. So let's see how we can create one. First, we need to import the mongoose. Then we are going to give a variable name, let's say user schema, which is going to be equal to new mongoose.schema, which takes an object, and another object, it is like optional, which you just say timestamps to be true, and this is going to give you the created at and updated at field for a user. And I always try to put this because for a user, let's say we would like to show some field like member since let's say July 2021. And with the help of this, we are going to get the created at date, and we can just use this to be able to show this kind of thing in the user profile. And now the most important object is the first one, where you just add the fields for a user. So each user will have a username. So we're going to say the type will be string, it is going to be required, and it is going to be unique. Then let's just try to add the full name. Each user will also have a full name. It is going to be type of string, and it is going to be required. And this doesn't have to be unique. Then we are going to have, let's say, a password, and it is going to have type of string and required to be true. And I think we could also do things like min length is going to be 6. Then they're going to have an email where it's going to be type of string, required, true, and unique. Then each user will have some followers, which is going to be type of array, right? So I'll say followers, and each follower, we're going to keep it as a user ID. So I'll say the type of them will be mongoose schema types.object ID. That's basically says a follower will need to have this kind of MongoDB object ID type. Now, at first, this might look a little bit complicated, but basically MongoDB has object IDs, and all of them have some strict length. So let's say all of them are 16 characters. So if you try to add an ID like 1, 2, 3, which is length of 3, it is going to give you some errors. So just know that this says a follower will be a type of ID. And I think we'll just see that in action once we implement the followers functionality. Then we'll just say it is going to reference to the user model. That means a follower will be a user ID. And by default, when a user sign up, this will be an empty array. That means a user has 0 followers when they sign up. And same goes for the following. It is the exact same thing. So we could copy it and then just paste it. We will change it with following, and again, type of ID and reference to the user model. And by default, it's going to be an empty array so that we know this user don't have any following. So it doesn't follow anyone when they sign up. Then each user will have a profile image, but this could be an optional. So we'll just say type will be string, and by default, it is going to be an empty string. Again, they're going to have a cover image. So cover, oops, if I can type, it is going to be type of string, and by default it's going to be empty. And lastly, they're going to have bio as well as a link. And these fields are going to be optional, where they can set once they sign up. Okay, with that in mind, this is going to be our user schema. So the only, I think, the confusing part was this one, but we're going to get that, and I think it is just going to make sense later in the video. So we have created this schema. Now we need to create a model out of it. So we'll say const user, and we'll just say mongoose.model. We would like to call it as user model, and we're going to pass the user's schema. Now, even though we called it as user as singular, in our database, it is going to be looking like this, and this is what Mongoose does behind the scenes. And lastly, I'll just export default this user model. So I think with that, we can save this file and just try to implement the authentication and specifically the sign up function. So here I'll just close this .env file, and first we need to implement this function where I would like to have a try catch, and in the try, user will give us some fields such as full name, username, email, and password. And we're gonna get this from the request.body, but currently we cannot get this is because we haven't used a middleware. So before we do anything else, we are just gonna call app.use and express.json. And if you don't know what a middleware is basically just a function. It runs before you do anything or after you do everything or just something in between. So just know that it is a regular function that runs between request and response. And in our case, we are using this express.json middleware to be able to parse the request.body. So I'll just say to parse request.body. This is going to be the form data. It is coming from user from the React application. And then here we are able to get those values. And first we need to just check if email format is valid. So I'll say const email regex. So this is a regular expression that we'll be using, and this is something that I have found online. So if you delete this and ask me to type it, I can't really do. I just don't understand anything from this, but we don't really need to understand as long as it works for regular expressions. So this is just going to check if the email user passed is valid or not. If not, we're going to return a status of 400, which means there were some errors, and our error message is invalid email format. And then we need to check if this username exists. So I'll say const existing user, and I'll say await user model. Let's import that, and we need to add the .js. Don't forget this, otherwise it is gonna crash your application. So we'll say find one user where they have this username. Like it looks like this, but since both of them have the same value, we could delete this one and just shorten this. So under the users table, we're just gonna find this user with the username that they have passed. If existing user, we're just gonna say username is already taken and return out of this function. Then we also want to check for existing email. So it is gonna be looking exactly same. I think I could copy this and paste it. So I'll say existing email and find one where we'll just say email equals to the email that user just passed. And if this is the case, we'll just say email is already taken. Then we need to hash the password, and the reason is when let's say user passed a password like this and someone steal our database, they could just see, okay, this user have this password, let me just log into his account and delete his account, or just send message to anyone, read his or her messages. And this is not what we'd like to do. Even if our database is stolen, we could still want to. So we always want to hash the passwords, and this is one of the most well-known best practice. So I'll just say hash password, and for this we have installed a package, which was the bcrypt. Let's first import that. I'll say import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Then we'll just say const salt. So first we need to create a salt, and this takes a bit time. So we'll say await bcrypt.gensalt, and the optimal value that I see online people use is 10. The bigger this value gets, the longer this will take to complete. So in our case, we could use 10. It is a valid number for us, and we'll say const hashed password, where we'll just say await bcrypt.hash, where we would like to hash the password that user passed with the salt. Let's say user passed something like 1 to 6. We're going to take it and make it look like this. So it is not readable at all. Okay. So it is not going to look like this, but something similar. And we have the hashed password. And I think I have a typo. It should be bcrypt. And once we have done this, we'll just say const new user. And I'll just say new user. We have this model, and we are gonna create an object into it where we'll have the full name, and like this full name we're getting from the user. We could pass the username, the email, and for the password, we're just gonna put the hashed password. And since these are the same, we could just shorten all of them. And then we're just gonna check if new user, we're gonna do something else, we're gonna probably throw some errors. Now, once we have the user, we would like to generate a token and set the cookie, and this token will be JWT token. Now, I will just call that function. I'll say generate token and set cookie, and this will take the user ID. So I'll say new user dot underscore ID as well as the response. And once we have done that, so we don't have this function, but we'll create it in a second. We are gonna save this user to our database, and we're gonna say res.status of 201, which means so something has been created. And as for the response, we're gonna just send the user back. So underscore ID is going to be new user underscore ID. So I am getting auto suggestions. I hope it doesn't bother you. It is really convenient for me to just auto accept them and just explain as I do. And for this, I am using GitHub Copilot if you don't know what this extension is. And we're just gonna pass the full name, the username, the email, profile image, followers, following, and the cover image. And these are gonna get those default values, but these are gonna be the values that user pass. And notice how we are not returning the password to the client. And in the else case, we can return some kind of error that says invalid user data. And again, we have 400 status code. And in the catch, let's just return a 500 error that says internal server error, something went wrong in the server, right? And for debugging purposes, we could put a console log where we just say error in sign up controller. And now what's up with this generate token and set cookie function? Now let's just try to write this function, and then I'll explain what it does on a diagram. Here under the backend, I'll create a folder called lib, and then maybe another one called utils, where we could put our functions. I'll say generate token.js. And here we'd like to import JWT from JSON Web Token package, and we'll say export const generate token and set cookie. And this is gonna take the user ID as well as the response, right? The user ID and then the response. And we're getting response because we're gonna set a cookie and send it back to the client. Now here we'll just say const token, and this is how we create one. So jwt.sign, which is gonna take a payload that's gonna be user ID, so that we could identify this user with some value, and that's gonna be the user ID. Then this is gonna take a secret, and that's gonna be JWT secret that we'll create in a second, as well as the expires in date. And let's say this token will expire in 15 days. Now we need to create this one in .env. Let's go here. That is called JWT secret. This could be any value, but let's just create a long one from our terminal. Here just select the git bash, and we need to just type open SSL rand -base 64 and 32. That's going to give us this value that we could copy and just paste it as the value. And then we have the token. Now we would like to send it as a cookie, right? I'll just say res.cookie, and the name that we would like to give, that could be token. I'll just say token, JWT. Then the token that we want to pass is the one that we have just created, is token, and a couple of different options just to make this a little bit more secure. So we'll say maximum age. So we said that it is going to be 15 days, and this should be in milliseconds, and this is how you would do it. I'll just put a comment milliseconds, and then we'll pass HTTP only to be true, and this will prevent XSS attacks, also known as cross-site scripting attacks. That basically means this token cannot be accessible via JavaScript or anything like that. It'll only be accessible HTTP only. And then we are gonna pass another option. Same site will be strict, and this will prevent another attack. I will put a comment, and if you want to just learn more about them, feel free to Google it. Then we'll just say secure, and this should only be true in the production so that it could have that HTTPS. And I will just paste it like this. And we need to create this environment variable as well, node env. And since we're in the development, let's just leave it like this. Once we deploy this, this is going to be production in our deployed server, right? And okay, we just say this is going to be true if this is not equal to development. And now with this, we have created a token, added the user ID as a payload so that we could check which user have this token, and we have encoded with this JWT secret that we have created, and we say this token will expire in 15 days. Then we have added a couple of different options and send it as a cookie to the user's browser, right, or the client. And we are calling this when we, let's import this, by the way. We need to add .js at the end. Okay, we already have it. So we are calling this once we have created this user, and just pass all these checks. We're going to create the token, save the user to the database, and send it as a response to the client. So just to be able to understand this in a better way, I have a diagram that we could take a look. So let's say we have a user that wants to sign up or log in. We haven't implemented this part, but we'll do. And again, we're going to call that exact same function where we just generate a token and set it as a cookie. So user will send a sign up request to our server, and we are gonna get we're gonna create a token encoded with the secret key that we have created in our environment variables. Then this token will have some payload, which is the user ID, and we're gonna send this token in the cookie back to the client. Now that user has this token, whenever he sends another request, that could be something like update profile or delete post or any other requests, it is going to send this JWT token in the response because it has in the cookie, right? And server will get that token, it is going to decode it, and it is going to just see if this token is valid or not, if it's expired or not, and if user has changed it. If not, it is going to see like it has the user ID and it knows, okay, this is that user, it is still valid, he can do like updating his profile, deleting the post, anything like that. That's going to be the success case. But if this token is expired or if it is invalid, it is going to return an error back to the client. And this is basically the workflow that we have. And just know that once user sign up or log in, this we are going to create a token, and this will be saved in the client browser. And whenever user sends a request, we're going to send it to the server and just decode it and return a success or error message depending on the validation. With that in mind, let's try to test it out. And for this, we could use the Postman. I already have an extension for this. Let's go into here and I'll just say Postman. So you need to install this one, and I don't know why I cannot see that. Okay, if you press this three dots, you could get the Postman, and I think I'll just zoom out a little bit to be able to see this in a better way. Now I have a couple of different workspaces, and if you don't have a Postman account, this is going to ask you to log in. I have done this previously, so it is not going to ask me, but let's try to create a new workspace. This is all of my past workspaces. I will just say, okay, when I click to that, it just says sign into Postman. So instead of creating a new workspace, I think I'll just use this one, and I'll delete everything and just do it from scratch together. So I will delete this post collection and this user collection as well. And if you have just signed up, you should be able to see something like this. And maybe first you need to create a workspace. Then this should be your view. Then let's just say create a collection. And we would like to rename this to be oath. And then we could add a request. Let's say this is going to be sign up. And the method for this is going to be post. Now, what is going to be our URL? It's going to be HTTP localhost our port and then /API/oath/signup. And we said that we are gonna send some body. We could go into row and say JSON. We could put an object like this is gonna be, we will just say username, full name, and just put the value for that. But this is a little bit more convenient. Form URL encoded. And to be able to use this, we need to add another, so to say, middleware. So here I'll just say app.use express URL encoded, extended will be true. And to parse, let's say form data, but URL encoded. And with this in place, now we should be able to say username. And for the value, we could say John Doe and full name. We could put some password. If I just say 1234, this should give us an error because we said that minimum length will be 6. And I think we need to also pass the email. I'll say johndoe@email.com. Okay, I'll just send the request now. Okay, it didn't give us any errors. Maybe we should check for it. I think we forgot to do that, but we're gonna fix it in a second. And here as a response, we can see 201 user created. This is the fields that it has, and we got a cookie, which is JWT, and it expires in 15 days. And it is HTTP only. It is not secure because we're not using HTTPS, and because like we're in the local host. But in the production, that's going to be true. And this is the JWT token value that we have. And everything looks like working as expected. The only thing that we could fix is here so we could just say if password dot length is less than 6, we could just say password must be at least 6 characters long and just send this status code. If I try to sign up again with this user, this should first give us an error that says, let's see, username is already taken or email is already taken. Then it is gonna just check and see the password is less than 6. So let's just try to create another account. I'll say Jane Doe. Okay, so I have just updated all these fields and it should give us an error that says password is like less than 6 characters. And if we put 56, it is gonna create that user and we could check it out in our database. Here, if you click to the database, you could go into the browse collections and we should be able to have this Twitter DB. Now I also have another database. This is something MongoDB gives you out of the box so that you could test out this database, but I think I'll just delete this because I'm not going to be using this one. Again, this is just some for testing purposes that MongoDB gives you. And there we go. Now we have the users collection where we have our users and the password has been hashed. Here you can see, and followers and following arrays are empty. These are the default values, but we got the email, full name, and username as expected. And this is this user ID that I have talked about previously. It is the type of object ID, and it just has some kind of like strict length that MongoDB uses. And we're going to be putting them into this followers and following arrays once we add that functionality. And with that in mind, let's try to add the login functionality. So there are too much files open. I think I'll just close all of them. And I will just try to add the login functionality, which is under the auth controller. So I will go here, and again, we'll have some kind of try catch. In the catch, we could just take the exact same values. I will copy these two lines and collapse this, paste it, and I'll say error in login controller, and just log the error message and send it as a response. Then in the try, now we'll click to get the username and password when user logs in. So username and password. This is going to be equal to request.body, and we're going to just find the user, await user find one, where the username field matches the one that user passed, and we need to check if is password correct or valid. Await, we'll just say bcrypt dot compare two passwords, the one that user passed and the one that we have in the database. But in case this is empty, we're just gonna say like compare it with an empty string, which will return false. But this is something that you need to add, otherwise bcrypt throw some errors. So if this is undefined, it cannot compare a string with an undefined. So we just say at least compare it with an empty string so that you don't crash our application. And we'll say if user is not found or if password is not correct, then we'll just say invalid credentials, or we could just say invalid username or password. And if we pass those if checks, we could again just say generate token and set the cookie, and we're gonna say res.status and just send the response back to the client, to the user. And I think it's just gonna be exactly the same thing, where we have the user ID, full name, username, and all these fields which we are getting from our database. And let's try to test this out. I will go ahead into the postman and I will duplicate this one. And if you save this, it is going to update here where it is going to be a post method. And this is the sign up copy. I'll just say login and make this a post. Save this and just get the URL. This is going to be login, and in the body we'll just pass the username, and then we're going to pass, let's say, John Doe, and the password, let's just put the wrong password. Okay, it logged us in for some reason. Oh, because it's because this is the correct password for John Doe. But if we put 123, it is gonna say invalid username or password. But again, if we put the correct password, it is gonna log us in, and we got a cookie for John. Again, we could do Jane Doe, and if we just say 123 and 4, this is gonna give us an error because password is not correct. And if we just say 56, it should log us in. Or if we just make this wrong, it is gonna say invalid username or password. And the next thing that we would like to do, just the logout. I will duplicate this one. And when we just send this request, it should log us out. But first we need to add that function. Now this is gonna be relatively easy. We'll just say try catch, and in the try, we'll say res.cookie, where we have this JWT field. We would like to set it to be empty, and max age, let's say 0, so that it is gonna immediately kill that. And we'll say res.status 200, 200, oops, if I can type, and JSON, we'll just say logged out successfully. And in the catch, we will just do the same thing, error in logout controller, and if there were some errors, 500 status code internal server error. If we click to this, and before that, let's just see our cookies. So in localhost, we have one cookie, which is JWT, right? If I just send this now, logged out successfully. We cannot see any cookies. If we go here, let's just refresh. Now we don't have any cookies because it has been destroyed. And one last controller that we need to add, here we'll just add export const get me. So this is gonna get the authenticated user, and we're gonna be using this later in the video where we just check if user is authenticated or not. And again, this will make sense later. So let's just have a try catch. We'll say const user await user find by ID, and we're gonna say request dot user dot underscore ID. But in the request, we don't have this field. We need to add this first. So I will just comment this out. Oops. Okay, I will comment this out, or maybe just leave it like this. And we need to add another function. So in the auth routes, first let's add our route where we have 3 different post methods. I will create another one at the maybe very top. I will say router.get, where you get the currently authenticated user. I'll say me and get me. You could also call this maybe auth check, but I think I'll just say get me, and we're gonna get this function, but this should be a protected function or protected route. I'll say protect, so protect route, and this is a middleware that we need to create. Under the backend, I'll create this middleware folder, and then protect route.js. So before we write anything into this file, let's take a look at this diagram that we have. So we have added the sign up and login functionality. And now if we try to add different kind of functionalities, we need to somehow decode this token that we have created. And this is that function that we will actually do this part. We're going to take a look at the token, if it is valid or not, if this user is authenticated or not, and like authorized or not, things like that. And let's try to see how we can do this. So first, let's import the user model. We need to put the .js at the end. Then we're going to say export const protect route, which is going to be an async function that's going to take the request and response, and it is going to take the next function, and you're going to see why. But basically, when we hit this get me route, we are going to first call this function, right? Once this has been completed successfully, we're going to call the next function, which is going to be this one, right? And this is basically the logic. So try catch, in the try, first we're going to get the token from request.cookies.jwt, and this is how we called it, if you remember. And we cannot get this with our current setup. To be able to get this, we need to add another middleware. So here I'll just say app.use cookie parser and call that. We need to import that as well. So that was the package that we have installed. And if you remember, I said we need to use this to be able to parse the request, and we are able to get the cookies with the help of it. If there is not token, we're gonna just say return, let's say 401, you need to log in first, but instead I will just say unauthorized and no token provided. But if we have a token, let's try to decode it. So we'll say JWT verify this token, and remember we had a JWT secret that we could decode this token with that secret. So if in the client user tampered with this token and try to change it, this will be invalid. So we'll say if this decoded somehow returns some kind of falsy value, or maybe it is expired, we'll just say invalid token. And if we just pass these if checks, and also let me just zoom in a little bit, we'll just say const user await user find by ID, and if you remember, we had a user ID in this token. That was our payload, and we would like to just return this user, but we don't want to return the password, so I'll just say select minus password so that we don't send that back to the client. And I think we could add another check. We'll just say if there is not user, probably we're never gonna hit this, but just in case, we'll just say 404 user not found. And finally, we'll just say into the request object, add this user field and call the next function. In the catch, we'll just say, I think I'll just copy and paste it. Pretty simple, 2 lines, error in protect route middleware, show the error message and internal server error with this status code. And we are exporting this function as well. So yeah, let me just quickly go over this. We are getting the token from the cookies, and if there is not token, handle it. If there is a cookie but it is invalid, again just handle with an error, and we need to verify this token with that secret that we have created previously. And if we pass this one as well, then it means we have a valid token where we have the user ID. We use this to be able to find the user in our database and return this back to the client, but we remove the password field and we add this to the request. So I'm sorry, we don't really send this to the client, but we add it into the request object. So request.user is going to be equal to that user and call the next function, which is going to be this get me. Let's import this. And now in this get me function, we can use this request.user field because we just added this one, right? And this user had things like ID, full name, username, email, and any of those fields. We're gonna pass the ID, so we're gonna send this to the client. So I'll just say select minus password and res.status with 200 and just send the user back. And again, 2 lines of code. I think I could copy and paste it. Error in get me controller and internal error. So with this now, we should be able to send that request as well. I'll go into the Postman. I will duplicate this one. This should be a get method. I'll say get me. And now if we send this now, we're gonna get no token provided because we have logged out previously. Let's try to log in as Jane. Okay, we have been logged in, we have the cookie. Let's try to get the authenticated user. And looks like we couldn't send the request. Let's see what is the error from the console. So it just says error is not defined. Okay, this should be, let's see, where is it? Maybe in the protect route. Okay, we call this as error and this is error. I'll just make this to be like this. And let's test it out again. I will send this now. And again, we have another one. Let's see. JWT is not defined. Let's get that one. Okay, I'll say import JWT from the package. And let's send again. Okay, we are sending the get me. And there we go. Now we are logged in as Jane. If we try to log in as John, and John had this password from 1 to 4, we are logged in as John, get the John, and there we go. So with this in place, we have all of our controllers for the authentication, and I think we could add a commit. I will just save these endpoints and just close everything, and I'll just walk you through quickly what we have done so far. So in the backend, we have this server.js file. I'll just zoom out a little bit. We have created this auth routes, right? And we have added a couple of different middlewares. These were added to be able to parse the form data, and this is added to be able to parse the request so that we could get the cookies. And then we have a function to be able to connect to database, and we do this once our server is up and running. We have a port environment variable that we are using, and we are using another middleware where we just say if there is a request to API auth, /me sign up, login, logout with the related methods, call the related functions, right? In this case, it was sign up, login, and logout, and this one is protected. So we add this function, and then this calls the next function if everything is successfully completed. If you take a look at it here, we got the request, response, and next, which we call it after we add this user field to the request. And then we call the getMe function, and in this case we are calling the sign up. Let's take a look quickly. We are checking if email is valid, if username and email is not taken, if password is less than 6, we throw some errors and we hash the password. I'll delete that comment, and once we have done this, we are generating a token and setting the cookie. We are creating the user in our database and send it as a response back to the client. Then same for the login, we just check if passwords match, okay, if it is correct or not, if username is correct or not, and we throw some generic error, and again create the token, send the response back, and in the logout destroy the cookie, and in the getMe just get the user. So that was a lot of things if you're using this for the first time, but it is pretty basic if you are familiar with it. And we also created the user model, which was again super basic, and the only part was confusing might be this followers and following arrays. Again, that's just gonna make sense later once we add that. And with that in mind, let's go ahead and try to add a commit. I will add all of them to this staging area. And as for the commit message, I'll just say auth controllers added and prefix it with the current section number. Okay, so let's move on with the user controller functions. For this, first we need to create our routes. I will duplicate this one, where when we visit the API/users, we would like to call the user routes, which we need to import first. And even before that, we need to create it. So user.routes.js, and again, we need to say import express, and just create a router as always. Then just say export default this one, which we can grab it as user routes from the user routes.js file. And I will put my routes here, my packages above, and my utility functions below that. Okay, with this, let's save, and we're gonna have, I think, 4 different methods or endpoints. I will just say router.get, where we would like to get the profile of a user. So it's gonna be /profile/ the username. This is gonna be a dynamic value. So that could be like Bob Doe, Jane Doe, John Doe, whatever that is. So we'll just say username. And we're gonna have a controller function for this called get user profile. We're gonna create that. Then we're gonna have another method to be able to get the suggested users for the sidebar that we have seen in the demo. And I think we're gonna have 2 different methods. One for both of them are gonna be post methods, and this one will be to be able to follow users and unfollow them. So we're gonna pass the ID of the user, and we can just follow or unfollow a user. And lastly, we should be able to update our profile. So we'll just say update and update user profile. And all of these routes should be protected, right? Because if you are not authenticated, then you cannot update your profile, or you cannot follow a user, you cannot get user profile, and you cannot you cannot get suggested users, and you cannot get a user profile. And let's add .js at the end, and I think I'll just copy this and paste it before all these functions. Okay, let's start with the first one, where we would like to get the user profile. For this, we're going to create a controller called user controller.js, and let's say First, let's save this, but before we need to create it, okay, export const get user profile and async request and response, and let's import this one. Now we should be able to create this function. So that's gonna have try catch, but even before that, let's try to get the username from the request.params, and that's how you would do it. We have some value that is dynamic, and we get that from the params. Then we say try catch. In the try, we say const user await user dot find one, where the username matches, and we would like to deselect the password field. And we'll say if there is not user, just say user not found with 404, but else just return the user as a response. Now we're going to be using this when we visit a user profile. So in the profile page, we can see their name, username, their, let's say, members, like member since date, and number of followers following, that kind of thing. And that's why we're creating this function. And in the error case, we'll just say res.status of 500 JSON. Instead of message, let's just say error. We could just say error.message. And for debugging purposes, we could say console log error in get user profile and pass the error message to our console. So with this now, we should be able to get a user profile, which we're grabbing from the params and returning as a response back. And we could even delete this part and just make it one line like this. And let's see what's going to be our next function. We could add this in a bit because it is going to be looking a bit complicated or ugly. So let's just try to add follow and unfollow user first. I will copy the function name and shrink this one. Export const. We're gonna have try catch. In the catch, I think we could do the exact same thing what we have done above. So error in follow and unfollow user function, where we have 500 status code. Now this function will be a little bit more involved, but I think we're gonna get through this step by step. Let's import this function first, save this file, and then in the try, we'll just start to working. So in the try, let's first get the ID that we are passing as a param so that we know which user that we'd like to follow or unfollow. So we're gonna get this ID field, and it should be called as ID because that's how we called it, right? If we called it as IDX, that should be IDX as well. And then we're gonna get this from request.params. Now there are two different users that we'd like to modify, right? The user that we'd like to follow or unfollow, that's what we're gonna say user to modify. And we'll say await user find by ID, their profile with this ID, and the current user. So we could call it as me or current user as Copilot suggests. And I'll say await user find by ID request dot user dot underscore ID. This is that field that we have added in the protect route middleware, right? Then we're gonna just check if this user can follow himself or not. And actually, we're not gonna let this happen. So we'll say if user, or maybe if ID is equal to request.user.underscore ID, then we'll just say return, I'll put curly braces so that we could see this in a better way. Return res.status of 400, you can't follow or unfollow yourself. This is not going to be a message, but let's just say it's going to be an error. And then let's just check if this user to modify or current user is found or not. So these are some boring checks, but it is nice to have them. We just say if none of them exists, just say user not found. Then this function will do follow or unfollow functionality, or it is just gonna do the both of them. So first we need to just check if we are following this user or not. And I'll say is following where current user dot following array includes the user ID that we would like to follow or unfollow, right? Now, if we are following, we are going to unfollow, right? This will be unfollow the user, and in the else case, we are gonna follow the user. And now let me just draw a diagram real quick. Now let's say we have two different users, John and Jane. The ID of John is 1 and ID of Jane is 2. Let's say John wants to follow the Jane. What's gonna happen is that Jane will gain a follower, which is John. So the ID of John will be added into the followers array of Jane. And since John now follows the Jane, the ID of Jane will be put into this array. And it is gonna happen the exact same thing when Jane wants to follow the John. John is gonna get a follower, which is Jane, right? The ID of Jane will be put here, and Jane now follows a user, which is a John. So we're gonna put the ID of John. And let's say Jane regret, he wants to unfollow. What's gonna happen is that John is not gonna have any followers, so we are gonna remove the ID of Jane, and now Jane don't follow anyone. We're gonna remove from the following array the ID of John. And like the concept is pretty basic, but let's say if we had a different user, the ID, let's say it is 3. So let's say we have Jenny with ID of 3. She also wants to follow the Jane. What's gonna happen is that Jane has now two different followers, which is John as well as Jenny. And now Jenny follows Jane. So it is gonna working in this way. And to be able to add an ID to an array, we'll use the push method from Mongoose. And to be able to remove this, we're gonna use the pull method. So with all that in mind, let's try to see this in action. So let's start with the follow user functionality. I'll just say await user find by ID and update. Now this is going to be the user that we'd like to follow. So we need to update the followers array. I'll just first pass the ID, and the field that we'd like to update is the followers array, where we'd like to push our ID of the current user, right? Then we'd like to update the current user object. So await user find by ID and update, which is this user, and we'd like to update the following array, where we're gonna add the ID of the user that we just followed. And once we follow a user, we'd like to send a notification to that user, but more on that later. And now let's try to add the unfollow functionality. Again, this is gonna be looking pretty similar. Find by ID and update, where we'd like to pull from the followers array because we are just unfollowing them, and we're gonna pull from the following array from the current user. And if we just unfollow, we don't want to send any notifications, but instead we would like to just say res.status of 200. Like we could just say message unfollowed successfully. And later I think we're gonna update this field where we'll just pass the user to modify underscore ID. But for now, let's just keep this message. And let's try to test it out. Below this, in the else case, I'll just say user followed successfully. And I think we could test it out now. Again, we're gonna go back into the Postman. I will zoom out a little bit. Under the not auth, so we are done with the auth actually. I will create another one. This collection will be, let's say, users. And we'd like to add a request, which is gonna be, a post method. I'll just say follow, and let's put our endpoint API users follow, and we need to pass a user ID. So let's first log in as, let's see. Okay, I'll just log in as John. We got some errors. Let's see. So as we can see, we forgot to add .js and in the user controller.js file. Let's go here. we always need to add this .js at the end, otherwise it is gonna crash. And let's try to log in. Okay, we are logged in as John. This is our ID. If we try to follow ourselves, it should say you cannot follow or unfollow yourself, but it didn't. Let's try to see why this is the case. In the follow unfollow user, okay, I think we need to say to string, because when we set this user ID into the request, this might be in the type of object. And if we just convert it to string, which is the same type with the params, it should work now. And if we just send this again, it is going to say you cannot unfollow yourself. So let me just control Z this so that we could unfollow ourselves. Then we cannot be able to follow or unfollow. Okay. So now if I just send this, it is going to say you can't follow or unfollow yourself. Let's take a look at in the database. We have logged in as John, and John is not following anyone, right? And it don't have any following as well. Let's copy this one, which is the ID of Jane. I will paste it now. It is gonna say user followed successfully. Let's test it out. Now Jane should have that follower. There we go. Jane has a follower, which is the John, and John is following Jane. Let's try to unfollow. And let's refresh to see if it worked or not. And there we go. Now John is not following anyone. It is empty. And this user don't have any followers. It is empty as well. And that means everything is working fine. And we talked about the notifications. Let's just try to send it then. And to be able to send a notification, first we need to create a notification model. So I'll say notification model.js, and let's try to create it. First we need to get the mongoose, then we need to create a schema. So notification schema, and pass this. And again, I would like to have the timestamps just in case if we want to use it later. So I'll say timestamps will be true. And each notification will have a from field, to field, type in red, and let's just add all of them one by one. So this notification will be sent from a user, which will be type of mongoose schema types.object ID reference to the user model, and this is going to be required. Okay, we need to put a comma, and same is going to be for to, and this is going to be reference to the user model. And now the type of notification, it is going to be type of string, and it is going to be required, but it is going to have two different values. And if you want to have some specific values, you would add enum, which could be a follow or like notification. Like there are things like comment, but we are not going to be adding them. At least I will not be doing that. If you want to, you could add at the end of the video. And if you watch this until the end, you should be able to have that ability to add it. And then the last field we would like to add is going to be read or read. We'll say type will be boolean. By default, it is going to be false. And lastly, we would like to just create the model. Let's say mongoose.model and export default this one. And we're going to go back to our controller, and instead of sending this message, or actually let's just keep it, but before we do that, we'll just create a notification. So I'll say new notification and get this model, import it. Okay, and then we are going to say the type will be follow, and from is going to be request.user.id, and to is going to be this ID that we're getting as a param, or we could say user to modify ._id. Just to make this code a little bit readable, I'll say user to modify _id. And then we are just going to save this to the database. like this, new notification dot save, and we're gonna say user followed successfully. I'll just put a to do here where we need to just return the ID of the user as a response. So we are not gonna send this message, but we're gonna send the ID, and it is gonna be helpful when we use that in the client. And we're gonna do the same thing for this one, but for now, just it is fine to send this message. Later, we're gonna change that. And with that in place, let's try to follow this user as well. I mean, again, it says user followed successfully, and if we refresh our database, we should be able to get a notification. There we go. Under the notifications table or collection, we have a notification type of follow. Let me just zoom in. It is not read, and it is sent from this user to this one, and it is created just now. It is because we have used the timestamps true. We got the created at and updated at fields. Same happens for the users. We got those two fields because of the timestamps. And with that, we can move on with our next function. Let's see what's gonna be. Let's say get user profile. I mean the get suggested users. So this is the function name, get suggested users, and we need to create it first, but I will just close these so that it doesn't get any confusing. And then we could shrink this function, and we could say export const get suggested users. In the try and catch, first in the try, now before we write this function, we first want to exclude the current user from the suggested users array, because we don't really want to suggest ourselves in the sidebar, and we want to exclude the users that we already follow. And let's see how we can implement this. So we're gonna get the user ID. This is gonna be coming from request.user._id. Then we'll just say const users followed by me, and we're gonna say await user find by ID. It will just get the following array. We're gonna be using this in a second, and before that we are gonna just get some users. So I'll say users await, and for this we'll be using aggregate function. If you're seeing this for the first time, that's gonna look a little bit weird, but just bear with me, it is not that bad. So we're gonna just say match, where the underscore ID field is not equal to the user ID. And after this object, we are gonna say give us sample size of 10. So we'd like to get 10 different users and not the authenticated user. Then we are gonna just filter some users out of it. So I'll say const filtered users, and we're basically just going to exclude the users followed by me. And this is a pretty basic function that I don't even need to explain. And const suggested users, and we're just gonna get, let's say, filtered users dot slice. We would like to just get 4 different values, and this suggested users will have the password, so we would like to just put it as null. So I'll just say suggested users, for each user password should be, let's say, null, and we'll say res.status of 200 and return the suggested users. And in the catch, we could just say error in suggested users and send it back. Now, why did we just get the first 4 values and we got 10 different values? Now, let's say this will return us 10 different users. So these are the IDs, and let's say these are the users that I already follow. They're going to be filtered out, and we only have this 6 different values. And from this, we just got 4 values. And I know this function could be written in a better way, but this will work in our case, and just feel free to optimize it and just change the logic a little bit. So with that in mind, I think this should be fine, and we should be able to import this one and just test it out. And our endpoint is suggested, which is a get method. I will go into the Postman. duplicate this one. So I am logged in as John, right? As far as I know, that should be the case. I'll just log in again. Okay, we are logged in as John, and I would like to get suggested users. We cannot get any because we only have one user in the database, which is Jane, and we are already following her. So if I try to unfollow, okay, we unfollowed the Jane, and if we try to get the suggested users, now we should be able to get her. And let's try to create different accounts in the database. In the body username, let's just say Bob. And I'll just say create this account. There we go. And let's create another one. So I have just put the values for Jenny, and there we go. So I put another value for Beth. Let's create this user as well. And let's try to suggest users now. Currently we can get only one, but if we send again, we will get 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 different values. And if we follow any of them, they will be excluded from this array. And with this now, it looks like our suggested user endpoint is also working. And lastly, let's just try to add this update user profile controller. And even before that, I think I forgot to mention about this, where when we try to get the suggested users, we don't really get the password. It is set to null. It's because that's what we have done in this suggested controller, right? We just said for each user, set the password to be null, but this only affects in the response, so this doesn't update the database. So users still have their passwords with the actual value in the DB. And with that in mind, let's try to create this controller. And I think I'll just rename this to be update user. And I would like to create this now in this file. And let's try to import it. Okay, so this function is going to be a bit long, but let's try to do it step by step. So user wants to update their profile. So they are going to pass us some values such as full name, email, username, and if they want to update their password, they first need to pass the current password for some security checks. Then they should pass the new password, and they might want to update their bio as well as the link. Then we're gonna get them from the request.body, and they also might want to update their profile image and cover image, and for this we're gonna get it as let, and we will see why. For now, let's just get them like this, because we're gonna reassign these values later in this function. Then we want to get the ID of the ID of this current user, so we're gonna get that from the request, and we're gonna have try and catch. In the try, let's just check if we have this user or not. So I'll say const user find by ID, where we pass the ID, and if this is not found, we're gonna return 404. And now we need to check if they passed both of the passwords, right? If they pass the current password and not new password, then we should return an error, and vice versa. So I will just say if and open up this two parentheses and put both of them here. So we'll just say if there is not new password and there is current password, or vice versa. So we don't have the current password, but we have the new password. So we could just return an error that says, please provide both the current password and the new password. But if, let's just scroll a little bit, but if we have the current password and new password, then we'd like to actually try to update. But again, still we need to have some if checks. First, we're gonna check if current password is correct or not. So I'll say const is match, where we'll be using bcrypt. So I'll say bcrypt, and let's import that. And again, I just want to call this as bcrypt and not bcrypt.js. So it's just preference if you want to leave it like this and put the name here as well. So we'll use the compare method, and here we'll just compare the current password with the password that we have in the database. So this is the one that user passed from that form, and this is the actual password user has in the database. If it does not match, we'll just say current password is not valid. So I will just change this auto suggestion, where I'll just say current password is incorrect. And after this, we could have another if check, where we'll just say if new password.length is less than 6, we would like to just return res.status of 400, and we'll just say it must be longer than 6 characters, or at least 6 characters. But if we pass all of these, then we could actually update the password. And we want to hash it. Again, we're going to create a salt bcrypt gensalt. The number that we have used is 10, so we'll just say user.password and await bcrypt.hash the new password with the salt that we have just created. So that was our if check to be able to update the password. And let's say user also wants to update their profile image. So we'll say if profile image is being provided, we'll click to update it. And we're going to do the same thing for the cover image. So we'll say if user passed the cover image, we'll click to update it for them. And to be able to update an image or store an image, we'll be using Cloudinary, and we have installed that package. And before we write any code, we need to create a Cloudinary account. So head over to the cloudinary.com and then just create an account for free. It has a generous free tier that we could use. And once you sign up and log in, they're gonna take you to this programmable media, and you can go into the dashboard where you can see a cloud name, API key, and API secret, which will copy all of them one by one and then pass it as an environment variable. So I will go into my .env file, and I will just say Cloudinary cloud name and pass my value. Then I will create two different ones. So this is going to be Cloudinary API key as well as the API secret. And let's get those values. So as far as I know, these values could be public, but you should keep this as a secret. Now you can see my values, but don't try to use it because I will delete them after I publish this video. And once we have done this, let's save this file. Then we're gonna go into the server.js, where we need to configure our Cloudinary account. So after this .env config, I'll just say cloudinary.config, and first we need to get this function, where I'll just say import v2 from Cloudinary. So we should say v2.config, but this is not really readable. So I'll just rename this as Cloudinary, and I'll just say Cloudinary.config and pass an object where we have the cloud name. We are getting that from the environment variable that we have just created, and same for the API key as well as the API secret. Just make sure that your values match. So it should be exactly like this. So I will copy it just to make sure and paste it one by one. Okay. So with this, now we have connected our Cloudinary account, and we can now upload and delete images. We are going to save this file, and we're going to go into the user controller. So first thing that we would like to do is just upload an image where they want to update it, right? So we'll say await and Cloudinary. Again, we need to import this one at the very top. I'll put the models here, like this. Then my packages. So I'll say import v2 as cloudinary from that package, and I'll just say await cloudinary dot uploader dot upload, and we're gonna just pass the profile image. You could also pass options, but I will skip that. Then we are just gonna say the profile image will be equal to, this is gonna give us a response, so uploaded response, and we're gonna take this, and from that there is a field called secure URL, and this is gonna be the uploaded result. And we're gonna do the same thing for the cover image, where we're gonna have this part uploaded response, and it is gonna be equal to this right hand side, and we're gonna pass this cover image that user pass. And once we have done this, we're gonna say cover image will be equal to the response.secure URL. And with this, now we have updated the profile image as well as the cover image. But now we also need to add these fields to the database. So they have just been added to the Cloudinary, and we're gonna update the user profile. So first, let's just update the full name. So we're gonna say if user passed a full name, we're gonna take that. If not, we're gonna just keep the default value that we have in the database, right? So this is the one that we're getting from the request.body. And we're gonna do the same thing for email. We're gonna just either update it or keep the one that we have in the database. So user.username and profile image, bio, link, and the cover image. And once we have reassigned all these values, we're gonna just save this to the database. So I'll say await user.save, and we'll say return, I'll just scroll a little bit, and return this as a response to the client, but we don't want to pass the password. So I'll just say user.password should be null. And this is not gonna update the database, because after this, we don't say await user dot save. So this is just gonna update in the request or the response, I'm sorry. So as a comment, I'll just say password should be null in the response. Now this is fine and this is gonna work as expected, but we have some optimization issues in these two parts. And the reason is, let's say user has a profile image already and they want to change that with a new one. We are uploading the new one to the Cloudinary, but we don't delete the old one. We need to delete that so that we don't use our free storage that we have. Otherwise, our free plan will expire. And this is how we're going to be doing that. We'll say if user already have a profile image, then we would like to just destroy it in our Cloudinary account. And once we destroy that, we're going to upload the new image. And we'll say await cloudinary dot uploader dot destroy. And now this looks a bit weird, but let me just explain. So this is an image that I have uploaded to Cloudinary, which is a WhatsApp clone, WhatsApp logo. So this is gonna be the URL that you have in the Cloudinary. And if you want to destroy an image, basically it means delete an image, you need to get the ID of the image, which is this one. And to be able to do this, we will say user.profile image, which is this string that we have, and we're gonna split it with the hash, okay? Slash. So it is gonna just split all these values, and we would like to get the latest one. So we are just gonna say pop. This is an array method that gives you the last value. Then we'll just say split this also from the dot. So we'll say split and get the first one, which is the ID of the image. And with the help of this line, we are able to delete the old image from the Cloudinary account, and then we are able to just upload the new one. So we're going to do the exact same thing for this one. We'll say if there is already a cover image, just destroy it, then try to upload the new one. So with this, I think this function should be done. Let's try to test it out in Postman. And unfortunately, now in this section, I am not able to demo this cover image and profile image uploads, but we're going to do that later in the front end part when we connect both of them. But just know that these two functions are working and they are even optimized. Let's go ahead and create another, let's duplicate this one, another request. So that's going to be update profile, post method, and the URL was API users. I think it was update. Yes, and then let's log in first. So I will log in as John. And let's say I want to update my email. I will go here and in the body, I'll say my email will be john@gmail.com. So previously it was John Doe and at email.com. Now it is at gmail.com and it is John. Let's send that. And okay, we are not getting any response. Let's see in the console. So after we have done that, in the catch we didn't return anything. Let's just add that as well. Probably something went wrong and I will send this again. Assignment to constant variable. Let's see what we have done. Okay, we should call this user to be let because we are updating them here. I mean here in this part. I will save and I'll just test it out again where I just let's see. So in the body we are updating the email field. And there we go. Now email has been updated to this value and let's double check that in the database. I will refresh and here I can see this is the new email. Let's try to update the password as well. I'll say password and I will make this, so previously it was 1 2 3 4. Now I would like to make it 5 6 and we need to pass actually current password. So that was the current password that we have. Now we would like to add the new password. If we don't add this, let's see what's gonna happen. It says please provide both the current and the new password. I'll just say new password is gonna be 1 2 3. It should say something like the length should be at least 6. There we go. And if we say 5 4 5 6 and if we pass the wrong password, so let's say we put something like this, it is gonna say current password is incorrect. So everything is working fine and let's update it to be this new value. And there we go. Now our so to say password has been updated. Let's try to log in with the old password. It is gonna say invalid username or password, but if we put the correct one, it should log us in. And we could also add things like bio, and I'll just remove this one for now. I'll say bio, I am John Doe, and a link. I'll just say johndoe.com. If we just add them, it's going to update, and let's see in the database. Now John Doe has its bio as well as the link. And with that, I think that's gonna be it for this user controller where we could save our requests and just close our files and add a commit. So we are still in the first section where we just added user routes and controllers. And next we'd like to add our post controllers. But before that, we need to add a post model. And I'll just zoom in a little bit. So first we need to import the mongoose and create our schema. So I'll say const post schema and just pass my first object as well as the timestamps so that I can see the create that for a post. Now each post will have a user, right? It is going to be the posted by. I will call it as user, and this is going to be again a type of object ID, which we're going to reference it to the user model. And we're going to say this is going to be required. And we need to put a comma here. Then each post will have a text. I mean, this is going to be optional. So either it's going to have a text or an image. Then we'll just say it is going to have an image, again, type of string, and it is not required. Then posts will have some likes. So it's going to be an array of references to the user model. So we'll just say type will be object ID reference to the user model. Then each post will have some comments, right? Again, it is going to be an array where each comment could have a text. So I'll just say text. It is going to be type of string, and this text field will be required for a comment. Then a user we're going to pass so that we know who posted that comment. And it's going to be type of object ID, ref of user, and required. With that, we have our post model. I mean the schema. Let's create a model out of it. So I'll say const post and mongoose.model post schema, then export default this one. Now we need to go into the server.js and add one more route, which is going to be API posts, and import the post routes, which we need to import it from here. And first we need to create that under the routes. As always, we're going to get the express and the router, then just say export default that one. And we could save this file and then this one. Now we're going to put our routes or our methods. I'll just first start with the post method, where we would like to just create a post. And this is going to be protected route. So only the users that have authenticated can create post. And don't forget to add this .js at the end. Then we're going to call the create post function. Then let's create another one for delete. So when we just hit API posts with a delete method, we're going to call the delete post function. And let's create two more, maybe below this post. They're going to be like and the ID of the post that we'd like to like. Say like post, and maybe unlike as well. So like, unlike, post, and then comment on a post. I'll say comment and ID of the post that you'd like to comment to. We'll just say comment on post. And let's just go one by one. First, we need to create this one under the post controllers. So I'll just import this function. And then here we would like to have a try catch, where we would like to get the text and image from the request.body. And again, we need to make this image to be let, because I think we're going to reassign this. And we need to get the user ID. So I'll say user ID request.user underscore ID, and let's convert it to a string. And first we could just check if this user exists or not. Find by ID, user ID, and if there is not user, let's just say 404 user not found, and get this user model and add the extension at the end. Now we are going to say if there is no text and there is no image, let me just give a bit space. We're just gonna return an error that says post must have a text or image with the status code of 400. Then if we pass all those if checks, we'll just say const new post, and let's call the post model, where our post is gonna have the user. So we're gonna pass the user ID, which is the currently authenticated one, and then the text as well as the image. And then we will just need to save this to the database. And lastly, return it as a response back with 201, which says created. And in the catch case, we could just console log an error as well as returning a 500 error just to make user know that there is something crashed in the server. But I think we forgot to upload the image to Cloudinary. So after we pass these checks, we are just gonna say if there is an image, we would like to just upload it, right? So I'll say const uploaded response. First, we need to import the Cloudinary. So we have a suggestion v2 as Cloudinary uploader.upload the image. And we're gonna reassign this image. That's why we have called it as a let. We're gonna get the secure URL out of it. And with this now, this function should be completed. And we could make this console log a little bit better. We'll say error in create post controller. And here we could maybe just say internal server error. Okay, with this, let's save and try to test it out in Postman. I will create another collection. I'll say duplicate this one, and let's say posts. We would like to delete this one as well as this, and we'll say create post, and our endpoint is going to be posts create, and we don't need to pass any IDs. And let's try to add a body. So we were accepting a text, let's say my first post, and we could skip the image for now. Let's just send it, and there we go, post has been created. And let's take a look at the database. So if I just refresh, we should be able to see some posts collection. There we go, and we should have our first post. It doesn't have any likes or comments, but we're gonna get there. And here we can also see there is no image because we didn't pass. Let's try to pass it. So I'll say image url.com, and if we just refresh this, we should be able to get that. So we didn't get that. Let's see what we have done. Okay, it says internal server error. Let's see what we have in the console. I'll just open up my terminal. So it says post routes. So it says imageurl.com is not found. What does that mean? Let me just take a look. So we are sending an image, which we get that from the request.body. Oh, okay, so this is some error that we got from Cloudinary, and yeah, obviously this is not gonna work for now, but it's gonna work when we add the client part. So in the React application, it is gonna work. For now, if we just add our second post, it should also work. And again, we're just gonna get that to that, let's say, Cloudinary image part in the client. We have our second post as well. Let's try to add our second controller, and it is gonna be here. Let's say delete post, and let's close these files so that they don't get distracting. And we would like to create the delete post. I will shrink this one and create this one. Let's import it and save this one. Now here again, we're gonna have try catch, and first we would like to get the post. I'll say const post, where we'll just say await post dot find by ID, and we're gonna pass request dot params dot ID. because this is the ID that we are passing to be able to delete a post. So we forgot to add it, but it should be looking like this. Okay, save this file now. And we're just gonna say if there is not post, just return 404. And let's just first check if we are the owner of the post. We'll say if post.user.toString, because this was an ID. If it is not equal to the currently authenticated user, we'll just say you're not authorized to delete this post. And we'll say if post has an image, we would like to delete that from the Cloudinary account. And again, we need to call that destroy method. So first, let's get the image ID. So post.image.split with the slash, and we're gonna get the latest one, and we're gonna split it from the dot and get the first one. Then we'll just say await Cloudinary uploader.destroy this image. So we have deleted that from the Cloudinary, and now it is time to delete this document from the MongoDB. We'll say await post.findById and delete, where we'll just pass the ID of the post. And we could say res.status post deleted successfully, and console.log in the catch error in delete post controller, and we'll just say internal server error. So I will save this one, and I would like to get the ID of this post. And if we just refresh now, we should be able to see the second post because we have created that one. Okay, second post and first post. I got the ID of this one, right? I will just try to delete it now. So I will duplicate this one. I will make this to be a delete method, and I'll say delete post. And our endpoint will be API posts. If we just send the ID with the delete method, we should be able to delete that. Post deleted successfully. Let's refresh and just double check. And there we go. The first post has the first been deleted. Now let's try to add a comment to a post. Save this one. And we're gonna go here, uncomment this, which is a post method. We'll like to create this function. So I'll just say export const comment on post and import it here. And this is gonna be relatively easy. Again, we'll have a try catch. In the try, let's get the text from the request.body, and then the post ID from the request.params, and then the user ID from the request.user. And I think we don't need to make it a string. So if there is not text, we'll just say text field is required, like this, with a 400 status code. And let's just check if this post is in the DB or not. So await post.findById, and we'll just pass the post ID. If not, we'll just say 404 post not found. But in the else case, we are just gonna try to create that comment where we have a user field, which is gonna be the user ID, and then the text itself. We'll say post.commentsArray should get this comment. So push the comment into it, then just save it to the database. And res.status of maybe 200, because we just updated instead of creating a new document. And in the catch case, I'll just say console log error in comment on post and internal server error. Let's save and let's try to test it out. I will just duplicate this one, and I'll say comment. It's gonna be post method API posts comment, and then the post ID. Let's get the ID of this one. Currently, it don't have any comments. The array is empty. So in the body, I'll just say the text. This is my first comment, and we need to pass the ID of the post, and let's send it. Okay, comment has been created. Let's just refresh and see. So there is a one comment, which is an object text. It is this one, and the user that commented, we got the ID of that user. And there's also the ID of the comment. And this ID is created by MongoDB by default. And now let's add the like functionality. So I will save this request and close that. Uncomment this where we have this function. Let's create it. And import it into this file. So now this function is going to handle the like and unlike functionality at once. And how is this going to work? Let's just quickly see this on a diagram. So we have a user, John, and this is his ID. And we have a post, and this is the ID of the post. When user wants to like this post, we are going to add the ID of this user to the likes array. So we're going to just put that with the push method that is coming from Mongoose. And if he wants to unlike that, again, it is gonna send a request to this function or the endpoint. We're just gonna remove this ID with the help of pull function or method, whatever that is. And also when we like the post, we are gonna create a notification and send it to a user. And that user is gonna be the creator of this one. So it is gonna be looking like John has liked your post. So with that in mind, let's try to write this function. So in the function, let's say try catch, and first let's get the user ID, request.user._ID, and let's get the post ID, which we are passing from the params, right? This is the post ID, and I would like to just rename this to be post ID just to make our code a little bit more readable. Then I will get the post. So post.find by ID and pass the post ID. And if post is not found, we'll just return 404. And first we need to check if user liked this post already, right? I'll say post.likes includes the ID of the current user. If so, that means we would like to unlike this. But else we would like to like the post, right? So user already liked the post, we would like to unlike it, and let's just say wait, maybe I could put a comment unlike post. So await post.update 1, where the underscore ID field is equal to the post ID, and we would like to call the pull from the likes array. We would like to remove the user ID, and we're gonna just say res.status of 200, where we could just say post unliked successfully, and we don't need to send any notifications. But if we like the post, then we'll like to just send a notification. So we'll say post.likes.push the ID of the current user and save this to the database, and then we'll like to create the notification. So I'll just scroll a little bit, notification, and that's going to be new notification, and let's call this model. We just imported that, and make sure you have the .js at the end, which is going to take an object from this user ID to this post.user, the owner of the post, and the type is either could be like or follow, because that's what we have done in the, let's say, post model file, right? We said that, I'm sorry, in the notification model. So we said that it is going to be enum type, follow, or like type. And we had the from, to, and red field. By default, this is going to be false, so we don't need to indicate that one. And we're going to say await notification.save and just send a response back to the client. And lastly, in the catch, I'll just save to get this formatting, then error in this controller, and then the internal server error. So with this, let's save and test it out. I am going to just first get the ID of this post. and I'll try to like it. Currently it don't have any likes. I will duplicate this one. It's gonna be a post method. Let's say like, unlike. Okay, we're gonna just pass the ID of the post. And if I just send this, it says post liked successfully, and it should create a notification as well. Let's just double check it. So this post this post has a like, and let's see, now we should have that like notification that has just been created, and it is sent from this user to this one. And let's try to unlike this. Okay, it also worked. And if we take a look at the posts, it doesn't have any likes. So when you unlike, you could delete the notification, but I think I'll not do that. We'll just leave that notification be there. And since all of these routes are protected, if we log out, now we don't have any cookie. And if we try to like, comment, delete, we're just gonna get this error where it says unauthorized because we are not providing any token. So that was just something to keep in mind. And the other function that we'd like to add, I think, is gonna be get all posts. So here I'll say router dot get slash all, and this is also gonna be a protected route. Then we're gonna just call the get all posts controller. So let's go ahead and shrink this one as well and create the function like this: export const get all posts, which will have a try catch. In the try, we'll like to get posts, and we'll say await post dot find. If we just call it like this is gonna give you all posts in the database, and we'd like to sort this with the create that field. If we just put -1, it is gonna give us the latest post at the top. So just like a social media application. But now if we get it like this, we have some kind of problems, and we're gonna see that. Let's say if posts.length is equal to 0, which means this is an empty array, we'll just say return res.status. Instead of 400, I'll just return success, but I'll just return an empty array, right? Because we don't have any posts in the database. And we'll say res.status of 200 JSON posts. And in the catch, let's add this classic console log as well as the response. Let's save, and we would like to create another request. Let's duplicate this one. This is gonna be a get method to all, and we would like to say get all posts. And if we just try to send this now, we couldn't get a response. Let's see. Get all posts is not defined because we forgot to import this one. And I think we also need to log in. Let's try to see. I will log in as John. Okay, now we can get all posts. So these are the posts that we have in the database. But now the problem that we have, we don't really know the creator of this post. We know that it has an ID, but what if we want to get the username, the full name or profile image? So we have no idea about this. And for this, we'll be using a method called populate. And let me just show an example real quick. So let's say we fetch this user profile where we just get the posts, but we don't know the full name of that user or the username, the profile image. The only thing that we have is this user ID, and currently we cannot see any of these fields. And for this, we'll be using the populate method so that it could give us the profile image, full name, username, and any other information about this user document. And we're gonna go into our controller where we have just function. At the end, we'll say populate the user. And with the help of this, now we are able to just get the username. And as I said, like all the fields that this user document has. And let's save. and just test it out again. So previously we only got the ID for a post. If we just send it again, now under the user object, we have every single field, and we could remove the password from here. So let's say post.controller select minus password, it is here. And if we just send this again, now hopefully it should work, but it is not gonna work. We can still see the password. It is because if you are using the populate, and if you want to remove some sensitive information, you need to use in a different way. So instead of doing it like this, we're gonna pass an object where we'll just say the path is gonna be the user, and we would like to just deselect the password. So let's say select and minus password. And with this now, hopefully this should work. I'll just send another request. And there we go. Now we don't see the password. And we would like to also get the information for the comments, right? We can see the user ID, but we'd like to see the username and profile image, full name for a user, so that we could show that in the comment section in our React application. And it is going to be pretty similar. We will just put another populate. So I'll go below and I'll say populate, and the path is going to be comments.user, because this is what we have. Under the comments, we would like to populate the user, and we would like to deselect the password. Let's save, and it is gonna first just fetch the user profile and remove the password from here. And if you want to, you could also remove the email and any other fields. And now I hope you're able to see the advantage of using this populate method, where we just not only get the reference but the entire document so that we could use them in our client. And I will just talk about this once we add that to our React application and just render the comment sections as well as the user information for a post, just like I have shown here. So we will fetch the post and show these informations about the user. Now, the next controller that we'd like to add is gonna be for this likes. Let's say we visit a user profile and we would like to see the post that they have liked. And to be able to achieve this, we need to update our user model. Let's go and just add one small field. And I didn't add this until now so that it doesn't get any complicated. So we're gonna have liked posts array. And again, each post or each document will be a reference to the post model. So we'll just say type will be mongoose.objectID and reference to the post collection or post documents. Then by default, this user will not have any liked posts, because when they first sign up, they didn't like any posts. And we'll like to update this array whenever they like or unlike a post. And it is going to be under this if and else checks. So we have updated the post, the number of likes that it has, and now we would like to update the user model. So user.update1, where we're going to pass the ID of this current user, and we're going to remove the post ID from the liked posts array of this user, and we're going to just push it into it when we like the post. So I'll say await user.update1 and just push the ID of this post into that like post array. And with this now, whenever we like or unlike a post, it is going to update this like post array in the user document. And let's create that route where we could just get liked posts. So I'll say get likes of an user, where we'll just pass the user ID. And for the function name, I'll just say get liked posts. And let's create this one at the very bottom. And let's import it. And maybe we want to shrink this one as well. Okay, so we're gonna have, even before the try, we could just get the user ID from the params request.params.id. Then we're gonna have the try and catch. In the try, let's just first find the user by ID. So const user await user.find by ID, and if there is not user, just say 404 user not found, and we need to find all posts that this user has liked. So I'll say const like posts, and we'll say await post.find, and we need to pass an object underscore id. This is gonna be the post id, and in user.liked posts array. So if the user liked post array includes this post id, then we're gonna get that. And again, we would like to just populate the user field so that we could show the username and full name, that kind of thing. And I think we need to do the same thing for the comments. And we're just gonna deselect the password. And after this, we're gonna say res.status 200 and the like posts. And in the catch, let's just put something classic. Okay, with this, that should be fine. Let's try to call this function. I'll first create another request. Get like posts, and this is gonna be our endpoint. So likes, and we're gonna pass the user ID. Let's get one from our database. Now let's first get the ID of John. We need to paste this, but let's just like a post by John. Okay, I will log in as John. I think I have already done this, but I'll just make sure. And then I will like a post from this account. Let's go into the posts, and I will like this second post that we have. So I will pass this ID like that. Okay, now if we try to get like posts of John, there we go. Now we can see, so this is the post ID, this is the user that has liked that post. We cannot see the password, and like the text of this post, number of likes, and the comments. And with this, that's gonna be it for this function as well. Now we need to add two more functions, and that's gonna be it for the post controllers. Now I'll just duplicate this one, and instead of getting all posts, we are just gonna get the posts of the users that we follow. And it's needed to be able to just switch from this tab to this one. When we're here, we're just gonna see all posts in the database. And when we click to this, we're just gonna see the posts of the users that we follow. And that's why we need this endpoint. So I'll just say get following posts, and let's create this function. I'll just say export const and just initialize the function. Then one try catch. In the try, we would like to get the user ID. So this is going to be the currently authenticated user, and let's just check if we have this user or not. If not, 404. But if we pass this if check, let's just get the following array of this user. So I'll say user.following, and then we'll say const feed posts, or maybe the following posts, however you would like to call it. Await post.find, where this user, the following array is included in this user field in the post. And we would like to just sort this with the create field so that we could get the latest post at the top, and we would like to populate this user field as well as the comments. So here I'll just say populate the comments and just deselect the password as well. And we would like to just say res.status of 200, return this as a response, then just catch the errors. Now with this, that should be it for this function. Let's import it, and we could test it out, this one as well. I will duplicate it. So our endpoint was posts following, and we don't need to pass anything. And let's call this as get following posts. And if we just send the request, now we don't get anything because we are not following anyone, I think. Right, let's just double check. John shouldn't be following anyone at this point. Okay, there we can see he is not following anyone. So let's go ahead and follow. Okay, I was going to take the ID of Jane. So here we would like to just follow this ID, and now it says user followed successfully. And I think Jane don't have any posts. We need to create a post by Jane. First, let's log in as a Jane. Okay, we are logged in, and let's create a post. I'll say post by Jane. And let's log in as a John now. So I know this looks a bit complicated, but I'm just trying to show you guys if it is working or not. So now that we are following Jane and Jane has a post, if we want to get the post of the user that we follow, we should be able to get that post where it says post by Jane. And now we just double check that that function is also working that we have just created. It is this one. And the last function that we need is to get post of a user. So let's close all of these. And then in the post routes, we are just going to create one last get method where we'll just say get the user posts, and we're going to pass the username as the param, and we'll say get user posts. And let's create this function. I'll just only get the try catch, or maybe just leave it like this and import that one and save this file. And this is going to be pretty similar. So we'll have a try catch, and in the try we could get the username from the params. We can get the user just to check if we have it or not in the database. If not, we're just gonna return an error, and we're gonna get the posts of this user. So post find where the user field of this post is equal to the ID of this user, and we're gonna sort that, and let's just populate the fields as well in case we need them. And then res.status, just return that back. In the catch, handle the errors, and hopefully that should be it for it. Let's test it out one last time. Under the posts, duplicate this one. So I'll just call it as get user posts, and it was, let's see, the route, user, and username. So posts, user, and let's say Jane Doe. We should be able to get all of the posts of Jane. She only has one post, and let's say John Doe. We should also get a post. There we go. This is the text field of the post. And with this, I think that's gonna be it for the posts controllers and routes. Let's just commit our changes. I'll just close all these and then shrink this one, add all of them to the staging area, and just put a commit message. And this is my commit message. With this, I will see you in the next controller. Okay, so we're gonna build the very last route and controller under this backend folder, which is gonna be for the notifications. And just before we build that, I just realized I forgot to test out something in the Postman in the previous sections. So I think it's been more than 1 hour in the video. So we have added this endpoint for users, right? Let's just see in the Postman, we have tested out the follow functionality or the endpoint. We have tested out the update profile as well as the get suggested users, but I forgot to just test out this one, and I just want to show you guys that it is actually working. So I'll just create another request and just test this out. So I'll just say get user profile, and let's see what is going to be our endpoint. So it is profile and then the username. So I think I'll just get this one under the users, let's say profile of John Doe. And if you just send a request, there we go. Now we can get the profile of this user. We could just see every single information that it has. So that was just something that I wanted to double check. This endpoint is actually working. And the other thing that I just want to update is this naming that we have created under the routes. So if you take a look at under the controllers and models, we just call them as controller.js and model.js. But here we're just calling them as routes. So I just want to be consistent in this project, and I'll just make this to be singular as well. So I'll just delete the s at the end, and I'll just do the same thing for this one and for this. Now we need to update the import statement, and we're only using this import in this server.js. So I'll just go ahead and delete this one, this, and then this. Now if you just press Control space, you should be able to see this import. And with this, let's save and just add a quick commit. I'll just add all of them to the staging area. And as for the commit message, I just said update route files and paths. So with that in mind, let's commit this, and it is time to build our very last route, which is going to be notifications, right? So under API/notifications, we're going to build the notification. We're going to build the notification routes. Now we need to import this one, right? Let's go above and just import that from this file, and we need to create that first. Under the routes, I think I'll just copy the name. Oops. Okay, I did a mistake. Let's just type it then. Notification.route.js. And as always, we need to import the express, then create a router, and just export default that one. And now hopefully this should be working. Let's just double check, and here it is. So we're gonna save this file and close that, and we're gonna have two different endpoints, which is gonna be to get all notifications, which I'll just put slash, and we're gonna protect this route first. So I'll say protect route, which we're gonna import that. Then we're gonna just call the get notifications controller. Let's try to import this one. We don't get the suggestion, so let's just do it manually. So it is coming from this middleware folder and then from this file, and don't forget to add the extension at the end. Now we're going to create this function in the controllers, and then we're going to have the delete method, which we're just going to call let's say delete notifications. And let's create these two functions under this controllers. So we'll say notification.controller.js. So export const, and we're just going to get the function names, right? Create a controller for this and delete notifications. And let's import them. And make sure you have the .js at the end. With that, now we should be able to just build these functions. So at this point, it should be pretty straightforward to build these functions, because we have built a lot of ones. So because we have built a lot of different controllers. So let's just get the user ID from the request.user ID. Then we're going to first get the notifications from the database. But we're going to get the notifications that is sent to this user. Okay, so const notifications. We're going to say await notification.find, and we had a field called to, right? And if it match with the user ID, then just get all the notifications for that user, and we'll like to just populate the path, which is going to be the from. And let's just type this down. So path is going to be the from path. Then we're just going to select the, let's say, maybe username, and that should be under a string, and profile image. It is because when we fetch the notifications, we would like to show the username and the profile image for that user. So which user liked our profile and which user followed us, right? And it is going to be that from field. If we don't pass this, then we're just going to get the ID of that user. And that was something that I have explained previously. Then we're going to say await notification. And I think we forgot to import this model. And it doesn't import. Okay, we need to add the .js at the end, and we'll just say update. Now we need to update the notifications as well, because if we call this function, that means we read these notifications, right? So we need to update that field. So we'll just say update many, and the ones that we'll just update the notifications that are sent to us, and we're going to update the field called red, and by default it was false. Now it's going to be true, and I'll just say res.status of 200 and just send the notifications. And in the error, that's going to just be pretty classic that we have done previously. One console log to debugging purposes, and then the internal error. And let's just delete every notification as well. This is going to be again pretty basic. So we're going to get the user ID again, and we'll just say await notification delete many, and we're going to delete those that are sent to us. And we'll just say res.status with a message, notifications deleted successfully. And for the catch, it's going to be the same. Now we can just save this file and maybe test it out in the Postman. We had the users, posts, and auth collections. Let's create one last time. That's going to be notifications. And we're going to have two different requests, one delete and one get. So I'll just say get all, and then let's create another one. I'll maybe just duplicate this one, and that should be delete. Let's say delete all. Okay, what's going to be our endpoint? Let's just quickly remember, it is just the root route. Okay, I'll say HTTP and just get one of them, notifications, and it should be just like this, right? We couldn't even delete that one, and let's just send that. We should be able to get two different notifications, I think, right? One like, and the other one is, oh, okay, so it is also like, but I think we also had one follow notification. Let's just see if I am wrong or not. Oh, okay, so as you can see, like we have 4 different notifications, but we are only getting the notifications that are sent to us, right? And it's because we are just getting them depending on these 2 fields. And I believe we have created these notifications for Jane, or maybe for John. I don't know which user we are logged in, but like you get the point. So we only got the notifications that are sent to us. And let's just say delete those notifications. So I'll copy the endpoint and then just paste it. Now if we just send this request, it should only delete 2 notifications, because that's what we have for this user. And there we go, notifications deleted successfully. Let's refresh, and we should be able to have only 2 documents left. Currently we have 4. And let's see, there we go, we just have 2 documents, which are the type of follow. Let's just even double check that. I mean, just test it out, not double check, we already double checked that. Under the login, okay, okay, so we are logged in as John. Let's try to log in as Jane, and just try to get all notifications. And there we go, now we got the type of follow. Those are the notifications that we have created for Jane. And let's delete those notifications as well. And now we shouldn't have any notifications in the DB. And as we can see, this collection is completely empty now. And I think we have just completed every single routes and controllers for the backend part. And so like at this point, if you want to add more controllers, you could definitely do it, such as delete just one notification, And let's just try to do it, but I'm not going to include it to the application, so I'll just do it to give you some insights. So let's say you just want to delete one notification, and to be able to delete that notification you need to pass an ID, right? And let's create this function. You would import that one. So we're just gonna go here and let's say export const, and I'll just scroll a little bit. So delete notification. So everything that you have learned from this video up until now, you should be able to build it. So try catch. Let's just watch my solution, and if you want to, just pause the video and try this out. And I'll just say const notification ID, which I'm gonna get that from the request.params.id, right? And then I need to get the currently authenticated user's ID. Then I just want to get the notification. So I'll say const notification, and I'm just gonna find that. Let's say find by ID, and I'm just gonna pass the notification ID, and we could just add some boring checks, such as if notification is not found, just return 404, and just check if maybe are you authorized to delete this post or not. And to be able to do that, we need to just compare the IDs, right? I'll say if notification dot to dot string. So this is the user that got the notification. If you are the owner of the notification, so we're just gonna say, I mean, if you are not the owner, then we're just gonna return an error, right? So we'll say user.id to string, and we could just get this error where we just say you are not allowed to delete this notification. And for like 403 means unauthorized. But if we just pass all those if checks, we're just gonna say await notification, and I'll just scroll a little bit. So notification find by ID and just delete, and we're gonna pass the notification ID. Then we'll just say res.status notification deleted successfully. And for the catch, we could just do the same thing. And with this, now there you go. Now you have the function to be able to just delete one notification. But as I said, I'm not gonna keep this one because I just don't want to implement this. And if you want to, you could definitely do that after you complete this video. And I'll just delete this imports, and that's gonna be for the notification route and controllers. I think we have completed everything for this backend part. We just had a one to do, right? We're gonna update that, but it is just one line. We're gonna update the response both here and then here. And other than this, I think we are never gonna visit this backend until we deploy our application. And if there are anything that we are missing, we could just come back and update. So with all that in mind, let's commit our changes. Let's add all of them. So if you click the one of them, it is just gonna add that specific file to the staging area. So you could either do one by one or just press that one and it's gonna stage all changes. And I'll just add a commit message. And this is my commit message where we just added notification routes and controllers. And we are in the first section, but hopefully next we're gonna build the UI, which is gonna be the second section. So accidentally I stopped recording, but basically behind the scenes I just clicked that commit button, and with that now we have completed the entire backend part, and next we're gonna build the UI design. So let's take a bit break and then we'll just continue with the video. Okay, now we are gonna build the UI design, and for this we need to head over to the front end folder. And even before that, we just need to decide which option do we want to go with. Do we want to write all those CSS classes and components by ourselves and waste more than 2 hours? Or do we just want to complete this UI design as quickly as possible? Well, obviously, we would like to go with this option so that we don't get bored writing those CSS classes, which is not something that we are interested in for this tutorial. We are here to focus on the full stack content and just don't spend more than 2 hours on UI. And to be able to do this, we're just gonna take a look at this guide that I have prepared. So everything will make sense in a way that we're just gonna copy and paste step by step, and I'll just try to explain every single component. But basically you could see there isn't anything complex, where we just have some React states as well as like markup and Tailwind CSS classes. So this is the reason behind this, why we're just selecting this option and copying and pasting some code which doesn't require any logic. And with that in mind, now before we do anything else, just go under this front end folder and you can find this repo in the description where you're gonna find this public folder. And here we have some avatars. Let's just take a look at them. So there are 6 different options or images we're gonna be using for the sake of UI. And we have, I think, 3 different posts that we could just use for our application for the UI. And we have the cover.png. You're gonna see what this, why we're gonna be using that, as well as the placeholder image for user profiles. So just go ahead and download this public folder and just replace it with this one that we have. So I'm just gonna delete this one and drag and drop the one that we have in the repo to this front end folder. So I have just done that. So there we go. Now we have 11 different files that we got. So 2 here and 3 different files here, as well as 6 different files under this folder. Now I will just open up my terminal, and here you can see I just shut it off completely. First I will cd into the front end folder and I'll just say npm run dev so that we could get our development server, which is on this port. Let's just navigate to this one, and I just want to change this port to be 3000. So I'll just go ahead under the v.config.js. I'll just shrink this one and I'll just say server port is going to be this value. If we just save and if we visit this one, now we should be able to get this React application. And now it doesn't work on this port because we have just changed that. So there you can see it just loads and this site can't be reached. Now with that in mind, let's take a look at the first step that we have under this file, which you can again find under the GitHub repo. So UI design steps.md. The first thing that we'd like to do, install the Tailwind and Daisy UI, and I'll just explain what they are in a second. But first we need to check out the documentation. So if you just type Tailwind CSS vite install, you're gonna see this documentation where first we need to create a vite application. This is something that we have already done. The second thing is just to install Tailwind CSS. So copy that and open up a new terminal. So I'll just cd into the front end and then just paste it. That's going to install a couple of different things for us. And once that is done, you're going to see this and just press enter for that as well, which is going to create Tailwind config.js file for us under this front end folder. Then let's see what's going to be the next step. We would like to update this Tailwind config.js file. So just copy it and paste it into this file that you can see. Okay, let's see the next step. Here we need to update the index.css file. Just copy it and then it should be under the source, this file. Just delete everything and paste that. So these are basically Tailwind CSS directives that we use so that we could use classes that are coming from Tailwind. Just save this one and you need to kill your terminal and then just start it again so that we could see Tailwind CSS in action. Let's go into the, let's see, app.jsx. I'll just delete everything in this file and I'll just put a p tag that says hello from, let's say, app.jsx. And we could add some class names. So let's say class name, text 5x large, and text red 500. Let's say background maybe blue 500, or let's say 300. If we just save, now hopefully we should be able to see it. There you go. Now these are the classes coming from Tailwind CSS. If you weren't if we weren't using Tailwind CSS, then we would just create class names under a file like index.css where we would just say my class or whatever the name is. Then you would say text is going to be, let's say, blue, and not text, that should be color, and let's say background color or background is going to be, let's say, red. And you just got the point. You would have some CSS classes, then you would import it and then just say something like the name of the class. But instead of that, we're just using this utility classes, which is pretty readable and it just makes everything easier. And Tailwind CSS is the modern technology that you could use for CSS. Just save this file and let's delete all these things that we don't use. And we could delete this app.css import as well as the file itself. We are not going to be using them, so I just deleted that file. And delete this assets folder as well. And let's see what's going to be the next step. So we need to also install the Daisy UI. And let's check out the documentation as well. So just type Daisy UI and you should be able to see this option. And let's see why are we going to be using this. So basically this is a components library for Tailwind CSS, and let's see, they have a, so it's a great example that we could take a look. Now to be able to get this button, you need to write all those Tailwind CSS classes. But instead, if we were to use something like Daisy, we could just get the exact same result by writing these two CSS classes, which just makes everything super easy for us and just speed up the process. Then there were another option. Let's see, you need to write all this code just to get this output. But if you were using Tailwind and Daisy UI, then this is all the markup and CSS classes. Oops, let me just zoom out. So this is everything that you need to type to be able to get the exact same output. And other than this, they have great accessibility as well as lots of different components that's just going to make everything super fast for us. So things like accordions, models, buttons, and just everything. You just see the component and copy and paste the code so that you could just build your application as fast as possible. And let's see how we could install that. So just type install Daisy UI with Vite. Basically, we're gonna just be installing them as a plugin. So just copy this link and paste it into your terminal, but just make sure it is under the front end. So that's gonna install that. And let's see the next step. We need to add it as a plugin under this tailwind config.js. So I'll just copy this line. And then under the tailwind config.js, so here we can see it's been installed, by the way. I'll just paste that. Now we are using ES modules, so this just gives us a warning from ESLint. It just says required is not defined. So this is just like this, it is fine, but let's just get rid of that error or the warning. I'll just say import Daisy UI from this Daisy UI package, and just replace this name with Daisy UI. And let's just see if we can use it or not, if it is working or not. Under the components, I'll just use a button. So here I'll just say button, and I'll just get the this JSX code and paste it under this app.jsx. Let's just visit our application, and here we can see it is working as expected. These are the buttons that are coming from Daisy UI, and if you hover over them, you could see all the classes that all the CSS styles that this class has. And if you cannot see that, it is probably you don't have this extension called Tailwind IntelliSense. Okay, it should be this one. You should install this to be able to get this kind of highlighting as well as some autocomplete. So if you just type button, then you could see every other classes that they have or different options. And let's just save this file, and just know that Daisy UI gives you some like colors and some theme out of the box, but if you want to extend it with your own colors, you can do it. And for that, we need to again take a look at the documentation. So here you could see they have lots of different themes, and we're going to be using this black one, and this is what Twitter uses as well, and we want to add some different colors. Now in the sidebar, if you go under the themes, they just tell you the different themes that they have and how to just extend a current theme. Let's just see. It is this one. So we would like to use the black theme as well as some different colors, which is going to be the Twitter blue as well as the black. Now let's just grab it from here and just paste it into this file. Okay, I'll just paste that, and just know that we are doing the exact same thing from the documentation where we're using the light mode as well as the black mode, and we're just extending two different colors. So this is the Twitter blue as well as some like black color that we'll be using. And you could just see how we are using this from the documentation as well. So it's gonna be this one. Let's just test it out if it is gonna work or not. So we have added this primary color. So if I just go here and if I just say button primary, then we should be able to get a blue button in our application, which is this one. Now to be able to get the black theme here, I just added this kind of like comment where we need to add this data theme black to the HTML tag, just like this one under the index.html file, right? It's going to be this one. Let's go over here and just paste that. And while we're here, let's update the title. I'll just say X clone. And if we just save, now the title should update as well as the button, which is the primary, the like the theme, right? It is black now. And we can see the button as well. This is the Twitter blue color that we'll be using. So with all that in mind, let's delete everything in this file. Let's just say hello and just take a look at the the guide that we have, and we could, I think, close these now and just maybe keep one daisy UI and kill this one. Okay, this is the demo application that we'll be referring later. For now, just put it at the very end, and let's move on with the next step. We'll like to install React Router DOM and React icons. So let's install that. Make sure you're under the front end folder. So we're going to install this React Router DOM so that we could add different pages into our application and just handle the routing. And while it installs, let's see the setup for the React Router. We need to wrap our application with browser router in main.js file. So let's go under the main.jsx, and we need to wrap our application with this component, which is coming from React Router DOM. With the help of this, now we can use any component that is coming from this package under this component, right? Which is our application. Now to be able to add different pages such as login, sign up, and homepage, we could use this routes as well as the route component. So I'll just copy this div actually and replace it here and close that off. So basically we're having a flex class as well as a container where we just center that with MX Auto, and we'd like to add different routes. I'll just import this, close that off, and for each route we're gonna create one route component. So let's say this is gonna be for the home page, and that's gonna be the component that we will create in a second. And we're gonna have two different pages. Let's say one for login and one for sign up. I'll just go ahead and say sign up page as well as the login page components. And let's see the next step. Now this is the exact same code that we have just written. So we'll like to create the sign up page. Under the source, under the pages, under the auth, under the sign up, we'll like to create sign up page.jsx. So this is going to be our route. Let's go under the source, create one called pages, one called auth. And under the auth, we're going to create sign up as well as this file called sign up page.jsx. Now just grab this extension called React. So it is this one, ES7 React Redux React Native snippets, so that you could get this kind of auto-suggested code or auto-complete. If you type RAFCE, you can get this one. And if you just save now, let's create both of the other pages. So under the auth, we'd like to create the login, let's say login page.jsx. Okay, and one for the home page, let's say under the, let's say, so under the pages home and then home page.jsx. Save this file and import those files or pages just like this, and let's just test it out. So if we just go in the home page, we can see it is being rendered. If we visit /login, we should be able to get the login page component as well as the sign up. Okay, with that in mind, let's try to add the sign up page. I'll just copy this and then paste it into the sign up page. Now at first it is not gonna work because we are importing this XSVG which we need to create. And if we take a look at the guide, here we have an instruction. So let's copy it. We need to create this folder as well as the file. So under the source, we're gonna have a couple of different components, and then we're gonna have some SVGs, x.svg file. So just paste it. So it is not going to be x.svg but actually x.jsx. Okay, now just save this, and it is going to be this xsvg that I took from the Twitter application. Let's save. Now this is the output that we have in x so to say svg and a form. If you want to see how I got this form, you could just check the Daisy UI and you would just type for an input. So here you can see they have different options with logos, without logos, and really different options. And I just took one of them and just play around with it. So I put an icon as well as a placeholder, and if we just put some value in, let's just test it out together actually. So I'll just say janedoe@gmail.com, and for the username put something like this, the full name as well as some password from 1 to 6. If we just press to this sign up button, it is just gonna console log the form data that we have. Let's take a look at the component. Basically, we have our imports from React icons, and I think I forgot to mention that as well. So just type for React icons and you're gonna get to this page where you can just take a look at different icons. Let's say search. You could grab the logo, the one that you want to get, or the icon, import that in the component itself. So this is what we are doing. We're getting 4 different icons, one SVG, one use state, and link component. We have form data, which has email, username, full name, and password. We have a submit button, which just console log the form data, as well as to just handle the input change, where it just updates the state. And we have is error state. We're just gonna get that, and we just like render the markup and nothing else. So these are the CSS classes that I have prepared so that we don't waste any time. So here you could just see the H1 that says join today, the inputs with their labels, and for each input we are handling this on change event by passing this name field so that it could update the related field. So just make sure the name matches with the state one by one. So here it has email, username, full name, and password, and these should have the name field as well, such as email, username, full name, as well as the password. So this is the most basic thing that you could see in the React ecosystem. So I'm just not gonna explain this from scratch. And if we have any errors, so let's just make that to be true, this variable. We should be able to see this p tag that says something went wrong with this textred 500 class, which is coming from Tailwind CSS. So we're gonna go here, and if we have an error, we're gonna show this one. Let's just make it to be false. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the sign up page. And if you just take a look at it here, there are things like LG, MD, and you use this for just to make it responsive. So here, if you just take a look at this, this says this div is gonna be hidden on smaller screens and above up until large screens, and this is a breakpoint of 1024 pixels. From here and above, it is gonna be display flex, and let's see that exact breakpoint. So 124, once we hit that, this logo should disappear because it's going to be hidden, and we're going to see this one, which is, let's see, the other XSVG. Okay, it is this one, and this is on larger screens and above is hidden, but by default on smaller screens and above, this is the width it has. So that's going to be my explanation for this file. Just feel free to pause the video and take a look at the entire code. This is the easiest thing that we could ever see on this application. And let's move on with the next one, where we'll like to just get the login page. And again, we created that one, so we're just gonna copy it and paste it into that file. Okay, I'm just gonna save that. And here, if you click to this sign in button, that should take you to the login page because we are using a link component. And there we go. Now we are in the login page. This is what we have: one username and password, as well as these two buttons. Let's just quickly see the code. This is the form data, handle submit, handle input change, the error, a variable, and the form itself. And we have a link. When you click to that, it takes you to the sign up page. So here now we have this infinite loop going back and forth. And what's going to be the next step? Let's quickly scroll. We need to create the home page under this home folder which we have created. I'll just copy it and paste it into the home page. Okay, now this is gonna crash obviously because we don't have the posts as well as the create post component. Let's just see. There you go, it has crashed. Now we need to create both of them, and here we just say create those components with a boilerplate for now. We will update them later in a second. And let's go ahead and create them. Now, where do we need to create those components? Under the home, create post component. So under the home, so we are creating this component under this home folder because this is the only place where we'll be using this component. And we're gonna create another folder under the components called common, and this folder will be used to use the common components. And the first one is gonna be this posts component. Let's create that one. And for now, we could just keep this code like this as a boilerplate. And let's see what's going to be the next step. So we need to create the sidebar component. Again, under the common, we need to have this file and just paste this content. So here, I'll just go under the common. I'll say sidebar.jsx and then get the code. Just paste it. Let's see if we have any imports. So we are using some hard-coded data, which has full name, username, and profile image, which we are grabbing from the public folder. So under the avatars, boy1.png, this is going to be the profile image. And now if we save this, we are not going to see the sidebar because we are not using it, right? Let's go into the home page now. Now in the home page, we have create post and posts component, but we don't really see the sidebar, which we need to add it before the routes. So I'll say sidebar, and if you put anything like outside of the routes, this is gonna be a comment component. Okay, I'll just put a comment. Okay, so this is a comment component because it is not wrapped with routes component, right? And if we save, hopefully we should be able to see the sidebar. There we go. We have a logout button with the icon and these icons, which is home, notifications, and profile. When you click to this one, that's going to take you to the notifications page, which will create, if you click to that one, to the home page and to the profile page. Again, we're going to create that in a second. And if you want to just see how we added those different sidebar items, just take a look at the code. There is nothing complex, which we have just a UL element with a list items. So there you go. And we say if we have data, which is going to be the user itself, we're just going to show this full name, profile image, as well as the username that you see at the bottom with a logout icon. And this data is something hard-coded. This is something that we'll fix later in the video. When we connect our front end to the back end, we're going to get this user as the authenticated user. Okay, with that in mind, let's go to the next step. We need to add some dummy data. So this is something that I have created to be able to just add this UI design. So copy it under the utils, under the DB, create that file. So let's go under the front end, source, let's say utils, and DB, and we're gonna have this file called dummy.js. So just paste it, and if you scroll to the very top, you could see we have some posts. So I think it has 3 different items or 4 different posts, and each of them has an ID, text, image. Some of them has image, some of them don't. The creator of the post, the user, right? The username, profile image, full name, and the array of comments as well as the likes. And here you can see for each comment, we are populating the user. This is something we have done in the backend. And this is something that I have added for the hard-coded data, as well as we are populating the user. So just notice that, and this is going to make sense when we actually fetch these posts from our database later in the video. Then we have something called users for right panel, and for each user we have full name, username, and profile image, so that we could just see a kind of who to follow section. These are the suggested users. And once we got those dummy data, let's see what are we going to do next. We need to add the right panel component. Again, under the common, let's create this file. So under the components, common, paste that, right panel, and just get the code. Let's paste it, and hopefully this should be working fine. For now, just delete this import and maybe this one. Let's see now. Under the home page, we cannot see the right panel because we didn't import it. By the way, save this file, close that, close the sidebar, and below the routes, we'll click to add the right panel. And again, this is going to be a shared component in all pages. Let's save, because it is outside of the routes, right? So here we can see we got those 4 different users. From the dummy data, they have image, full name, as well as the username. Now we had this component called right panel skeleton, and we're going to be using this just to have this effect. Let me just zoom in a little bit, or maybe like this. So this is the demo application. If I just refresh, just take a look at it here. We had that skeleton for a split second, and we need to create that one. I will copy this, and if you want to just see how do I get this, go under the Daisy UI and just search for something like skeleton, and this is the code they give you to be able to have this effect. And I just changed it a little bit to make that look like this, right? Okay, this is the code that I have prepared. Let's create that one called right panel skeleton under the skeletons. So under the components, let's say skeletons, and let's say right panel skeleton.jsx, and paste the code. Get this part back, and let's say is loading is true. If this is true, then we're going to show this part, and if it is false, then we're going to just map through the users, showing a link with the follow button, right? Okay, now it is loading. We just see this skeleton, and hopefully you are able to see the benefit of using something like Daisy UI. It just makes everything super fast. And did we forget to add anything? So I don't think so, but you could just take a look at the code if you want to see how do we get this kind of output. Just feel free to do it. And we need to create this create post component. I will copy that and paste it into that component. Let's see, we have created that under this home, and I'll just paste that. Let's see, what do we import? We have a couple of different icons, 2 different states, 1 ref, and like a couple of variables, 1 data to be able to show the profile image of the authenticated user, and then a submit handler, as well as to be able to change an image. I'll explain in a second, and then just some markup. Let's save and just test it out now. And there we go. This is the create post component that we'll be using in the homepage, which has a text area, 2 different icons, and a post button, as well as this profile image. If we click to this icon, and just before that, make sure you add this. So under the input, I'll just say Control F input. Maybe I'll just say accept only images. Okay, let's save and just test it out real quick. So if we click to that, we're gonna see this file explorer from our application or from our machine. We can just select any of them, and when we open that up, they're just gonna show the image on the screen. And how does that work? We have an input field. This is hidden by default, so that if we just delete that, that's gonna look very ugly. Here you can see I just don't want to see this button. So the way I want to handle this is just make this hidden, but whenever I click to this icon, I just want that choose file to be clicked. And we are adding a ref to this, and when we click to this icon, we just say call this current image ref. And when we select an image, this onChange function runs, which is this one. It just sets our state with the image from our machine. And if we have this image, we are just gonna render that in an image tag, which has the close icon. If you click to that, it is gonna set the image state to be null so that we don't see the image. Now that was a lot of thing. Let's just test it out. I'll just select an image from our machine. Okay, I'll just select this one, and once I click to that, it is gonna set the state to be null so that we don't see the image at all. And if we just put something in, press this one, it is gonna say post created successfully. And again, just feel free to take a look at the code. This is nothing complex, but just pretty basic CSS classes with some functions. With that, let's take a look at the next step. So we have created this component. Now we'll click to create the posts component and then post skeleton. So I'll create this one under the common, and I think this is something that we have already created. So under the common, we had this one. Let's close these and paste that. Now we need to create this post skeleton under the skeletons.jsx, and let's get the content for it. And again, this is something that I have updated with like from the Daisy UI. I just took those classes and updated a little bit. Now we have the post skeletons, and we need to create a post component. Let's see, under this common folder, I'll just say post.jsx, and let's see if we have the content for it as well. There we go. I'll just copy it and then paste it. Now we don't have this post.likes. Oh, okay. So this is a warning that is coming from ESLint, which we're gonna fix in a second. For now, just save all these files and let's test it out. So in the homepage, we can see we have 4 different posts. 3 of them has an image, and this one doesn't have an image. And it is because all of them are coming from this dummy.js file. If you just take a look at the second post, it doesn't have an image, but it just has a text that says how you guys doing, right? It is this output, and it has 4 different likes and 1 comment. Let's just double check. 4 different likes and 1 comment. Now under the post.jsx, we have this error which ESLint tells us you're not using prop types, and we don't really want to use it. We would go under the ESLint. Under the rules, we'll just say React /prop types off. So once you have done that, we're just gonna get rid of that error. And in the post component, there isn't anything complex, just an avatar, full name, username, a date, text, delete icon, an image, as well as these icons that you see. And when we hover over them, we got these different colors. And we can do this, let's just say Control F, hover, with the help of this hover pseudo class. So you just say when you hover over this trash icon, just make this text to be red, just like this. And feel free to take a look at the code. Let's update, or let's add this post skeleton, where we just say is loading, where is it? Under the posts, if we just say true, we're gonna see this post skeleton, right? And let's just make it false. Also, let's do the same thing for the right panel. I'll say Control E, right panel, and then just make the value to be false. With that, now we have our posts, who to follow, component, sidebar, and let's see what's going to be the next step. So we'd like to add the notifications page. So under the notification, let's create this file. I'll just shrink everything under the source pages, notification, and then notification page.jsx. We're gonna get the like the content, and okay, we have two different notifications, which is a hard-coded data we have, and then a loading state, and we have a loading spinner which we'll create in a second. Or actually, let's just do it under the components common. We'd like to get this file .jsx, and this is again a component that you can take a look at from the daisy. If you just say loading, you could see they have these different spinners, right? And we're going to be using this one, but feel free to take any of those. And they have size property such as x small, small, medium, and large. And we're going to make a component to be like customizable, right? Or reusable. We're going to go ahead and just copy this one, paste it here. So if they don't pass any size, that's going to be medium by default. But if they pass a size, we're going to just adjust this span tag with it. And this is the component that we are importing. Now, to be able to see the notification page, we need to add it as a route. So I'll just say under the app.jsx, we'll just have notifications. And I'll just import the notification page. Let's visit this route. So I'll just say, maybe click to this one, and there we go. We have a follow notification type as well as the like. Let's just double check. I'll just close all these files. And under the notification, we have one type of follow and then the like. And if we just press this one, we could delete all notifications where it is going to show this alert. And to be able to get this kind of output, we would use this component. Let's just see, where is it? Okay, it is this one called dropdown. Again, you can take a look at it from the daisy called dropdown. So these are the things that I just copy and paste just to make that work. If you just ask me to type this by heart, I can't really do it. And I don't really need to, because that's why they have created this daisy UI documentation, right? And let's see the next step. I think that's going to be the last one, the profile page. Let's copy this one, and we're going to create it under this profile folder. So under the pages, we're going to have one last page called profile, and the file will be called as profile page.jsx. I'm going to paste that. So this is the longest file that we have so far. We are importing a link as well as state as well as a ref. Then we have posts, profile header, skeleton. Let's create this one under the skeletons. I'll just paste the file name and then JSX. We're going to get that in a second. Then we need to create this edit profile model. And that's going to be under the profile page because this is the only place you are using it. Okay, we have created those files. We are importing the posts from dummy.js and some icons. Let's see what's going to be the next step. After the profile page, we're going to get the edit profile model. And again, this just have a form state with input handle change function, and we'll just see what that does. The last thing that we need is this header skeleton. I will copy it and paste it to this file. I think I need to copy that again and then just paste it. Okay, that was a lot of copy and paste. Let's just see what we have done for the profile page. If I click to this, we cannot see that because we forgot to add it into the app.jsx. I will just duplicate this one, and I'll say if we visit something like profile profile, and this is going to be some dynamic data such as username. That could be like /Bob, John, Jane, anything like that, or even 1, 2, 3, right? So this is some dynamic value that could be anything, and I'll just call it as username, and we would like to just import the profile page. Okay, with that, let's make sure we don't have any typos. We're just gonna test it out, and I want to update my imports, such as I'll just have my pages at the very top, then my components. Okay, let's test it out. There we go. This is the profile page that we have, where we can update our cover image and our profile image. We have this edit profile model, which has like 6 or 7 different inputs, and we could just update them. And we're gonna add the functionality later, but just know that this is nothing complex other than like 6 different input fields, as well as a text area that you could take a look at it from the UI documentation. And other than this, we have the cover image, the profile image, the link, the bio, and these fields, full name and username, and then the members and state, number of followers, then posts and likes. When you click the likes, it is going to update the state, and it is going to just update this indicator, right? And you could just take a look at the code, how I implemented all of them. But just know that it is nothing complex other than CSS. So I feel like I repeated that more than 10 times, but just to make sure we are all in the same page. And here you can see we're using this reusable post component that we have created just once, and we can use it in any component that we need. And we just put them under this common folder. And again, we have this feed type state, and if it is likes, we are gonna show this indicator below the likes, and if it is posts, we're gonna see that under this one. And the very last thing that I want to talk about is the ability to change the profile image and cover image. We have a function just like we had in a previous component. Let's just see where it was. So we had that under the create post. So it is the exact same function, but it just has one if check. So it just checks if you are updating the cover image or the profile image. If you are updating the profile image, then it's gonna update that state, or else it's gonna update the related state, which is the cover image. And let's just test it out real quick. I'll just update my profile image by clicking to this, but even before that, again, I just want to update those input fields, where I'll just say accept only images, and I'll copy this line and then just paste it into this one as well, right? And let's just test it out now. If I click to that, I could select any of those and just open this up. Here you can see it updates this state, and if I want to update the cover image, it should do the exact same thing. So here, if I just select an image, it's gonna update that depending on that, and it's gonna show this update button. And with this, I think that's gonna be it for the UI design. Now, I'm sorry, there were a lot of copy and paste in this section, but just imagine if we were to type all these classes and components one by one, that would just take more than 2 hours or even 3 hours, and we don't really want to do that. And that was the easiest part of this tutorial, where we just have only some use states, some basic functions, and lots of different CSS classes. Feel free to pause the video here and just take a look at all the classes and components that we have added. And once you feel ready, we could move on to the next section. And even before that, let's add a commit. And I think I forgot to show you guys this component that we have created for the profile header skeleton. I'll just go under the profile page, and I'll just say is loading will be true. Okay, and if we just make that, here you can see we just see this loader skeleton, and we're gonna be using that later. And also we have like different kinds of so to say variables. If we just make them false, let's make this one false as well. If it is not my profile, so if it is not my profile, then I can just see this follow button instead of edit profile. So just take a look at it here. If it is true, it says edit profile, but else it says follow, or it's going to be unfollow. So these are the things that we could keep in mind, and we have some hard-coded data. Again, we're going to fix everything later in the video. And with that, let's close everything and just try to add our commit. Here, I'll just try to stage all of our changes. right? We have more than 40 files, or exactly 40 files. And for my commit message, I'll just say UI design completed, which is in the second section, right? And I'll just commit those changes. Now, again, sorry about the copy paste stuff. That was a lot of copy and paste, but we have saved a lot of time. Just let me know what you think. Should we waste more than 2 hours and write all those CSS classes, or should we go with this approach for the next tutorial? Let me know in the comments. With that, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so now that we have our API and UI design ready, I think it is time to connect to that API from the React application that we have. And in this section, we'll need things like data fetching and data manipulation, which is something like creating, updating, and deleting. And for that, we'll be using a package called React Query, or also known as 10stack, which is a library that allows you to fetch, cache, and update data in your React applications. And it is a great alternative to Redux and maybe to other state management libraries, things like ZooStand, Recoil, and other similar libraries. And you'll just see how cool that package is, and it's going to give us a lot of performance optimizations. You could take a look at the documentation just to see the motivation that they have behind this, why you might want to use it. But basically, it's for performance optimizations and things like caching, deduping, and a lot more things. So this is something to keep in mind in your production-ready applications, because it just makes everything super fast and optimized. Let's go under the installation. We would like to get this command and just paste it into our terminal. Now, I don't have any terminals up and running, so I'll just create 2 different terminals. And in the first one, I'll just run npm run dev for the backend under the root. And once that is ready, we could switch to this one and just cd into the front end and run our React application. And I just want to rename this, and then this one. Okay, I'll just split this front end to 2 different terminals and just paste that command, which is npm install 10stack React Query. And that's going to install the package. And once that's done, I can just kill this one and shrink this. Now we'll like to initialize that. And for that, we're going to go under the source, under the main.jsx, and we need to wrap our application with it. So first we need to create something called query client. I'll say query client, new query client that is coming from 10stack. Let's import that. We don't have any auto suggestions. Let's say query client from let's say add 10stack and React Query. Now later we're gonna add some options into that, but for now just skip that. And we need to wrap our application with query client provider and pass this client into that. Then just close that off. Now with the help of this wrapping, we are able to use anything coming from this package in our application, right? So we could kill that off, and later we're gonna add some options into here, but for now just skip that. And the very first thing that we'd like to add is the sign up functionality. So we're gonna go into this function or the file where we have some state, right? The email, username, full name, password, and we have a handle submit, which we call on submitting the form, and we're preventing default so that page doesn't refresh, so page won't reload. And then we're just going to console log the form data, but instead we'll like to call a function to be able to sign up the user. And for this we need to use mutation, and you use mutation when you need to manipulate the data, things like creating, updating, and deleting, and you use query when you need to fetch data. Okay, and this is something that we will take a look later. For now, just get the use mutation for this function or for this file, which is going to give you a couple of different states. The first one is going to be a function, and then we have things like is error, is pending for loading state, and if we have the error, now that's going to be Boolean, but we could get the error message itself, and that's going to be the error. And then this use mutation function will take an option or an object. Let me just save to get this formatting and delete this one. Now that was hard-coded. We don't want to use that. and instead we're going to get this dynamic value from the backend. So the first thing that you need is something called mutation function. Okay, and that's going to be an async function that we're going to pass, and then we could have try catch into that. So this function will take fields like email, username, full name, and password. Let's just pass all of them. And then in the try, we would like to just send a fetch request. So I'll say const res await fetch to our backend URL. And this is what we have for the sign up. Now I don't want to pass this like the complete URL every time I need a fetch request. So I just want to call it like /API, and to be able to do it, I need to change or the update vite-config.js. I'll say under the server we have a proxy field, and I'll say /API. That's gonna be our prefix, and I'll just say target is gonna be this URL, and change the port to 5000, and just say change origin to be true. And whenever you say /API, it is gonna take this part and just prefix it with it. And just like this, now everything is gonna be a lot simpler for us. Then the second option we'll like to pass is the like method, which is gonna be post, then the headers, content type of application JSON, and then we're just gonna stringify the body, right? I'll say body, JSON stringify, email, username, full name, and password. And then we're gonna get data out of this. Say const data and await res.json. And here we could just say if response is not okay, just say something went wrong. And if data has an error, just throw it. And otherwise you could console log the data and then just say maybe return the data as well. Now in the catch, instead of just only saying console log the error, let's just try to just handle it. And for that, we're going to be using a package, and it is going to be React hot toast. Just type it and you're going to get to the documentation. So basically a toast is something like this. You get success, error, promise, emoji, and a lot of things. So the first thing that we need is to install that package. Let's go under the front end terminal, just split that into two, and I'll say npm install react hot toast, and that's gonna install the package. And while it does, first you need to go under the app.jsx and just put it this component, so not toast bar, but that should be toaster. And with the help of this, now you're able to use that toast. Okay, so just import that, pass it, and we're able to call this toast function. So I'll just say toast for the object where it has error, success, and other fields. We're gonna just say toast.error, error.message. And when we submit this form, we would like to basically call this mutate function. So instead of console log in the form data, I'll just say mutate and just pass the form data into it. And that form data has those fields, right? There you could see it is coming from the state, and we could have is pending state in the sign up button. I'll just say Control F, sign up. Okay, it is this button. I'll just change the text depending on that state. So I'll say if it is pending, just say loading, otherwise that's going to be sign up. And if we have an error, we'll just say something went wrong, or we could just show the error dot message. Okay, with that, let's just try to test it out and just see if that's going to work or not. So this is our application. Let's visit the sign up page. Now in the sign up page, we see the sidebar and right panel. We're gonna fix that later. We're not gonna have it, but for now, just ignore it. And let's say we're gonna have a Jane Red, and that's gonna be email actually, gmail.com, and that's gonna be the username and full name. And I'll just put a password. Now if I just put password like from 1 to 3, it's gonna say something went wrong. And let's just see in the console. Now it says bad request. It cannot get API auth sign up. Let's see in the console, what do we have? In the backend, it looks fine. And let's just check if the route was correct or not. So API auth and sign up. Maybe it is related to something like course errors. I'll just delete this part for now and just let's see what are we gonna get in the console. I'll just try to sign up again. Okay, it says password must be at least 6 characters, and let's just put it now. I'll just say from 1 to 6, and if we just say sign up, we didn't get anything. Let's see in the console. Oh, actually we have it. Now in the success case, we could just say, let's go under this mutation function. You could pass things like on error, on success, and on success, I would like to just show a toast that says user or maybe account created successfully. And let's try to sign up again. I'll just change the user. I'll just say Jane Green. And again, password from 1 to 6. I'll just sign up. And there we go. Now it says account created successfully. Let's check out our database. Under the users, we should have that 2 users that we just created. So Jane Red as well as the Jane Green. And on the error case, we could maybe show a toast, or we are already handling it under this like in a p tag. It is just preference, just decide however you would like to implement that, but just know that there is a function called on error, or in like a field, you could add it and just handle that error accordingly. And since we are handling the error here at this bottom with this p tag, I think we could remove this toast and just say throw new error from this as well, right? And we can now uncomment this, and let's just test it out if it is gonna work or not. I'll just go here and create another account, or maybe try this one. Now I'll say Jane Red and put some password. Now this shouldn't really work because we already have a user like that. And I'll just say sign up, and there we go. Now it says something went wrong. And if we take a look at the response, not from here, but here, it should say something like username is already taken. And if we want to just give a better response, I think we could just take this, put it here, and then just say, so maybe data.error. Would that fix it? Let's test it out. I'll just send that, and here we go. Now it says username is already taken. With that in mind, we can move on to the next function, I believe, which is going to be the login functionality. Let's just close all files to the right, and here I just realized we could make this a little bit better. So instead of just having this duplicated line, I'll just delete that, and I'll say either throw the data.error, and if there isn't anything, just say something went wrong, or something like failed to create account. And with that, I think we could save and move on to the next file, which is the login page, right? And that's going to be pretty similar to the one that we have just created. And maybe pause the video and try that out, and then just come back to my solution. So we have form data, where we would like to just call use mutation, right? That is going to be coming from 10 stack query. So I'll say import use mutation from at 10 stack and React query. Now, for some reason, I don't get any auto suggestions, so I'll just say Control-Shift-P, and I'll say developer and reload window. And when you do this, it hopefully should fix it. And there we go. Now we have this auto suggestion from like VS Code. And what do we want to do next? Now this is gonna again give us those fields such as mutate function. Let's say mutate is pending, not post, but pending is error, as well as the error itself. And that's gonna take again the option called mutation function, async, where we're gonna pass the email, or I'm sorry, the username and then the password from the state, and we're gonna have a try catch. In the catch, we could just throw the incoming error, right? Because we're gonna just handle it later, just like we have done. And then in the try, we're just gonna send the fetch request. So await fetch to slash API auth login. That is going to be prefixed with localhost because we have added that into the vite-config.js. So just something to keep in mind. Then that's going to be a post method, headers, content type of application JSON, and then stringify the username and password. So we're going to do the exact same error handling. So first let's say const data and get that, and we'll say if response is not okay, then just throw the error where it'll just say either data.message or something went wrong or failed to log in. So you're not going to show this a general error unless you don't have a message that is coming from the backend. Now let's try to add that function called onSuccess. And now you could get the data, and to be able to get that, first you need to return it. Okay, that should be coming from this function, but I think I'm not going to be using that, so I'll just delete that, and instead I'll just show a toast. Let's say toast dot success login successful, and let's get that from React hot toast. And now hopefully that should be working, but we need to add it into this handle submit, right? Let's delete this is error variable because we're using this one. And when we submit the form, we would like to call the mutate function with the form data. And that form data was some state that we have previously had. And I don't really want to call this mutate because it doesn't make it too much sense. It just doesn't make your code readable. When you take a look at this function, you just see, okay, you are submitting something, but what that is, am I signing up the user or am I logging them in? So I just need to say mutate and just rename this. I'll just call it as login, maybe mutation, or maybe just login itself. Okay, I'll just paste that, and hopefully it should be working the exact same way as it was before. And if we have any errors, we're just gonna show that. So I'll just say show the error.message. And for the login, we could just delete that and just say show the loading state if it is pending, right? And let's just test it out. So I'm gonna go into the sign in and I'll say Jane Red. And if I just put the wrong password, that's gonna say error, something went wrong. And if we just, maybe let's get the correct error. So it says something went wrong because that should be data.error, not the message. Right, and let's try to do it as well. I mean, again, there you go. Now it says invalid username or password, and let's put the correct one from 1 to 6. Now login was successful. Now later when we log in, that's gonna take us to the home page, but for now just ignore it. We're gonna add that functionality later. And there you go. Now this is how you would use mutation. It gives you a couple of different values, and you could even get more. So these are the things that you would like to maybe explore after the video, and then you call the mutation function when you submit the form. So we rename it to this one and pass the form data. We just destructure it, which is the username and password, send the fetch request, get the data, handle the error, and in this success case, we are just gonna show the login successful. And later we're gonna redirect user to the home page, but that's something we'll do later. And now we have all those functionalities. Let's try to add the logout functionality. And for that, we're going to go into the sidebar.js. And again, just try to do it by yourself. So let's have this hard-coded data, and then just watch my solution. We're going to get the use mutation, which is going to have the mutation function. Before that, let's get those fields, things like mutate, is pending, is error, and the error itself. And now if we were to use something like use effect, then we need to create all those states as use state, right? You would say use state and then create the like loading, set loading, error, set error, that kind of thing. But we don't really need to do this because we're using React query. And then I'll just go here, and that's going to be an async function again. we don't need to get any data because we're just logging out the user. So const res, but I want to wrap it with try catch, and I'll just say await fetch API auth logout, and that's gonna be a post method. So we could just pass that and skip the headers. Then we're gonna say const data and just handle the error just like we have done previously. And if you want to, you could console log the data, but in the catch, I'll just say throw the new error, and on success, let's just say logged out successfully. And I'll be using toast, so toast.success logout successful. And we need to call this mutate function when we click to this logout icon. So I'll just say on click to this, call this anonymous function with mutate, but again I just want to rename this, so I'll just say logout, and then here first I want to prevent the default because this is wrapped under a link, right? If we don't prevent the default, then it is going to take us to that user page, but I don't want to navigate it to that page. Instead I just want to log out, so I'll say logout, and let's test it out. I'll go here. Now if I click to here, it's gonna take me to the profile of John, right? But if I click to this, it shouldn't take me to that page, but it should log me out. And there we go, now it says logout successful. And let's just double check if all of those are actually working. So I'll just go into the login and I'll say Jane Red and put my password. So before I log in, I'll just go into the application. Under the cookies, here should we get that JWT token when we log in. So I'll just log in. There we go. Now we have the JWT token, which is HTTP only, right? So you cannot really see that, but it says HTTP only. And so we have been logged in. Let's try to log out, and it should delete that cookie. And there you go. Now it is actually working, and we just double check that. Now we have sign up, login, and logout functionality all working, but when we log in, it should take us to the home page. And when we log out, it should take us back to the login page. And again, when we sign up, it should immediately log us into the home page. And for that, we need to protect our routes. And here we have an error. Let's see. So we're not using any of those states. I think we could delete is pending for logout because it is going to be pretty quick. And for the error, let's just maybe show a toast. So here I'll just say on error, just call this function where I'll just say toast.error logout failed. So I could now delete those states. Okay, just like this. If you want to get those states and do something with it, show something UI, feel free to do it, but I'm not gonna do that. And with that, let's try to first go into the app.jsx where we need to fetch the currently authenticated user. And for that, if you remember, we had an endpoint under the auth called me, right? This is going to give us the currently authenticated user. And now we'll like to call that in app.jsx. And to be able to fetch some data or to send some GET request, we would use query from the package. And then this is going to give us again some values. So it is going to be things like data, and let's say is loading. Instead of is pending, it just gives you is loading. And this is going to take again an object where we would pass the query key, and this is something I'll explain in a second. Let's call this as auth user, and just like this, then we're going to have a query function. And this could be an async function where we'd like to just send a fetch request. Again, I'll just have try catch, in the try const res await fetch /API auth, and it was me, that was our endpoint. Then const data, and just get this one. We could just say if res is not okay, just show the data.error, or just say something went wrong. And I think we could also say if data.error. So I think we could do this in this way as well, but since it is working, I'll just skip that section, and that should be fine. Like, this is a fine error handling. And then what we can do is just return the data. And if you want to see that in console, you could console log and just say auth user is here, just like this. Now in the catch, what we could do is just throw the error so that we could maybe fetch it in this state where we have error. And again, you have things like is error, is fetched, is posed, and you also have things like is pending, but I think the one that you would use is this is loading by default. Now let's just try to console log the user. So I'll say auth user is here. Maybe we could delete that. So this function will run by default so that we could see that in console. I'll just go ahead and open up my console. And if I just refresh, now it just says unauthorized because we are not logged in. Let me just log in as a Jane Doe. And if we just pass, now it says login successful. And let's refresh this page. And there we go. Now it says auth user is here. And this is the Jane Doe, and she is currently authenticated. And let's handle the loading state. So I'll just say if it is loading, then we just want to return the loading spinner component that we have created. So I'll just go ahead and just say return this part where we're gonna have a div that is gonna be covering the entire screen. I'll say class name, height of screen, flags, justify center, item center, so that it's being centered in the screen. And I'll just say loading spinner and size is just gonna be large. I'll just say LG. And with that, now let's test it out for a split second. When it loads, we're gonna have that loading state. I'm not sure if you can see that, but it is there. I can see it. And now let's also make our routes protected. So if we are authenticated, we shouldn't be able to visit the login page. And if we are not authenticated, then we shouldn't be able to visit the home page. So here I'll just log out. And if I just refresh, now I can still visit the home page. Let's just wait for a second. It just tries to load. So React query by default will try to send 3 different requests until it gets a response. So it just tries to make sure if server is not crashed, and that's why it just takes a bit time to load. And since we are now unauthenticated, we can still see the homepage. Let's fix it. So I will just rename this to be first auth user, and again I'll explain this in a second. And now I'll just say if we have the auth user and if we are visiting the homepage, then show the homepage, but else navigate the user. So navigate to the homepage, just like this. And we're gonna say if we don't have the authenticated user, then show them the login page, but else just navigate them to the homepage. Okay, and that should be a login page, by the way. Okay, so if user wants to visit the login page and if they are not authenticated, then just take them to the login page so that they could authenticate. And if user is authenticated, then take them to the home page. And we're gonna do the exact same thing for this one, like this. And same for the notifications page. So I'll just copy this part. If user is authenticated, they can visit this page, but else they're gonna go straight to the login page. And same for this one as well. Just like this, and I hope it makes sense now. Let's save, and if I just shrink this left hand side, this is the entire like routes that we have just protected. Okay, so while editing this video, I just realized I didn't explain this in the best way, so there might be someone didn't understand if they are complete beginners, so I'll just quickly go over that. So this is like an if-else statement. If this value is true, then this part will run, and if this is false, this is gonna be the else case, and this part will run. So we'll just say if user wants to visit the home page, okay, and if they are authenticated, then we're going to show them the homepage. But if they are not authenticated, so we're going to hit the else check and we're going to navigate them to the login page. So same goes to this one. If they visit login page and if they are not authenticated, we're going to take them to the login page. But else, if they are authenticated, then we're going to take them to the homepage. Same applies to this one and for these pages as well. So they visit notifications page, and if they are authenticated, then we're gonna just show them the notification page, but else we're gonna navigate them to the login page. With that, let's continue with the video. And let's just see that in action now. I will just visit the login page, and since we are not logged in, I think, right? We can see the login page, but if we try to go to the home page, we cannot. It's gonna take us back to the login page because we are unauthorized, right? And there we go. Now we're in the login page. Now, whenever you change the tabs, it is going to send a request by default, and this is the default behavior of React query, and I just want to fix it. So in the main.jsx, we said that we'll be adding a like option. So we'll say default options for each queries. So let's open this object. We'll say queries, where we just don't want to refetch on window focus. So I'm just gonna make that to be false. And this will apply to every single query in our application. If you don't want to add it to all of them, you could just come here into the query. Here you could just add them one by one. And you will see there are millions of different options that you could take a look. So with that in mind, I think I'm just gonna save this file, and we could remove this states. We're not using it, and we're passing this query key so that in the later in other files we could refer to this query. So if we want to call this auth user again, we don't need to call that function. Let's say in the profile page, we're just gonna say we want to get this auth user, right? So we're gonna go here, and I'll just say, maybe at the very top, I'll say use query, and I'll just say the query key was auth user. And with this now, I am just calling this query to give me that data, right? I don't need to pass this function because we already have this, and this is something to keep in mind, that you are referring to different queries. And you could also update the cache, revalidate or invalidate the queries. So these are the things that you will see later, and you would basically get the exact same kind of data, and let's call it as auth user, and you could get the error state is pending and things like that. So we use the query key to be able to reference to queries. So I just put a comment. We use query key to give a unique name to our queries and refer to them later. And with this now, we can save this file, and if you don't want to see this loading state for a long time, you could basically go here and just say retry is gonna be false for this function or this query. Now it is just gonna try that only once, and it's not gonna try 3 more times. So now let's just try to log in again as a Jane. Once we log in, it should take us to the home page, but it doesn't, and we need to handle it. So in the login page, we can do this under the on success. So once we log in, we would like to somehow redirect to the home page. And for this, we have a concept called invalidating queries. Basically, it is gonna refetch the query that we'd like to refetch. So once we successfully log in, instead of showing a toast, we're gonna say just invalidate the auth user query. So basically refetch the auth user to be able to update the UI. And for that, we need to get this query client. So this is a hook that you need to get from the, let's see, React query, right? And then you'll just say query client dot invalidate queries, and you would just pass an option. So I'll say where the query key is auth user, and there we go. Now we are referring to this query key that we have created previously. And again, this is something to keep in mind. And now if we save, let's try to log out. and then I'll just try to log in, which should hopefully take us to the homepage. From 1 to 6, I will log in, and it is going to run this auth user query again, which is in this file, and we're gonna get the auth user value. And since we're in the login page, since we have this value, it is gonna navigate us to the homepage. This is the workflow. Hopefully it should make sense. I will click to it, and there we go. Now we are in the homepage. Now it is your challenge to add the logout functionality. When you click to that, on success, it should invalidate the auth user query. And let's try to see my solution. In the sidebar, when we successfully log out, instead of showing this toast, we could say query client. First, we need to get that. So const query client use query client, and then we're just gonna say invalidate queries the auth user query. Now if I just save this and test it out, this is not gonna work. It's because I'll just explain in a second. So now I'll just log out, and now we are logged out, but still we are in the home page. It is because even if you are logged out, if you don't have the authenticated user, this data is just gonna be an empty object. So I'll just go here and I'll say console.log and maybe just this auth user, and I'll just refresh now. So there you can see, so it says undefined. So basically now it is null, but when you invalidate the query, I think it returns some truthy value such as an empty object. So that's why it just doesn't work. And to be able to fix this, this is the solution that I found. So I'll just say if there is data.error, so this basically means user is unauthorized, we're just gonna return null. And once we have done this, it should work. Let's just try to test it out again. I'll just log in as this user, which is going to invalidate the query, take us to the home page, and if I just log out again, it is gonna invalidate the query, and it's gonna see user is not authenticated, so the response will be null, and it is gonna take us to the login page. Now let's remove this sidebar as well as the right panel from this login page as well. So all we have to do is just wrap them with auth user. So if we have the user, then we're gonna render them. Let's save, and now we don't see that both in the sign up page and in the sign in page. And I think one last thing related to authentication that we have left is this sidebar information. So this is some hard-coded data. Let's go ahead and fix it. Now this is that data we're using. Instead of this, we're gonna just call the authenticated user. And since we have that, so to say, the query key, we can basically refer to it by calling this use query function or hook. Then we'll say query key was this one. Can you just give us the data, please? And I would like to rename this to be auth user, but it's fine to use it like data. I just want to rename this so that I can read my code in an easier way. And instead of this data, I'll just select one of them, Control D a couple of times to select all of them, and I'll just say auth user, and then I could save. Hopefully we should be able to see the full name, username, as well as the profile image, which she doesn't have, but we're gonna update that later. And with this, I think we have completed the entire authentication flow where we can sign up, log in, log out, and protect our routes. And here we learned things like React query, where we could do queries, mutations, and just use it React query as a state management library, right? We just get the data with the query key with just a one hook. And we just learn things like we need to pass some default options. Otherwise, React query by default is going to fetch when you change the focus of the window. So let's say you fetch the posts. If you go to another tab and once you come back, it is going to fetch that again. If you want to have that kind of like real-time communication or maybe just more up-to-date data, you could use it. In our case, I think it is fine to just say false. And just feel free to delete that or just add a lot of different options. And I think you could do things like for mutations as well. And then, so we need to wrap our application with the provider, pass the query, and then just use it in every place. Now let's commit our changes and we're gonna move on with the next section. So I'll just go here, add all of them to the staging area, and I'll just put a commit message. So this is my message, auth handled and routes protected in client, and this is the section number that we are in. Let's commit the changes and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, now let's add this functionality where we can fetch all posts in our database, or we could switch to this following tab and just fetch the posts of the users that we follow. And for that, we need to go into the posts .jsx, where I will just create a function first. And this posts will take, I think, a field called, let's say, feed type. Okay, that's either going to be for you or following. And we're going to be using this prop to be able to change the endpoint. And let's delete the is loading, or maybe keep it for now. I'll say const get post endpoint. That's going to be a function. It is going to take the, let's say, feed type. But since we have this feed type already, we could, I think, delete that. And we will just say switch. You could do if else as well, but that's what I'll be doing. So I'll say, depending on the feed type, we are going to have a couple of different cases. So if case is equal to, let's say, for you, this is going to be our endpoint, return API posts. And if you remember, we had something called all, right? Just let's make sure that under the routes post route, we can get all posts or the following posts, right? I'll just duplicate this one, where if the case is equal to following, we will just say API posts. Oops, if I can copy and paste, this is going to be our endpoint. And in the default case, for now, let's just say return an empty string, but we're gonna fix that later. Or by default, let's just return this one, okay? But just know that this is a function we will update later as well. And then I will create a variable post endpoint and call the function get the value, which is going to be the one of those return values. And to be able to fetch posts, now we're going to call our good old friend called use query. So I'll say use query, and again, let's just give it a query key. I'll just say query key is going to be posts. And we could add other options as Copilot suggests, but I think it's fine to just leave it like that. And we're going to pass the query function as well. For now, just delete the content, and that's going to give us the data is loading. And if you want, you could take the error state as well. Let's delete this one. Let's have a try catch. In the catch, we're simply throw the error, and in the try, let's say const res await fetch our endpoint, which is going to give us some data. And we could just check if res is not okay, either show the data.error or just say something went wrong, or maybe cannot fetch posts. Then I'll just say return the data. And now instead of running this hard-coded posts, we are gonna map through our data, and I would like to rename this to be posts, just like this. And I'll say posts and map them. If it is not loading, run this part. If it is loading, show the skeletons. And let's say posts dot length is 0. Then we'll just say no posts in this tab. And we could delete this one now. And we're gonna go into the post, where it just take the post as a prop and just render the full name, username of the post, and maybe the post image, post content. So everything that we have done in the UI design. Let's just see. There we go. Now we have one post by Jane Doe and one post by John. And these are the posts that we have in the database. Let's see. We have two different posts, and these are the documents. And let's go into the following. Now nothing changes because When we click that, we need to update this feed type. Let's go into the home page. So we have the feed type that we are passing into the posts. Let's add that. I'll just say feed type. And when you click to that button, it is going to update that state. If I click to this, it doesn't update because we need to refetch the data when this state changes, right? It just see the response is the same, so it is in the cache. It doesn't try to fetch that. And as I said, we're going to call the refetch, and this is something you can get from the React query, as well as a field called is refetching. So it is the is loading state for refetch, and we can call this whenever the feed type changes. So I'll say use effect, and we're going to call this whenever the let's say not is refetching change, but let's say when the feed type changes, we're going to call the refetch function. And here we need to pass the refetch as well, so that it doesn't give us any warnings. And if it is refetching, we could show the loading skeleton as well. I will just wrap it like this, and I'll say is refetching. So if it is loading or refetching, just show the skeletons. Let's go here in the for you. There you go. Now it just refetches whenever you change one of those tabs. And the people that we follow don't have any posts, but these are the posts that we have in our database. And let's just update this fields as well. So we'll say if it is not loading and if it is not refetching, okay, and we'll just do the same thing for this. So if it is not loading and if it is not refetching, and if there is posts, then just map through it. And if we just test it out, hopefully it should be the same. I'll just refresh. We can get the loading state and just the response as well. And let's just try to add a commit for this. I'll just go here, add my changes, where we have added this endpoint in the query to be able to fetch and refetch the posts. And in the home page, we just update this feed type. So I'll just add my changes. We are in the third section, and this is my commit message. Now the next thing that I want to add is to delete a post. So here we can see I am not the owner, but I can still see this button. When I click that, nothing happens, but let's just remove that in the post. So here it says is my post. This is a hard-coded data. Let's try to fix it. First, I will get the authenticated user. So data auth user, I'm just gonna rename this as always, and then I'll say use query, and that was the query key, right? We already have the query function, so we could just skip it. And so we are passing this, import the use query. Okay, so now I'll say if it is my post, and this is how I'm gonna check that. So I'll say if auth user underscore id is equal to post.user._id. If this is the case, let's just see that. If this is the case, we're going to show the trash icon. Let's save. Now I cannot really see that because these are not my post. And let's try to create a post, maybe from the postman for testing purposes. So here first I'll just authenticate as this user called Jane Red. So in the body, this is my username, let's say Jane Red. Now that I am logged in, I can create a post. In the body, I'll just say post by Jane Red from client, and send that. Post has been created. Let's refresh, and there we go. Since this is my post, I can delete that. And when I click to this, I just want to call a function. Let's close these. When we click to this icon, we are calling the handle delete post, and let's just go here. We're gonna call a mutation. So I'll just say const first the mutate function, and I'll just rename this to be delete post, and I'll just give it space. Then we're gonna have is pending state with the use mutation. Let's import it. We're just gonna have a mutation function. It's gonna be async, and we're gonna have try catch. In the catch, we will simply just maybe throw the error, right? And in the try, we'll say const res await fetch to our endpoint, and that's going to be dynamic. So /API/posts and /the post ID. And this is a route that we have created previously. Let's just double check that. Under the post routes, if you want to delete, you would pass the post ID. And now that we have passed that, let's add an object with the method being delete. And then what are we going to do next? Get the data, and if the response is not okay, we'll just do the error handling, and else we could just return the data. Then on the success case, we could just say maybe post deleted successfully. Oops, let's say toast dot success, and let's get the toast from React hot toast. And now we also invalidate the query to fetch the post. So I'll just put a comment for now, and we'll like to call this function when we click that trash icon. And we could also use this pending state to be able to just show a loading spinner, right? I'll go here, and below this one, I'll just say if it is pending, then just show the loading spinner that we have created previously. And it doesn't import it for some reason. I'll just reload the window with Control-Shift-P. So it just still doesn't give me. I think I need to type it. I'll say import loading spinner from, so it is in the same folder. I'll just say loading spinner, and we need to give it a size. I think I'll just say it's going to be small, and we're going to show this if it is not pending. If is pending is false, then show the trash icon. Let's test it out and see that in action. If I click to that, I'm going to have the loading state and post deleted successfully, but it didn't update the UI. We need to refresh the posts. If I refresh, now I cannot see that. And let's just go ahead and add that functionality so that we could invalidate the posts. So I'll say query client. First, we need to get that. Use query client, and I'll just say invalidate queries, and I think we need to pass the query key and pass the posts. Let's create one more post. So we are already logged in. I'll just create post 1 by chain, and then let's say post 2 and maybe post 3. And let's see that in action. If I click to that, I'm gonna have the loading state, and then I'll just invalidate the the state so that it is going to refresh the UI. And there you go, post deleted successfully, and I could just delete that. And with that, let's just add a commit. I'll go here, just close all files, and this is the only change that we have done. We have a use query to get the authenticated user to check if this post is mine or not. If post is ours, then we're gonna call the delete mutation, where we'll just send a delete method and show a toast, then invalidate the post query so that we could refetch the post. I'll just add my changes and put a commit message and just commit that. And now the next thing is to create a post. We're gonna go into the post.jsx, or I'm sorry, we're gonna go, let's first shrink everything. We're gonna go into the create post.jsx, and here let's just quickly go over this component. We have two states to hold the text as well as the image, and we have an image ref so that when we click this icon, we could open up an image file explorer, right? And then we have some hard-coded data with two more variables for pending and error state, which will delete and replace it with the value coming from React query. And when we submit the form, we're gonna get this alert that says post created successfully, and just a function to render the image on the client. And now let's get the authenticated user. So this is the hard-coded data we are using to be able to show this avatar, but instead we're going to show the actual user image. And again, we could just get our query. First, I'm going to have my states and my ref. Then I'll say const data auth user. And this is the value that we are just fetching. And then we'd like to get the query client, because we're going to do some invalidating the queries, right? We're going to update the cache. And then when we submit the form, we're going to call a function, let's say create post. And let's say it's going to be looking like this, where we're going to pass the text as well as the image. And this is going to be the mutation that we'll have in a second. So let's say const mutate and rename this to be create post, and we could get the is pending state from use mutation. And then we're going to have the mutation function, which takes these two fields, right? Text and image. And we're just going to send a post request to be able to create that. So I'll say const res await fetch, and that was our endpoint. So API posts and create, right? And then we're going to have this method of post headers of content type application JSON, as well as stringifying the body, which will give us the data. And we'll say if res is not okay, handle the error, and maybe just return the data. Or if you want to, you could console log it. We'll say throw the error. And on success, let's also delete those fields. We don't really need them. Now on success, what are we gonna do? We are just gonna show maybe a toast that says post created successfully. Let's say toast add success, and let's import the toast. And then we would like to again just invalidate the query so that it is going to update the UI. So I'll just say query client that invalidate queries, which is the post. And once we submit the post, we would like to reset this state. So I'll just say set text to be an empty string, as well as setting the image to be null. And with this, I think we are fine to go, but let's just see. We're going to use the auth user. So we are going to replace this user avatar with the actual one. So we have an error, but let's go below and we could delete this one as well. Or if you want to handle the error like this, you could just get the is error state. And then if it is pending, then we're going to show posting. Otherwise, we're going to show the post text. Let's send one now. I'll just say hi from React app. And if I click that, it loads. And once it's been posted successfully, it is going to revalidate the query. And there we go. Now this is the post that we have. And if anything goes wrong, then it is going to hit this block or the div where we could just show the error.message. I'll just go here and I'll say error.message. Now let's get the error as well from this mutation, just like this. And with this, I think that's gonna be it for the create post functionality. And again, this is the only file that we have changed, where we have one mutation and updating the query client by invalidating the query. So I'll just add my changes. We are in the third section, and this is my commit message. And with that, I'll see you in the next section. So I just realized I forgot to show this image upload when we create the post. So let's quickly go ahead and try to demo this. So here I'll just select this image and I'll put a text. Have you watched this tutorial? And when I press post, first it is not gonna work, because if we take a look at the console, it is just gonna say this payload is too large. And to be able to fix this, we need to go under the backend, under the server.js, and just pass an option. So I'll just say a limit will be, let's say, 5 megabytes, and by default I believe it is 100 kilobytes. And now this image that we have selected, let's see the size of it. So it was this one, and the size is 723 kilobytes. So that's why it just crashes and it just says payload is too large. And to be able to fix that, we'll just say maybe a limit should be 5 megabytes. But just keep in mind that this value shouldn't be too large. Otherwise, if an attacker sends a large request to your application, then your server might crash because of something called denial of service. So this is an attack, so you just need to keep that in mind. So I just put a comment so that you could have it in the source code. And let's save and just try to send this image again. And here we have our Cloudinary account. Now these are some images that I have uploaded previously, so just ignore that and just know that we don't have that image in the Cloudinary. So I'll just refresh. And under the media library, this is the latest image that we have. Let's try to post it now. It's going to post that. Post created successfully. We invalidate the query, and hopefully we should be able to see that in this Cloudinary account as well as in our database. So there we go. This is the new image that we just got, and under the posts we should be able to see that. So this is the text and this is the image. And let's just quickly add a comment or commit. I'll just say first add those changes. So payload limit updated in server.js, and I'll commit my change. And with that, now we are going to proceed with the next function, which is going to be this suggested user functionality, or the component. So we already have this component, but these are the fake data, and let's just try to fetch users from our database. So I'll go into the right panel, and if we take a look at the database, we have, I think, 7 different users. So we have 7 different users, and we'll like to fetch 4 different users and just show that in this right panel. And for that, I'll just go ahead and create a query, and let's delete this fake is loading state. We're gonna get that from the use query. So I'll first say data will be suggested users, as well as is loading state. Then we'll say use query, and let's import the use query, and maybe I'll just shrink this side. So let's get that from 10 stack and React query. Then we're gonna pass this option. As always, we'll like to have the query key, and let's say this is gonna be suggested users so that we could refer to it later. And we're gonna have one query function where we'll just have one try catch. In the catch, we're gonna throw the error as it is, maybe with the message. And then in the try, I'll just say const res await fetch API users / we had the endpoint called suggested. And we're just gonna get the data and handle the errors just like this. Then we would like to delete this fake data. Okay, I'm gonna delete the import and update this with the suggested users data that we just got. Now if we save, I think that should work. And there we go. These are the users that we have in the database. None of them has profile images, so that's why we see this, but this is an actual correct data. And if we just refresh, maybe the order will change and maybe users will change, because in total we have 7 different users. Now what happens if we don't have any users in the database, or maybe we just follow everyone? So we'd like to check for that. I'll say if suggested users.length is equal to 0. So if it is an empty array, then we'd like to just show like a fake div. So you'll just see what I mean. I'll just say return this div where class name will be medium and above. It's going to be width of 64, but in smaller screens it's just going to be width of 0. And we are doing this so that if this field is empty, then this so to say this container will not stretch. So just imagine if this div is not in the screen, I'll just go ahead and delete that. So otherwise it is going to stretch like this, and I don't want this to happen. So I'll just put an empty div to this right hand side, and we have an error. Let's see, it just says cannot read properties of length. So let's just put a question mark, and if we just refresh now, hopefully it should work. And in the loading state, we could still see that loading skeleton because we have implemented that previously. And with that, that's going to be it for the right panel. Let's go ahead and commit our changes. So this is the only thing that we have changed. We have replaced the fake data with the actual one, and we're using our endpoint. I'll just add those changes. We are in this section, and this is my commit message. And next, we're going to add follow unfollow functionality. Okay, now we'd like to add the follow and unfollow functionality, and for that we are not going to go into the right panel and then just write the code there. So we are not going to do add that functionality into this component. And the reason is we would like to make this reusable because we would like to use this functionality both in the right panel and in the profile page. So here, this is the demo application. We could follow users from the right panel, and if we visit their profile, we could also follow and unfollow them from their profile. So instead of writing this function both in the right panel and in the profile page, instead we're going to create a custom hook and then just use it in both of these places, but it is going to be like writing the code just once. And for that, I'll go under the front end, under the source, and I'll create another like folder called hooks, and I'll just say use follow.jsx. And again, this is going to be a reusable hook. So let's just first create it. I'll just get the import toast because we're going to be using that from React.toast, and I think I'll just get the use mutation, not use state, but let's say use mutation, and use query client from 10 stack, just like this. And then we're going to create this hook, and then we'll like to return a couple of different values, and let's just say export default use follow. Then I'll just say const query client. We'll be using that to be able to invalidate some queries, and then we'll just do the like the classic thing that we'll be doing. So use mutation, which is going to give us the mutate function, and I would like to rename this to be follow, and so like we'll say is pending state, and actually we could call this as follow unfollow, or maybe just call it follow, but just know that it's going to do both of the functionalities. And then this is going to take the object where we have the mutation function. Let's say async. Now this is going to take the user ID so that we know which user we are going to follow and unfollow. So I'll say const res, and we're going to send a fetch request to our endpoint, and let's just put backticks. That was /API/users, and then it was /follow, then the user ID itself. That's going to be a post method. I think it was post, right? Let's just double check that. Under the routes, user route, okay, follow is post method. I'll say method is going to be not put but post, and then we're going to just say const data get this, and just error handling. So if res dot is not okay, we're going to just show that, throw the error so that we could catch it later. So let's say return, and I think I forgot to add try catch. I'll cut that and paste it. Then in the catch we could again just throw that error. and then we're gonna have on success. So we're gonna invalidate two different queries, and on error we could just get the error and then just toast.error the message. Now on the success, we're going to invalidate two different queries. The first one is going to be this suggested users that we fetch, because if I follow this user, then I don't want to see that still in this component. So if I just follow that, I would like to just remove that. So it's going to refetch. And that's the first query. We'll just say query client invalidate queries, and we're going to pass the query key, which was suggested users. And the other one is going to be the auth user. And the reason for this is that when we follow user from their profile, we are going to update this button to be unfollow. So if I just follow, now there you can see it just says unfollow, and if unfollow them, that's going to be follow. And to be able to implement this, we need to fetch the user profile, the authenticated user, because we're going to be using a field called following or the followers. So this is the reason why we are invalidating this auth user. And if you want to invalidate more than queries, you could just promise that all, so that they could run in parallel, and that's just going to make it a little bit more faster. So we are going to pass an array and just wrap them inside. And we need to put a comma here, just like this. Now previously I also said that in the controllers of the user we had a to do. So we said return the ID of the user as a response. I think we don't need this. I just realized this is not really needed, so I'll just delete that. If you want to, you could still return the ID of the user and do something with it, but I think I don't need because we're not going to be using them. And then you could say return two different values from this hook, which is going to be the follow and is pending. So if you didn't rename this, that would be mutate. But in this case, it is follow. I think that's going to be it for this hook. Let's save, and we'll like to go into the right panel. And when we click to this follow button, we would like to call that mutation. So let's get this. I'll say use follow, which is going to return us two different values, the follow function and then the is pending state. So with this now, if you want to use this follow functionality, you can go into the any component and then just use it with this one line. You're going to call that get the function and then bind this in any place. So I will say when we click to that, we would like to first prevent the default, right? So that it doesn't take us to the profile of the user because it is wrapped with a link. And I will just cut this, open up curly braces and paste that. Then we're going to call the follow function with the user ID. And we could also add a loading state. So I will just delete this follow button and I'll say if it is pending, then I would like to show this loading spinner that we had, and let's make the size to be small, and in the else case we'll just say follow, and let's import the component. I'll say import loading spinner. It is coming from the current directory, and let's just format this a little bit. So we got imports from the packages, then we have a hook, and then our components. Let's save and just test it out in our actual application. So that was the demo, and this is what we are building. I'll try to follow Jane. And there we go. Now Jane is not in this component. We had the Jane though, but it was a Jane green. So I will follow Bob. Let's see. And there we go. Now Bob is not here. And let's follow Beth. And that's how it works. And with that, we can just commit our changes. Let's go here. We have updated three different files. So we just deleted our comment for this file. This is not really important. And then we added this. Let's first take a look at this custom hook where we could just send a request to our endpoint. And on success, invalidate our queries, on error, show a toast, and return those values so that we could have this functionality to be reusable. And now in any component, we are able to use it with just one line. There we go, we have the function, and when we call that, we need to pass the user ID, and it's gonna work magically. Then let's add all of our changes, and I'll just put my commit message. This is my message, and I'll just commit that. And next, we're going to add a like and comment functionality. Okay, now let's add the like mutation. And for this, we need to go into the post component because this is where that button lives, right? So post.jsx, and let's just scroll at the very top. We have a function where we call, and we are calling this when we click to that div that holds this icon, okay? And now we have a couple of different variables. Currently it is false, but if it is true, then we're gonna get this like pink color, and let's just make that true just to double check. So let's say if it is like is true, then this icon is gonna be like pink, and it should update the color as well. This color should be pink as well. Let's just see why it doesn't work. If we delete this part and just, I think, paste it to here, then it should work. Okay, when it is liked, then we're gonna see this color in the text, but else it is gonna be this slate 500. And then we have something else I didn't explain, so I just forgot, sorry about that. But basically we have a model component from Daisy UI, and this is something that I have copied and pasted from their documentation. So each dialog must have a unique ID. So this is how we are making that unique, because we need to make sure that when we click to this icon, it should open up this model. But this model is actually different than this model and this model. Now content is the same because it is hard-coded, but it's a different model actually, and we need to let the Daisy UI be aware of that. And we are doing this by passing a unique ID. And when we like click to this comment icon, that's how we are opening the actual correct model. We just say get element by ID, comments model, and then we pass the post ID just like this, and it is gonna show that model. Now I hope it makes sense now, and let's try to add our function. Now we have a couple of different hard-coded variables, and we have is commenting. Let's see, so we are using this to be able to show a loading spinner, and let's just make that to be true. And once we have done this, then we can see this loading spinner in the button. And again, this is something that we'll like to fix, or maybe just make it dynamic. And instead of showing it like this is size of medium, I will delete this and I'll say loading spinner, and I'll just make the size medium. And this is a component that we have created, right? And with that, I think we can now create that create the mutation. So I'll just say const mutate, and I will call this as a like post, and we're gonna get a pending state. But now we would like to rename this as well, otherwise we're gonna have two different is pending fields, right? One here and then one above. So I'll just make that to be is liking, and I'll open up this object, pass my function, and success and error cases. So I'll say mutation function, it's gonna be async, we're gonna have try catch, and then just send a fetch request or endpoint, which is API posts / like / the post underscore ID. And now the method is gonna be post. Then we're gonna have the data. I'll just scroll a little bit, and some error handling just like this, then return the data. And in the catch, we'll say throw the error as always, and outside of this mutation function, we'll get the on success. Like on success, we're going to invalidate the posts query, but this is not really good, so I'll just put a comment. This is not the best user experience, and you'll see in a second, and we're gonna fix that with another approach. And then on error, let's just put that, we could just basically get the error and show a toast. So we don't need this toast, but for now let's keep it. And we are not using these variables. So first we'd like to call this function inside this. Now let's say like post, and we could add one optimization is that we'll just say if it is liking, then just return out of this function so that you don't really call this function as well because it is in the loading state. And this is only gonna run this if check when you like the button. You have 1 second of loading state, right? And at that exact moment, if you click to that button, it is again going to call this function, but this if check will hold it and it's gonna return out of this function. I hope it made sense. Now we would like to use the is liking state, and even before that we would like to just rename this so that is a little bit more readable. I'll say is deleting, and we need to update this part as well, just like this. And then we're gonna go into the is liking. Let's just find it. I'll just say Control F is, I'm sorry, not is liking, but the FA, this heart icon. We would like to show a loading spinner when it is in the loading state. Let's just see. We'll say if it is not liked, and now this is hard-coded data, we'll fix it, and we'll just say if it is not liking, if it is not in the loading state, then we're gonna show this icon. But let's say if it is liking, then show a loading spinner size of small. And we would like to show this only if is liking is false, right? So I'll just put a bang operator on top of it, and then let's just test it out. I think it should be fine. Let's refresh. Okay, we have this for some reason. Let's see why. Because is liked is, I think, true, right? Let's make that to be false. And actually, to be able to check this, we are going to just delete that, or maybe let's say if post dot likes includes, because it's an array, the auth user underscore ID. If this is the case, then this is going to be true. Let's save and just test it out. Now it is false. There you go. When I click to that, I will see the loading state for a second, and there you go. Now post is liked, but this UI experience, I mean this user experience is not really great, because when you like a post, it is going to refetch all the posts, right? And instead of that, is there a way, can I just update this post and increment the number of likes and just don't refetch anything? And yes, for this we're going to need to just update the cache instead of revalidating or invalidating the queries. So I'll just keep this as a comment, and maybe just put a comment because it will refetch all posts. And let's see the optimal solution, or the one that most of us will like. So I'll just say instead we'll just update the cache directly for that post. And to be able to do this, first we need to update something in the backend. So for that, I'll go into the post.controller.js, and then the function that we'd like to update is this like and unlike post function. So when we unlike a post, it means we just remove the ID of the current user from the likes array of the post, right? So let's just try to do it then. So I'll say const now updated likes. This is what we'd like to return back, and we'd like to remove the user ID, right? This is the currently authenticated user's ID. We would like to remove that from the post.likes. So I'll say post.likes filter, and here Copilot tries to help me, where we'll just map through each item which is an ID, and we're going to convert that to a string, and we'll just get the ones that are not equal to the user ID. So basically this will just remove the user ID from this array, and we'll like to return this as a response. I'll say updated likes, and when we like the post, we are just pushing that user ID into that array, and we could just say then return post.likes. And if we want to be a little bit more so to say consistent, we could create this const updated likes and just say post.likes and make our code a little bit readable, just like this. Okay, so this is the point. When we like or unlike, we are returning the updated likes array so that we could update our cache with the new array, right? Or the number of likes. And this is how we're going to do that. We'll say query.client. So still we're using this because this is where the caching kind of stored, right? I'll say set query data, and the one we are interested in is the posts. So this is going to return us the old data in the function, right? So this is React Query gives you out of the box, and we are going to get the updated likes from the backend because this is what we are returning as a response from the mutation function. And then inside this function, now we'll just say we'll take the return where we'll just old data dot map it, and we're gonna get each post, and we'll like to just do one if check. So we'll say if p dot underscore id is equal to the post dot underscore id. So if this is the post that we just liked, then we would like to update the number of likes. So I'll say return all the other values of the post, but we would like to just update the likes array with the one that we just got. And if this is not the case, we'll just return the post as it is. And hopefully that was a good explanation and you just get the point. Let's try to see that in action. I'll just refresh just in case to have a clean state. And if I click to this, now it shouldn't really invalidate the query, but instead it should just update the cache. And that's what we are doing. So we are returning this p. This is going to be the case for the posts that we don't like or unlike. When I like this post, it is going to hit this if check for this post, but not for these. So nothing updates here, but we're just updating this one. And there we go. Let's remove the alert for the toast. We don't really need that. Okay, so we'll just format this and just test it out once again. We could unlike, like, and it doesn't refetch the UI. And with that, that's gonna be it for this mutation. So just keep in mind that sometimes you need to just change the logic that you are doing. So you can't really go blindly and then invalidate the query because you need to give a better experience for your users. So that's the main takeaway, I think, from this on success case. And then I think that's gonna be it. Let's just add our changes and just commit that. So we have just updated this field. We renamed that to have a better code, and then we just added this mutation where we send the request, get the updated likes array, and like do the caching kind of thing, updating that. And we had like updated this field with the actual one instead of hard-coded data, and we are calling this function with an optimization on top of it. Then we just changed a couple of different fields to be able to show loading state, and this is what we have done in the backend. Let's add all of our changes, and I'll just put a commit message. So this is my commit message, and next we're going to add comment. And now let's add the comment mutation. And again, for that, we're going to go into the post.jsx. So we had two of our different mutations for to delete a post and like a post. And then it is time to create one for the comment a post. So here, this is going to be my function. I have an auto suggestion, so I'll just get that. This is the use mutation, and we'd like to delete this hard-coded value. And instead we're going to be using the one that is coming from React Query, and we'll have the mutation function, and as always on success, and then on error cases, and just show the toast. And then in the mutation function we're going to have try catch. In the catch we could just throw the error itself, and then const res, and our endpoint was let's say /API/posts/comment, and then the post ID that we'd like to comment to. And the method is gonna be post. So say method post and just get this. So headers application JSON, and we're gonna pass the text. And did we call this as comment? Okay, it is the state that we have. So whatever you type in into this input or the text area, that's gonna be this comment. And then let's just say const data. If there is any errors, let's handle it. Otherwise, we would like to return the data. And now I think we could use this comment post function when we call this. So we are preventing the default because it is in a form. So I'll just say comment post, and we could get this optimization as well. It is the same thing that we have done here. If it is in the loading state, we are not going to call this function again until it ends. And now I think we could save this and just test it out. I'll go ahead and say hi from, let's just say, my comment from React app, and just post it. And let's refresh. There we go. Now we have a comment. It is here. It is just posted by Jane. And then I think we forgot to revalidate or invalidate the queries. I'll go into the onSuccess function. We could just show a toast that says comment posted successfully, and then we would like to update the post state, right? So that it is going to clear this input, and then let's say query client, and just invalidate the post query so that it could fetch that again. And let's just do it. I'll just say hi again and post it. There we go. Now comment posted successfully, and it just refetches the post. And if you don't want this to have this invalidating, you could again just update the cache, just like what we have done here. So you would take care of the user experience, but I think I'll just skip that. I'll just leave that as a challenge for you. So I'll just say testing again and post it, and here it works. Let's send a comment to this one. So I'll say another comment and post it. Now here we can see each post has its own comment, and if we click to this one, we're gonna get this model, and if we click to this one, we're gonna get this model because we gave a unique ID for each dialog or the model. I think that's gonna be it for the comment mutation. Let's shrink all of them, and I think we could also just delete this function and pass this directly into here, but let's just be consistent and leave it like this. And I just realized we are using this formatted date as hard-coded, and we need to fix it because each post has its own formatted date. So it is not 1 hour ago for each post, right? Let's go ahead and update that. For this, we're gonna create under the source. Let's see if we have utils. Okay, under the utils, I'll just put functions .js, or maybe let's just say date and put it into it, and I'll just rename this to be index.js. So here we're gonna have two different functions. Just grab them and paste it into this file. You can find it in the GitHub repo in this file. Okay, so we have two different functions, one to format members and state, and the other one is to format the post date. For now, we're going to be using this one, and later this one. And this is something that I took from AI. So basically, ChatGPT created this one for me, where we just pass the created at field. So this is a timestamp, and it is going to return us some kind of formatted date, either just now or a couple of minutes ago or 1 hour ago, 1 day ago, and things like that. And let's just save, and this is the name of the function. I will replace it with this. Let's call it, and I'll say post.createdAt. And if we save now, we should be able to see it just updates for each post. So this is the post that I have created 1 day ago, and this is 14th of April. And let's create another one. New post from me. And there you go. It just says it just now. And now let's grab these variables and just put them here, and then we have our functions below that, just like this. And let's commit our changes. And again, in this section, we have added these functions, and the comment post mutation. So I'll add the changes and put a commit message. This is my commit message, and I just committed that. And next we are going to add the notifications page. Okay, so let's head over to the notification page where we have a couple of different hard-coded notifications. Then we have one function that just alerts all notifications deleted. So this is what we have in our application, these hard-coded data, and then when we clicked that, we got this alert. Now to be able to fetch these notifications, we need to add a query, and then to be able to delete notifications, we need to add a mutation. So let's start with this one. I'll just delete this, and for the loading state, this is hard-coded. Let's delete that as well, and we're gonna fix it in a second. And let's delete this function as well. So I'll just say const, and before that I think we need to import the use query and use mutation from 10 stack. So I'll just go ahead and say here import use query and use mutation from at 10 stack and React query. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the imports, and we'll just get some data, which I will call it as notifications, and we're gonna have is loading state, and we'll say use query. And remember, we need to pass an object, and first thing that we'll like to add is gonna be the query key so that we could refer to it later. So I'll just say this is the notifications query and our function, and let's make it async, and I would like to add a try catch. So in the catch we could just throw that, right? And then what we can do here, just send a fetch request to our endpoint, which is API notifications. Then I think we're gonna get the data as always, and if res is not okay, we are gonna send the data.error or something went wrong text. Then let's just return the data. So we have, I think we're doing something wrong. So unnecessary try catch wrapper, what does that even mean? So if we delete this, so try, yes, that we have, and put a catch. So catch takes the error, right? And let's say throw new error with the error.message. Okay, I think if we just say throw error, is this the problem? Yes. Then we'll just say new error and put the error itself. So just like this should be working. And like, since this is a query, we don't really pass on success and on error because it doesn't have those fields, but instead we could just get that as state. So is error and is loading, I mean is success if you want to handle it. I'll just skip that, and this is our notifications, and we need to add this mutation as well. So I'll say const mutate and call it as delete notifications, and we are gonna call this use mutation, and let's say the mutation function async try catch, and in the error case let's say on error, and we could just show a toast with it. So I'll say toast dot error, and let's import the toast just like this. Then in the try we would like to just send that delete method or the fetch request, right? I'll say const res await fetch to API notifications where the method is gonna be delete, and then the classic kind of thing, and we could return the data. Now we always return the data. You might be asking, but we are not using it. Well, that's correct if you want to use it. So like from the mutation you could just get that as the first argument, right? If you just say data or notifications, this is what you get. So to be able to get that, you need to return that. So we're just returning it, but we're not using it. That's fine because we don't really need it in this scenario. But there are some scenarios that you need to use. So I think it was the place in the post.jsx. When we like the post, So this is the place where we use it. So this is something to just keep in mind. If you want to use it, then you need to return that from the mutation function. Okay, so in the catch, let's say throw new error and just pass that. And in the success case, we could just say toast.success, notifications deleted successfully. And with that, let's just test it out. If we go here, we can see all of our notifications that we have. And if we try to like one of our posts, I'll just select this one, and we should get one more notification. And there you can see the list just updated. But when you unlike a post, it doesn't actually send another notification, right? So it only works when you like a post. Let's just go ahead, and there you go. Now we have one more in the list. And it also happens when you follow a user. So if someone follows you, then you would get a notification. And let's just try to delete all of them. There we go. Now it says notifications deleted successfully, but it didn't update the UI. And you know what what we need to do. And when you refresh, it says no notifications. But to be able to do that without refreshing, you would say query client. And first, let's get that. I'll just go above query client and get that from this hook, and query client dot invalidate queries, where we need to just invalidate this one. And like if we had a notification, you know, when we delete that, it would just update this field without asking us, like without refreshing. So just to double check, I have just logged in as a different account, and I'll just like the post of Jane Red because this is the account. So if I just like that, now she has 2 likes on this post, and if we refresh, we got this notification, right? And if we just delete that, it's gonna delete all of them and update the UI automatically. And we could also send a follow request, but we didn't implement that part. So maybe let's go here and maybe just try to follow Jane Red from the right panel. And if I just refresh now, we should be able to get the this notification that says Janie Doe followed you. And again, if you delete all of them, it's gonna refresh, just update the UI. And I think with that, this is the only thing that we need to add to this page. 1 mutation and 1 query. And let's just add all of them to this staging area and put a commit message, and then just commit the changes. With that, I'll see you in the next one. So now it is time to add this profile page. Currently, it doesn't really matter which user profile we visit. We will always get the same exact data because this is some fake hard-coded data that we just added. And for the posts, we're going to get the same posts from the homepage because we're using that like the same component, and we need to fix it by changing the endpoint. So first, let's try to get the user profile, and for that we had an endpoint. For this, I'll just first go into the profile page where we need to create a call a query, right? I will change this fake data with the actual one. So I'll just say get me some data and rename it to be user as well as the loading state. And we could delete this fake loading state from the above line. So I'll just say use query, and then let's put our object, pass the query key, and I think I'll just call it as user profile because this is what we are fetching. And I'll say query function. It's going to be async. We'll have the try catch, and we'll just send a fetch request to our endpoint. And if you remember, it was /API/users like this /profile and then the username. And we can get this username from React Router DOM. So I'll say const username and use I think it was called prems, and we get this as username is because this is what we have called it in the app.jsx in the route. So if it is called as x, then this should be x, just like this. But we call it as username. So I'll just go ahead and pass that, which is going to give us some data. And let's do the error handling. and eventually just return the data. Then in the catch, we're gonna throw that. Now what do we want to do? If we just save, I think we should be able to get the user profile, and we are already rendering it, and we just say if it is not loading and if we have the user data, render that, where we can show the full name, username, cover image, profile image as well. And then for the, if it is loading, then show the header skeleton, and if it is not loading and if we don't have that user, then just say user not found. Let's go ahead and refresh. So we have loading state for a split second, and this is the user profile. And let's change to this one. So it is not going to refetch, and we need to add that in a second. But here you can see actually the URL updates. So if I refresh, it should fetch the profile of John. If I go to my own profile, let me just refresh, it should fetch the profile of Jane, right? Which is my profile. And let's add this functionality of refetching whenever we change the URL or the user profile. So I'll just go above and I'll say give me the refetch function as well as the is refetching state. And now I need to call this refetch whenever the username changes in the URL, and we're going to call the use effect for this. Let's put it like this for now, and I'll say refetch whenever the username changes, and it just says please add the refetch function into the dependency array. So I'll just say refetch, and now we could, oops, don't call the function but just pass it like this. And now we'd like to show the loading skeleton if we are refetching as well. So I'll just wrap this with parentheses, and I'll say if it is loading or if it is refetching, show the skeleton, and I'll just say if it is not is refetching, then show this user not found, and if it is not refetching as well, oops, so is refetching. Okay, with this everything should be fine. This is the profile of John. If I click to Jane, there we go, we had 1 second of loading state, and then it just updates and fetch the profile of the user that we'd like to get. And here you can see this is the bio of John, the link, the joined date. This is not correct, let's fix it. Let's say 2021, this is hard-coded data, and we'd like to fix it, and we had a function for this. Let's remember the name of the function under the date. So I said that we'll be using this, so I'll just copy the name, and instead of passing to here like this and calling user.created@, I would like to actually grab this and create a variable. So I will go above and I'll say member since date, and then use this instead where it was. Okay, so this is where we're gonna pass that field. So let's say member since, not data, but I'll just call it as a date. And I think we need to let's see, what do we have? User before initialization. That's correct. We need to just put it below this query because this is where we got the user variable, right? And there we go. Now it says joined April 2024, and it is same for all those users. And here it just says the same, right? So that's gonna be it for the fetching user profile. And now let's try to fetch the posts for a user. So there are two different options. We can fetch their posts, or we can fetch the posts that they liked. And for this, we need to go into the posts.jsx, and we need to update this function a little bit. So we have for now three different endpoints where we fetch the for you for the homepage, the following case again for the homepage, and now we would like to have one more case. I'll just say if we are fetching the posts of the user, right, then we're going to change our endpoint. So let's say return API posts, and this is our endpoint that we had where we just passed the username, and we can get this username from React DOM, or we could just pass it as a prop to this posts component. I'll say username is going to be username. just like this. And we're gonna get that. And then the other case for us is gonna be where we would like to fetch the liked posts of that user, right? So I'll just say if case is equal to likes, then we would like to like return this endpoint, but it had user ID at the end. If you don't remember, you could just take a look at the routes for the posts. We can get the, let's see, under the get method where we have the likes and pass the user ID to be able to get like posts of that user and get the user posts by passing the username. And we could say like likes it was, and then plus the user ID. And oops, so let's say user dot underscore ID, and we could get this ID as a prop. So I will actually call this as user ID, just like this. And I'll say user ID is gonna be user dot ID, and let's put a question mark. And let's make this a little bit more consistent. So I will, instead of doing it like this, I'll just put backticks. And then put it under this $. Okay, just like this. So I hope it wasn't confusing. So we have 4 different cases to be able to get the post endpoint. So either we're gonna fetch the for you, the following, posts, or the likes. So these are the place for the profile page, and these are the other cases for the home page. And with this, I think that should be fine. Whenever the feed type changes, we're gonna return one of those, and post endpoint will change because this is the computed value from this function, and we're gonna call the fetch with that endpoint. Let's try to see this in action. If I click to this, nothing happens because we didn't bind it, I think. So we didn't set what's gonna be the feed type in the profile page. Here I'll just go ahead and say feed type is gonna be the feed type that we have. By default it is posts for the profile page, but when you click to the likes button, it is going to update that state, and it is going to rerun the function. So if I go here, these are the posts that Jane created, right? And these are the posts that Jane liked. And since this is our profile, now if I just go ahead and unlike some of these posts, so this, and then this one, and if we go here now, there you can see they are being removed from the likes. And if we go to the profile of, let's say, John, and here we can see John just has one post, and the post that John liked is this one. So basically this is what we have done. Whenever the feed type changes, it is going to rerun this, re-render this component, get the computed value, and it is going to send a fetch request to this endpoint. And I think we have a use effect that just checks whenever the feed type changes, it is gonna run the refetch. And let's say whenever the username changes, it should also like run this refetch function. So before, if we don't add it, let's see what's gonna happen. So I am in the profile of John, right? Let me just go here and refresh. So John has one post. If I click the profile of Jane, so it just updates here, but not here. So we need to refetch it whenever the username changes. And with this, I'll just refresh and try to do it again. This is the profile of Jane, post of the Jane, and if I click to John, there you go. It is gonna update here, and then this one because it is refetching all of them. And if there isn't, or like if there aren't any posts, it is gonna show this p tag, and feel free to update the markup. So I think that's gonna be it for the fetching posts of the user in the profile page. Let's try to add a commit, and you could take a look at the changes that we have done. We just update the endpoint depending on the feed type, and refetching depending on the username. And we just added one query in just a couple of fields. We just update the member since date. So adding those changes and putting a commit message. So this is my message, and I'll just commit those changes. And next we're going to add this functionality where we can update user profiles. Now we will add update profile function or mutation. And before that, I think we could add like follow and unfollow other users. So currently this is not my profile, right? This is John and I am Jane. This should say follow or unfollow. Let's go ahead and update that in the profile page. So let's see the edit profile. Where is it? So edit. So we have this text, but it is coming from in the, let's see, edit profile model. So we are only going to show this if it is my profile. And is this value hard coded? Let's see. Yes, it is. So I will cut this and put it here because we'll be using this user variable. And I'll say it is going to be my profile if and only if auth user dot underscore id is equal to the user underscore id. And let's get the auth user. I'll just rename this data from the use query and then just pass the query key just like this. And if we just save, there you go. Now it says follow for a different user. But if we visit our own profile, we just see edit profile button. And if I take a look at a different profile, when I click to that follow button, let's just see that button. Instead of showing an alert, we would like to call our custom hook, right? Let's just get that. Maybe after this mutation or maybe above this. So I'll just actually go at the very top, like above this query as well. I'll just say, give me this use follow hook that we have created. Let's see. Okay, it is this one, but we cannot get any auto suggestions. So I think I'll just go ahead and say import use follow from, let's see if this is the correct path. Yes, it is. So we go under the hooks folder and then just get that, which is gonna return us two different values. Let's say the follow function and then the is pending state. And I would like to call this follow function, let's see, in this button. And I would like to just pass the user ID that I would like to follow or unfollow. And it is not going to say follow if we already follow this user, right? And we have the is pending state. So let's just delete this and I'll say if it is pending, we're going to say like loading and just put 3 dots. Or maybe we could show maybe a loading spinner. For now, let's keep it like that. And I'll say if it is not pending and if I am following this user, then I'll just show the unfollow. So I'll say, and am I following? Then I would like to say unfollow in this button. Let's create this one. So const am I following, and this is how we can check that. We'll say if this user under the followers array, it includes the ID of the authenticated user, then this is going to be true, right? And we'll say if it is not pending and if I am not following that user, then just show me the follow button. Okay, let's try to see this in action. Let's refresh. So we are not following Jane Doe, and we can double check that she has been suggested in the right panel. If I click to this, I will see loading for a second. And now that I follow that, it should actually change this to be unfollow, but it didn't because we need to invalidate something. And if we refresh, now we could get this up-to-date value. Now I think instead of invalidating, we could just change this by saying if auth user dot following includes the ID of the user, because when we follow a user, we will invalidate this value, right? Let's double check that. I know this is a little bit confusing, but when we follow someone on success case, we are updating the auth user query, and this is something that I mentioned previously. We are using this to be able to update that button. And now that this has been updated, we are just checking that from the following array. Hopefully it wasn't confusing. So I'll just refresh and let's try to see this in action. We have an error. Let's see. Okay, I think we forgot to put this question mark. I'll just unfollow that. We have the loading for a second, and now it says follow. If I follow that, it is gonna update here and then remove the chain from the right panel. There we go. And we could do again just unfollow, and it is working as expected. So that was something to keep in mind. And here we can see how easy it is to implement that, because we have this custom hook where we can just call it and use it with only one line. Now it is time to update the user profile, right? And for this, we need to create a use mutation as always, because we need to send some post requests, right? I'll say const, we're gonna have the mutate function, and I would like to call it as update profile, and we're gonna get is pending state. We could say is updating profile, and then let's import the use mutation. We're gonna have the mutation function, which is not gonna take the data. So this mutation function is only going to update the profile of the user, I mean the profile image, and then the cover image. And for some reason we cannot see the icon. It's because it is not our profile. If you go here, then we can see these buttons, right? So in this function, we can only update the cover image and profile image. And then if you want to update this information, then we're gonna go into the edit profile model and update that, because this is where that state lives. So for now, just know that we'll like to update the cover image and profile image. I'll say give me the try catch and just send the request. So our endpoint was API users and /update, and we don't need, I think, backticks, but let's keep it like that, because it is gonna find the user from the request and update the authenticated user profile. So it's gonna be a post method, and then we would like to add the headers as content type of application JSON, and for the body we could send the cover image and profile image. So whichever the user tries to update, maybe just one of them or maybe both of them at the same time. And this is going to give us, let's say, data. If response is not okay, and return the data, throw just like this. And I think on success case, we could show a toast. Let's just say profile updated successfully, and we would like to invalidate two different queries. One, to be able to fetch the user profile again so that we could update this part, and invalidate the authenticated user query so that we could update the profile profile information on this sidebar. Okay, so let's go ahead and say promise.all and pass an array. In the first case, we would like to get the query client, invalidate queries, the auth user, as well as the user profile. Let's get the query client now. I'll just go maybe at the very top. Here I'll just say get the value, and on error case we could maybe just show a toast just like this. And we would like to call this function now when we click to the update button. So I'll just select an image from my machine. So I think I'll just go with this one. Okay, this is my updated profile image, and here I can see the update button, and we only show that I'll just say Control F update. We only show this if we selected a cover image or profile image from our machine. So on click, instead of showing this alert, I'll just say update profile function, and let's say if it is updating, show this, otherwise just say update. Okay, so I'll just click to that and let's see this in action. Updating. There we go, profile updated successfully, and it just invalidate this query as well as this one, and we could just see up-to-date data. And let's try to add a cover image as well. So I'll just go with this one. This is from my machine, and I'll just say update. So it's been updated, and there we go. Now it is time to add this functionality where we could edit our profile in the button or in the model, right? Let's go into the edit profile model, and basically we're going to be doing almost the same thing with this mutation. We would like to update profile, send this request. Instead of cover image and profile image, we're going to send this form data and on success and on error functions. Now we could exactly copy this and paste it, which is not the optimal solution. We are duplicating code. Let's first do it in the bad way, and then I'll show you guys how to optimize it. So I just copied that function or mutation. I will paste it and import the use mutation. We have this update profile and loading state. Instead of this, we are going to just stringify the form data. And I think that's the only thing that we need to update. Let's get the toast and the query client. Just like this, give a little bit space and maybe put it at the very top. And let's bind this function to, let's say if we have an update button. Okay, it is gonna be this form. When we submit that, we would like to update our profile. So I'll say update profile, and like we should have some kind of button. Do we have? Let's see. When we click to this update, I would like to show the loading state for a second. So I'll say if it is updating, show this text, otherwise say update. Let's save, and hopefully it should do the magic. So our name called as a Jane Doe, and if I just say full name is gonna be Jane Orange. If I just update that, there we go. It updates here and then here. There you can see. Now there is one thing that we could optimize, is that when we click to this, we would like to get the default value for these fields. And for this, we need only one use effect. So I'll just go here. Maybe at the very end of this, like before the return, I'll say use effect. So just like this, and I'll say if we have the auth user, then we would like to just set the form data with its information. So I'll just say set form data and pass this new value, and I'll just say the full name will be so just like get those auto completes. Now for the link we're gonna pass, but for the password, I mean the new password and current password, we will leave it as an empty string so that we have this kind of like security. And we need to get the auth user, so I'll just pass it here, and we're gonna get that as a prop into this component. So I'll say auth user, and we're gonna pass it when we call the edit profile model. So I'll say auth user and then just pass it. Okay, with this, now when we try to edit our profile, we should be able to get the like the default values, and we don't have bio, so it's empty, and we don't have link, they are also empty. So let's just say this is my new bio, and maybe just add a link. I'll put the link of the channel, and I'll just say update. There we go. Now we have this new bio and then the link. When we click to that, that's gonna take us to the link. Now let's add our changes just like this. Then we're going to optimize this and make it as a custom hook. So I'll just go here and add all of my changes. So this is my commit message, and let's try to optimize it. So now that we are using the same function in two different places, right? It is this use mutation where we're basically copying and pasting the exact same thing, but the only thing changes is the body for the like what we are sending to the database or the backend. So I'll just go ahead and create a custom hook for this. So I'll say use update profile, or maybe user profile.jsx, and let's create that. I'll say const use update user profile. Maybe I could just copy this entire thing, right? And before that, let's say export default this hook, where we're gonna have this use mutation, and instead of passing this statically, we're gonna actually take it dynamically, right? So I'll just say pass the form data when you call this mutation, then we can show a toast and invalidating this queries. So I'll say const query client, and eventually we would like to return the update profile function as well as the loading state. And how are we going to get this form data? So this could be like a prop that we would pass, or just like an argument. So I'll say form data. Let's try to save this now, and we're going to go into the maybe edit profile model and delete everything that we have here. Instead, we're going to call our hook, which was use update user profile, and we're going to pass the form data, which is going to give us the update profile function as well as the loading state. We could delete this now because we are not using it. We are not using toast, not mutation, not query client. Everything is being abstracted for us, and we'll do the exact same thing in the profile page. I'll delete this, and I'll say I think use update user profile, and instead of form data, I'll just fix it in a second. I'll say const give me the function, or like the state and then the function. And for the form data, since we're expecting as an object, I'll just say the cover image as well as the profile image. Let's save, and hopefully it should work. When we call this function, we are not passing anything, right? And maybe we should add that into that. So instead of passing to the hook, we could pass it to the update profile function, so you would get that actually from here. So I'll say form data, and I think this is a better approach. So we're not going to pass it to the hook, but into the mutation function. So update this file, and then we're going to pass that to here. So the cover image and then the profile image, and we need to delete that from this params, and same thing for this one. So instead of passing to here, we're gonna pass that here. Okay, let's save and try to test it out. I'll delete these because we are not using them, and everything should be working fine. The only thing that we have done is just make this reusable. Let's go ahead, refresh. We have edit profile. I will click to that, and I'll just change my surname to be blue, and I'll say this is my very Neve bio, and maybe just make this uppercase, and let's update. There we go. Everything just works as expected. Let's try to update our profile image. Now let's try to add this to here, and I'll just say update, and everything is just working like as expected. It updates here and here as well. So this is how you write clean code, right? And let's go into the edit profile and try to update our password. If I don't pass the current password and just try to pass something here, it is gonna say please provide both current and then the new one. I'll just put the current one, but I'll make it wrong, okay? And it's gonna say current password is incorrect. And if I go here and just say put the correct one, and my new password will be, let's say, from 1 to 8, okay? I'll say update, and there we go. Now profile updated successfully. If I try to log out and log in with the old password, it's gonna say invalid, but if I put the correct one, then there we go. Now I can log in. And now there is one thing that we could optimize. So if we try to update our profile image, here I'll just, I think, select this one. Now once I update, it's going to update, but then I would like to remove this button, but still I can see that. It is because we still have this state where we called as cover image, right? Let's just see that. So we say, let me just get that. Where is it? So we say if there is cover image or profile image, then show this update button. And we updated it, but it is still in this state. And to be able to fix this, instead of using mutate, we will say mutate async so that it could return us some values. So I'll just go here and I'll say once I update my profile, okay, I'll just cut it for a second. Okay, I'll say update the profile and I'll make this an async function. And once this is done successfully, then I would like to set the profile image to be null as well as the cover image to be null. And once we have done this, so let's just see this in action. I'll just refresh and try to update my profile image. First, I will see the update button, and once I update it, then it should remove that button. And there we go. Now, because we don't have that state, and this is something to keep in mind when you want to get some values or await a mutation, you could use mutate async. And then we just renamed it as usual. So I think that's gonna be it for this section as well. And I think previously I forgot to update something. So data.message, do we have anything like this? When we throw some errors, this should be data.error. So because this is the field that we are returning, and it should be like this. And if you have already have them as data.error, then just don't fix it because this is the correct one. So I'll just save all these files and then add my changes. And let's just put a commit message. So this is my commit message. We just added this hook to keep the code base clean. And with this, I think we have completed the entire application where we can suggest some users in the right panel. We can follow them, unfollow them. We can edit our profile and just have some security checks. We can update our profile image, cover image, like the user information. Then we could see our posts or the likes that we have. The posts that we have liked. We could delete them if we are the owner. We could like posts, unlike them, and we could see the notifications that we had. We could delete all of them as well. And in the homepage, we could either see all posts in the database, or we could just see the posts of the users that we follow. And the very last thing that we need to add is deployment. So we need to get our app ready so that we could deploy that on the internet. And that's going to be next. So for the deployment, we'll be using a platform called render.com, which we can deploy our applications for free. So you need to create an account and then just log in with your GitHub account. I have already done that, and I'll just go to my dashboard. So if it is your first time, then you're not going to see any applications here. But since I have deployed this demo application, I could just see that. And we're going to go ahead and create a new application, so new web service. But before that, we need to create a GitHub repo and then just push this code that we have just written so far. So I just head over to the GitHub, and this is my account, and I'll just create a new repo. And I think I will call it as Twitter-clone, and I'll make it private for now, but once this video gets published, I'll make it public. So if you want to just keep it public, I would select this one. And I'm just choosing this private until I edit this video and then just publish it. So you go ahead with the public one, and I'll go with private. And I'll say create the repo, and this is going to give us a couple of different commands. Let's copy this and then paste it to our terminal. Now in your case, this might be main. In my case, it's master, but just ignore that. So I'll open up a new terminal and then just make sure you are under the root, and I'll paste it. and press enter again, that's gonna push the code to this GitHub repo. If we just refreshed, there we can see the latest commit was 7 minutes ago, where we just added that custom hook. And now it is time to deploy this application. And we cannot really just drag and drop to the render and deploy that, because this is a full stack application and we need to do some configuration in the backend. So like currently, this is the current state of our application, where on the localhost 3000 we have our React application, which is the front end, right? And then we have at this URL our backend. Now we would like to just deploy both of them under the same domain. So let's say we would like to have the, I'll just duplicate this, and then here under this domain we would like to have the both our backend and then our front end application. And we can do this by configuring the server.js file. And we're gonna be doing this so that we could get rid of the coarse errors, and it is really convenient to just deploy all of our application under the same domain. And since this project is not really huge, it is completely fine to deploy it like that. So the first thing that we need to add, I think, one more script. So when we push our code to the render, they are not going to have the node modules folder for the backend and for the front end, right? First, we need to install those dependencies. So this is going to be the command that render will run for us in the backend or in their server, right? So I'll say npm install, and they are going to run this so to be able to install this node modules for the backend. And then we would like to install the node modules for the front end. So I will just say and. Now we could say cd into the front end, but I'll just say npm install, and I'll just say prefix the front end folder. So basically it's gonna run this command under the front end folder so that we could get the dependencies as well. And lastly, I'll just say npm run build again in the front end folder so that we could just build our React application and just give us an optimized version of it. So let's save this file, and again we have installed the dependencies for the backend. It's going to install this node modules folder, and then we cd into the front end and install dependencies for our React application, and then we just built the front end, and that's going to give us a, I think, dist folder that we'll be using. And like if we try to test it out, it should work. I'll just kill these terminals, and if I say cd into the front end and let's say npm run build, and basically this is what's gonna happen when we deploy our application to the Vite, right? I mean to the render.com. So there you can see now our application has been built, and it gives us this dist folder, and this is the optimized version of the application that we have just built. And now we could actually delete this because that's gonna happen in the render.com, right? And we can go into the server.js and then just add a couple of different functions, or maybe just configuration. So the first thing that I want to get is the something called __ their name, and I'll say path.resolve, and we're gonna get this path from path package, which is a built-in node module. And now I'll just go ahead after this routes, I'll just say whatever the request is coming, okay, whatever the route is other than these, we're gonna just navigate the user to the React application. So we'll say if process.env.nodeenv, if it is equal to the production, right, then we would like to make this dist folder to be static assets. So we'll say app.use express.static path.join, so their name is gonna be the root folder, and then we would like to go under the front end where we have the dist folder. So this is gonna be our static assets, and then we'll say whatever the request is, just navigate it to the React application and just send the index.html file that we have. So we'll say res.send file, and we'll say go again from the root to the front end, the dist folder, and return the index.html. So if user sends request to login, sign up, log out, we're gonna hit this endpoint. Then maybe follow users and all these routes, right? We're gonna hit this one for the posts and for the notifications. But other than that, such as homepage, profile page, we're gonna hit this like get request and then show the React application. So with that, we are gonna save this file, and for the dev, when we run npm run dev, we would like to set the node env to be development. So I will give a little bit space and I'll say node underscore env will be development, and I'll copy this. And when we start the application in production, oops, I couldn't copy. So when we deploy this, then this is gonna be a production. I think with that now we could just save this file, and I will cd into the root, and I'll clear my console, and I will first, let's just say npm run build. So this is gonna install dependencies for the backend and for the front end. Then it is gonna build the React application. And let's just wait for this to complete. And now once this is done, we could say npm run, let's say start. So it is gonna run this production ready application in the server.js file. And now we could basically visit localhost, not 3000. If we refresh that, it is gonna give us a blank page because this is not where we have the server.js. It is under this port, right? So I'll say 5000. So there you go. Now we are visiting our server, but we can still get the React application. It is because we added this kind of if check, where we just say if we don't hit our endpoints, you could show the user the React application. And now we could just like posts, unlike them, and delete them. Everything is just gonna work fine. I hope it makes sense now. So that's pretty much it. Let's just kill this terminal, and I will add those changes, and let's just see what we have done. So we have added this build script, then we updated those two environment variables when we run these commands, and we just added this if check. And in the package.json, okay, this is something it just updated automatically. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and add all those changes, and I'll just say fourth part, and we just prepared our app for deployment. So I'll commit those changes and sync that up. So that's gonna push changes to our GitHub account. Let's refresh. Now the latest change is just now. So we could go ahead into the render and then just deploy this. So I'll say web service and build and deploy from the Git repo. And I'll just select that GitHub repo that we have just created. Let's connect that. And we need to pass our environment variables. So first, don't change anything here. In your case, that could be main, so just skip that. And to be able to build our application, we'll say npm run build, and our start command, let's say npm run start or npm start. It's basically the same thing. And we would like to go with the free tier. There is just one disadvantage, that it just goes inactive, but I think that's fine for like side projects. And let's go ahead and add all of our environment variables. So here I'll just copy and paste them one by one. So this is my Mongo URI, and then just paste it. Now I will basically doing the same thing for all of them, and I'll just come back to video. Or maybe I'll just do it side by side, just like this. So for the Node.env, we could skip that because that's going to be production when we run the npm run build. So just skip that and don't add it. Let's add the Cloudinary cloud name, API key, as well as the API secret. Okay, so we have added all of our like environment variables, and let's say create the web service. So that's gonna take a bit time, and we can see all the logs. So for now, let's just wait, and once that's done, I'll just come back to the video. Okay, so after a really long time, like about 5 minutes, it was able to deploy it, and now it says your service is live. Let's try to visit our application, and normally it doesn't take about 5 minutes, but in this case, I don't know why this is the case. But anyways, let's visit where we could just log in. If I put the wrong password, it's gonna say error, right? But in the correct case, it is gonna hopefully log me in. And once I am in, I could like posts, unlike them, add a comment. I'll just say hello from deployment and just post it. And there we go. Now we had that comment. We could follow users, and I think we could unfollow them as well. We could see the posts that they have. Currently this user don't have anything, and she didn't like any posts. Let's visit our own profile, where we could see the posts that we have and the posts that we like. Let's like this post, and we could see that in the likes, so to say, like section, and we could edit our profile. I'll just put a current password, and if I skip the new password, it's gonna say please provide both of them. So I don't want to update my password. Now I'll say Jane, let's say red, and I'll say update. There we go. It invalidates this query and then this one. We could also update cover image, profile image, and there we can see everything is working as expected. Let's delete all notifications, which is going to update the UI. And just to make sure, let's try to edit our profile image. I will select this one, and then I'll just say update. And there we go. Now this is our new profile image. And I think with that, we have just completed this entire project. So it was a really long one, but everything that you have learned in this video can be applicable to any other projects and any other features that you would like to add into this app. So I would say don't just leave this tutorial and start a new one, but I would say just try to work on this project for the next couple of weeks or maybe couple of days, just to add a couple of different features by adding some routes, controllers, maybe some models, and then just consume it with React query and just add a little bit more functionality to this app. And maybe also you could change the design, change the logo, the favicon, the title, and just make it a completely different application. And if you do something like that, just post it in our Discord server so that we could see it and start your GitHub repository. With that, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So in this 7-hour long tutorial, we will be building this full stack Netflix clone that you see on the screen. Before we get into the tech stack and the code base, let's just take a look at the end result that we're gonna have at the end of this video. So we start with this homepage, which is kind of like an authentication page, as well as the landing page that we have. So let's scroll a little bit. We have a video that is being displayed inside an image, which is a TV image. We will take this video and put it in the middle of the screen, and it is going to be muted and it'll be loop. Then below this, we have a different section with this downloading text as well as an animated GIF. Below this, we will have a different video that is being put into this desktop image, right? Then below this, we will have one more section. And at the very bottom, we're going to put a footer component so that you could put your name at the end of this tutorial and link it to your GitHub repo. And this could be a really good project for your resume. Let's scroll to the top and just try to sign up. So for my email address, I'll just say Jesse, let's say at pinkman.com, and I'll just say get started, which is going to take me to the sign up page by putting the email that I already provided, which is going to be coming from the URL. There you can see, and we will learn how to actually implement this logic. Let's say for the username, I just have a bunch of different suggestions. Let's just say it is going to be Jesse Pinkman. And for the password, let's just put 123, which is going to give us an error that says it should be at least 6 characters. Let's say 456. And if I just don't provide the username, it should say something like all fields are required. And we're going to be handling all these errors. Let me just bring this back and try to sign up. We have a loading state. Then there we go. It just says account created successfully. And we had a really cool loading animation. Here you can see. And this is our profile. But first, let's take a look at the hero section. So this is going to be a trending movie that is going to be fetched once we just refresh, and it'll be randomly fetched, right? So it brings this back. Let's refresh. Okay, now it is a different movie. Now let's try to scroll a little bit, which is going to give us 4 different categories for movies, such as now playing movies, top rated, popular, and upcoming movies. Let's try to maybe scroll this movie slider. There we go. It just looks really cool, and it works on all different movie sliders. Let's click to one of them. It doesn't really matter which one it is. Let's click to this one. There we go. It took us to this watch page where we can see all the trailers on this movie. We can go forward, and if we are in the first one, we cannot go. It just says cursor is not allowed. But if we go to the forward, now we can go backward as well. Okay, so this is how that works basically. Let's scroll. We have info about this movie, as well as some similar movies or TV shows. And again, we have the exact same component where we can just use this slider. And from here, we can just select any of these movies, which is going to take us to the related movie page. And again, it is the exact same page, but with different details. So let's take a look at the search page. I'll just go here, click to it. We can search for a movie, TV show, or an actor. So I'll just say for the movie extraction. Let's test this out. Okay, there we go. We just got a bunch of different results. Let's click to this one, which is going to take us to the movie page, right? Let's say we'd like to search for a TV show. I'll just say How I Met, and this is going to get all the related movies, such as How I Met Your Mother, right? We can collect it, or maybe search for a person. Let's say Aaron Paul. Search for it, and we should be able to get the results that are related to this name. And let's take a look at the search history now. I'll just click to it. There we go. We have 3 different search history, right? Extraction, which is a movie. This is the today's date that we searched. TV show, as well as the person. We can delete it. Let's delete all of them. And here it says no search history found. We can go to the TV shows page as well, which is going to take us to the home page, but this time for TV shows. And we can just toggle the state. Now I am in the movie and now I am in the TV shows, right? And if we go into a page that doesn't exist, let's just put something like this, right? Just something random, which should show us a custom 404 page. This is exactly what Netflix does. Here it says lost your way, then go back to the home page. Let's click to it. There we go. And we can log out, and it just works as expected. So this is the demo application that we're going to be building. Let's take a look at the code base that we'll have at the end of this video. So this is going to be the code base that we're going to have at the end of the day, where we have a backend folder and a front-end folder. In the front end, we're going to be having a React application with a couple of different packages. Let's take a look at it. There's going to be things like Lucid React, Axios, React Hot Toast, React Player, and ZooStand for the state management. And we're going to be building a bunch of different components, hooks, pages, and global state, utility functions, like bunch of different components, and we're going to see how to build all of them. And most importantly, we will learn how to build a server and API endpoints in a Node.js and Express.js environment. And at the end of the day, we will just make this be ready for the deployment. So we will configure everything, and we will add the authentication on top of it. So we will have our auth routes and movie routes, TV shows routes, and search routes. So all these routes will be protected. That means if users are not authenticated, they cannot fetch movies, TV shows, or they cannot search for anything. We will have different configurations, controllers, middleware functions, models, routes, services, and finally utils. So it's going to be so much fun. I really enjoyed it while building it, so I hope you will like this too. So if you are new here, you can just subscribe to the channel to support this work. This takes really long time and effort, and I almost forgot, but this is completely responsive. So this is the movie page that I just open it up. Here you can see it just works really fine in mobile devices, where we can just scroll to this slider, and let's try to go to the home page. I'll click to this. This is a larger screen, right? Let's go into the tablets. This is how it's gonna look like, and in the mobile phone. There we can see it is completely responsive, and let's just try to log out. Here we can see this is gonna be the home page. Once we hit a breakpoint, this is gonna be in the vertical direction, just like in the Netflix application. So if you are ready, let's get into it. So to get started with, I have created an empty folder on my desktop. I called it as Netflix clone, and then I just open it up in VS Code. Now we're gonna need two different folders, one for the backend and one for the front end. So in the first part of this course, we're going to be focusing on the backend only. And once we build this part, we're going to go and build the front end part, right? So I'll just open up my terminal and install all my packages for the backend. And to be able to install packages, first we need to initialize a Node module with npm init-y, which is going to give us a package.json file under the root. And here we can see this is the simple file that we just have. Now let's say npm install, and let me just first clear up my console and give a little bit space, just like this. Let's say npm install, and let's install all of our packages that we would need. So we're gonna need the Express package, which is gonna be our web framework so that we can have a server in the first place. And for the authentication, we will need the JSON web token package so that we can create the tokens and decode them for the authentication. And to be able to interact with the database, we will be using Mongoose, and our database is going to be MongoDB. So we'll also need the cookie-parser package, which is going to be the package that will allow us to parse the incoming cookies under the request. And we will need the .env package so that we can really work with the environment variables under the .env file. And this is going to make sense just in a second. And we will need the Axios, which is going to be the HTTP client, which is a fetch alternative, so that we can really send requests and get some data. And finally, we will need the bcrypt.js package so that we can really hash the passwords. Okay, so let's install all of them, which is gonna be it's gonna put them under the Node modules folder and create a package log JSON file. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Now we would like to, and let's just delete this. We don't really need anything in the terminal. We will need to create a file. Let's say server.js, and let's import the express. We would say express require express. Now, I don't really want to use this require syntax. Instead, I'd like to do something like import express from express. And to be able to use this, you need to go under the package.json and open up this field called a type. By default, it is common.js. That's why you use this require syntax. But if you want to use import, then you would use module. Now, if you save, you can use this import syntax. Okay, this is called as, let's say, common.js, and this is ES modules, ESM. Okay, now let's bring this back, delete this, and let's say const app is equal to express, and then we'll say app.listen, and we can put any port. I'll go with 5000, and we're gonna get this callback function. Let's say console.log server started at localhost 5000. Now to be able to run this file, we can create a script. Let's delete this test one. Let's just delete this file, this line entirely, and I'll say dev, I'll say node backend server.js file. We put this backend because it is located in this route, right? And we can also update this main file. It is not index.js, but it is server.js that is located under the backend folder, right? Let's say backend, just like this. Now we can run this file with this script. I'll open up my terminal and I'll say npm run dev. If you cannot see it, like it is here, I don't know why this is not formatted, but let's say npm run dev, and we should be able to see this log where it says server started at localhost 5000. So let's create a route. I'll say app.get. This is the method name. Here we say if we hit with the get method this route, which is the root route, which is the home page. Let's say we'd like to call this function where we got the request and response. Okay, this is what we call the controller function. Let's say we will say res.send server is ready. Let's save and just test this out. I'll say localhost and 5000. We are just visiting the home route, right? I'll go here. Now it says cannot get. It's because we did a change here, but we need to kill our server and then just restart it again. Otherwise, it's not going to see the changes. So let's refresh. There we go. It says server is ready. If I say it's ready, 1, 2, 3, save and refresh, I'm not going to see the change, which is really annoying because we need to always kill this and restart it again. And there is a solution for this. You could either do something like -- watch. This should fix it, and you need to first kill it and then say npm run dev. Now it's going to just listen for every single change. Let's take a look at it. It says 1, 2, 3, and let's delete this part. It should just update it immediately once I refresh. There we go. Now, if this doesn't work for you, then it's probably it is not matching with your Node.js version. What you can do is just install a different package. I'll just show this solution if it didn't work for you. If it did, so you don't really need to do anything. I'll say npm install nodemon and put this -d so that it's going to be a dev dependency, which is going to be listed just here. There we go. Now you would say nodemon and just backend server.js, and then you would kill your terminal. Then you would say npm run dev. And now anytime you do some changes, let's say 1, 2, 3, it's going to restart it again automatically, and you don't really need to do anything. And I'll be using nodemon, I think, at this point. Okay, so what we want to do is just create the authentication route first. So let's say I'll just let's just delete this and let's say sign up, and we would say something like sign up route. And we can create two different routes as well. Let's say login and logout. I'll just update this login and let's say login route, and let's say logout and logout route. Let's save and test this out. I'll go here to the sign up. There we go. And we have the login and logout routes. Now, as a best practice, we can prefix them with API. So I'll say API/signup and do the same thing for this one. Let's say API/login and API logout. And another best practice that we could add is just version this API. Let's say this is the version 1 that we are building. Just like this, API v1, and then your rest of your endpoint. Now, why do we version this? Is because let's say later at some point you update your API, but you still want the old one to work. So you wouldn't really update this v1, but you would create maybe something like v2, right? And your API would be, let's say API v2 and whatever the endpoint is. Maybe you change the sign up, so you will have a different implementation of sign up endpoint at this endpoint, right? Okay, I hope this makes sense. So this is a best practice that developers do, really just put the API first and then version this, even though this versioning is not mandatory, but it is really used commonly. And we don't really want to put all of our routes into the server.js file, but instead we can just format this and make this a little bit more maintainable by creating different folders. I will create one folder called routes, and I will put actually all of my routes into here. So I'm gonna delete all of these, and maybe I'll say, actually instead of deleting, I'll just actually cut this, okay, with Control X, because I'll be using this just in a second. Now I will say app.use, and I'm gonna put my endpoint, let's say /API/v1/auth. If we hit this route, then use this file, let's say auth routes, which is something we'll create. Let's say auth.route.js. Now, this route.js is not really important or mandatory. You can delete this route and just have this file called as auth.js. But as a convention, I just want to keep this so that when I take a look at it here, I just know this is a route file, and I just like this convention in general. Now we need to create a router. First, let's import the express. Let's say import express from express, and we'll say const router, and we'll say express.router, and just make sure this R is capitalized. Then we'll say export default the router. Now we can put all of our routes that are related to authentication. So I'll say something like router.get, and maybe in this point I could paste everything that I just cut it, right? Now instead of app, we don't really have app in this file. Let's rename them to be router. And we have API v1. We can delete this part and just leave the sign up. Let's say login and logout. Now here we need to import this router in the server.js. Let's say import auth routes coming from this file, and just make sure you put this .js at the end so that you don't get any errors. Now let's save, and I'll explain what we have just did. Let's just put them side by side. So here we just say if we visit localhost 5000 /API/v1/auth/signup, then call this function. And if we hit login, call this one, and same for the logout. So we just say, hey Express, if someone visit our application at this endpoint that is followed by one of these, right? Because this is the file that we are referring to, then you should handle with the related function. Let's visit API v1 auth and sign up. What are we gonna see? Just test this out. API, let's just make sure this is lowercase. API v1, let's say auth and sign up. Okay, here we can see we just hit the sign up route. Let's hit login. It is working, and same for the logout. So this is the basic setup that we just have for the authentication endpoints, right? We just have sign up, login, logout. All of them are listed under this endpoint. Now what we can do is even take these functions and put them into their own folders and files. This is what I'll be doing. I'll just say controllers and create a auth controller file. I'll say auth. You can call it just auth.js, but I'll be doing the exact same convention, which I'll just put controller.js, just like I have done here. So it is easier for me to navigate this code base. So yeah, the first controller that I'd like to have is going to be for the sign up, then for the login, and for the logout. And by the way, you can make these functions to be async, just like putting this keyword, because this is nothing than a regular function. It just takes the request and response arguments. Like it takes more arguments such as next, and maybe we can see that in the incoming sections. For now, just know that this is a regular arrow function that is just handling the response or request, and you can do a bunch of different things here. So I will take this and put it into its own file. I'll say export async function. You can use arrow function as well. I'll just go with the regular functions. I'll call it as a sign up, which is gonna take the request and response, and let's just say sign up route. Now we can take this function, delete this part, and just import the sign up function from this file, and make sure you put .js, otherwise it's gonna crash because we're using module, right? Type is equal to module, and you always have to put the .js extension if you are importing a local file. In this case, this is a local file that we have in our code base. And we're going to create the login function as well as the logout function. So I'll just delete both of them and let's create it. Maybe, so let's just do it manually. I'll say export async function login, and we'll just say login route, and do the same thing for logout, just like this. And to be able to get this auto completion, I am using GitHub Copilot. This is the extension that people always ask me in the comments, even though this is really popular, but some people still don't use it or just even don't know it existed. It is free if you are a student. You need to fill up a form in their website, but if you are not a student, then you would be using this for $10 a month. And so yeah, that was the extension. Let's save this file, and let's say give us the login function coming from the auth controller, and let's say logout function. So we didn't change anything. I mean, it is working the exact same way, but we just organized our folders and files a little bit. If you visit signup route, you will still get the exact same result. If you visit the logout, it just works as exactly the same before. And with this setup, I think we are ready to just get started with the authentication. And the first one is going to be the sign up, right? So I will save this file and maybe, yeah, let's just keep them open. And to be able to sign up the users, we need to create a database and store the users in that, right? So for this, we will just head over to the MongoDB. If you don't already have an account, you can create one for free. I already have, so I'll just sign in. As I said, it is free to get started with. You don't really need to pay anything upfront, and no credit cards required. So this is going to take us to the overview page or the dashboard where you can create a project. So let me just zoom in maybe a little bit. And if you just sign up, I think you need to create an organization, which is pretty basic. And once you do this, then you can create a new project. Let's say new project, and this is going to take us to this page. I'll say Netflix, and I'll just put YouTube at the end. You can call it as Netflix clone. I don't know, like anything. And let's say next project owner is going to be you. In this case, this is the email that I am logged in. Let's say create the project. And then it's going to take us to this page where we can create a cluster. And once you click to it, then you can select the free plan, which is pretty generous that we could use, and leave everything by default and just say create the deployment. And then it's going to take you to this page where you can see your username and password. Let's copy the password and paste it to here for now. We'll be using this just in a second. And let's say create the user. And then it took us to this page where we would like to connect to this database from our Node.js application. Now we can really get this connection string. I'll be copying this and pasting it to my .env file. Let's create one under the root. So just make sure you create it here and not in the backend or frontend. Then I'll say Mongo underscore URI and put that connection string. So in your case, here you might see something like password, like this. If you see this, then you can really take your password, cut it, and replace it with it. In my case, I already had it. I don't know why. Sometimes they give you the password, or maybe I have this option selected. So if you say don't show the password, it's gonna put this placeholder where you can put your password into. But if you like toggle this, you can copy it and put it as your connection string. And let's delete this, save. Okay, now we would like to use this connection string to be able to connect our database. But first, let's just say close. We just got everything. And just one more thing, when you're building this application, your IP address might change, so you might not be able to connect to this database. For now, let's go under the network access. And from here, just click to the add IP address. Before you click to it, you'll see your IP address is listed here. Probably you cannot see mine because I will censor it while editing, but you know, your IP address should be here. If not, you can say add IP address, and then you can put your current IP address, but I'm sure it's already there. So you can say allow access from anywhere, and we'll say confirm. This is going to take a bit time. It says pending, and once this is active, it should be good to go. So now it is active, and we can go under the database, and for now we're just going to see there is nothing here. If we say browse collections, we don't really have anything in our database, and we will create just in a second. Let's say before we forget to do this, we need to put our database before this question mark. I will call it as Netflix underscore DB, and save this file, close it. Now, to be able to use that Mongo URI environment variable we created, we will be using the .env package. So let's say import .env from .env, and we need to call this function. Let's say .env.config. Once we do this, we can say something like, let's say console.log. I'll say Mongo URI. It's equal to, which is coming from process.env Mongo underscore URI. Now we can really see our connection string in the console or in the terminal because we are using this function. If we delete this, then it is not going to be able to read it. It is going to say undefined. There we go. So this is the package. That's why we're using it. And for my environment variables, I will create a separate file under this folder called config. Let's say config, oops, if I can type. And here I'll just say env.vars.js. And what I'll be doing is actually delete this from here, delete this one, delete the console log, and save this file. Here I'll actually be doing that configuration on this file. I'll say .env from .env, call the function, and create a variable. Let's say const, let's say env.vars. And I just put this all uppercase because this is a hard-coded value and it's a constant in our code base. So this is the convention that you would be using if you have a constant that is not going to change. Here, the first thing I'll be having is going to be this Mongo underscore URI. This is going to be the key. The value is going to be coming from the .env file. And the other one is going to be port. Let's say process.env.port. If it is not available, then we could use 5000 as the default value. Let's create the port under this .env file. I'll say port and just put it as 5000. Just like this, then we can go now under the server and update this with that port. I'll say const port is equal to process, not process.env because we just created this env.vars.port. And let's just make sure that you have this .js at the end so that it doesn't crash. So there we go. Now this is how we can use our environment variables that are coming from this configuration file, right? And instead of this 5000 hard-coded value, I'll be using the port variable that we just created above. And instead of this, let's delete it and say something like plus port. Okay, let's save. Here we should get the exact same result. If we go here and make this to be 5001, let's save this. Here we go, it just updated to this value, but we'll be using this value. Let's save this file again and it is updated. So that was the configuration for the environment variables. Now we can create another file for the database. I'll just say db.js, and in this file we're going to connect to our MongoDB database, right? And as I said before, we'll be using the mongoose package, which is the package that we can interact with the database. And let's import the env.vars as well. This is what we'll be using, and just make sure you put the .js at the end. Here I'll create a function called connectDB, and this is going to be an async function, just like this. It's going to have the try catch. So under the try, I will say await mongoose.connect to our Mongo URI environment variable, which was our connection string. And we can just get the connection from this. Let's say const connection, and we will go below. Let's say console.log MongoDB connected, and we can just put the connection host so that we can really have something in the console. And if we just failed, then we can say process.exit with the status of 1, And here 1 means it was failure, right? 1 means there was an error, and 0 means success. Okay, and we can just put something to just console log it. Let's say console.error, the error message, and we can just say error connecting to MongoDB. Okay, let's save, and we're going to be calling this function once our server is started. I will say connect db and import this function, and make sure you again have this .js at the end. Let's save, and we should be able to see the console log on the terminal just in a second. Okay, server started and MongoDB connected, which is our database that we have up here in the MongoDB Atlas. Now in this database, we'll be storing users. And for this, we need to create a user model. Under the backend, I will create models file or folder, I'm sorry. Then we will say user.js. But again, I just want to keep the convention going. I'll just say model.js. And now a model will be important so that we can really understand the schema of the user that we have. It is just gonna make sense in a second. Let's say import mongoose from mongoose, and we will go below. We will say const user schema, and we'll say mongoose schema, put an object and call it like this. Now every user is going to have a username, so let's say username, and like open up this object so that we can really put the fields. Let's say type is going to be string, and it's going to be required. Let's say required, and it should be unique as well. And each user will have an email. Let's open up this so that we can give this types or fields. Let's say type will be string, it's going to be required and unique. And then after the email, let's delete this extra curly braces. Each user will have a password like this. Then we'll just say it's going to be type of string and required of true. Then lastly, or not lastly, but they're going to have also an image, which is type of string, and this might not be required. So the default value could be an empty string. And then for the search history, let me just scroll a little bit. User will have a search history so that they could see what they searched, just like we have seen in the demo application in the beginning of the video, right? So this is going to be an array. So let's say type array, and by default it's going to be empty. And I think we need to close this off as well. And this is going to be the schema for a user, right? They're going to have username, email, password, image, and search history. Now we need to create a user model. I'll say const user, and we say mongoose.model user, and just pass the user schema. So this basically says create a user collection that is based off of this user schema. So depending on this, you should create a user model, and this should be singular, and like the first letter is capitalized. Mongoose will convert this to be something like users, right? If you say maybe animal, it is going to update it to be animals, and you will see this once we create it in the database. Okay, just know that this should be singular and the first letter should be capitalized. Now we want to get this user model. I'll just say export const user so that we can really use this in different files. So that was our user model. And I think we can now go into the auth controller and implement the signup function. So what I'll be doing, maybe just close all these files that we don't really need for now, and we can get started with this function. Now, let's just say try and catch. The user wants to send us a couple of different credentials, such as their email, username, and password. And I think before we write any code in this file, it would be better if we just see some kind of diagram that explains the authentication workflow, and then we come back and write the code so that we understand everything. So let's just do it now. So this is the authentication workflow that we will try to understand, and we'll just jump into the code and try to implement this. So just imagine we have a user that they wants to sign up, right? So they will just click a button that says sign up. I'll just put S for this, and let's change the color and maybe the size. So the trigger, the request will be triggered to our API, right? So let's say they want to sign up. It's going to be /API/v1 auth and sign up. What we'll be doing is just create a user in our database, right? And we need to create a token as well. So we will generate a JWT token. Once this has been generated, we're going to send this token in cookies to the client, and we will show some success message. Maybe we would take them to the home page, right? So they were in the login or sign up page. They just signed up. We take them to the home page. And let's say now they want to get some movies, right? So they say API v1 movies and give me the trending movies. We're gonna take the request and we will just check if it has this token or not. And if they have it, we will just validate that token. And if it is successfully validated, we will say, okay, you can get the response. But else we will say, sorry, you're not authorized. So this is the entire authentication workflow that we will try to build. For now, we're gonna build this first section where we have the sign up and login functionalities. We will create the user if they are signing up and create a token. And if they are logging in, we will check for the credentials. Let's say the user put the wrong password. We will say password was incorrect. But if it is correct, we will just log them in by creating a token, and we will send this token in the cookies to the client, and user will have that token in the client in his cookies. So this is the general overview, and I think it's gonna make a lot of sense once we try to code as well. Okay, so back into the VS Code, and just before we forgot, we need to go under the user routes or auth routes. These are not going to be get requests, but instead they should be post. So I'll select the first one and put Control D a couple of times, and I'll just say all of them should be post methods. You can put delete, you can put, patch, all the methods that you could imagine, but these should be post methods so that user can really send some data with it. And the convention is to use post method for these routes, right? Sign up, login, and log out. With this in mind, we can save this file and go into the auth controller to the sign up function. So user will try to send us the email, let's say password, and the username. All of them are going to be coming from this object where we have request.body. And to be able to fetch this, so you can't really get this without doing a configuration. So you need to go under the server.js, and above our routes, we will say app.use express.json. So this is the function that will allow us to use request.body. Let's say parse, or maybe let's say will allow us to parse request.body object. Okay, so this is really important. If you don't add it, then you cannot really get these values. Now we can just check if user passed all these values. I'll say if there is not email, or if there is not password, or if there is not username provided, then we can just say return res status. Let's say status of 400, which is an error code, and we will say JSON. We can send this object. I'll say success was false, and message could be all fields are required. And let's kill the sidebar so that we just have a little bit more space. And now we can just check if user is sending us an actual email, because they could send ABC as their email, right? We just need to make sure that they have it is an actual email. And for this, I'll be using a regular expression. I'll say const email regex, and I think Copilot will suggest something for me. Probably this is correct. This basically checks if something is an email or not, and we can use it by testing it. I'll say email regex.test this email, and if this is returning false, we'll just say return res.status of 400 JSON success or false, and we will say invalid email. And we can just also check for the password length. So let's say if password length is less than 6, we could say something like password must be at least 6 characters. And again, the status code is going to be 400. And let's try to add a couple of different if checks as well. So we will say maybe username already exists or email already exists, right? We need to check for them as well because they should be unique. I'll say const and maybe give a bit space from this catch block. I'll say existing user by email. And do I have a typo here? Yep, let's say existing user by email. I'll say await, call the user model, let's import it and scroll, put this .js at the end. So this is how we can interact with the user model. I'll say user.find one, let's say find one, where the email field is matching with the email that we are getting as an argument. If this exists, right, we'll say if existing user by email, we can just say, let me scroll, go here, let's say return res status of 400, success was false, and let's say email already exists. Okay, now we're gonna check the exact same thing, but for the username. I'll say const, maybe I can actually copy this line and paste it. Existing user by, let's say, user name, and we will just check this field username that is matching with the username that we are getting as an argument, right? If this is the case, then we will just say username already exists, and I am just auto completing this code from Copilot because it is the exact same thing that we have just done. And once we do this, maybe we could really try to create the user profile. And I'll say const, let's say new user is going to be equal to new user, call this class, open up the object, and we will just say this is the email, this is the password that they just provided, and let's say the username. We can skip the image. By default, it's going to be an empty string, but what we can do is create a default image. Now I will just show you 3 different images. So these are the images that user can have as a profile image. This is the first one, second one, and third one. We will just select one of them randomly. So here I can go below this new user and just say const profile pics. We have 3 different avatars, avatar 1, 2, and 3.png. This these are going to be in the front end folder once we get into the UI design part. I will try to explain this once again once we get there if you don't really understand this, but this is basically a local file .png that is coming from the public folder in the front end, and we can really see this later in the video. Now to be able to just get one randomly, we can just say const image, and we can say profile pics math.floor. Let's just auto complete this. So this will give us one of the indexes randomly, right? This could be 0, 1, or 2, and it is going to be replaced here. Let's say it is 1, then this image is going to be equal to this avatar 2.png. This is what it really does, giving us a random index depending on this array. Then we can just use this as the user image, just like this. And since these fields are same, right? Email, email, password, password, we can shorten this by using this JavaScript trick. Okay, just like this, it should be working the exact same way. Now, once we just created the user object, and let's save it to the database. We'll say await new user dot save. And for the catch case, we can just return an error. I'll just say res dot status of 500, which means like there was an internal server error, right? Server crashed or something like that. So we'll say JSON success was false. You can send the message as it is, or we could just put a generic message as well. Let's say error, not error message, but let's say internal server error, just like this. And for debugging purposes, we could put console.log and let's say error in signup controller and put the error dot message, just like this. So let's try to actually test this function out, right? We will send the email, password, and username. And if we just pass all these if checks, it should hopefully create a user and save it to the database. And to be able to test this out, I'll be using a desktop application called Postman. It is free and I have already installed it. If you don't have, you can install it just to be able to follow along with me. So this is the application. I just logged in, and if you don't have any workspaces, you can create one by coming to here. I have all of these. They are coming from the previous tutorials, but let's just try to create a new workspace. I'll just give it a new name, but before we need to just say blank workspace. We could say Netflix clone, and like it could be for anyone. I'll just say only me and just say create. Okay, so this is gonna create a workspace for us and we can just really test our endpoints. Let's create a collection. Let's say blank. I will rename this to be oath, right? And later we will have for the movies, TV shows, and maybe for the search. Let's say we'd like to add a request. And this is gonna be a post request. And let's say this is sign up, just like this. Let's put our endpoint HTTP localhost 5000 / API / v1 / oath / sign up. And we need to send a body, which is going to be raw JSON. Make sure you select the JSON, open up this curly braces, and send username. Let's say this is going to be John. And for the email, let's say we're going to send john@gmail.com and the password. So I'll just try to put something like 123, which should give us an error that says password must be at least 6 characters long, right? I'll save this and just try to send it. There we go. It says password must be at least 6 characters and success is false. Now if we delete the password and email, it should say all fields are required. But before we need to delete this comma so that it can work. Okay, now it says success was false and all fields are required. If we bring both of them, and even if you don't add one of them, right, let's delete the comma, it should still give us all fields are required. But now let's just try to put 456. Hopefully this should create the user in the database. So here it just keeps sending requests, or it just keeps loading, right? Because we didn't return anything. But if we take a look at it to our database, we should be able to see the user. Let's test this out. Refresh this page, go under the collections. We have our database, and there we go. We just have a user. This is the username, email, password, and the image. This is the random one that we selected. And search history is now an empty array because that was the default value. And now our postman keeps loading is because in our VS Code, we didn't really return anything after we save this user to the database. We should say something like, let's say res.status of 201, which means something created, right? A resource created in the database. And for the JSON, we could say success of true. Let me just close this object first. And here I'll just put the user object. I'll just return the user as it is. Now you can just return the new user, and I don't want to send the password. That's why I will just say, okay, this is going to be an object where I just return all the fields of the new user with this underscore document, and the password is just going to be an empty string. So we don't really want to send the password back to the client. This is what it does. So I just even put a comment that says remove password from the response. Let's save and just try to test this out. I'll go here and just try to sign up with the exact same account. First, it's going to say email already exists. Let's say email is Bob, and it should say username already exists. Okay, let's say Bob and send it. We got the response, and here you can see the password is empty, but all the fields are returned us. Now there's an issue with our implementation. Let's just refresh and I'll try to explain. Okay, so Okay, let me just maybe zoom out a little bit. So we just store the password as it is, which is not really something that you should do. Instead, as a best practice, you should really hash this. So the first reason, you shouldn't be able to see the passwords of your users. That wouldn't be ethic. And the second one is, if someone hacked your database, if they have the access, they can really access to every single account. So they would put their username and password and just log into their account, right? So that's why you should hash this password. And this is the reason why we even imported this bcrypt.js package. Let's see, we have this bcrypt.js, and this is the place that we'll be using it. After this if check, we could say const salt, and let's say await bcrypt.js. Let's import it. Okay, we should do it manually. Let's go here and just say import bcrypt.js from bcrypt.js. Then we'll just say like gen salt of 10. So this is gonna create a salt that we could use to be able to hash a password. And I'll say const hashed password. We will say bcrypt.js hash this password that user pass in with the salt that we just created. So if user pass something like 12345 6 as the password, this is gonna take it and return it to something like this, where it is not really readable at all, right? So it is not gonna be like this, but it is just gonna be a little bit different, and we can just see this in a second. Okay, so we'll be using this hash password in the database. So we'll say password field in the database will be equal to this hashed password that we just created above. Let's save and test this out by creating a different user. I'll say Bob, I don't know, let's say Sally, and just create this. Okay, so we got the password as an empty string because this is what we returned. But if we go into the database and just refresh, we should be able to see the Sally's password is being hashed to something really unreadable, right? They need to, just decode this to be able to get the value, which is something really, really hard, almost impossible to, decode this password. And I hope this makes sense now. We just hashed the password, created the user, save it to the database. But now we are missing something, which is to generate the JWT token. So we have done this part, create the user, and we just display a success message with the response, right? We just said, okay, success was true, but we didn't create the token. And let's try to do so. I will go under the backend, maybe create utils folder, and I will say generate token.js file. And in this file, we will just try to create a token and send it in the cookies. We need to import the JWT from JSON web token, right? And we also need to get the environment variables. You might be asking why. We'll just see this in a second. Let's create a secret, JWT secret. You can put any value. I'll just say my really hard to decode secret, or let's say really hard to find secret. Doesn't really matter, but you should put something hard to here so that it is a little bit more secure than this, right? Now this secret will be used to encode and decode your JWT token, and we're gonna see this in a second. Now we'll go under the config and vars, and we'll just say JWT secret and get it from our file. So it's gonna be process.env JWT secret, and we'll be using it here on this file. I'll say env vars, let's import it. We can delete this. Let's go here and just say .js. Put the extension so that it doesn't crash. Let's create a function called generate token, and maybe and set cookie. So this is gonna create the token and send the cookie, and this is gonna take the user ID as an argument as well as the response, and we will see why just in a second. Let's say const token. We'll say jwt.sign. This is how we can create a token, the first argument is it is going to take will be the payload, which is, let's say, is going to be the user ID. Now we put the user ID so that when we decode this token, we can get the user ID from it and find the user in our database. And the second argument is going to be the secret. Let's say from the environment variables, give us the JWT secret, and this token will expire in, let's say, 15 days. We can put it like this, right? Let's save, and this is the token. Now we need to put it into the cookies. I'll say res.cookie. This is why we even take the res as an argument. Let's say res.cookie, and we should give it a name. Here we can see it just says name should be string. You can give anything like token, JWT, and I'll say JWT-Netflix, and I'll just put the token as well as some options. So in these options, we'll just try to make this token be a little bit more secure, right? I'll say the maximum age is gonna be 15 days, but you can't just say 15D like a string. This should be in the format of milliseconds, which is this, right? Like 15 times 24 hours, I think 16 minutes, 60 seconds, and 1000 milliseconds. I hope this is how that works, right? This is in milliseconds. Let's say in 15 days in milliseconds. Okay, and then we'll just put this HTTP only flag to be true. And what this does is basically just make sure this cookie is only accessible via browser, right? You cannot get access to it with JavaScript, and this prevents the XSS attacks. So I'll just copy this and paste it. If you do really want to search this, research this, you can do so. This will just make it not be accessible by JavaScript. Okay, then we will just have the same site to be strict, and this is gonna prevent this attack. Okay, so you can research this if you do really want to. And finally, we will have the secure field. This is only going to be true when we deploy this application. So only in the HTTPS, this is going to be true, but in the localhost, we have HTTP, so it's going to be false, right? And we can check this by doing something like env_node_env if it is not equal to development. So if we are not in the development, then it's gonna be true. And let's create this environment variables under the .env. I'll say, Node.env is equal to development because currently we are building this application, right? And we're gonna go into the config, create this Node.env to be coming from the .env file. Okay, and then we will go into our auth controller, or maybe before that, let's just say return the token. And in the auth controller, we will create this, we will call this function so that we can create the token and set the cookie, right? So here I'll just try to say something like if new user, then we'll like to run this section where we'll like to generate a token and set the cookie. So this is going to take the user ID as the first argument and then the response. This is what we have set in this file, user ID and response. And once the token is created, we can then actually save this user to the database and send this as a response. I will cut it and paste it here. And let's say in the else case, we will just handle it. Let's say invalid user data. Let's say maybe not 500, but I think 400. But we already handled the invalid user data case, right? Because we just checked if email is an email, if user passed the username, password. I think in this case, we don't really even, what should we do? Like, probably we should delete the if case, right? Like, because, user will be created in any case, but if it is not created, then it's gonna hit the catch block and we can return like the internal server error. So I believe this should be correct, and this is correct. Let's just try to test this out. I'll go into the VS Code and let's create a different user. And now currently we don't really have any cookies because we didn't implement it so far. But just now we have implemented. We can test this out with a different user and it should give us a cookie. So I'll say maybe Beth, let's say beth@gmail.com and send it. Now we just got a cookie. Let's click to it, which is called as JWT-Netflix, and it's gonna expire in 15 days. And we got the 201 created success message, right? Everything is working as expected. So we can see HTTP only is true for now. Secure is false because we are in the local host, right? It is HTTP. If it was HTTPS, then this would be true as well. So that means we have just created this part as well, where we generated a token, send it in the cookies, and in the front end, we can show a display success message. I think with this, we can implement the logout functionality, right? I'll go into my VS Code, into the logout function, and this is going to be pretty basic. Like all we need to do is just clear up the cookies. I'll say try catch. In the catch, we could just say console.log error in logout controller and just show the error message in the terminal. Then you could say res.status of 500 internal server error. And in the try, we could say res from the response, just clear the cookies. Let's say clear cookie. And the cookie that we would like to clear is called JWT-Netflix. And then we can just return a success message. Let's say res.status of 200, JSON, let's say success of true, and logged out successfully as the message. Say successfully, just like this. Okay, now we can test this out, the logout endpoint. I will say duplicate this dude and call this as logout. Change the endpoint to be logout. Let's save this, also save this one as well. We don't really need to send any body in this one. I'll delete it and just say none. And now we are logged in actually, right? Because we have a cookie. If we just try to say send, maybe even before that, you can click to here and see that you have this JWT Netflix cookie, right? If I just close this, oops, and I say send, log out successfully and click to here, now we really have 0 cookies. And that means logout functionality is also working. Now we can implement the sign up, or I'm sorry, the login. We already have the sign up. Let's try to implement the login route. I will say I want to have a try catch, and in the try we would like to get the email and password. We don't need the username because user will be logged in with their email and password. Let's say request.body. This is where we extract them, and if email is not provided or if password is not provided, if any of them, right, then we'll just say like all fields are required, just like this. And we can find the user. Let's say await user dot find one, and we're gonna pass the email because this is how we are trying to find that user. If we got the user, or maybe if we don't, we can return a 404. I'll say return res.status of, let's say 404, right? Invalid credentials, or maybe let's say invalid email or password, but I think I'll just go with invalid credentials, right? So you don't really want to say like invalid email or invalid password itself, so that other users cannot just check if an email is existing in your platform or not, right? This is what I like to do, is just say invalid credentials, more like a general message, so the other users can't really check for different emails. And now we need to just check for the password. I'll say const is match, or maybe is password correct. We're going to be calling the bcrypt package as well. Let's say bcrypt.js.compare the password that user passed in, right, with the password that we have in the database. If this is the case, then the password is correct. But if password is not correct, let's say is password correct is false, then we would say invalid credentials. But if we pass these if checks, then we can just generate a token and set the cookie. Just like this, then we will say res.status 200 and return the user. So I just auto completed all this code because this is what we have done previously, where we just have a success message and we return the user object by deleting the password field. And in the catch, we can just say something like console.log error in login controller and internal server error that we have just done previously. Okay, so this is going to be the login function. Let's try to log in with one of these accounts. I'll first maybe duplicate this one. So sign up copy, this is going to be called as login. Let's update the endpoint. Let's say login and save this, go under the body. So this is the account that we have created. Let's put the wrong password. It should say invalid credentials. Let's put the correct password, but maybe wrong email. And by the way, when we log in, we don't really need to send the username. So let's delete it. Okay, so if I put the wrong one, it is going to say invalid credentials. But if I try to put the correct email and password, it should create a cookie in the response. Okay, there we go. We got the cookie and we have the user object where the password is deleted, right? And if you just click this cookies, you can see we have it. And let's try to log out. Here we go, we just logged out and we don't have any cookies in the localhost. Okay, so with this, I think we have completed the authentication endpoints. Let's just try to quickly do a recap, right? I'll close everything. So first of all, we have created this backend folder and initialized a Node module where we installed our dependencies, dev dependencies, and put a script as well as changing our type to be module, so that we could use this import export syntax. Then we have created a config file where we have the database connection as well as the environment variables. To be able to use these, we need to use this .env package, and we need to put our environment variables under the .env file. We set it up our database by getting this connection string and creating all these other, like the environment variables that we needed. Then we created our route. The first one was for the authentication, and just to keep this code base clean, we created a folder called routes, and we have this auth route.js file. As the convention, we put this .route.js at the end, but that wasn't mandatory, but it was an optional. Then we have all these routes: sign up, login, and logout. We even extracted the logic into its own file and folder, which are this auth controllers, right? Let's click to it. We have three different functions. Let's just say Control Shift P and fold all. If you do this, it's just gonna fold everything in this file. And let's start with the sign up. I think it just fold everything, but basically we got the username, email, and password from the body. To be able to get this, we need to use this middleware, right? Which is a function that just runs and it allows allows us to use this request.body. It parses that data. Then we got all of them, added a couple of different checks just to make this working, robust. And we hashed the password, get a random image, created the user, set a cookie, generate a token, and save the user to the database. And we sent a response where we just delete the password and send the user data back to the client. We have the login function in the same way with a couple of different if checks, then generate the token, set the cookie, and finally the logout function. And for the user, we have created a user model so that we know the schema of our user that we have, and we exported this user model so that we can really use it and interact with our user model that we have in the database. So this is gonna be it for this part where we implemented the authentication, and I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, we would like to fetch movies. And for this, we're going to be using an API that is called the movie database. And I already have an account. So if you don't have, you should create. Then under these settings, we need to create an API key. So I have already done this, but these are the steps that I have done. So under the API, under the create tab, I selected the developer option. Then I accepted the terms and conditions. Then I just put the information about my application. So type of use, application name, URL, which is localhost, then the application summary, and then just bunch of information. Then I just submitted this. Then I got my API key as well as the access token, which is something that we'll be using. Now let's go under the API, which we should be able to visit the API reference. And here we can really just fetch lots of different things. Let's say we go under the movies and try to fetch popular movies. Once you click to it, it's going to give you a code example with JavaScript or any other languages that you could see from this list. I selected JavaScript and let's try to just call it. So there is an API and authorization header with your API key. If you try it, it is going to give you the example, which is the response, right? Let's zoom in. So there we go. We have a results array that just has a bunch of different objects. So each of them is a different movie. And so this is the basic usage. Let's try to copy this code and paste it to our VS Code just for a second. So here we have the API key for us, right? I'm gonna cut this and put it into my .env file. I'll say tmdb API key and delete this part, put my actual value. Now I'll take this environment variable and create it under the config. Let's say the movie database API key is going to be coming from the .env file. I'll go here. Now instead of putting that value hard-coded, this is how we'll be using it. We'll just say envars.tmdb API key. But we are not going to be using this in this file, is because I'd like to create a separate service that is going to help us to really connect to this API. So what I'll be doing is to just delete this completely, right? This is the server.js file. Let's create a different folder called services, and we can put this file called the movie database.service.js. So this is just a regular JavaScript file, even though logo is different, is because I am using an extension called, let's say, create VS Code icons. Let's see. Okay, I'm using this extension, that's why it shows this, so to say, a logo, but it is just a regular file, and same for this one. Now in this file, we would like to create the service, which is going to be the function that will help us to fetch data from this API. So I will just scroll a bit and I'll say export const, which is going to be my function. Let's say fetch from the movie database. It is going to take the endpoint, or we can call it as URL, and it is going to return us some data. Now here in this file, we will be using Axios instead of fetch. And let's go here, just try to use it. Again, let's get this, so the example request, paste it above so that we could really have an example. Now in this function, we can take this option and put it here. Instead of this authorization header, we could delete this value and get it from the environment variables. So this is how I will get it, and then I will say await axios.get, put the URL and options. So just like what I have done, right? The URL as well as the options. Now we can delete this part and we'll say const response. And from this response, we can just say return response.data. So this is how we can fetch data with the Axios. Like in fetch, let me just pretty quickly show this. In fetch, we would say res await fetch and then your URL, right? Then this is going to give you some data, which you need to say res.json. Then you can actually get the data. So you would say return data. But in Axios, you don't really need to do this step, so it's a little bit easier to use. And you can put your options with this. Let's say get. We have post. Let's see delete, right? And we're using the get method, so we can really delete it from the options. And now in the options, we just have our authorization header, right? Now we can do a little bit of error handling. Let's say if response.status is not equal to 200, then I'd like to just throw an error. Let's say new error, failed to fetch from the movie database, and we can even put the status code. I'll just say response.status text. So this is going to be the function that we'll be using as a service. Now the benefit of creating this function separately is because we don't really need to really create those options in all the endpoints that we need, right? So let's say if we are fetching popular movies, then we need to put these options. If we are fetching top rated, then again we need to put this. If we are getting a different thing, we always need to pass these options. So instead of every time creating it, we just create it in one place that we're going to be using throughout our application, which makes it really convenient for us to use. Okay, so this is our file and .env file. Let's close them. We are going to go ahead and create a different route. I will duplicate this, and our new route is going to be movie, right? And let's say this is the movie routes. Let's create it. Maybe we could import it here. I'll just duplicate this one, give a little bit space. We have our package imports, config imports, and route imports. Let's say movie routes, and we'll say movie route.js. This is going to be the file name. Let's copy it and put it under the routes, movie route.js. So here I'll say import express from express, create a router with the express, and let's say export default this. So this is what we have done in the auth router as well. Get the express, create a router, and export default it. Then we just have our endpoints, right? Our methods. So what we can do is even create a controller for this. I'll say movie.controller.js, and we're gonna have all of our functions that are related to movies, right? Now here, the first endpoint that we'd like to have is going to be the trending movies. So I'll just say router.get into the trending endpoint. Then we would like to call our function. So instead of putting it here, as I said, we just have the movie controller file. Let's say get trending, not movies, but just movie. It is gonna return us only one movie. And the reason is in the home page, let's see. Okay, so here there is just one movie that we will show, which is going to be the trending movie. Even though the API return us multiple different movies, let's just see. I'll say control F trending. Let's say movies. When you try to fetch, it returns you multiple different movies under the results array. And what we'd like to do is just fetch one of them randomly so that every time we refresh, we get a different movie in this background. Okay, so this is the function logic that we will create. Let's go here, maybe first save this file and save this one. And like if you don't get this like purple formatting on this one, if you delete this line and bring this back, it should fix. So this is kind of like VS Code hack to just keep in mind. So we got our routes, which is for the movies we have trending, and we would like to just fetch one trending movie. I'll go here and just say export async function get trending movie, and this is gonna take the request and response, and here we'll just try to fetch that trending movie, right? I'll say try catch. In the try, we will say const data. We're gonna be calling our function, which is fetch from tmdb. Let's try to import it. Can't be. Let's just see fetch from the movie database. For some reason it doesn't give us. Let's see, did we exported it? Yes, we did. Fetch from the movie database, but anyways, let's go up here and import it manually. I'll say import the, like, if I can type, fetch from TMDB, right? And we will just put the .js at the end so that it doesn't crash. And by calling this function, we need to pass the URL, which is, let's see, under the trending movies, we need to copy this URL. Oops, if I can get it from here all the way up here. So this is our URL that we're gonna fetch, which is gonna return us the results array, right? So let's say data.results, and from here we would like to just fetch one of them randomly. We can open up this square brackets and let's say math.floor, math.random, data.results.length. And let's put this optional chaining. So if this is null, so that we don't really get, so our code doesn't break. And this is going to be assigned to random movie. Okay, so I hope this is not really confusing. We just fetch the movies array and select one of them randomly with this kind of like basic logic. And we will say res.json, and we're going to say success of true, and I'll say content, and it's going to be random movie. And let's make sure we don't have a typo here. I'll just say content. Now, why do we say content and not movie or TV? I think this is going to make sense once we get into the front end part, because like in the same component, in the same page, we can either fetch a movie or TV show, and we can't really just say give us the movie or TV show in the response. So it would be better if we have some generic name, which is content. It is just gonna make it everything super easier. You could say like movie, but I think this is what I found is the easiest and just makes sense a lot to me. And in the front end part, I think I could explain this in a bit detail, and you're gonna see that. Okay, so in the catch case, let's just say res.status of 500, success of false, and for the message, we could just say internal, let's say internal server error, just like this. Now we could test this out by going to the postman. I will create a different collection. So here I'll just say create new one. It should be blank, and also let's save these and close them. Okay, let's close it. I will call this as, let's say, movies, and just add a request into it. Let's say get movies, or let's just say get trending, right? Let's say get trending movie. Let's put our URL, which is localhost 5000 API v1 movie slash it is going to be trending. And let's try to just send the request. Okay, it failed. Why this is the case, let's take a look at the VS Code. Here, I'll just open up my terminal. I'll go to the bottom. Here it says get trending movie is not defined. Yes, that makes sense because we forgot to import this. And we need to put the .js at the end. Otherwise, it is gonna crash. Okay, let's scroll to the bottom. What do we have? Nvars imported in this TMDB service file. Let's go TMDB service. Okay, we need to put the .js at the end, otherwise it is going to crash. And if you wonder how do I open this command palette, is Control E, and you can really search for any file. Okay, let's scroll to the bottom. We don't really have any errors. Let's test this out. I'll say send, and there we go. We just got a content with the success of true, and this is just a one movie that we fetch randomly. So this works. Now let's try to fetch trailers, right? For a movie, when we visit the detail page, let's just see that. Where is it? Okay, when you visit the detail page, we should be able to see all the trailers so that we could go to the next one and go back to the previous one. And for this, there is an endpoint. Let's just say video from here, search for it. So we have videos for movies. Let's collect it. and maybe get the endpoint for this one as well. I will copy this and we will go into, let's say from here, we need to first create a route. Now I will say router, if I can type router.get, and we would like to fetch the trailers of a specific movie. And that's the reason we need to put the ID. This is how we can put dynamic value, and you'll see what that means. We'll say give us the trailers. This is going to be our endpoint. And I have a typo here. Let's say trailers, just like this. And I'll say get movie trailers. Okay, let's try to create this function. I will shrink this one, say export async function, get movie trailers. Let's say request and response. We'll have the try catch, and we would like to get the ID from the prems. So we'll say request.prems, which we have the ID on top of it. If you call this something like IDX, then this should be IDX as well, right? I hope this makes sense now. Let's try to import this function as well, save this file, and we need to put the logic here. Let's even take this above the try, and in the try, we will say const, and first we need to just call our function with Axios, not Axios, but we imported this service, right? Let's say await fetch from the movie database function, and we're gonna just put the URL that we have, right? So I'm gonna put this backticks, paste the value that I grab. Now here we need to put the movie ID, which we are getting as a prem. I will delete this and make it to be dynamic, just like this. I will say ID, and this should give us data, right? Const data, it is coming from our service function. We could say res.json with the success of true, and we can just say instead of content, now we can call it as trailers. This is what we return, and we'll just say data.results. Why do we say data.results? Is because this is what they return us. I'll say videos. Let's put some random movie ID. I'm not sure if this is gonna work because this ID might not exist, but okay, it worked. And under the results, we can see we just got one trailer. For some movies, there are gonna be multiple trailers, and in that case, we will be able to just navigate them. So yeah, this is gonna be our function. And in the catch case, we could really just check if it is a 404 or is it an internal server error, right? Let's say if error dot message, if it includes something like 404, then we could just return nothing back to the client, right? We'll say return res.status of 404, and let's just say send null, because we couldn't find anything. And we'll say res, in the other case, we'll just say internal server error. I think this is gonna be it for this function. Let's just try to test this out under this endpoint. I will go into the Postman, duplicate this one. I will say get trailers, save, and here is the endpoint. Now we can really just put any value. I'll say 1, 2, 3. This is the ID, and the endpoint was trailers. Okay, let's save and send this request. We just got one trailer for the Lord of the Rings. If we just put something really random, let's just make this so that it is gonna crash. So we couldn't find anything, so we just returned null with 404, and we're going to be handling this in the front end, where we just say no trailers found. And let's put something like meaningful, right? Like just like this. Okay, so we got Rocky film and we got multiple trailers, right? There are 3 different objects that we can see. Okay, this is gonna be it for this function as well. And the next route is going to be for details. Let's go here, duplicate it, and then just say details. And let's say get movie details. Now, why do we even need this function or this endpoint? Is because when we visit the movie page, So from here, let's say we click to this one, it is going to take us to this page where we see the trailer, and below here, like in this image you cannot see, but there will be the details about this movie, right? This is the endpoint that is going to give us those values. So we'll go here, maybe save this file and create that function. Let's say export const get movie details. Let's create it like this. Now this could be an arrow function, but I just want to be consistent, just like these functions. So I'll say export async function, and I will just convert this to be a regular function like this by deleting the arrows like this. So let's try to import this so that we don't really forget it. Okay, here we'll go ahead and create the try catch and just really try to fetch. And the endpoint, we need to grab it. Let's say details. Do we have anything like that? Under the account we have for the movies. So let's click to this. Is it going to be this one? Okay, if we just search for something like 123, which was Lord of the Rings, now we can just really see the genres that it has, you know, the title, like production companies, the overview, popularity, kind of like different images for poster path and backdrop image as well. So we'll be using a bunch of them. So let's grab this endpoint and we'll go ahead, paste it to here. I'll say const data, and maybe first we could again just extract this ID. Let's say const ID that is coming from request.params, because this is what we put here, right? We would like to get details of a specific movie. Let's say await, call our function, fetch from the movie database, and open up this backticks, paste the URL and close that off. Instead of this 123, we'll just put whatever the user passes in. Let's say ID, and okay, so we will say res.status of 200, success of true, and under the content we will just return the data. And again, we could really just check for the if case. If it is 404, we'll say not found, and in the else case, that means there was an internal error. Okay, let's test this out. This was under the details, so I will just duplicate this at this point. I will say get movie details, and here let's just say 123 and details. Let's save and send this. Okay, we just got the details under the content, right? This is what we'll be using in the front-end application later in the video. Let's go into the VS Code and try to create the next route, which is gonna be the similar movies. I will go here and then just say similar endpoint. Let's say get similar, let's say get similar movies. Now we'll be using this endpoint so that we could really show this similar movies under the trailer, right? So this is going to be a slider where we have a button here. When we hover over it, we're going to click to it, and these are just going to go to the left, and we can go back as well. So this is the place we'll be using this endpoint. Let's say get similar movies, copy this and paste that function, export async function get similar movies, and let's try to find the endpoint. If I just search for something like similar and under the movies, just click it and grab the endpoint. Okay, I'll go ahead, copy it, paste it for now, comment this out, and here again we need to get the ID. Let's import this function. Let's say try catch. Before the try, we can get the ID from the params, and in the try we will just call this function with the URL. So I'll go here and just say const data is equal to this. So we have just done this multiple times, that's why I'll just go a little bit faster. For the movie ID, we can grab it from here, and let's make sure I don't have a typo. Then we'll just say res.status. Now I think if you don't really send the status, by default it's going to be 200, but let's just be explicit and just say 200 JSON success of true, and we could say something like similar. They're going to be data.results. Okay, and then in the catch we could say res.status of 500. Like probably we are never going to hit the 404 because there will always be a similar movie for this, right? That's why I will just eliminate this part from here, and we can delete this as well. Let's test this out. I'll go here, duplicate it. For the name, I'll say get similar movies, say similar movies, and put the ID, make it to be similar endpoint. Let's save and send this out. Okay, there we go. We just got a bunch of different movies under this similar array, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this endpoint or this API will really send you a bunch of them, maybe more than 20. I'm not really sure, so you could take a look at it from here. But so yeah, we can move on with the next function. Let's go into the VS Code under the movie.route. The very last one is going to be the category. So let's duplicate this and put it at the very bottom. This time it's not going to be ID, but it's going to be category. And let's say get movies by categories or by category. And we will be using this endpoint. Let me just show this pretty quickly in the home page. So in the first section, we're going to show one of these random movies, and then below this we will show four different sliders. So here we have now playing movies, top rated movies, popular movies, and these are the category names, right? Popular, top rated, now playing. So we're gonna pass one of those category names and fetch the related category movies. And if you go here, you can really just see that. If I just search for category, and let's just make sure this is lowercase. Do we have? No, we don't. Let's just say popular. Okay, like under the movie list, we have popular movies, and these are the category names, right? Let's say we would like to get this one. I will copy this and put it here. But first we need to create the function. Let's say export async function. We called it as get movies by category, which is going to take the request and response. We can just open up here and we'll get the category from the request.params. Then we'll have a try catch. So at this point, you know how to do this. I don't even need to mention, right? We'll just get the data by calling this function, passing the URL, and updating this value. Instead of popular, this is going to be whatever the user passes in. Let's say this would be the category, just like this, and we're going to get some results, obviously. Let's say 200 JSON, and we can just say, instead of movies, let's say content and data.results. Then here, internal error, just like this. Let's save and test this out, but first import the function. Now we had 4 different categories, right? Popular, top rated, upcoming, and now playing. Let's start with the popular. I'll go here, duplicate this one. Let's say get by category. Movie, we're gonna put the category. Let's say popular. Send it. Here we got the popular movies, and let's see the top rated. How do we have it? Top underscore rated. Let's send this request. Now it's going to give us the top rated values. Let's say upcoming. So, you can test this out, upcoming and now underscore playing. And it's going to give you all those movies. So with this, I think it's going to be it for these functions. So I think we have created 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 different endpoints and their controller functions. These are going to be for the movies. And next, we would like to build the same thing for TV shows, because in the homepage, user can like navigate between these two tabs, right? If they click to this, then the movie data will be fetched, and if they click to TV shows, then the TV show data will be fetched. And depending on this, we will update this bottom part as well. Instead of now playing movies, we will actually show the TV shows, and you get the point. We will update the rest of the categories. So we will build the TV show endpoints next. So welcome back. In this section, we would like to build the endpoints for TV shows. In the previous one, we built for the movies. Now it is time to build the exact same endpoint, but for TV shows. I'll just say TV routes. Let's duplicate this. Call it as TV routes and just say TV route.js file, which is something that we will create under the routes. And let's say import express from express const router, grab it from the express and just say export default this router. And let's go here. So this formatting doesn't fixed, so these are purple and this one is green. To fix this, you can delete this line and bring it back. It should update. Now what we have done previously is to build all these endpoints for movies, such as trending, trailers, details, similar, and category. We'll just get the exact same thing, but this time for TV routes. Let's copy it, paste it, and instead of these functions, we will create different ones. Let's say get trending TV, get TV trailers, get movie details, get similar TVs, and get TVs by category. And these are the functions that will be coming from under the TV controller, let's say .js. And the content of these functions would be exactly the same with these ones, right? What we have here, let's just scroll at the top. We have get trending movie, get movie trailers, all these functions, and the only change will be the function name as well as this part. So instead of movie, we will just put TV under the endpoint, and it's going to give us the data for the TV shows. And this is something that you can learn from the documentation. Let's say trending movies. If we click to it, this is the endpoint. Let me just zoom in a little bit. So trending and movie. But if we go to the TV shows, it is the exact same thing, but the only change is this part. Instead of movie, we see TV. So this is what we'll be doing. I'll go into the VS Code, copy this entire file, and go under the TV controller, paste it. And we will just update all of them one by one. So get trending TV. And instead of movie, we'll just say TV, right? Get TV trailers. Let's say TV. We'll go here, get TV details. Update this. Get similar TVs, let's say, like this. And get TVs by category. Now we could save this file, go back into our route, and import all of them one by one. So this one, this, and this. And just make sure you put .js at the end, otherwise it is going to crash. Now you might be asking, instead of creating these functions, both in this file and in this file, why don't we create one of them and take this movie or this TV as an argument? Well, we could do so, but I just want to keep this a little bit more beginner friendly and just instead create a TV controller JS file and movie controller file. If you really want to, you can create just one of these files and make all these functions that they would take the type as an argument. So you would take the type, this would either be TV or movie, and you would put it under here as the dynamic value. So you would just say type, and you would do the exact same thing for all these functions and it would work. But as I said, I just want to leave it as a little bit more beginner friendly. That's why I just copied and pasted these functions. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. Now let's go ahead and test these out pretty quickly. I'll just go into Postman, duplicate this one. Instead of movies copy, let's say TV shows, just like this. And we'll go here, get trending TV. So we'll just update the endpoint and hopefully it should work. We just got one trending TV show, right? Let's copy this ID. We will say get trailers for this one. This would be TV, not movies. Put the ID and give us the trailers. So it just has one, right? Let's say get TV details, and let's put that exact same ID. Send it. Okay, so we can get the name, the title, the overview, original name, the path for the image, and all that. You could update this name also to be get TV details. Okay, let's say get similar TVs. Let's just make it uppercase. We're gonna put the ID, and this is gonna be TV, like this. Let's say send. This is gonna give us an array of similar TV shows. And let's get by category. Let's see what do we have for the categories for TV series. So we have things like airing today, on the air, popular, and top rated. Let's click to this one. On the air, this is how they do it. Underscore separated. Let's send it. So we just got an internal error. Maybe we should say TV, because this category is not a movie category. Let's say TV and search for it. And there you go. We just got some results, right, on this category. And this is gonna be it for this endpoint, where we just built the exact same endpoints that we had for movies, but this time for TV shows under this endpoint. So this is gonna be it for the TV routes, and next we're gonna build for the search routes, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so in this section, we'd like to build the endpoint for search functionality, where we can search for users, movies and TV shows. But before we do that, I just want to highlight something. So even if we are not authenticated, we can still search for movies or TV shows currently in our application. Let's just test this out. I'll go ahead and log out. Okay, I'll just say send this request. Now we are logged out successfully, but we can still get trending TV shows, which is not really what we would like to do. If user is not authenticated, then they shouldn't be able to fetch TV shows or movies. So I'll go here and just try to fetch some trailers, and it gives me the data back. And I don't really want to see this. It should say something like you are unauthorized, so you need to log in, right? And this is what we're gonna build now. And this is the concept where we call it as a middleware. So here we'll just go ahead and just say, just protect this route with this function. And we'll say protect this one as well, right? I'll just say protect route. And now I know this doesn't make too much sense for now, but once we create it, it is gonna be 100% clear. Under the backend, I will create the middleware folder, and inside I will create this file. Let's say protect route.js, and we will import this function here. This is gonna say if a user wants to visit the movies endpoint, first just protect this route and check if they are authenticated or not. If not, then throw some errors, but if so, just call the next function, which is gonna be our movie routes, right? From there, they can just get the trending, trailers, and all these endpoints with the related data. Okay, I hope that this makes sense now. We'll just go ahead and implement this function. And as you can imagine, if we want to protect this route, we need to decode the JWT token that user has in the cookies. So let me just show the diagram. So that was the diagram. We talked about it before, right? When a user wants to sign up or log in, we would create a token and send that token in the cookies back to the client. And now if user wants to send a different request, let's say they want to fetch movies, then first we would get the request and just check if it is valid or not. If it is valid, then we would show some success message, or else we would show an error message. So we built this part previously, and now it is time to build this part where we protect the route, right? I'll just say protect route, and this is the section now we would like to build. Take the cookie from the take the token from the cookies and validate it. Okay, let's go ahead and try to just build it, and it's actually easier than you think. Let's say import JWT from JSON web token package, and we would like to get the user model. Let's import it and just make sure you put .js at the end, and also we would like to get the env vars, and again just make sure you have .js at the end. So we'll go here and create this function. Let's export it so that we could use it in different files. Let's say protect route, which is going to be an async function that takes the request, response, and next. So this next function is going to be, as I said, once this is completed successfully, we'll just say call the next part, and this is what that means. And we'll create a try catch. In the try, we will just first try to get the token. Let's say const, if I can type, const token. We would like to say from the request, go under the cookies and find the token. Now, how do we call this? Well, it was JWT dash Netflix. So this is how we called it. If you remember previously, when we generate the token, we said that it is going to be JWT dash Netflix. And now this is the exact same thing that we are just trying to extract from the cookies. This is not going to work if you don't do this. So how do we call it? If you don't do this configuration, app.use, we will say cookie parser call this function, and make sure you import this package, right? So this is the package that we have installed previously. I just put it at the top. Let's go here. We had the cookie parser that I said. This is the package that we use to be able to parse the cookies from the request. So this is time to use it, and this now allows you to access to the cookies under the request. I hope this makes sense now. And we'll say if there is not token provided, then we will say return out of this function with the status of 401, which means unauthorized, and we'll say JSON, let's just return success of false, let's say. And for the message, we will say unauthorized dash no token provided, and close this off. Let me just shrink the sidebar so that we could really see this entire line. And then let's say const decoded. We will say JWT verify this token, and we need to pass the token as the first argument, and then the secret key that we hash this, right? We use this secret key to be able to create this token, if you remember, right? Now it is the exact same secret that we are using to be able to decode this. And if this decoded is a falsy value, let's say decoded is false, then we will just return out of this function again with the res status of 401. We'll say success was false, and unauthorized, let's say invalid token. Okay, but if we pass this, then we can just get the user from the database. And to be able to do so, again, in this function, we pass the user ID as the payload to the token, right? Now we can extract that ID from the token. I'll say const user, we'll say await user dot find by ID, where we have, so let's say find by ID. We'll say decoded dot user ID. This is the field that we passed into the token. Now this would return you the entire user document, and I just want to deselect the password. So I'll say select and remove the password. Then we will say if there is not user in the database, we could say return res status of 400 user not found. and we could just go below, finally call the next function, right? Okay, so that means we just protect this route, and once everything is done successfully, we can call the next function, which is gonna be this one or this one. And what we'd like to do, also add the user to the request. So let's see, request.user is gonna be equal to the user that we just fetch from the database, so that we could know that this user is authenticated. And we'll be using this, I think, later in the video. Let's save, and finally for the catch, we could say console.log, let's say error in protect route middleware, and just say error.message. Also here we could return an internal error. Let's say status of 500, internal server error, just like this. Now I hope this makes sense. This is the concept of middleware, where it is a function that you call before you do something, right? Before you return the response back. In this case, we protected these routes so that when a user wants to fetch movies, we will first check if they are authenticated or not. And same thing for the TV shows. Let's import this function and just test this out again. Now, if I try to get trailers for movies, I am logged out. It says unauthorized, no token provided. Let's go ahead and just try to log in with this account. Okay, so we're logged in, we have the cookie. Let's try to get the trailers for the movies again. Now we can really get the value. If we try to update this cookie, can we do so? Let's just check. So under the cookies, it says no domain, no cookies, but we actually have. So here I'll just update this, and looks like I can't update it. So if you update this value and send the request, it is not gonna work, and it's gonna say, it's gonna hit this if check where you have the token, but it's gonna return a false value because you updated that token. It says token is invalid. But now since we are logged in, the token is validated. We just call the next function and we get some result back, right? Let's just say get by category, and we are able to get it. But if we log out and try to send it, it's gonna say no token provided. So this is how we can protect your routes in Express.js with JWT tokens. So that was it for the protect route functionality. And next we're gonna build the search route this time. So I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so now it is time to build the search endpoint. I'll go ahead into the server.js file and duplicate this last one, and I'll say this is gonna be the search, where it is gonna be a protected route, and instead of TV routes, let's just say this is the search routes. And I'll go here, duplicate this, let's say search routes, and this is gonna be our file. So in this route, we should be able to search for person, for movies, TV shows, and a bunch of different things. We'll just see that later in the video. I'll go here under the routes, just put it, let's say import express, from express, create a router, let's say, and export this one. So we can go here, and again, if you want to update this highlighting, delete this, bring this back, and it should update. Then we will just create a bunch of different endpoints. Let's say router.get. If we search for an actor, for a person, right? We would like to get a query. So this would be the name of the actor or the person, right? So they would pass something like Aaron Paul, right? Aaron Paul, and this would be replaced with it. So we would be fetching this profile from the database, from the API. And in this case, we would like to call the search person function. Let's duplicate this. We are going to search for the movie, right? I'll just say search movie this time, and duplicate this. Let's say search TV, and update this part. So these are the controllers that we would like to create now. I'll go here, say search.controller.js, and create all those functions. Let's say export async function, which is gonna be the first one, search person. Let's take the request and response and leave this function like this for now. Let's duplicate it twice. Search movie and search TV. Okay, we could save and import all of them. And just make sure you put .js at the end. And we can start by the person, right? I'll go into this function, and before we try to fetch, we would like to just take a look at the API so that we know the endpoint. Let's go here and just say search. Let's click to enter, so it's gonna take us to the bottom where we can search for a person. Let's click it. We can get the endpoint. I will just copy this and try to implement this function. So I'll just leave it here as a comment, and I'll just take this in a second. Let's say try catch. First, we would like to get the query that user passed. So from the params, we will get the query, and that would be the name of the actor or the person. Let's say const response. We would like to call our function fetch from the movie database, and we will just open up this backticks, take this, put it inside, and instead of, let's say, I think it is the where is it, like search person, so we should be able to see like query. If I just go here and just search for Aaron Paul, let's see, okay, they add this query right under the person. I'll go here, copy this part and put it here. Okay, after the person, we have the query field, and we need to delete this, make it to be dynamic, which is coming from our query, and oops, just like this. And then we'll just put this ampersand, let's just save. Okay, this is how it should look like. We just have our endpoint, and we added one query, which is the query that we are getting as an argument, right, from the params. Okay, this is going to give us the response. We could just check if it is empty or not. Let's say response dot results dot length. If it is equal to 0, then we could just say return res status of 400. Let's say 404, which means not found, and we could just say send null. And in the front end, we will be handling that. Then if this is successfully done, we could say res status of 200, JSON value of, let's say, success of true, and we would say content of response dot results. And in the catch, let's just say console.log error in search person controller, and just return an internal server error, just like this. Now you might be asking, why do we call results? It's because this is what API gives you. Let's say try it. Under the results, we just got a bunch of different results, right? Different users. So this is the first one with this name, second one, the third one, so on and so forth. And this is what we are trying to return back to the client. But now there is one thing that we are missing in this controller, is that once we search for a person, we would like to save it to our history. So let me just show you one of these images that I have. So like we have the search history in the navbar, right? If user clicks to it, they should be able to see the search history. So here, there we go. We just have the search history. It says you searched for this movie, and this is the date, you know, the name of the movie, image, and you can delete it if you really want to. So these are the endpoints that we will create also, and this is how we can search for it. We can search for a movie, TV shows, or people, right, which are our actors. Okay, so now what I'm trying to say is that we need to save it to the search history once we search for a person, and it is going to be up here. I will say first, let's import the user model and make sure we put .js after both of these. and we will say await because this will take some time, right? User find by ID and update. So this is a function that we could get, and the ID of the user would be coming from the request. Let's say request.user._ID. So how could we get the ID from the request? How this is possible? Well, it's because we protect this route, and in this function, we added the user under the request.user, right? So this user object is now accessible from the request, right? And this is the user that we'd like to update. And let's just try to push some data. I'll say push, open up this part under the search history. We would like to just add a bunch of different data, right? So first we will put the ID of the person that we just got. Let's say ID response dot results, and we'll just take the first one because it returns us an array. Let's say results of 0.id. Then we will just get the image. Let's say response.results 0 and profile path. This is the field that API gives you for the image. And let's say title. This is the query name, right? We'll just say results.name, and we will get the search type, which is gonna be person. And finally, we will put the created at date. Let's say created at, and this is gonna be date.now, or let's just say new date, just like this. And we're putting this search type and created at fields so that we could see like the search type. Is it a movie? Is it a TV show? Is it a person? And created at date here. And as well as we have the image and title of the search. Okay, I hope this makes sense, but this is what we'll be doing for these functions as well. Let's move on with the search movie. I'll go here and just actually do the exact same thing. I'll just get the query from the params, and I'll have a try and catch. In the try, I think at this point I can just copy it and paste it. So this is the, I think, exact same URL. Instead of person, we have movie, and we just pass the query. We have the language. So here it says include adult is equal to false. You could delete it or leave it, doesn't really matter. I'll just delete it from here. And like, I don't even know why do we have this. I think by default the endpoint adds it. So here it says this is the default value, it's equal to false. If we search for a movie, let's see, is it also equal to false? Yes, it is. So let's just add all of them, right? I'll just include false, grab this, and paste it to here as well, and put in ampersand here. Okay, so this is what API gives you by default, so I'm not gonna change it. And then we'll just say if response length is 0, then we'll just return 404, but else we'll like to again update the search history. So you could really type this out from scratch. I'll paste and try to explain. So this time, since we are trying to fetch a movie, instead of profile path, we have poster path. And instead of name, we have title. And for the search type, we will just put movie just like this, and then the created at date. So I hope this makes sense. I didn't really want to type this out from scratch because it's the exact same thing with a couple of different changes, such as poster path, title, and search type. And here we can go ahead and just return 200 status. Let's say res.status of 200 and JSON of success with the content. And in the catch, we could really return something like this, right? I'll just paste it. Error in search movie controller. Okay, so this is gonna be it for the search controller for the movies. Let's finally build the search TV. Again, I'll get the query and build a try catch. And then in the try, I'll do the exact same thing, where instead of person or movie, I select a TV, and let's include the adult will be false up here, and just put an ampersand. Okay, if it is null, then we just return null, but else we will just update the database. Okay, so here I just paste it again. Instead of TV show, let's just say TV like this. And we have poster path, name, ID, and search type created at. And these fields are coming from the endpoint. I checked it out previously, and you can really do so as well. When you just search for a TV, let's just say How I Met, and just try it. So here, what do we have? Like name and poster path, right? For the title, we have the name and we have poster path. We'll be using those values in the front end. That's why we're selecting it like this. And then here, finally, we'll just say success of true, and in the catch, we could just show the console log as well as the internal server error. So hopefully this is gonna be it for this file. Like we just built 3 different functions. For each of them, we search the value and then save it to the database so that we can see that in this page, right, in the search history. And now we'd like to add 2 different endpoints as well. One of them is going to be get the search history. For now, all of them are get for a search, right? Now we'd like to get the search history as well. I'll say router.get/history, and let's say get search history like this. Then let's say router.delete, where we will be able to delete an item from the history, right? I'll say history past the ID that we'd like to delete, and we could say remove item from search history, just like this, so that when we click to this button, it would delete it. And when we visit this page, we would like to get all the items, right? I hope this makes sense now. So we will go into this file and just try to create these functions. Let's start with this one, which is going to be pretty basic. Let's say export async function, paste it, and for the content for this file or for this function, it's just going to be one try catch block. In the try, we will say res.status of 200, let's say, and let's say JSON of success of true. And for the content, we don't really need to fetch it from the database because we already have the user under the request, and we could just send it like this. There we go. And in the catch, we would say res.status of 500 and success of false, message internal server error. So this is gonna be it for this function. Pretty basic, right? This is possible with the help of protect route middleware. We put the user under the request. And finally, our function is gonna be, let's say, export async function, remove item from search history, where we got the request and response. Let's get the ID from the prems. I'll say ID request.prems, and this is how we call it from here. Now, actually, before we implement this function, let's just try to test this out like these ones and just check if they are working or not. I'll go into the Postman, maybe shrink all of these and create a different collection. Let's call this as search, and I think this is enough as the name. Let's say add a request. It's going to be a get request, right? Let's say get person, and we will put our endpoint under the search. Let's just search for, let's say, Aaron, right? Or Aaron, how do we call it? I'll just say send this request. It didn't work out. Let's see why this is the case. Open up our terminal. Here it says get search history is not defined. Yep, obviously. Let's import this and this one as well. Now it should be working. Let's send it. It says like you're not authorized, obviously. Let's log in. Now we can search for this. Okay, again, we just got an issue, I think. is because we didn't hit the correct endpoint. It was person, right? So API search person. I did a mistake. Now it should work. Okay, we got some results back, right? And let's test the other one. And before that, let's just check to the database if we have this result in the user object, right? I'll go under the database. Under the search history, hopefully we should have that value. And the user that we logged in, I think was Beth. Let's say users. So the user we had was Beth, and there we go. We just have an item for the Beth under the search history. Let's collect it. We got the ID. Image is null. I'm not sure why this didn't work out. We could take a look at it. We have the title and search type is person. Now image didn't work out. How do we fetch this image? When we search for a person, we say profile path. So let's take a look at to the API. Let's search for person to the exact same one. I'll just say AARN. Let's say try it. So we said profile path. Okay, so for the first one, it is null. That's why we got that value. Okay, if we just search for Aaron Paul, hopefully we should have a profile path. Okay, so it wasn't an error, but this is how the API worked for this search. And let's try to search for a movie, right? I'll just duplicate this. Let's say for the movie, we could just say something like extraction. Let's say send. Okay, we got an internal error. Do I have a typo? Let's see. Open up the terminal. Okay, fetch from TMDB is not defined. Yep, we forgot to import it. Is it really the case? Well, we actually have it. So I think I have a typo here. So this should be all uppercase TMDB because this is how we have it. And since I copied and pasted these, that's why we have an error. Sorry about this. But other than this, it should be fine. Let's save and just test this out once again. Okay, now it worked. We searched for a movie called Extraction, and these are the results that we just have. Let's take a look at to the database. Just update or maybe refresh this page. We should be able to have that value under the search history for this user, right? We have another object. Let's collect it. It is type of movie, extraction, image, ID, and created at. Okay, that works. Let's finally duplicate this again. Let's say get person. So why this is person copy? Let's just say get movie like this. Save this and go here. Let's say get TV and update the URL. Let's say TV instead of extraction. Let's just say how I met. Is it gonna work? Okay, it didn't. Probably there is nothing found. Let's just put like, how do we call it? Spaces. Okay, so we just got How I Met Your Mother as the first result, and the other ones, right? I mean, for the different countries. And again, if we just check the database, probably it should work. Okay, it's gonna fetch. Let's scroll. There we go. We got the third result, which is search type of TV. We got the title, image, ID, and created ad. Okay, so everything is working as expected. Now we'll like to just be able to delete one of them. So I'd like to delete this How I Met Your Mother from my database, which is the ID of 1100, right? So let's first try to implement this function, and we will try to delete it from the postman. So I will get the ID from the params, and I'll say try catch. And in the try, I'll say await user.find by ID and update. Let's say the user profile is, user ID is coming from the request. Then since we would like to delete something from an array, we should call the pull operator. So we'll say pull, and I have a typo here. Let's say await. this is going to be pull. We'll just say from the search history, we would like to check for this ID that is coming from the prems. If the ID matches, then delete it from the search history. And since this is an array, we can use pull to be able to remove something, and we use push to be able to add something into it. Okay, so this should work, and let's just say res.status of 200 and success of true. As a message, we could say like it is being removed. We could add a console log for the catch case and internal server error. Let's save and let's test this out if this is gonna work or not. Let's say duplicate this. This is gonna be a delete method. I'll go here, I'll say search, TV, and I think, how did we call it? I just forgot. Let's say under the search, so we have history and we can just delete one. Okay, let's say just go here. Oops, what am I doing? So search, history, and let's try to delete this one. So this is the ID. I'll just copy it and put it here. Now this is not gonna work actually, and let's see why. I'll say send. Okay, so it says item removed from search history, but it's actually didn't. Let's see. I'll go here and I shouldn't be able to see the last one, but it looks like we still see it. And can you see the issue here? Maybe just try to pause the video and try to debug this, and then I'll just try to explain. So the issue here is that the ID is type of number. Here you can see it is not wrapped with strings, and what we get from the prems is always going to be type of string. So if you just go ahead and say console log type of ID, you should be able to see something like string in the console. Let's scroll to the bottom, send this request, and open up the terminal. It says type of this is string, and type of string is not equal to the type of integer. That's why this doesn't get called. And we need to just take this ID, which is a string, and convert it to be type of number. So since we'll be updating this, let's say this is going to be a let, and we could say ID is going to be equal to parse int and put the ID as an argument. So now this should take this string, convert it to a number so that it could, just match it and it should work. Okay, save this, and hopefully now send this request. It should be deleted from the database. Let's refresh. And okay, here we can see we just have two different items, and you can delete this one as well. Just copy it, paste it, send the request. It's going to delete it. You can just test this out. So here we just have only one item. So I hope this makes sense. This is something that I just wanted to really show you. That's why I didn't implement this function and first wanted to test all of them and just show you that the type of string is not matching with the type of integer. And that was something that I debugged while building this application. Then I just take a look at the database. I saw that the type is integer for the ID, and what I got is string. So I just need to match them. And I hope this would help you for the incoming projects where you have same kind of issue. And we didn't test this out. Let's try to do so. Under the history, we'll just send a GET request. I'll go here, duplicate this one. Let's say this is going to be GET history, and just add this endpoint, history like this. Let's send it. So as we can see, success of true, and we just have one item in our database for this user, right? You can also update this name. If you save, the method should change. You would say delete item. Okay, so I think with this, it's gonna be it for the search routes as well, where we created all of our routes and protected them with this protect route function, the middleware that we have created. And as I said, middleware is just a function and nothing else. It just runs before you send the response back to the client. And so depending on that, you would either call the next function or throw an error. In this case, if we pass it all these if checks, if it is validated, then we would call the next function, but else we would return some kind of error. That would be either internal error or, like 401, 404, things like that, your custom error handling. So yeah, I think this is gonna be it for the backend part. I think we are not missing anything. We just built everything that we would need. We handled the authentication, the movies, TV shows, search endpoints. So yeah, like everything just works as expected. We have a really cool code base where everything is, maintainable, modular. We even have helper services that we could use to just have our code base a little bit clean. And now you might be asking, why are we fetching these movies in the backend, right? Why don't we just take this URL and fetch it from the React application in a use effect? Now, this is a good question, but this is a junior question at the same time because we are using our API keys, right? We have the movie database API key. If we use this in the front end, then everyone can see this this API key in the client. But since we are using this in the backend, nobody can see this API key. So this is the reason why we wrap this API with our own API. We use it in our backend, in our server, so that nobody can see this code. Because as you might know, the server code that you have is never visible to end users, but the code that you have under the front end folder or in the client will be visible to everyone because that code is shipped to the browser, right? If you open up the, DevTools, you could really just, if you know how to search for it, you can see it under the sources tab. And this would be something that I could mention once again in the front end part. So it's gonna be it for the backend section. I hope it was helpful and enjoyable. Let's just take a 5-minute break and then we will move on with the front end part. And I'll see you in the next section. So welcome back to this section where we finally would like to start with the front end part. I will just go ahead, open up my terminal. As you can see, I shut off the backend because we don't really need it at this time. Let's say cd into the front end, and we will just say npm create vite at latest, and we will just put dot at the end. This will tell that just install it under the current folder, which is the front end. So this is what that dot means. Let's press enter. It's gonna ask us a couple of different questions. Currently, we don't really have anything inside. Let's just say yes to this one. Okay, we'd like to go with React and JavaScript. Now, it just created all these files and folders, but we don't really have our Node modules folder, which is our dependencies. That's why it says run npm install. Let's just say npm I for short. It's gonna install all the dependencies that we would need and put it under the Node modules folder under the front end, right? So let's just wait for this to complete. And while this is installing, let's take a look at the packages that we'll be using in the front end. So first of all, we will be using React Hot Toast package so that we could really get this beautiful notifications for success case and error case. There are different things that you could use, but these are the ones that we'll be using. And we'll be using Lucid React, which are for the icons. So they have really great icons that we could use. You could search for anything and get the value, get the code and use it. So you'll see how we could use it. And then we have the React player, which is gonna allow us to just grab a video from YouTube and show it in this kind of player. This is the demo application, right? This is what we'd like to build. And we'll also be using the Axios package. Let's just install everything while we are here. I'll just say npm install first. Let's just say Axios, and if you cannot see it, let me just bring it up here. And we will have lucid-react. We will have react-player, react hot toast, and we will have React dash router dash DOM. So let me just shrink this. Okay, we'll be using this package so that we could navigate navigate to different pages where we have the sign up page, login page, home page, etc. And finally, we will be using the zoo stand package, which is gonna allow us to really have a global state, and it'll just make sense once we use these packages. Let's press enter. It's gonna install all of them, and hopefully we should be good to go. And okay, so it is installing. We have this boilerplate code that is coming from Vite. So everything starts with the main.jsx file where we have the app.jsx, right? This is what we are rendering. And I'll just assume you know a little bit of React so that we could really just speed up the process. Otherwise, this would be a React crash course, right? Just to be able to see the output, I'll just say npm run dev, and it's gonna spin up a development server for us at this URL. Let me just, so what have I done? I accidentally paste what I have in the clipboard, so let's delete it. And I'll just visit localhost, let's say localhost 5173, and let's kill this, take it to the very first one. So there we go. This is the application Vite gives you. What I want to do is just really delete the content. So we could just put hi for now, delete this. And if you are not able to get this ESLint errors, so here it says this is defined but you are not using it, it's probably you don't have the ESLint extension. Let's see, you should install this so that you can really have this beautiful linting in your code. I'll delete all of them, and we can delete the app.css file completely. We'll just have the index.css. So let's delete the content from here, save this one. We can delete the assets under the source. And now what I want to do is just initialize Tailwind to this project. So I'll just go ahead and say Tailwind CSS with Vite and click to this one. We already created our project. It is time to install the Tailwind packages, right? The dependencies that we would need. Let's open up our terminal and make sure you are under the front end. Okay, so because this is the where we'll be using Tailwind. Let's paste. It is first gonna run the first command, which is this one. Then once it is completed, we can run the second one. Let's wait for this. Okay, now here it says run this. I'll just press enter, and it's gonna create a file for us, which is gonna be the Tailwind config file. So this will take a little bit of time to load, and there we go. We just got the file. Let's see the next step. We need to copy this content and paste it to tailwind config.js file. I'll go here, delete everything, and paste it. Let's kill this terminal and leave it like this. Then here it says copy this content and paste it to your index.css file. And also save this file, close it. With this, I think this should be good to go. To be able to test this out, let's copy this, this h1, and paste it to our VS Code. Oops, this is not I meant to open, right? So I'll just go here, paste this h1, save, and we cannot get any styles. So we need to just kill our terminal and restart it again. So we have text of 3x large, font bold, underline, and let's say text red 600. So these are the classes coming from Tailwind CSS. And to be able to get this highlighting, right, you need to install this Tailwind CSS extension called IntelliSense, and it's going to give you all the other options you have, right? So it's both going to give you the autocomplete as well as this highlight when you hover over it. Now, if we just go ahead, refresh this page, we should be able to get all these styles that are coming from Tailwind CSS. And by using Tailwind CSS, we're going to be building our pages. So let's go under the main.jsx. First, we'd like to set up the browser router. So let's say browser router, wrap our application with it. just like this. And let's try to import this. Okay, so we need to wrap our application with this browser router that is coming from React Router DOM so that we could really have different routes in our application. So pages like the login page, sign up page, home page, and that kind of thing. And let's actually try to set this up. I will kill the sidebar, and from the app, I will say return routes coming from this package, and we'll just have a bunch of different routes, right? For the homepage, let's say path, if we visit the homepage, you can return this element called home page. And let's try to create this homepage now. Under the source, I will say pages, and I'll just say home page.jsx. And let's create the login page. Login page.jsx, sign up, let's say sign up page.jsx. And we could say RAFCE to get this auto completed code. And for this, I am using this extension called React. Okay, it is this one, ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. And once you install it, you can do things like RAFCE or maybe RFC, where you can get this auto completed code, which is really convenient. So let's save this file, close it, RAFCE to this one, save, close, and to homepage as well. Save and close. Now let's duplicate this twice, where we have the login route and we will have the sign up route as well. For this, we will get the sign up page, let's say sign up page, and we will have the login page. Let's try to import them one by one. We will try to get the home page from the pages folder and login as well as the sign up. If we save, hopefully we should be able to see that pages. So we are in the home page. Let's go to the login page. It works, and we can go to the sign up page as well. So for now, let's just try to build these 3 different pages. And now to get started with, we'll be using a bunch of different images and different assets. So I will provide them all of you in the description that you can find. And let me just copy the link and paste it to here. So let me just delete this comment, right? Copy it, paste it. This is the link that you can get from the description, or a link might change, but the content will be the same. So we'll have different images. This is what we'll show in the 404 page. This is what Netflix does as well. So these are the avatars we will get. So we will have different images. Really, we could use them in our application. So go ahead and install all of them and then put them under this public folder. So what you can do is just delete this content completely and drag and drop all these images. This is what I'll be doing just in a second. So I just drag and drop all these images, and we'll be using them as we move forward with this tutorial. Now, the very first thing I'd like to do is just go into the index.html file, and I just want to update the favicon, which is going to be coming from the public folder. That's what the slash means. Let's say favicon.png. And if you take a look at it, there is actually that file, this image that I prepared for you, which I just basically grab it online. Let's save and just take a look at it here. It's already updated our favicon. And the other thing we'd like to do, as the Netflix does, where we have this background, right? So this image is also provided, which is going to be the hero.png, and we'd like to just set it as a background. We will go into the index.css and just create a class called hero, let's say hero-bg, and I will say background image, let's say URL, and we'll just go under the, let's say hero.png, and this should already work out. Let's save. We can go here under the homepage. Let's say class name hero, let's say -bg, and height screen. Let's see how this will end up if we visit the homepage. Okay, we can see the image. Now we could add a bit more. Let me just zoom out. We could add a little bit of gradient on top of it. this is how we can do. Instead of leaving it like this, we'll just put a comma, and before this we'll say linear gradient, call this function, and let's say RGBA 0 0 0, and lastly we'll just put point A, and this would be the top value. And let's just do the exact same thing. RGBA, we'll just put 3 zeros and I think just 0.1. If you save this, now it should have some kind of gradient going from the top to the bottom. This is how we can change the opacity. This is gonna be it for this file, and I think we can just start with the, let's say, sign up page. Let's go into the sign up page and just try to build the UI. Then we'll build the login page and then the home page. Okay, I'll go here and just say class name of, let's say, height screen. This means the full screen it's gonna take, and with full hero-bg. And now first we're gonna have a header. So I'll just say header, which is gonna hold the navbar component. Let's give our classes. I'll just say maximum width of 6x large, mx auto, so that it is centered. Let's say flex, items would be centered, justify between, and gap of, not gap, but I think p of 4, which stands for padding. And we will have a link component coming from React Router DOM. This is going to take us to the homepage once we click to it. Then this is going to have an image, which is coming from the public folder, let's say netflix-logo.png. We could just say this is going to be the logo, right? And class name of width 52. Okay, so this is going to be the header component. We can leave it like this. Then below this, we will have the div component. So in the sign up page, we will have a form with input elements that is going to hold the, let's say, the email, username, and password, right? So I'll go ahead and just type a bit of classes. Flex, let's say justify would be centered, items would be centered, margin top of 20, mx of 3. Then inside this, we will have another div, right? Let's put classes with full, let's say maximum width would be medium, which stands for 448 pixels. Then let's say padding would be 8, space y of 6. This is going to be the gap in vertical direction. We could update the background, let's say black, but change the opacity, just decrease it a little bit. And let's say rounded will be large. This is going to give border radius, and then shadow of medium. And inside this, we will have one div. This is just going to say sign up. I think this could be, instead of div, let's say this could be h1. This is the only title in this page. And let's give these classes. I'll just say class name of text would be centered, text would be white, which is going to change the color, update the size a little bit, font of bold, it's going to update the width, and margin bottom of 4. And below this, we will have a form. Let's just say it's not going to have any actions, but let's say class name space y of 4. Each item will have space of 4 units, which stands for 16 pixels. And first we'll just have a div that is going to hold a label. I didn't mean to autocomplete this. Let's say label, and we can shrink the left hand side. So here in this label, we will have email text, and we could put the HTML4 to be email. And let's say class name of, let's say text, small, font, medium, and we'll say text gray of 300, and display of block, so that it just takes the entire line, right? Then we'll just put an input. This is going to be type of email, where we can put a couple of classes. Let's say with full, padding x of 3, padding y of 2. Let's say margin top of 1. We'll put the border gray 700. Let's say rounded MD, and then we will just give the, let's say background would be transparent, and we'll say text white. In the focus state, we'll just say outline would be none, and focus would be ring. Okay, so I know this is just getting a bit boring, but just bear with me. We'll see the output just in a second. Let's say placeholder will be something like you at example.com. And I think we can just also give the ID because we said HTML for email. So we just give the ID to that input. Let's save and visit the sign up page. Here we can see we have the navbar, which holds the icon, right? The logo. Then we have this black div with this, how do we call it? Like we change the opacity to 60. That's why it is all a bit transparent. Then we have this input. Here, let's just delete those. And this is the title as well. Now we'll just duplicate this a couple of times. We will have the username as well as the password. So it doesn't make sense to write this from scratch, right? I'll just copy it, paste it instead of email. Let's say this is going to be the username. HTML4 is going to be username. Since we updated this part, we should update this ID as well. Now, why do we have this label of HTML4? Is because if you click to the label, it is going to focus the input, right? This is why we even add this in the first place. And type for this will be text. And let's save. What are we going to see? There we go. We have the username as well. For the placeholder, let's just say John Doe as the placeholder for the username. And lastly, let's copy this again and paste it. We will just say this is the password. Type would be password. And let's say password so that we don't really have a typo. HTML4 is not going to be username, but it is going to be password. So I just updated both of them. And for this, what I'll be doing is just really put this put this character. If you cannot get it, you could put something like this, but I'll just leave it like that. Let's see. There we go. We got the password, username, email, and we can just have a button at the very bottom. So below this div, we will just say button. Let me just scroll a little bit. This is going to say sign up. We could have the class name of with full, padding Y of 2, let's say, background red of 600, text would be white, let's say font would be semi-bold, and rounded MD, let's say, and get a little bit space. On the hover state, we could say, oops, I just did a mistake. Here we should be under the string. Let's say on the hover state, background would be red of 700. And hopefully this should work out. Let's see, this is the button. And below the form, we could have a div that says, are you already a member, right? Let's say class name, text is going to be centered. Text would be gray of 400. And then already a member. Let's just say already member or already have an account. I'll just go with this. And we'll just have a link that says, if so, just sign in. And this would take us to the login page. Finally, we'll just give the classes text red of 500. On the hover state, we could just underline it. Hopefully this should work out. And we don't really have a space here, right? Could you see this? Let's give it. If we do so, it is not going to work. How we can fix this is just give a JavaScript space like this. And now, okay, come on, update. So it didn't update it because I forgot to add the space. Now it should work out. Okay, so this is the everything we would need for the sign up page for now. Once we click to this, it should take us to the login page. And if we click to this, it should take us to the home page. And while we're here, we could keep track of these states, right? Why don't we just do so? I'll go here, create 3 different states. As you can imagine, the first one is going to be for the email. Let's say email, set email, use state, grab this. Let's get for the username and for the password. And when we submit the form, we would like to call a function. I'll just say const handle submit function, or let's just say handle sign up. Doesn't really matter. It's going to take the event, and we don't want to refresh the page once we submit the form. So I'll just say event prevent default, and we can just console log all of our states. let's say email, username, and password. Now we need to bind these states to the inputs. So I'll just say value for this is going to be email, and on change, we are just going to update the email with the set email function, just like this. We will take the event and update the state. So let's do the same thing for this one. Take the value and on change, and for the password. Okay, and once we submit this form, let's go here. We'll just say on submit. You should call the handle signup function. Let's test this out. I'll just open up my terminal. I'll just say my email is john at. So I accidentally paused the video while recording. So what I've done is just put the email, username, and password. So this is 123, and I just say sign up, and I can see this in the terminal, and it should be working the exact same way. Let's say 456, and here we just got the password as being updated. We could say John Doe 2, John 2, and sign up. We just got the expected values. So this is gonna be it for the sign up page. So let's try to build the login page, which is gonna be pretty similar. Instead of username, we will only have the email and password. This is gonna say login or sign in. Then we will have the button updated, and this is gonna say, don't you have an account? Then visit the sign up page. So it is gonna be pretty similar to this one. That's why we could really speed up the process a little bit by copying and pasting the sign up page. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll go here, maybe just copy this entire return statement and put it into the login page up here, right? And let's see, we should have only one return. Let's import the link. Instead of handle sign up, let's say const handle login, which is going to take the event, and we will just prevent the default, which will just show the email and password. Let's keep them in the state. So email and password. Let's grab this and paste it to here. So we have the email. We're not going to have the username on the login page, so I could delete this, and we'll just have the password. Instead of sign up, we could say login, and let's say don't have an account, then sign up, which is going to take us to the sign up page. Now this is not an error, this is a warning that we'll just fix in a second. For now, let's save and test out the login page. Okay, there we go, it just works as expected. Let's update this header as well. I'll go up here and I'll just say, login. Okay, so I can go here and just test this out as well. I'll say my email is this one, my password is from 1 to 4, and it just works as expected. And we can navigate from these two pages. Now we would like to update this error where it is not an error, but it is a warning coming from ESLint. Here it says instead of single quotes, you should use one of these. If you take this and update it, it works, but I think this is really annoying. The fix is going to be under the ESLint, where we go here, and under the rules, I'll just say React, no unescaped entities is going to be off, or maybe entity. And so this is the name, it should be entities. So this is how we can really fix those errors. You just get the name and you even turn it on or turn it off. Entities like this. Okay, now we don't really have those errors. So that was gonna be, that was the login and sign up pages. Next, we can build the homepage. Now in the homepage, we will do something a little bit different. So this homepage is both gonna be the auth screen as well as the home screen. So what do I mean by this? This is the homepage that user visits, okay? So if user is unauthenticated, then they're gonna see this landing page that we have. But if user is authenticated and visiting the homepage, they're gonna see this kind of a page. So we will have two different screens that is gonna depend on the state of the user. So let's build this auth screen first, and this is the desktop version, and this is the mobile version. We'll just make it to be responsive. And let's start with the desktop, or really the auth screen. I'll go here under the home page. I will create two different components. So maybe what I can do at this point, create a folder for the home page specifically, and I will drag and drop this into the home page and update the imports. This is gonna update that this is coming from the home folder, and I will say auth screen.jsx, and I would like to have the home screen.jsx. Now this is gonna make sense in a little bit. Just please follow along with me. This is the home screen. This is the auth screen, and let's save this file as well. We will go into the home page and we will just return something like this. Let's say div. Here I'll just hard code this value for now, but later this would be coming from the backend, from our server. I'll say now user is false, and we will say if user is authenticated, then show the home screen, but else show the auth screen. Let's import them just like this. Now, since user is false, we will see the auth screen component in the home page. But if we say user is authenticated, then we will see the home screen component, right? And let's start with the auth screen, which is this one, right? This entire page we're going to build, and at the bottom, we will add the footer component. Okay, so as always, we will start with the hero BG background, and then navbar, and then this hero section where we have a couple of different p tags, then a like input, and then a button. Okay, so let's try to build it. I will shrink my left hand side and head over to the auth screen component. Now, as I said, let's first just delete this, put our class name here, say class name background of hero, but this is how we called it, hero-bg, and we could give a relative into this. Probably we'll be using absolute positioning. Let's create the navbar component, and I just want to copy and paste and walk you through so that we don't really waste too much time. Let me just import the link from React Router. So we have a header component, the maximum width of 6x large, which is this number of pixels. We center this to the middle of the screen, and we give flex so that they are side by side, and we just say they would be justified between. So this would be on the left hand side, this would be on the right hand side, which is a link that takes us to the login page. Let's see if we go here to the auth screen. We need to change this first. Let's say user is false so that we can see the auth screen component. And there we go. Now we just have this header component, right? And then below it, we would like to build kind of like an hero section. I will go into the auth screen. Maybe we can close those and just focus on the auth screen itself. And below this header, I'll just say hero section, and I'll go below, we'll just say div. This is gonna have a couple of different classes. Again, let's say class name, flex. Now flex would be column, items would be centered, and let's say justify is also gonna be centered, text centered. We just center everything basically. Padding y of 40, text of white, not wrap, let's say white, and maximum width again 6x large, and just center this with mx auto. And inside this, now we'll just have an h1 that says unlimited movies, TV shows, and more. And just to speed up the process, I don't really want to type this out, but paste it because there isn't anything complex here. We just say text would be 4x large on smaller screens, and medium screens and above, we will just increment the font size to be 6x large, which is about 60 pixels. And here it is 30, let's say 36 pixels, right? This is how we can do responsiveness with Tailwind. And below this, we will have a form, let's say form element. And as we do this, you can always save and take a look at the output and just understand how that works. Basically, we have three different elements that are vertically centered because we're using flex column. Then we're not going to have an action, but let's say we will have a class name, which is going to be flex column, but in the medium screens and above, it's going to be flex of row. Why do we do this? It's because in the medium screens and above, which is desktop, they would be side by side. So flex is row, but in the mobile, they would be flex column, right? So they are in the vertical direction. So I hope this makes sense, and this is how we can do responsive design with Tailwind. Let's say gap 4 and width would be half of the container, and we will have an input. At this point, I could just copy it and paste it. Let's create a state for this as well. I will say const email set email, get it from the use state. User will be able to type their email, and we will keep track of it with this input with this state. So we have these styles with a placeholder, type being email, and then we'll just have a button. Again, I'll just copy and paste the button. So please feel free to type this out or grab it from the source code. I'm not typing this all from scratch because I just want to focus on the full stack development instead of these super basic Tailwind CSS classes. So let's import the chevron right from our icons, which is going to be the Lucid React. So I'll just go here. This is going to be coming from Lucid React package. Let's save and just see what we're going to get. Let's refresh. Is it going to work? So probably it crashed. Let's see why this is the case. It tries to reload. Okay, now it is working. Let's open up our terminal or DevTools. Now here, once we hit the medium breakpoint, they would be in the vertical direction because we are using flex column, and this is already responsive. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Now below this, what are we gonna have is basically a separator component. Here we can see. Let me just zoom in. I cannot zoom in more than this, but I think you'll just see it in a second. Let's go here below this form, below this div, which was our hero section. We could put a comment, we already have. And below this, let's just put a separator component. I'll say separator, I think it should be with a, like this. And we'll say div, this could be a self-closed div. Let's say class name of height of 2, width of full, and we could put a custom background color. So I'll just say hash 23 3 times. And since this is just a decorator, screen readers doesn't really need to see this. So we could say area hidden would be true. And with this, we should be able to get this, so to say, separator. I hope this is visible, right? And now let's try to build the next component, which is going to be our very first section. We will have text on the left and image on the right. And in this image, we have a video. Let's visit the Netflix website. Okay, so this is how it works. Basically, they just put an image. This is the image that I provided you. Then, like, we have the video that is playing, and they position this video into the middle of the TV. And this is what we're going to be doing. We'll go here below this separator. We'll just create our very first section. So here, let's just say one div with padding y of 10, let's say, under the class name. Background would be black and text is gonna be white. Okay, inside this div, we will just have a left side and right side. That's why I'll just say, first we create a container. So this is gonna be flex. And once you say flex, the items would be side by side by default. Let's say maximum width of 6x large, mx of auto. Items would be centered, justify centered as well. Medium and above, flex would be row. And again, I'll just show this what this means. Flex would be column, and we will say padding x of 4. Lastly, medium screens and above, paddings would be decreased a little bit.
Then we will have the left side and we will have the right side. Let's go here, just say right side. On the left, oops, if I can do this, right? We'll have left and right divs. On the left side, we will just have class name of flex of 1, and we will add this class of flex 1 to this one as well. Now what this means, let's just say right, and let's just say left. This would take the half of the screen, and this would also take the half of the screen. Not half of the screen, but half of the parent, my bad. Okay, let's just test this out. There you can see this is the entire width for the left, and this is the width for the right. You can see with the border, if you just give it, let's say border red of 500. So here we can see they have the exact same width, is because we give the flex of 1 to each of them. Now let's start with the left container. This is gonna have basically two different classes as well. Let's say text is gonna be centered in the smaller screens, but medium screens and above, text would be on the left hand side. And this is gonna take these two elements. I'll just put h2 and p tag. These are the things that I took from the actual Netflix website. And on the right hand side, we will have an image. Let's say image. This is coming from the public folder where we have tv.png. For the alt, we could say tv image. And let's say class name of margin top of 4. Let's save, and what we're gonna get. So basically this is the output. Now let me try to explain why did we put this flex of row and column. Let's see. So flex is gonna be column on the smaller screens, but here it is row because we're in the medium screens and above. So once we hit the smaller screens or below the medium, they are in the vertical direction. And here now this text is being centered, this one as well. But if we go into the a little bit larger screens, they are on the left hand side, right? They are not being centered. And I hope this makes sense. Now we would like to take the video and position it absolutely in the middle of this image. This is how we can do so. We will just create a video element. Let's say video, the source, it is not going to take any source. Let's go into here. This would be getting a source element, which is a self-close tag. Let's say source. This is how we called it, hero vid.m4v. This is the file format. And let's say type, let's say video mp4. Now for the classes, we will just position this absolutely. I'll say absolute top of, let's say half, right? 1 divided by 2, left of the same thing. Basically this has 50%, as you can see from here. Then we will just take it 50% back to the left. Let's say translate x of, okay, if I can type 1 divided by 2, and I'll do the same thing for y. I'll just copy it, go ahead, paste it, and then we'll just say height would be 1 divided by 2. Okay, so I just had really trouble typing this out, but basically this should work out now. It didn't. Let's see. Maybe we should say this would take the relative class. Okay, now it just works out. And why does this work? Maybe we could also change the z index for a second. I'll just say maybe z should be something like 0 or maybe minus 10. Okay, it has just gone completely. Maybe just say z index of 0. Is it gonna work? And we could take the image to the front by putting z index of 10. Okay, so this doesn't really work out because here you can see like this controller is back of the video. Maybe we should say something like this would be play inline. Let's say plays inline. We will say also this would be autoplay of true. And we will have muted, and this video would be on loop. Let's save. Is it gonna fix it? Let's refresh. Okay, so it is playing, but here we have the controller in front, right? Let me just debug this and come back to the video. Okay, so what I have done is just give this z-index of 20 and z-index of 10 for this one. So it didn't really work out until I add this relative positioning. So if you leave it like this, it doesn't work out. And to be able to make an image get the z-index, you would add the relative class. Once you do so, now this would be in front of the video because the z-index is higher than this one. Okay, so this is the output that we would like to have. And so the video is now being centered. It is muted and playing automatically for us, right? Like this is how it's gonna look like in the normal zoomed in level. Now, next, what do we want to do is just add a different separator as well, or the same one. Now, this time we will have image on the left and text on the right. So this is how they do it as well. And we will put this GIF as well. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and try to build the second section. I think first we need to just put a separator below this. I will copy this 2 lines, paste it, and this is our first section. Now let's just say second section and try to build it. It is going to be mostly the same with the first one in terms of classes, but this time we will have the left side as being the image, and on the right side we will have the text. So let's scroll and try to build the second section. I'll say class name of padding y of 10, background of black, text of white, just like this. And below this we will have the exact same div that we had above, which is going to be this one. So we could copy it and paste it. Let's say class name. This is going to be that container. On the left hand side, let's first try to build it. Then we will also have the right hand side. So let's just go here and just say right side. This is going to be the div, but we'll fill it later in the video, right? Just in a second, I mean. Let's say on the left hand side, we would have the class name of flex of 1. Let's delete this space, and this is going to be relative as well. Then inside, we will have one more div. Let's say this is going to also have the relative class. And then we will go inside, we'll say image. And if we have the relative on this one, I think we don't need to add it into this. So we could delete it. On the image, we will show the Stranger Things large image. Let's say Stranger Things -lg.png. This is the image that you could take a look under the public folder. Let's just say Stranger Things image. And this is going to take the class name of margin top of 4. And then below this image, we will have this div. Let me just show it. We will get this div and position it absolutely on top of this image. So this is Stranger Things large image, and this is the small one. So this is the div now. We'll like to position it absolutely on top of this. Okay, it is going to be this div. Let's say this is going to take the class name of flex. It is going to be items would be centered, gap of 2, absolute. Let's say it is going to be bottom of 5 and left of let's say half of the parent, let's say 50%, and you would like to say translate x would be 1 divided 2, so it is 50% back. bg of black, let's give a bit space. Then width is going to be 3 divided by 4, and this should be inside, right? But in the larger screens and above, width would be half of it, just like this. And height would be 24. It's going to have a border with the color of slate 500. And we could say rounded would be MD, finally padding of 2. Now inside this parent, we will have an image, which is going to be the Stranger Things -small.png. And we could give it a name, just say image. You could give a appropriate alt. I'll say class name. This is going to take the full height. And below this image, we will have a div that is going to say downloading the Stranger Things. I will just give a couple of classes to this one. Flex, let's say justify. It should be between. Items will be centered. Width is going to be full. And we will have one more div. Let's say flex of column and gap of 0. So we'll not have any gap in between these span elements. So we'll have two different, let's say Stranger Things, and then we will say downloading with the three dots. Let's say this is going to take the text of small and color of blue 500, and we can go here and also say this would be a bit larger text, such as medium. Larger screens and above, this is going to be a bit larger. Font would be bold, let's say. Okay, so finally, below this div, we will just say we would like to have one more image. This is going to be the download GIF. I'll say download dash icon dash GIF and class name of, let's say, height 12. Let's save. Hopefully we should be able to get the output that we would like to have. This didn't work out. Let's see why it didn't. So are we missing something? Let's just say this is going to be a relative. Is it going to work? So it didn't. Obviously that wasn't the case. But first we are just having the wrong image. Let's see why this is the case. We have download icon.gif. So this GIF is working, but the small image is not working. Stranger Things. Okay, I have a typo here. Let's leave it like this. But this is a bit too large. Let's see class name of height full. So I think it's because height 25 is not defined. It should be 24. I just had a typo here and we could delete this relative class. Let's save. Okay, now it works, at least the height, but the position is not correct. Do I have some kind of typo here? Let's see. Left like 15%. I mean 50%. This also works. So I just paused the video and take a look at it. It's because we are missing the class name of flex1 on the right hand side. Now they would be having the exact same height, or I'm sorry, the width. Let's say right side. Now this has the 50% of the parent and this also has the 50%. That's why now this has the appropriate width. If we go into the smaller screens, let's see, here you can see like let me just show this. The width of this is going to be increasing a little bit more because this is the classes that we just gave. And if we hit here, now they are in the vertical direction, right? So we have this and then the right side. And the right side content is going to be really basic, which is this h2 and p tag. Let's go ahead and try to build it. For the right side, I think what I'll be doing is just copy and paste it entirely like this. We have an h2 with a p tag, and let's give the classes medium of text left, and smaller screens it would be centered. So this is what we have exactly done above. So here we go. Now let me just take it like this, and here is how it works. Now what Netflix does, they take this and put it at the top in the mobile screen. Let's see. Okay, here we can see they first show the text, then the image, but in our case it is in the different order because we didn't fix it. Let's try to do so. We will go into the parent, which is this one, right? Instead of flex column, let's say flex column reverse. Let's see if this is going to fix it. Once I hit here, there we go. The order has been reversed. We first see the title and text, then the image. So this is going to be it for this section as well. What we want to do, build the third section. Again, I can really take this separator and put it below. And what are we going to have on this section? Let's see. a different image and video on the right hand side. So this is the exact same thing. We can copy it and paste it. So we have the separator. Let me just put the comment, and I will just take this entire first section and put it here. I'll just say this is the third section. Okay, let's save. First take a look at it, then we will just change the content. Okay, so let's start with the p tag. So instead of enjoy on your TV, we will say watch everywhere. And for the p tag, we can just put this coming from the Netflix website. And now this right side is going to be, I think, a bit different. Let's say this is going to be relative, and let's say overflow would be hidden. Then we will have the device pile image. Let's say device dash pile.png. We could really put device image as the alt tag. For the classes, margin top of 4, z of 20, and this is just gonna take the relative. Then we'll have a video with the source being video devices dash devices dot m4v. And now if we save, let's see what we're gonna get. This is a bit different, right? The positioning doesn't right. And we can update this by taking this video to the a bit top and maybe change the width a bit. So these are the values that I really worked with, and even take a look at it from the Netflix website. So they use maximum width of 63%, and they also use height of, let's say, 4 of 6. And I think this should fix it. Let's just see. It didn't. For the translate X, we have this value for the left, and for the top, instead of 50%, they just use 8 pixels. Okay, so this still didn't fix it. Maybe we should delete the translate Y part. Okay, so this is how that works. And as I said, if you are wondering how did I get these dimensions or these values, basically I just said inspect and really go deep into this DevTools and just see the computed values, how they did it. And I was able to come up with these values just to make that work the exact same that we have here. For the video, let's update the value. Or did we already update it? So it looks the exact same thing, but like they have this video. Let's see which is it this one? So video devices, hero video, so it should be this one actually, video dash devices. For some reason it didn't work. Let me refresh this page. Okay, so now we just got this video, right? And finally we can build the next section. And as always, we will just get a separator. Let's copy it and paste it after this section, which is this one. Then we'll put the fourth section, not footer. Let's delete it. Let's see what we have. An image and a title, right? So just like this one, but it is a little bit simpler. So I will say not footer, fourth section, and create a div. Let's give it space. So this is going to take the exact same classes that we give above, padding Y of 10, background of black, and text of white. Let's say white. And inside this, we will have flex. Let's just say class name of flex. Okay, this is getting a bit annoying, but let's say maximum width of 6x large, mx auto, items of centered, justify centered, flex of, let's say, column, and medium screens and above flex would be row, and I think this should be flex column reverse, so that we got the exact same thing as we did above. Padding x of 4, medium screens and above, we could update the padding a bit. Okay, inside this we will have an image as well as the right hand side. So what I'll be doing is just really copy and paste. This is going to be the left hand side. Feel free to type this out or grab it from the GitHub repo. We just done this multiple times. That's why I don't really want to waste time by writing those classes. So once we just hit here, they should be responsive and like it just works as expected. At the very bottom, we could show the footer element. So it is going to be looking like this, built by you, and the source code is available on GitHub. Let's build that footer as well. So let's close this. Under the front end, let's create a folder called components. And I'll just say footer.jsx. And this footer component is going to be pretty easier than what we had so far. So let's say this is going to be a footer component. And now, like footer is pretty basic at this point. I just don't really want to waste time. Please don't get mad. I'll just paste it and you can really update these values with your own. We have a bunch of classes that just includes a p tag with 2 different links. You could put your own GitHub repo and GitHub profile. And we would like to show this footer component below all of our routes. Let's wrap this with fragment and just call the footer component. And this is the entire file if you really want to just type this out. Okay, so let's test this out. If we go here, we should be able to see the footer. And why do we put this footer outside of the routes? Is because we would like to see this every single page. If we go to the login, sign up, or homepage, we should be able to see it, right? So I'll go here into the login. Let's say our localhost was this. Let's say sign up. We should be able to see the footer component here. And if we go to the login, again, we should be able to see it. So this is gonna be it for the auth screen page as well. We just built this entire page with the footer at the bottom, and I'll see you in the next section.
Okay, so in the last section, we have built this auth screen and we even made it to be responsive. Now, maybe it is time to build the sign up functionality. And to get started with, we'll just put our email here. And once we say get started, it should take us to the sign up page to here. And if your user just visit the /signup, we will take them to this page immediately. But now the benefit here would be if I just put my email here, let's just say I put abc@email.com. If they say get started, this should take them to the sign up page by filling this email. So let's just try to do this and let's see how we can implement it. So under the auth screen, we have this form where we can submit this, right? I'll just say on submit. Let's say on submit like this. I'll say handle form submit. And we would like to create the function for this. I'll go here, say const handle form submit. We'll take the event and we just don't want to refresh the page. We'll say event.prevent default. And what we want to do, navigate the user to the sign up page. So I'll go here, I'll say const navigate, which is going to be coming from use navigate hook from React Router DOM. And I'll say navigate to that page, and which is going to be sign up, and we can add an email as an argument, right? Or as a prem. So we'll just go here, take the email, which is coming from the state. Let's try to do so. I will save this file and just go to the home page. I'll say abc@email.com and I'll say get started. Here you can see we can get the email in the URL. So here we'll go into the sign up page and grab this from the URL and put it as the initial state for the email. So let's visit the sign up page, and this is going to be the component where we'd like to fetch the email from the URL, right? I'll go here and I'll just say new URL and just make sure it is all uppercase. We will say document.location
And this is going to give us, let's say, search params. I'll say const, and let's grab the search params just like this. We will go below and we can just get the email value. I'll say email value search params.get the email. This is how we store it in the URL. And I'd like to take this above the email so that I could give it as the initial value. I'll just say email value. If it is null, then we can just have it as an empty string, right? Let's save. And now if we go here, we just got that value as the initial state, right? Let's just try to do so. I'll say xyz and add gmail.com. I'll just submit this form. There we go. We got the starter point. And from here on out, what I'd like to do, once I fill up this form, once I click to this button, it should send a request to my endpoint, right? Which is something that we have already created under the auth routes. So what we can do is create a global state where we can store the currently authenticated user with the functions such as login, logout, and sign up. So you'll see just in a second why we do this. Let's try to build it. I will say create the store folder where we just store the auth user.js file. And in this file, we will be using the zoostand package. If you go under the package.json, this is something that we have already installed, which is going to be the global state management library that we'll be using. If you haven't used it at all, let's try to just build this a little bit and you'll see the benefit of this and how convenient is this. So I'll say import create function from zoostand. Okay, just like this. Let's say export const, we basically create a hook. Let's say use auth, instead of user, let's just say auth store. And we'd like to call this function, which is going to take an argument. Okay, it's going to be a function as the callback, right? And it is going to take a setter function. Okay, let's go here and just say this is going to return an object. So I will wrap this with normal parentheses. That means we are returning this object from this hook. So whatever we return from this object is going to be the state for us. Let's say we would like to have the user state, which is going to be the currently authenticated user. And by default, this value is going to be null. Then we will have, let's say, sign up function, right? I'll just say sign up, and this is going to be an async function. And okay, so this is what we have. We will add a bunch of different things. So we'll have login, logout, and even something called auth check. So let's just rename them. I'll say login, we'll say logout, and we could have this auth check function. Now, the benefit of using this file, this zoostand, is that you can now go into any of the pages or components, call this hook, and get any of those values. So if you want to get the signup function on this file, you would say use auth store, call it, not like this, just like this. Okay, you just call the hook. Now you can get the sign up function, or you can get the login, logout, or anything that you can really have in this file. In this case, we would like to get the sign up function, and we can put the logic into here. And this is what we'll be doing. Let's just say this function will take the credentials, which is going to be, let's say, the username, email, and password. And here, let's say try and catch. In the try, we would like to just send a request to our endpoint. Let's say const response. We will say Axios, and let's say await. Also import the package. Let's say this is going to be a post method. And if you remember our endpoint, so we had API v1 auth / signup, right? Then login and logout. Let's handle this one first. Now, instead of every time putting HTTP localhost 5000 /API /v1 /auth /signup, what we can do is just eliminate all this part, right? We don't really want to put this on every request. So to be able to fix this, we can go under the bootconfig.js and add a proxy, and maybe before that a server object. Here we say this is going to be our proxy object, and we will say target So not target, let's say slash API, then this is going to be an object where we have the target is going to be localhost 5000. So what this means is that whenever we use slash API, it is going to prefix this with that. So if you just say slash API, then it is going to put this part on top of it, but you don't really have to do this. I hope this makes sense now, right? So we have our endpoint, we just send a post request with our credentials. I will just put it as the second argument. And once we sign up, we can set our state. So we had user was null. Now we can really update it. We will call the setter function where we want to update our user state. We will say it is going to be, let's see, response, let's say response.data.user. This is what we are returning from the backend, right? Let's go into the sign up controller. We say if we sign up successfully, then we'll just return the user object. And we also have the success state, right? Okay, so this is what we are really trying to return. Let's save this file to make that work. And so like what we can do else, just add a loading state for the sign up functionality. So I could say something like is signing up is gonna be false by default. And once we try to do this, maybe even before that, we would say set is signing up would be true. And once we get a response back, we would say is signing up is going to be false. And while this is true, we could show some kind of loading state, right? And then in the catch, let's say toast dot error. This toast is this toast is coming from the React Hot Toast package that we installed. And to be able to use this, we will just do one configuration pretty quickly. But first, let's just put our message. So we'll say error.response.data.message. And if this is empty for some reason, we could just say an error occurred, right? Or you could say sign up failed. And below this, again, we will just say now set user is going to be false as well as the loading state. Let's say user would be null because this one just failed. Okay, and to make this toast work, we could go under the app.jsx, and outside of this routes, we would just get a toaster component from React Hot Toast, and we could maybe put it below the footer. Okay, if you put this, then you can use these functions coming from toast object. Let's say here we could say toast.success, sign up successful, right? Or let's say account created successfully. Okay, then maybe before we try to implement login and logout, we could really just test this out. But first, just make sure that you open up a new terminal, and under the root you say npm run dev, which is gonna go ahead and run the API, right? It's gonna run the server.js file. And let's wait. Hopefully it's gonna connect to the database. And while it is trying to connect, we could just open up the MongoDB so that we could really check our dashboard. So let me just try to sign in pretty quickly. Okay, so I just logged into my MongoDB account, right? I just have my overview of the database. I can see all the users that we have created previously, and I have my terminal up and running, MongoDB connected. So what we want to do is basically call this signup function in this file, which we already destructured. And once we submit this form, if you remember, we are calling this function. Let's see, under the form, we say on submit, call this function. We prevent the default so that it doesn't refresh the page. And now we can just basically say, call the signup function, right? I'll just say, delete this line, and maybe we could create try catch, but probably we don't really need it because we already have done this in this file where we will be showing a toast under the catch, right? I'll just say sign up, call this function with my credentials, which are email, username, and password. So hopefully this should work out. Let's save and just try to create an account. I'll go to the sign up page. Let's see, this crashed for some reason. Let's open up the terminal on the front end. So it didn't crash. Let's see, I'll just go to the home page. Okay, so for some reason it didn't load, but let's say I would like to sign up with abc@gmail.com. I'll go to the sign up page, put my name, let's say my name is ABC and password is 123. Let's say sign up. There we go. We just got our first error that says password must be at least 6 characters. Let's delete the username. It should say all fields are required because we are checking all these errors from the in the backend, right? And let's just say ABC. Now put a valid password such as 456. And now it says account created successfully. Let's check our database. I'll go here and just try to refresh. Hopefully we should be able to have the ABC account at the very bottom. There we go. This is the user account that has been created. Now what we want to do, once we sign up, it should take us to the homepage. And let's see how we can do this. Basically, under the homepage, let's see where that is. Under the home page, we say user is false. This is hard-coded value. But what should really happen is that this value should be coming from our API. And it's going to say, is user authenticated? Then this would be true, right? Otherwise, it would be false. And depending on that, we would update our UI. Currently, this is false. That's why we always see the auth screen in the homepage, right? So we cannot really navigate to the home screen. And to be able to fix this, we will just create a different endpoint in our routes. So under the auth route.js, I will just say duplicate the last one, and this could be a get method because we will just check for the authentication. So here I'll just say auth check, and I will call the function auth check. We don't have this function. We will create it just in a second, and we could make this a protected route. So I will say import this protect route function, and this will basically handle the protection, right? If user is not authenticated, we will return something like unauthorized, no token provided, or invalid token. But in the other case, we would put that user to the request object, right? So now that we have protected this route, let's try to create this auth check under the auth controllers. I will just scroll to the very bottom. I will say export async function, which is going to be auth check. Let's say request and response. This is going to be really basic function. We will just have a try catch, and in the try we would like to just send the user, right? I'll say res.status of 200 JSON of success true, and instead of message we could really just return the user, and this is going to be coming from request.user. But there is an issue with this, is that under the request we have the password, I think. Let's go into the protect route function. Oh, okay, so we don't actually have the password because we remove it, right? So I thought we didn't. That's why I said there is an issue, but as we can see, since we removed it, there is not any issue by returning it like this. And so basically this is going to be the try case, and in the catch, let's say console.log first, error in auth check controller, and we could just say internal error. Okay, so this is going to be just a simple function that will allow us to check if user is authenticated or not, which is going to be a get method, right? So we can go into the, let's just close all of them. We will go into the auth user and call this or handle this function where we can just check for the authenticated user. So I will just go ahead and just say try and catch. Again, let's create a loading state for this. I will say is, let's say auth, or maybe let's say is checking auth, which is going to be false by default, or maybe this could be true, right? So why this is the case is that when we just refresh the page, it should immediately check for the authentication. We would show some kind of loading until we just see if user is authenticated or not. So that's why this is going to be true, because immediately we will just call this function, and you will see just in a second. Before we try to handle the logic, let's say set is checking auth will be true. Even though it is true, let's just put it and make it explicit in this function. And I will say const response await axios.get, and we will just go to our endpoint. So API v1 auth, and we called it as auth check. We could probably call it as just check as well, but I'll just go with auth check name. And this is going to give us a response, which is going to be the user. So I'll say set, the user is going to be response data.user, and state is going to be false because we are not checking it. We just got a response back. In the catch case, we could just say set user, or maybe is checking out is going to be false, and user is going to be null. So here you don't really want to say toast.error. I'll just show you why. For now, let's comment this out, and I'll try to explain this just in a second. Okay, so this should be our function, and we would like to call this in the app.jsx. So for now, let's save this file and close it. We didn't change anything here, really. I will go into the app.jsx, and I will say, let me just call the use auth store, right? Which is going to give me the currently authenticated user. I can say const, grab this object, and we even have the state called, how did we call it? Is checking auth. So this is going to be true for a second when you refresh the page. Let's just say console.log the user. We could say auth user is here, and just console log it. Okay, let's see, and hopefully we should be able to have something in the console because we just signed up with ABC account. Let's see, I'll just refresh this page. Okay, it looks like we didn't get really anything. Why this is the case? Let's see. We have the user here. Let's just say maybe response. Do we have any errors, by the way, in the console? Okay, because it crashed. Let's see, auth check is not defined. In the auth route, I forgot to import this function. That's why it didn't work out. Just make sure you get that function. Save this. And now we don't really have any errors. Let's save this file as well. We didn't change anything here, and we should be able to have the user in the console. So we still don't. Let's see, do we have anything wrong in the terminal? Okay, so we don't. Why this is the case? Let's just take a look at the network tab, or maybe in the application. Under the cookies, do we have JWT Netflix? Okay, so we have it also, right? It says like, so we just got the token. It should authenticate us. Maybe we could just do some console login, right? I will go into this auth check, and I will say console.log request.user is equal to the request.user. So this sometimes happens. Let's just refresh. Okay, so we don't even hit this function for some reason because we didn't see the console log. Let's see in the network tab. So this is some live debugging. So don't get bored, please. So we are in the home page. Looks like we didn't have any network requests. Why this is not happening? Let's close the sign up page in the app.jsx. So if we are not hitting that function, it might be probably we are having an issue in this file. So API v1 auth, and we call it as auth check, right? So we have this function, but we never called this, right? I just find my mistake. We never called this function. That's why it is not happening. So sorry about this. It was my mistake. We should get the auth user function, right? And we would like to run this in a use effect so that it runs only once. Use effect, let's import it, and let's maybe delete this part. We will say just call the auth user function. And why did we call it as auth user? Maybe we should call it as auth check. So this is how we have it. I'm just making too many mistakes at this point, but let's just say auth check and just try to test this out. Now here we can see we just got both of the like requests. If we refresh, we should get only one. It's because we're getting two, is because React is rendering twice in the development mode, but that's fine. At least we just see we have the network requests. Let's go under the console. At first, user is null. Until it loads, we got this response from the backend, and here we can see the user profile, and there is not password in this response, right? Let me just zoom in, and here we can see password is eliminated, right? It has been deleted. And now this means if we are authenticated, maybe we should take the user to the homepage, right? They shouldn't be able to see this auth screen. I will go into the homepage component, and instead of getting the user like this, I will say, give me the user from use auth store. Call the function, and did we call it as auth store? So let me just close all these files. They are really getting annoying. We have user, right? Okay, this is how we called it. Now this is a true value. We're gonna see the home screen. Let's save and go to the home page. There we go. We just see the home screen, which is something that we haven't built. But let's try to add a logout button here for temporary reasons. And we'll just try to log out. I'll go here and I'll just say, this is the home screen that we have. Let's put a button that says logout, and on click to it, we'll just call the logout function, which is going to be coming from our hook. Let's say use auth store, call it, and grab the logout function. So I hope now we are able to see the benefit of this using ZooStand, where it really gives you global state that you could use in every place. Now you can really go into any of your components. Just imagine you have multiples, and later in the video we will have actually lots of different components, and we can just go call this one line and get the currently authenticated user just by doing this. It is like a context. Okay, so we'll say logout, and let's try to implement the logout function. I'll go here. It is going to be pretty easy to do. I'll just say this is an async function where we have try catch, and let's put a loading state for this as well. I'll say is logging out. We'll just say false for now. Once we go here, we could just set it to be true. And in the try, we'll say const. Maybe we don't even need to say const response, because the response we got is not really important. We could really just show a toast. Let's say await axios dot, it is not going to be get, but it's going to be a post method. Let's say API v1 auth logout. And if this is completed successfully, we could just say set user to be null, and loading state will be false. But in the catch case, we will just update the logging out state. It is going to be false, and we could show a toast that says an error occurred, or maybe log out failed. And here we could say logged out successfully. Let's save, and once we click this button, it should work out. I'll just zoom out a little bit, and for some reason it already logged us out. I think it's because when you change one of the backend code, it just logs you out. Let's try to sign up with a different account. I'll say I don't know, like let's say xyz@gmail.com. Get started. My name is XYZ from 1 to 6. Now account is created successfully. Let's go to the home page, and I will say logout. Click to this button. Okay, there we go. It just says logged out successfully. And if you take a look at the application, the cookies, you cannot see the cookie because it is being cleared out. And now what we can do is, if we are in the sign up page, and if we log in, it should take us to the home page. So this is how we can do. We just got the user, right? So here it says you're not using this, but this is fine. We're going to be using this just in a second. For now, let's say if user is visiting the sign up page, and if they are authenticated, let's say if we have the user, then let's say if we don't have the user, then show them the sign up page. But if they are authenticated, we could navigate them. Let's say navigate, and shrink the left hand side so that you can see this. Navigate them to the home page. I hope this makes sense now. We just say if user is visiting the sign up page And if they are not authenticated, show them the sign up page, but else navigate them to the home page. Let's do the exact same thing for the login. I will put this and grab this part, and let's just test this out. If I try to go to the login page, I can go because I am logged out. And if I try to go to the sign up page, I can. But if I go and try to sign up, I'll say john2@gmail.com because we already have the John account in the database. Let's try to sign up with this account. It should say username or email already exists. Let's try to with this one. Okay, it says account created successfully, and we just redirected to the homepage, right? There is no way that I can go to the, let's say, sign up page. It just takes me to the homepage immediately. Let's try to go to the login page. And as you can see, we can't just visit that page. But there is an issue here. If I just try to go to the sign up page, just take a look at it here. For a split second, we see the sign up page, right? Just for a second. Like, it's really quick, and I don't want to see that effect. And that's why we even have this if check, right? Or this loading state. We will go into the app.jsx, and in this case, we will just return a loading state. So below this use effect, I'll say if we are checking for the auth, let's return this part. I'll say return with this div where we have the class name of height screen so that it takes the entire page. Let's say we have a div that holds the loader icon coming from Lucid React. And for the class name, we will say animate, let's say animate-spin, which is a class coming from Tailwind. Let's say text red of 600, width of 10, and height of 10. So as a pro tip for the Tailwind, if you're using the same width and height, you could just say size of 10. And if you hover over this, here you can see width and height is equal to 10 units, which is about 40 pixels. Let's give a couple of classes for this one as well. Flex, justify center, items center as well, and background black, height would be full. And just make sure you import the loader from Lucid React. And now we could save this file, and here it wants you to pass this auth check into here. So let's just make it happy and save. If we now try to visit the sign up page, for a second, we are not going to see the sign up page, but the loading spinner, right? Let me just make the network to be slow. I'll say slow 3G, and if we try to visit the login page, so this is going to take a bit of time, but let's wait for it. Okay, so this is really slow, but here we go. We have this loading spinner until we got a response back from the server. And I hope this makes sense now. At this point, we are able to check for the authentication, show a spinner, and we are able to protect our routes. We are not protecting the home page is because we already have this logic in the home screen, right? And we don't really need to return this div. Let's make it a fragment because it doesn't really have any classes. Okay, so we are making a really good progress at this point. Let's build the login functionality. And as you can imagine, we will go into the auth-user.js file, and you could pause the video and try to implement this login function just to get a little bit of practice. So I just give you one hint. Basically, we will take the credentials as an argument, and you can now try to build the logic. And now I'll just try to do so. I'll say try catch. Before we try, let's update the logging in state, which we need to create. Let's say is logging in is gonna be false. Once we call this function, is logging in is gonna be true, right? Not like this. We should say set call the is logging to be true. And then in the try, let's say const response like this, await axios.post to our endpoint with the credentials, and we'll do the exact same thing that we have done above, just like this. So we set the user state with the response, which we are grabbing the user object and updating our state. And for the catch case, we could show a toast and updating our state to be false. And we could also say set user to be null, because if we failed, that means we couldn't log in and user data should be null. Okay, so here, instead of this message, I'll say login failed. And here I'll just say sign up failed, right? Failed. Okay, just like this. And I think this is gonna be it for this file. And I said I'll be explaining this. Let's see, why did I set like this, right? I'll just bring this back. Let's save this and go to the logout, right? Let's try to log out, make this to be no throttling so it is faster. So we just logged out, and now if you refresh this page, you're gonna see this toast errors that says unauthorized, and we don't really want to see this. That's why we don't put this toast. Instead, we just only update this state. And I hope this makes sense now. So this is why we don't add it. Okay, let's try to log in. So I had an account called xyz@gmail.com, and we'll just put from 1 to 6. Let's try to maybe put the wrong password. I'll just say 7. And so probably we got an error in the console. Let's see in the VS Code. I'll just scroll to the bottom. Okay, so it works, but when I click to this, okay, so because we didn't implement the login function, right? I always forget this, but let's just try to do so under the login page. Once we click to that, we should be able to call the login function with our credentials. Let's say login, put the email and password. This login function is going to be coming from the hook that we just have. Use auth store, let's import it, save it, and maybe give a bit space so that it is formatted. Okay, so I'll just try to log in. Let me just put the email and the wrong password from 1 to 3. Here it says invalid credentials, but if I put until the 6, okay, it just logged me in. I have the user, I am in the home screen. I can go to the application under the cookies. I can see the JWT token is here, right? These are the fields that we have. Now secure is not true because we are under the HTTP, which is localhost, right? It is HTTP only, same side of strict, and expires in 15 days. Okay, so everything seems to be working, right? Now, what should we do next? So I think next we can work on the homepage, right? So we don't have any UI design for this, and this is gonna be next. I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, as I said, we'll like to just focus on the home screen content, right? For now, we don't really have anything. So I'll just go into the, let's say, home screen component that we have under the pages. Let's shrink this. Under the home screen, we would like to build our UI. For now, I'll just delete this part and I will say class name of, let's say, relative, and height screen so that it takes the entire screen. And I'd like to just say text to white so that everything is color of white, right? Obviously. Then I'd like to wrap this with a fragment because we will have a different child after this. So I think here we'll have a div, but that would be later in the video. For now, the very first component we'd like to build is going to be the navbar component. Let me just show this. So we're going to build this navbar component, and it is going to be responsive. So in desktop, we will have these 3 items, right? And in mobile, we will have this hamburger menu. Once we click it, we will just see these 3 items, and we can close that off, obviously, right? Let's try to build this. Let's start with the navbar component. I'll go ahead and create the navbar.jsx file, and here I'll import the navbar component, which is something that we need to create. And let's import it. Okay, we're not going to be using this logout function in this file, so let's delete it, and we could delete this line as well. We'll go into the navbar component and just try to build the UI as quickly as possible. Under this return, let's delete this. This is gonna be a header, let's say, and we will give a couple of different classes. let's say maximum width of 6x large, mx would be auto, let's say flex of wrap, and we will have items would be centered, and justify would be between, and padding of for height of 20, which is about 80 pixels. Then we will go below this, create a div which is gonna hold the logo first. Let's say class name of flex, items would be centered, and gap of 10. Let's say z index would be 50, so it is always at the top. Then we will have a link component that is gonna take us to the home page. Let's say to home, and import the link component, which is gonna be coming from React Router DOM. So let's say import link, just like this. Inside we will just put an image, which is gonna be Netflix dash logo.png. Let's say Netflix logo. Class name of width would be 32 on, like really small screens, and small screens and above width would be 40. We just increment the size a little bit. Let's save, and below this link we will have one more div. Let's give a couple of different classes. Now this is going to be hidden on smaller screens, but smaller screens and above, this is going to be flex. So let me just put a comment. This is going to be the desktop navbar items. Okay, so that's why it is hidden on smaller screens and below, and above it is displayed flex. Gap of 2 items would be centered, and we will basically try to get 3 different link elements. The first one is going to take us to, let's say to the home page. We'll have a couple of classes. I think it is just going to be one. On hover, we'll just say underline, and let's delete this space. This is going to take the movies content. Let's duplicate this once and twice. This is going to be, let's say, TV shows. And again, this is going to take us to the home page, and this is going to be search history, which is going to take us to the history page, right? These are the classes we have for this, and below this 2 divs, okay, above the header, but below these 2 divs, we would like to put the mobile navbar this time, okay? And to be able to have this, let's click to it, coming from API layer. Okay, let me just discard all of these emails. Okay, sorry about that, I just discarded all of them. Now here we'd like to create our mobile navbar items, and we are gonna need a state for this. Let's go above and just say const is mobile menu open, and get the setter state. By default, this is gonna be false, and let's create a toggler function. I'll just say toggle mobile menu, which we can just really say set is mobile menu and negate it. If it is true, then it's gonna be false, and if it is false, it would be true. And we can shorten this by deleting this curly braces and leaving it like this. We'll be using this function in just in a second. Then below this header, we will go here and just say if is mobile menu is open, then we'd like to see this mobile items. And I think I could really copy and paste pretty quickly this one div with these classes. Feel free to type this out. And then inside, let's just say first to get this formatting. Inside, I'll just have a link component, which is going to take me to the home page again, right? We'll have the class name of blog. Let's say hover would be underline, and padding of 2. And here what we say is that on smaller screens and above, this is gonna be hidden, but below this would be visible actually. So this is how we can create responsive navbar items. So you first create the desktop version, which is gonna be visible only smaller screens and above, and this is gonna be visible only smaller screens and above, right? Smaller screens and below. Above that, this would be hidden. So you just take this value and negate it, right? And it just works magically. Below this class names, what are we gonna have? When we click to it, let's just say on click, you should call the function, which is gonna toggle the state. Let's say this is gonna take the movies, and I think we could duplicate this twice. This is gonna take us to the search page, and this is gonna be search history, let's say. Search history, just like above, and this is gonna be TV shows. Hopefully we should be able to test this out, right? I'll go here to the homepage. So now everything is white. Let's just say for now background is gonna be black, just for a second. And okay, so we cannot see anything on the right hand side, but so I think we didn't put anything, right? Okay, so we are going to add it, but for now let's just test this out if this is gonna work. If I go to this screen, so I cannot see this icon. I think we're missing something, right? So I just got the point. Let me just build it more and I'll try to explain. So here we'll just put one more div. Let's say class name of flex, gap of 2, items would be centered, and z index of 50. And then below this we will have a link that says to the search page, and we'll like to show a search logo coming from Lucid React. Let's say search, and this is going to take class name of, let's say, size 6, and cursor would be pointer. Let's try to import the search from Lucid React. Let's say Lucid React, and then below this search, what we're gonna have is basically an image. This is gonna be the user avatar. So I'll just say image, and let's try to grab the user from our hook. I will say use auth store. For some reason I cannot get these suggestions, but let's try to do it manually. So where are we now? We'll just go one up. We can go under the store, and we have auth user file. Okay, we call this hook now, which is going to give us the user state, and we can say this is going to take the source as the user.image, and then alt, let's say avatar, class name of height 8, rounded, let's say rounded, and cursor would be pointer. And below this image we will have the logout logo, let's say logout coming from Lucid React, and this is going to take the class name of size 6, and cursor would be pointer. And once we clicked it, we could basically call the logout function, which is coming from our hook, right? Let's say logout. Okay, I'll just close this off. Below this, finally we will have one more div. Let's say this is going to be class name, smaller screens, and above this is going to be hidden, which is going to hold an menu, which is the hamburger menu icon, right? Lucid React imported class name, size of 6, let's say cursor would be pointer, and on click we will just toggle the state. Okay, so this was the thing that we are missing, which is going to be on the right hand side. Okay, so this is what we have. The image is null. Let's see why this is the case. So we say image, which is coming from the public folder, right? So we say user.image. Let's refresh. So what we have, avatar2.png. Do we have this? Under the public, avatar2.jpg. Okay, so this is a JPEG. Why this is why it doesn't work. What you can do is update this to be PNG as well. I'll go here and just say this is PNG. Now if we try to refresh this page, okay, we can see this image, right? We have the search. If we click to it, it's going to take us to the search page. But now let's try to do this. Okay, so here we can get the menu. If we click to it, it's going to open up the state, and we can just toggle this. We can go to the search history, the home page, and we can even log out. So I think this is going to be it for the navbar component. This was the only thing that we were missing to be able to make that work. This is going to be for the mobile items. When you toggle the state, right, you're able to see this, but else you're gonna see this part. And as you can imagine, if you click to this, it is gonna log you out and it'll just say logged out successfully. Let's try to log in to this account, put the wrong credentials. It just says invalid, but put the correct one. Now we just logged in. Now what should be built next is going to be this component where we have a background image, and we could position this absolutely on the middle of the screen, right? We're gonna have an, let's say, title, the year, the type of this, right? Is it 18 plus or is it not? In this case, it isn't. And we will have the, overview, play button, and more info button. Let's try to build this. We will go into the home screen. Now we can really close this navbar component, maybe shrink the public folder as well. Below the navbar component, we will try to build it. So here, I'll just go ahead and first put my image. Let's say image tag. And for this, we'll be using another image. Let's say extraction.png, which is something that I have provided. It is a JPEG. So let's try to update this part. Okay, JPEG, alt, we could just say image, and maybe you could say hero image. And for the classes, we will just try to position this absolutely. I'll say absolute top, and I have a typo here. Let's say absolute top of, let's say 0, left of 0, width full, height full, object cover. And we will just try to put it at the very end of the screen, right? So it's just gonna be pushed back with the z index of 50. Let's save. What are we gonna get? We cannot see anything because the background is black. Let's try to delete this, and it should be up here. What I want to do is just give a little bit of gradient that is coming from the top. So I'll go here and just try to say maybe below the image, I'll just put a div, and at this point I could copy it and paste it. It is just one line self-close tag. It is positioned absolutely coming from the top, and this is the background of black, and the opacity is 0.5. If you save, now we should be able to see this black background on top of it, right? It is the overlay. And since this is just a decoration, we could say area hidden is gonna be true, so that screen readers doesn't see this, and this is an accessibility best practice. Below this div, we're gonna have one more. Let's just give a little bit space, maybe scroll and give all of our classes. Let's say absolute, we'll just say top of 0, left of 0, width full, height full, let's say not hover but height full, just like this. We will say flex column, and justify would be centered, padding x of 8, and as we grow the screen, so medium screens and above, padding x would be 16, and larger screens and above, we will just duplicate it with 32, right? It's going to be 32 in the larger screens and above. And I'd like to just give one more div that is going to be kind of like an overlay, but it is going to be coming from the top. So here, how we can use it with Tailwind, you basically say background gradient to the bottom, starting from the black color to the transparent and via transparent. Let's save, and you're gonna see we just got an overlay at the top, right? Let me just zoom in. I cannot, so maybe I could try to do it like this, right? We have this overlay, and if you don't add this via part, let's see what's gonna happen. It'll just come all the way to the middle of the screen. But if you add it, it's going to make it even half, so only the quarter of the screen. So now that we understand this, let's go into this div. Maybe below this, we will create one more, which is gonna have this class. Let's say class name, maximum width of 2x large, which is about 672 pixels. This is gonna take an h1, which is going to be the title. Let's say class name of margin top of 4, text of x large. We could say not x large, but 6x large, and you could say font would be extra bold, and finally text of balance. Okay, and below this or inside, we could just put a name, let's say extraction, just like this. And below the H1, we will have the P tag, which is gonna be basically the overview or maybe the release date, my bad. Let's say 214 and just put something like 18 plus. And I'll say class name of, let's say margin top of 2, text of large. Okay, let's just save and see the output for a second. This is how it's gonna look like, and we are trying to build the remaining part, which is going to be the description and these two buttons. Okay, so below this p tag, so at this point I am really bored because I just don't really like to type these classes in tutorials, but I think I just have to. So we'll go ahead and build this p tag as well. So I wish I could just copy and paste and don't even have to be explaining this, but not everyone can be happy with that approach. So I just have to, just type all of them out. So I'll say class name for this p tag and I'll just put an overview. So let's see what Copilot gives us. Okay, I'll just get this. It is not really important because that would be coming from the database at the end of the day, right? We'll be using our API. Let's say margin top of 4 for this, text of large. And below this p tag and below this div, what we're gonna have basically a link that is gonna take us to the watch page. For now, let's just say one more div with the class name of flex, margin top of 8, and we will have one link with a couple of classes. So here it says you should put a to property. Let's say it's gonna take us to the watch page and the ID of the movie. For now, let's hard code it. We will update this later in the video. And what this says, link is not defined. Let's try to import it from React Router DOM, right? And for the content, we will just say play. And before this, we need to put a logo. Let's say play coming from Lucid React. It is gonna have the size of not 8, but I think we could just put 6. And let's say inline block and margin right of 2. We could say fill black. Okay, so let's save. We just got this button, but background isn't black. So let's try to add it to this link. I'll just say class name, and I think I'll just copy and paste this class, right? Background of white, text of black, and let's see how this is gonna look like. I could shrink this so that you could see the entire class name, right? Okay, these are really basic classes. This is how it looks like. And if you don't say inline block, let's see what's gonna happen. It still works, so we don't even need it because we have the flex in the first place. Below this link, we will have one more button, and let's just duplicate this. This is also going to take us to the watch page. Let's leave it like this. This is going to say more info. And for the logo, we could say something like info coming from Lucid React. Classes would be the same. Fill would not be black for this one. This is just going to be default color. And let's change these classes as well. I think I'll just delete everything. And I'll say background would be gray of 500. And I'll just update the opacity to be 70%. On hover state, we could make it to be just the color itself. Text would be white. Not wrap, let's say white, and padding Y of 2, padding X of 4, and rounded. And flex item center. Okay, so let's save, and there we go. This is the output that we'd like to have. So this is almost the exact same thing, right? This is gonna be it for the hero section for the homepage. And next we're gonna try to build, let's see where that is. We will just try to build this slider component, right? And maybe even before that, instead of having this as hard-coded value, we could actually fetch this from the DB, right? For this, we will be using the get trending movie or get trending TV endpoint. So what I want to do before calling it is just create another global state. It is because we will be using the content type in multiple different places, and the content type is either going to be movie or TV. So when I click to this part, it should show me a movie, and when I click to this one, which is TV show, it should show me a TV show. And it should also update this sliders in the homepage. That's why like we need to just create some kind of global state for it, because we'll be using it in multiple places really. I will just go into the store and create a new file in hook. I will just call this as maybe content.js. So I am calling this as content so that it is just a general name, because it would be both TV and movie. It is just going to be one of them. So I think the content name makes sense here at this point. I will just get the create function from ZooStand, and I will say export const use content store. We can call this function exactly what we have done previously, and we will just here basically have a state. Let's say content type, it is going to be initially movie. This is the initial state, and just a setter function. Let's say set content type, which is going to take the type and update the state with it. So this would be either movie or TV. We will be able to call this function to be able to update this state. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. Let's save. Now we can go into the navbar component and just try to test this out. I'll say use content store, right? Call this, which is gonna give us, let's say const content type. If I can type, let's say set content type as well. Let's try to console log the content type. I'll just say clg content type. Okay, we'll just see this in the console, and once we click to one of these, we would like to just update the state. So here, how can I do this? Maybe I'll just go here, say on click. I'll just say set content type to be, let's say, movie for this one, and this should be called under an anonymous function, right? I will copy this, paste it to this one, and this is gonna be TV. Basically, it'll just update the state. Let's try to see. By default, it should be movie. This is what we see in the console. If I click to this one, now it says content type is TV. If I click to this one back, it is gonna be movie. I hope this makes sense now. And we'll be able to use this content type to be able to fetch the related movie or TV show. Okay, so we're gonna delete this because we will not use it in the navbar component. Let's go into the home screen and just try to fetch a trending movie or TV show. I'll just shrink everything, and I just want to create a custom hook where I can fetch a movie or TV show. So I'll just say source hooks, and I will say use, let's just say use fetch, or let's say use get trending content.jsx. So this is going to be the function where we have the logic so that we can really get a trending content. So this is not going to return JSX, but instead it would return a state. So I'll just say const trending content. By default, is this just going to be null? Let's say use state, import it, and maybe we could shrink the sidebar. I'll say const give me the content type, which is coming from our store, right? And depending on this, we will just change the URL. Let's say use effect. So I'll just go here. Whenever the content type changes, we should be able to run this use state or use effect, my bad. Let's say content type. We have a typo. Okay, here I'll just say const get trending content function and call it. And let's put the logic now. So we had an endpoint, if you remember, for both of them. Let's take a look at it under the backend, routes. So maybe starting from the server, if we visit API v1 movie /trending, we are going to get a trending movie. If we visit the TV, then we're going to get a trending TV. So this is the endpoint that we'd like to hit. I will import the Axios first, and I'll just say await axios.get and put our endpoint. So /API/v1/ we called it as movie or TV, which is going to be the content type that we are storing, right? This is why we have this state in the first place. And we're just going to get the trending movie or TV, depending on the content type, which is going to give us a response back. Let's just say res, and we'll say set trending content to be res.data.content. So now I hope you're able to understand why we called this. Let me just navigate. So why we call this value as a content and not a movie or not a TV. So we just call it as a content because this is going to be, a more general name that we could just grab here. So we don't just say TV or movie, right? We just say content, whatever that is, depending on our state. Okay, so this is the entire logic that we would need. Finally, from this hook, we will just return the trending content. So I would like to open up this object and send it like this. We can go into the home screen now and just say use get trending content, which is going to be our, let's say, trending content. And let's try to just console log it. I'll say trending content and just show us in the console. There we go, we already fetched it, right? As soon as you refresh the page, you'll just get a trending content. In this case, this is a type of movie because this is the default type. If I click to this, it should run again, and it just gives us a type of TV, right? And this is the name, the image, overview and everything. We would like to grab this data and, just display it on the screen. Now our code base almost feels like an English sentence, right? We just say, okay, we are under the home screen where we just want to get a trending content, and we just got the value back, right? Everything is being abstracted for us. So we'll just take this maybe source for the image and display it, which is under the, let's see, I think it is going to be backdrop path. And as you can see, this is not a URL, but it is just a path. So how can we use this? Let's go into the API. I will just say the movie database API. And if you click to this, you will be able to see maybe, let's say, images, search for it. Is it this one? I don't really remember this, but let's just say v3. Or maybe was it under the guides? I'll just open it up in a new tab. And here, there we go. Under the images, we have the basics. And from here, they just show you how you can use the images. So you can read this, but basically, let me just zoom in. They give us two different endpoints where we can fetch the original image or a slower size of it. So this is going to be our base URL. And then this is going to be the backdrop path, which we have here, right? This is the backdrop path or poster path. We will just prefix it with these endpoints. So what I'll be doing is just copy this, go into the front end folder. Under the source, I will just say constants, and you'll see why. Let's just say maybe we could put this into a utils folder first. I'll just say utils, and I'll just say constants.js file, and now I can delete this folder. So I thought I would be creating this folder, but then let's just put it under this file. Now what we're going to do in this file is basically creating those environment variables. Not environment variables, but helper variables. Okay, let's say const small image base URL, which is going to be equal to, let's see, to this one. I will copy it, paste it to here as a string, and this is going to be the, let's say, export const, let's say, original image base URL, right? We could really take this, and this is the endpoint that auto Copilot suggests us. So if you are not really sure, you could copy it and paste it, but basically it is the same thing. Okay, so we'll be using this to be able to render an image. I'll go into the home screen. I will say this is going to be first, let's say original image base URL plus trending content backdrop path. Let's save. Now it should update the background image every time you refresh. So it's going to give you a different image, right? Let's say TV shows. It is going to give us a TV show background image, but for the movies, it is going to give us a movie. Let's try to update this part. So I will just go into the home screen where we have this title. So I'm going to delete this and I will say trending content title. And here Copilot suggests something else. Let's auto accept this and then I'll explain what this means. Let's save. Okay, so this is the name, which is the title for the movie. And if you click to this, it is the name for the TV series. This is what API returns you. When you get a movie, it gives you title, but if you get a TV show, it gives you a name. So it's strange, but this is really how that works. Depending on that, you just check whichever is available, you get only that one. And now here, again, we will do the same thing for this one. For movies, it says this is going to be release date, but for TV shows, it is called as first air date. I will copy it and paste it. It is pretty basic. Let's just save and I'll try to explain. So again, for the movies, it is called release date, and for the TV shows, it is first air date. This is going to give you something like, let's say 2024, let's say, July of, let's say 15. What we do here is just split it by these and just take the first one, which is going to be year. This is what we're trying to do. We just try to get the year. And from here, we do the exact same thing. And here we'll just put the age. So I will say if trending content is adult, then it is going to be 18 plus, but else PG 13. Let's save. Hopefully it should update. And you can always see this from the object. What we have here is that, is it adult? Let's see. It is false. So we see PG 13. We have first air date. I think is because this is a is this a series? Let me just refresh the page. By default, we got a movie which has release date. And if you click to the TV shows, it should give you a TV show that has first air date. And I hope this makes sense at this point. For the overview, let's see from the console. Now it could be a really long overview or it might be short. And we would like to check for this. We will basically say if it is longer than 200 characters, we would like to put 3 dots at the end after the 200 characters, but else we'll just leave it as it is. So let's just try to see. This is longer than 200 characters. That's why we put 3 dots at the end, right? And I think it is gonna be it for this page, or for this component at least. Once we click to these buttons, it should take us to the watch page. For now, it takes to this ID, but what we want to do is put the actual ID. So here we have an error. Let's see. Okay, so it says you cannot read the property of null. It's because, let me try to explain. Trending content is null for a second, and while it is null, you cannot just say trending content dot overview. If we optional change this, then it should work. Let's save. Okay, so it works, but what would be better is to maybe show a loading skeleton. I'll just leave it as a to do. I'll go up here and I'll just say to do, add a loading spinner just like this. And to be able to get this highlighted comments, I am using better comments extension. Okay, it is this one. So yeah, we're gonna add the loading spinner later, but for now, let's try to update this ID. I will delete this part, maybe cut it. this is going to be watch page trending content.id. And let's copy this line. It should be like this and maybe like this. Okay, so we're gonna get this and put it to this one as well. Now if I go here, click to this button, it should take me to the actual ID, and this is the page that we will implement later, which is going to be, let's see where that is. It's gonna be this play page where we have the trailer and details about the movie or TV. Let's go back, and I think that would be it for this component. What we can do is just maybe pretty quickly try to add this loading state while we are here, right? And instead of leaving it for later, let's just do it quickly. I'll say if there is not trending content, we could return a loading spinner or some kind of UI, right? I'll just say we would like to return a div. Let's say div just like this. We will have a couple of classes, age of screen, let's say text of white, where that is, and let's say relative. And what I want to do is just show the navbar component while we are loading as well. And I will just have a div with a couple of classes. This is going to be self-close tag. Let me just type this out and then I'll explain what this does. Let's say absolute of top 0, left 0, width full, height full. So it's going to take the entire screen. Background would be black of 70 opacity. Flex would be items centered, and let's say justify centered as well. Then z index of, let's say, -10. And lastly, the shimmer class. So this is a class that we will create. Let's copy the name, save this file, go into the index.css file. And what we'll be doing in this class is basically putting an animation. I will just copy it and paste it. You could type this out, but this is the super easiest, super easy shimmer effect. Let's save, and we should be able to see that just for a second. So can't we see it? And I think we are missing one more keyframe, right? Obviously we're using animation. If we don't put the keyframes, it is not gonna work. Let's save and try to see this. I'll just say if this is true, right, then we should be able to see this part. Okay, this is what we're gonna have while the image is loading. Sometimes it is gonna take long, but sometimes it's gonna take like even less than 1 millisecond. So you're not gonna be able to see it, but just in case, we will have this loading state, right? This is gonna be our backup. So when you refresh the page, you'll be able to see that spinner just for a second. And if you really want to understand how this works, probably you could just copy and paste to the ChatGPT, right? It could explain better than me in this case. But so yeah, this is really the shimmer effect that is pretty popular and the easiest implementation at this case. So with this, I think we completed the first section of the homepage. And next we would like to build these movie sliders. Let's see where that is. Okay, next we're gonna build these components, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so this is where we left so far. We just built the hero section for the homepage. Now, as we talked about it, next we'd like to build the movie slider below. So it's gonna be looking like this, where we just have the component with elements, right? We just have the movies that is under this category called now playing. And the same thing for top rated, popular, and below this there is gonna be one more called upcoming movies. And we're gonna fetch the exact same thing for TV shows as well. And like these categories are gonna be coming from our API. If you go here, these are the categories for the TV series, right? There are 4 different categories, and we have the same kind of categories for movie lists. So we'd like to just build these categories first. I'll go here, open up the constants file, and here I just want to create those categories. I'll say export const movie underscore categories, And let me just copy and paste it actually. So this is the categories we have for movies. So you can take a look at it from the API. Basically, we have four of these. And let's get the categories for TV shows as well. So I'll just paste it. Feel free to type this out or get it from the source code. Basically, we have these categories that we'd like to map over so that we can put those movie sliders. So we'll go under the home screen component, and at the very bottom, maybe after this div, let's shrink this. We'll just go here and just say we would like to have a div. This is gonna have the class name of flex column, and we're gonna give a gap of 10 between each slider. We'll say background is gonna be black and padding y of 10. Now we will just check what is the content type. Here I'll say content type. Let's first try to import it at the top. I will delete this and I will say content type that is coming from our use content store. So we will say if content type is equal to movie, then we will do something here, but else we will do something here, right? I'll just say in this case, let's open up this actually, and then open up this. Here I'll say movie categories dot map. Let's get the each category, and for each of them, we're gonna return a movie slider component, which is something that we will create. Let's say movie slider, and we can pass a key into this. Let's say key is gonna be the category name itself, and we're gonna just pass the category into it. And we'll just do the exact same thing for this one. Okay, I'll just go here, copy it, paste it, but instead this is going to be TV categories. And we have, I think, missing something. Let's close this off. And what this says, do we miss one more here? Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing. Let's try to create this movie slider component. We will just go into the components. Let's say movie slider.jsx. Oops, my keyboard just got stuck. Hey, what's happening? So let me just delete all this. Sometimes it just happens. Okay, now it just fixed. Let's say movie slider.jsx. Now, even though we call it as movie slider, we'll be using it for TV slider as well. You can put something like content slider, but I think it is fine just to have this name. Let's say RAFCE, which is going to be taking the category as an argument or as a prop, right? Let's save and just go here, import it. Now, I think we're getting an warning from ESLint. So first it just says you are not using this value. Even if we use it, let's say console log category, it is still going to give us an error that says you should add prop types. And this is something that I don't want to add. So this is the rule for the ESLint, React/prop types. Let's go here and then just disable it. Under the rules, I will maybe duplicate this. This is going to be React prop-types. If you save, it should get rid of that error, right? Okay, let's save this one. And did we import it? Yes, we did. So we're going to just try to build this movie slider component. For now, if we just render the category into it, let's say category, let's just say text would be white. So we just see now playing, top rated, popular, and upcoming. These are the categories for movies. Let's click to the TV shows. It is gonna say like airing today, on the air, popular, and top rated. Now we will just show each category one by one. Let's go into the VS Code, into the movie slider component, and we'll just first build the UI design. So here, let's delete this console log, maybe give a bit space and delete the content. This is going to take a couple of different classes. Let's say text white, let's say background black. Also, let's give the relative class into this, padding x of 5, and as we larger the screens, right, on the medium and above, we will just put padding x to be 20. And then inside this, we will have an h2. This is gonna hold the category name, let's say popular, popular, and then we could put the category name. Or I think like the category name itself is gonna be popular, or airing today or upcoming. So we'll just say category and then the content type. So it would be either movies or TV, right? I'll say const content type. Let's say use content store. Let's import it. Call the function and it should give us the content type as well. Okay, but this is not really formatted. Let's take a look at it. We just see this, it is type of TV, but it should maybe be capitalized, just like we have here. Like M is uppercased, but if we go to here, it says, just movie. Let's try to format this. I will create a variable for this. First, I'll say const formatted content type. And I will say if content type is equal to movie, then this is going to be movies, but else it is going to be TV shows. So this is just a string that we make it to be formatted. If we put it like this, now we can see it actually being updated. It says movies, or let's say TV shows. We can update this part as well. Let's say we're going to go here and const formatted category name. Let's say name, and we will basically say category dot replace all. We will replace all the underscores with an empty string, just like this. Then we would like to take the first character and uppercase it. Let's say to uppercase, and we will just leave the remaining characters as they are. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. Let's save. So it didn't update because we are not using this value. Let's replace it. Okay, now it works. So we just got rid of those brackets, or I'm sorry, the underscores. We don't really see that. It's being replaced with an empty string, and the first character is capitalized. Now what we want to do is basically fetch the data for these movie sliders or these categories. I'll go ahead, create a use effect here. Let's just initialize this one like this. As the content type changes, let's say content type and category changes, we're going to be calling this use effect again. We'll say const get content, or you can call this as get movies, doesn't really matter. Let's call the function so that we don't forget this. Get content, and let's put the logic into the function. So we will just basically get a result from Axios, let's say, which is going to be a get request to our endpoint, which was, let's delete these quotes, /API/v1, and then the content type. So it would be either movie or TV, then the category that we are passing as a prop. And we will just say set movies. Let's create that state. We don't really have it. Let's say const. You can call it as movies, but I think I'll just call it as content. Set content. Let's say this is going to be an empty array initially. Okay, I'm calling this as a content because this could be either movie or TV show, right? I'll say set content. We will get the res.data.content. This is what we are returning from the API, and we'll be using this content just in a second. Let's go and scroll below this h2. I will say this is going to have a div with these classes. Let's say flex space x of 4. It is going to give space in the horizontal direction, and inside we could say, let's just map through this content. I'll say content.map, give us each item, and let's return this JSX. I will say we would like to have a link coming from React Router DOM. This is going to take us to watch page. So let's say /watch/ the item ID. Let's go here. Item ID, which is basically going to be the movie ID or TV ID, right? Then this is going to take a couple of different classes. Let's say minimum width of 250 pixels. if you are putting a random value or a custom value, then you should wrap this with these brackets. Let's say relative, and we're going to give this group class, and I'll explain what this does. Let's say we're going to have a div. This is going to have the class name of rounded LG, and overflow will be hidden. Let's go into this div. We will just have the image. This is going to hold the basically image for the movie or TV show, and you will say small image base URL plus the backdrop path. Let's say content, or we called it as item. Let's say item dot backdrop underscore path for the alt. So we have an error. Let's see what this says. Okay, it says you should add a key into this because we are mapping through something. Let's say item.id. Okay, so we just got, let's say, put an alt. We could say something like movie image, and then we'll just give a couple of classes to this image. I'll just say class name. It's gonna have the, let's say, transition of transform, and then we'll have the duration of 300 milliseconds. Then the function will be is in and out, and we are using this so that when we hover over this group, so I'll just say group like this, if I can type correctly, let's say group on hover state, we will scale this image a little bit. Let's say scale 125. Okay, let's just save. Hopefully we should be able to see something on the screen. There we go. As we hover over this, we just see that image is scaling. That's why we even give these durations and transitions. If we delete this, this is just going to be suddenly happening, which is looking really, really ugly, right? If we just bring this back, now we have a smooth animation that just looks better, right? Now the content is overflowing, as you can see. What we can do is just put the overflow as a scroll into this element, into this parent. Here, I think in this one, or maybe even into this div, this one, I'm sorry, this is the actual parent for these movies. We will say overflow X is going to be scroll. Let's save and just take a look at it on the browser. So now we have the scroll bar onto this parent, right? Which is holding all the elements. So this is why we put that overflow X into this parent container. What we'll be doing is that we're going to remove this scroll bar. We don't really want to see this, but instead we will have this kind of buttons where we can click, go back, and go forward, right? This is what we're going to be doing just in a second. But for now, let's try to, what we can do is maybe display the movie names below these images. So after this div, after the image, so here I'll just say, give me a p tag. This is going to have the class name of margin top of 2. Text would be centered. And we will say, we are having the item. This is either going to be item.title or item.name. And this is the case that I have explained previously. If you're getting a movie, this is going to be getting the title field. And if it is a TV show, then it's going to give you name property. This is how the API works. That's why we say whichever existed, give us that one. Now, if we go here, then we just can see, let me just zoom out a little bit. Okay, we can just see the name below the image. This is the TV shows. Let's click to movies. It should update the trending movie, and it should update here as well. Now it says movies, as we can see. Maybe we could give a little bit padding or margin bottom to this H2. I'll go here and let's just add a couple of classes. I'll just first say class name of margin bottom of 4. Let's say text would be 2x large and font is gonna be bold. So I will just save this and try to see the output. Now it is being updated. This is a little bit larger. We have some space. What we can do is just add that previous and next button into this component so that when we click to it, it's gonna scroll for us to the right or to the left. We are gonna have a state for this. This is just gonna be called as, let's say, const show arrows and set show arrows. By default, this is gonna be false, and we're gonna make this true once we hover over this element. Let's say on mouse enter into this div, we're gonna make this to be true, and once we leave this, we're gonna just make this to be false. Let's say on mouse leave, state is going to update. And I think I didn't explain this group element. Let me just try to do so. This group class, since this link is a group element, when you hover over it, it is gonna scale this image. That's why we say if you hover this group element, this should be scaled. This is how we can really do this parent class binding with Tailwind CSS. You give the group to the parent, and when you hover over it, if you want to update the child, you say group hover and then whatever the class name is. Now, I hope this makes sense. Below this div, maybe we could just try to put those arrows, right? Okay, below this, I'll just go ahead and just say if we show the arrows, we would like to run this right hand side. Oops, it should be here. So basically, we will try to have two different buttons. Let's put a fragment so that we can have multiple child inside. I'll just go and just say button class name. This is going to be taking a lot of different classes. Let's say absolute top of 50%. Let's say we are going to just translate this one on the y-axis to go 50% back so that it is centered. Let's say a left of 5 units. Medium screens and above left will be incremented to 20, and flex items would be centered, justify centered. Let's say give a little bit space. Size would be 12, and we will have rounded to be full so that it is a circle. Background black, background opacity, let's say background opacity is gonna be 50. I'll just go here and select this, and when we hover over it, we could increment the opacity a little bit. Let's say background opacity, it is gonna be, let's say 70 or maybe 75. Let's update this. Opacity, it should be just like this, and we'll say text is also gonna be white. Finally, z index of 10. Okay, so that was a long class name, but let's just try to see. We will put chevron left icon that is coming from Lucid React. Size could be 24, and let's save. Just try to see this. Once I hover over this element, I can see because state is just being updated, and it is here. Maybe this is a bit too large, or maybe am I just zoomed in a bit? Okay, so we will say left should be 5. Looks like it is not working. Or medium screens and above left should be 20. So what happens if I just try to increment this to be 40 units? Okay, it actually works. Like maybe let's go here instead of 20, because 20 is just, you know, like next to this border. What I want to do is maybe have it like this one. Okay, so here it's also, you know, just next to it, but I think we could just make this to go a little bit to the right hand side. Let's say 24. Maybe 24 is just a little bit too large. Let's say 22, and 22 doesn't work. Let's just see. We just have 24. Okay, I think this is just better than the previous one. What I'll be doing is just add the exact same thing to the right hand side. Let's copy this and paste it. We will say chevron left right, and we're just gonna first import this, then update this classes a little bit. So instead of left, this is gonna be right, and same thing for this one, and it should work out. Okay, so once you hover over it, you can see this, and when you hover over the item itself, the opacity changes on the background. Now, once we clicked it, what we'd like to happen is that this should go to the right hand side a little bit, right? And for this, we need two different functions, one for this one and the other one for this one. Let's create those functions. I'll just first scroll to the top, and let's say const scroll left. This is going to be an arrow function, and let's duplicate this. This is going to be scroll right. So we would like to have a parent reference. So I'll just say const slider ref, and use ref is gonna be null initially, and we're gonna bind this ref into our parent, which is this one, right? I'll just say ref is gonna be equal to this slider ref. And once we click to this button, let's say on click, just call the scroll left function, and on click to this one, call the scroll right function, right? We'll go here and just try to implement both of them, and it's gonna be really easy, just one line. We will say if slider ref dot current is available, so that we could run the right hand side. So I'll just open up this part. I'll say slider ref dot current dot scroll by. Let's call this, and this is going to be taking an object, which is going to be our options. Let's say from the left, we will just say minus slider ref dot current offset width, and the behavior is going to be smooth. So we'll do the exact same thing for this function, but this time this is going to be not minus but plus. Okay, so the default value. And if we save, hopefully this should work. Let's see. Once I clicked it, it is just gonna scroll, and if you just take a look at it, so the very last item that I see is just spirited away. If I clicked it, it is gonna scroll up until to the next element next to it, right? Now I see Pulp Fiction. If I click to this, it is gonna be the very first item in this container, which makes it sense so that we can see all the items that we have. This is how that works. The only left thing that we need to do, maybe just remove this scroll bar. And for this, we'll be using a different package. Let me just check what was the name. I couldn't remember. So I just checked it. Let's open up the terminal and like split this front end and just make sure you're under the front end. We will say npm, let's make it to be lowercase, npm install, it's going to be tailwind dash scroll bar dash hide. So this is the package that we'll be using. It is lightweight and it's going to help us to just scroll the scroll bar on specific elements. To be able to make this work, we need to go into the tailwind config.js file, and we'll just do a simple plugin addition. Here, let's just go at the very top. Let's say import tailwind scroll bar height from tailwind scroll bar height package, and we will take this and import it here. And with this should be good to go, but I'll just kill my terminal and then just restart it again so that it works. And we need to add a class just to make that work. So I'll go into the movie slider component to our parent element, which is going to be this div, right? This is our parent where we just say slider ref, and I will just say scroll bar height, and this should hide that scroll bar for us. Okay, so there we go. We don't really see that scroll bar, but it works as expected. It just scrolls for us to the very left or to the right. And if you're in the first one, obviously it is not gonna go. But if you're in the last one, it's also not gonna go to the forward, right? It only goes backward. So I think this is everything that we would need for this movie slider component. We can fetch the TV shows, format the title, and really just scroll as we expect. Now there is one thing that I think we are missing. In this component, when the image loads, we could show this. Okay, let me just show this. So here we said that if there is not a trending content, show this shimmer effect. But we could also show this while image is being rendered, because large images takes a bit time to load. And to be able to just have a fallback, we could use this onLoad function. So I'll just say onLoad, and we're going to be calling this part. Let's say we will have a state called, let's say const image loading and set image loading. By default, this could be true because as soon as this page loads, this would be true. Image will image will be tried to rendered, right? It'll be tried to load. So here we'll just say set image loading will be false. Once image loads, this function will run, and while it is loads, we can show this shimmer effect once again. Here I'll go ahead and maybe just copy and paste the content, which is just a div with the exact same classes that we have above with this shimmer effect, right? It is the same thing basically. Let's try to see this in action. Okay, it looks like it crashed. It says use state is not defined. Let's import it. Okay, now could you see like there is 1 second of that loading state? And let's try to make this go a bit slower under the network. If I refresh, so we have the loading state, and here we can see it just tries to load, and this is what your users are gonna see if they have a slow connection. So it just takes forever for the image to load, and once the image loaded, we just don't see that shimmer effect because state is being updated. So this is a really cool optimization that you could add. Let's say cool optimization hack for images, and I have a typo here. Okay, so I just fixed it, and let's save this file. I think there is one more mistake that I have done, and I just realized while editing the video. When we click to the search history, we take the user to the history page, but here we take them to the search page, which is incorrect. For the mobile nav, we should also take the user to the history page. Let's open up this, and it should be working as expected. If you click to this one, it should take you to the history page, and if you click to this icon, it is going to take us to the search page. So with this, I think this is gonna be it for the homepage completely. We have movie sliders, everything is working as expected. If we click to one of these, it is gonna take us to the movie page. Here we can see it just says watch and then the ID of the movie. And here on this page, we should be able to fetch that so that we could show the trailers and similar movies with this one, which is gonna be next. Okay, so let's try to build this watch page. I'll go and just close everything, open up the app.jsx under the front end, and I will say if we visit the watch page, let me just duplicate this one. Let's say if we visit watch and then an ID, this could be anything, that's why we'll just put this dynamic value. Then let's say if we have a user, then they should be able to visit the watch page. But if they are not authenticated, then we will navigate them to the login page. Let's try to create this page now. Under the pages, watch page, oops, it should be .jsx at the end. Let's say watch page.jsx, and just export something from here. And let's try to import it. Obviously we cannot get, so let's just say from here, give us the watch page, and we should be able to render this now. Here, if I go to this page, I can see this is the watch page. Let's try to grab this ID from the URL. This is how we can do it. We will say use prems hook coming from React router DOM, which is going to give us the prems. Let's say prems, and just try to console log this like this. Open up the terminal, and from here, as you can see, we have an object with the ID. So this is called ID is because we said this is ID. If we say IDX, or if you put hello here, then it would be hello. But here it says IDX. Now I hope this makes sense. This is the exact same thing that we have done in the backend part. We're gonna take this and just extract it or destructure it, right? This is gonna be the ID. And depending on this ID, we would like to fetch the trailers for this movie, and we'd like to fetch the details about this movie or content. So let's create our states. I will say trailers and set trailers. By default, this is going to be an empty array. Let's say this is going to be use state, and give a bit space, shrink the left hand side. We would like to keep track of the current trailer, let's say current trailer index. I'll just say idx, and we'll be using this index so that we can really navigate between these trailers. So initially it's going to be the 0 index. Once you click to this, it'll be incremented, and once you click to this, it will be decremented by 1. That's why we start with 0 in the first place. Then let's try to have the loading state set loading so that we could have some kind of loading spinner in the screen. By default, this is going to be true because we will just try to fetch immediately. And let's say const content. This is going to be either the movie details or TV details. Let's say by default, this could be null, or let's put an empty object. And then like it doesn't really matter. You could also put null because we will update this value in any case, right? I'll just leave it as an empty object in this case. Then finally, we'll just get the content type. Let's say content type coming from our hook. We'll be using this in this page as well. Let's first try to get the trailers. I'll say use effect. Let's try to import it. And I think we will be running this whenever the content type changes and whenever the ID changes as well. So when you navigate between different pages, it should run this use effect so that we can fetch the trailers. Get trailers function, let's say async, and just initialize it and call it. Now we'll just put the logic into here. I will say const res await axios dot get and our endpoint, which was /API /v1, then the content type, this would be either movie or TV, then the ID, and finally trailers. So this is how we called it if you take a look at the backend folder. And let's say set trailers, we're gonna get the res data dot trailers. This is what we return, and like we could also check for the error handling. That's why I will cut this and just create a try catch, paste it into here, and in the catch we'll say if error dot message includes 404, let's say includes, then we could just say instead of this, let's say state would be empty. Set trailers is gonna be 0. Okay, in this case we could save, and this should give us the, we should call this, it should give us the trailers. We will render this just in a second, but for now let's say console log the trailers. Let's try to see. We have 25 different trailers for this movie, and like each of them has an ID that we'll be using to be able to display a YouTube video, and you're gonna see how that works. But for now, let's maybe try to build our other use effects. So we will also have the similar contents. So I forgot about this. Let's say const similar content and set similar content. By default, this is going to be an empty array. Let's try to get the similar content on this that is similar to this movie, right? What we can do is basically copy this use effect, paste it, and we'll just change the function name. Let's say get similar content, and we'll change our endpoint, which was API v1 content type ID, but this time similar, and set similar content we will say, and just update this part as well. So this should be working out as expected. You could console log it, let's say similar content, say similar content. Okay, now we can see similar content is undefined for some reason. Let's refresh. Okay, so probably we should have some kind of error or mistake. Let's see. I'll open up the terminal. So I have some console log here, but let's just try to see, do we even hit this endpoint? I'll just say console log the, oh, okay, so I just found my mistake. Instead of trailers, we should say similar, right? And now it should be working out. We got 20 different similar content to this one. And What should we do next is to also fetch the details on this movie. And for now, like, we are just putting these use effects, but we'll be using them just in a second with their data. I will just say, maybe duplicate the exact same use effect, put it below, and we'll say get movie details or get TV details. This is gonna be running for both of them. Let's say get content details then, because this is a generic function. Let's say await v1, I mean API v1 content type and ID, then details. This is the endpoint that we have. Let's say we're gonna return the content. This is what we are returning from the backend. That's why here we say content, here we said similar, and here we said trailers. Okay, so this is depending on the function that we have in the backend. And if this is the case, we could say set content would be null, right? So if we return 404, obviously this is going to be null, but here, let's say set content, it should be. And we have a loading state. What we can do, finally, we will just update that state. Let's say set loading is going to be false. Either we successfully complete or if we failed. And this is gonna run whenever the content type changes. So you can console log the movie details as well. Let's say content, and you'll just return this in the terminal. There we go, we just got everything about this movie. Now we can finally go ahead and build the UI for this. Let's scroll a bit to the bottom on this component, and let's just try to build the UI initially. I will delete the content and just say class name, background of black. Let's say minimum height is gonna be screen, text of white, let's say, and this is gonna have another div with the class of mx auto, let's say, container, padding x of 4, padding y of 8, and height is gonna be full. Then inside we are gonna show the navbar at the top. Let's import it. Then below this, we will just check if we have even any trailers. So let's say if length is greater than 0, then we would like to run this right hand side. And here basically we will have a div. This is gonna hold our buttons. Let's say close this off, and I'll go inside, say class name, flex, justify between, and items centered margin bottom of 4. Let's just make sure we don't have a typo here, and we will have our first button, which is going to be chevron left icon. Okay, we'll just import it. Let's say size is going to be 24. This is going to be having a couple of different classes. I'll just say maybe we should have backticks. Let me just scroll a little bit, open up the backticks. We will say the background is going to be gray 500/70. Then hover state, it's just gonna be gray 500, and I think this should be background gray of 500. Let's say text is gonna be white like this. Then we'll have padding y of 2, padding x of 4, rounded, and this is gonna be disabled if we are in the first trailer, right? So to be able to give this effect, we will just change this style a little bit. I will say open up this dynamic value. We'll say if current trailer index is equal to 0, then add this classes where we have cursor not allowed, and we will add the opacity to be 50, so it is a little bit grayed out. But in the else case, we could just leave an empty string, so it is not going to change the classes. We should close that off. So probably I have a mistake. Let's see. So I am missing a curly braces or single quote here. Okay, this button is going to be disabled if the current trailer index is equal to 0. And let's put it here, just like this. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. If we are in the first one, the previous button is going to be disabled basically. And let's duplicate the exact same button, but we'll just change the content a little bit. Let's say chevron is going to be right. Let's import this from Lucid React, and we will say if we are in the very last trailer. So we'll say if current trailer index is equal to the last one, and you could say trailers dot length minus one. This is how we can check for it, and we'll just update the class name in the same way. We will say if it is equal to trailers dot length minus one, that means cursor is not going to be allowed and it's going to be grayed out. And let's just save. Are we gonna see anything on the screen? We should be, and here we go. I'll just refresh. It looks like this is not being grayed out. Do I have a typo here? Opacity is going to be 50. So it looks like I don't have a typo, but I'll just try to zoom out and refresh. So this is not allowed. We are in the first one, but I think this is not being grayed out for some reason. Let's just say opacity is going to be even 10. Okay, so it doesn't work out. Let's just see. Can we say like background opacity? Do we have something like this? Say 35 it's going to be. Okay, like it just never updates. Maybe we could just take a look at it in a second. I don't know why this doesn't work. It should be, and we should be able to see something like this. But anyways, now if we click to this, we can go forward, and this is now not disabled, I was going to say, but we didn't implement the logic. So let's just make it in a way that when we click to this, it should increment the number of index. I will say on click to this right icon, on click, I'll just say handle next, and I'll say on click to this one. Let's say on click, if I can type on click handle prev, right? Handle previous. But instead of adding them to the icons, we could, I think, put it to the button itself. It would be a little bit better option. Then we'll just try to build those functions, which is gonna be easier than we think. Let's just try to delete these and just say const handle next, and then we will duplicate this, which is gonna be handle previous, and in the previous case we'll just decrement the index, right? I'll say set current trailer index, whatever the current value is. Let's say current trailer index minus 1, but if it is 0, then we don't really need to do this. We'll say if current trailer index is greater than 0, only then actually decrement this, otherwise it would be minus 1. Let's copy this and paste it to this one as well. We will say increment this by 1, but if the index is the very last one, then just don't do this. We will say if current trailer index is less than trailer's length minus 1. So this means if we are not in the very last index, only then update the number, right? Let's try to test this out. I will click to this. Before that, this is like so cursor is not allowed, but if I click to this, now cursor is allowed, and I can go forward and go backwards. Now it is not allowed and it is working as expected. And to be able to make this grayed out, we should go here and just put this class before the cursor not allowed. I will just paste it to here, and I'll just say opacity is gonna be 50. Now if we save, it should update actually, and it is grayed out as we see here in the demo application. And we could do the same thing for this one. Let me just try to go forward to the very bottom. So now I am in the very last one. It says cursor not allowed. Let's try to update the opacity for this one as well. Cut it from here and paste it. Now it should actually be grayed out. Okay, now that this works, we should be able to show the video element on the screen. I'll go here, and below these buttons, below these curly braces, we will create a different div. This is gonna have, again, a couple of classes. Let's say aspect width of 16 and aspect, let's say height of 9. Let's say aspect height of 9, which are the classes I thought coming from Tailwind, but looks like we don't. So I think if we just put something like aspect of video, it is going to give us the exact same thing to the 16 divided by 9, right? Then we'll just say margin bottom of 8, padding of 2, small screens and above, padding will be 10, padding x would be 32, medium screens and above. Okay, inside this, we will just try to return a React player. Let's say if trailers dot length is greater than 0, then we would like to see this right hand side. Okay, in this case, we would like to show our package. Let's just see npm react player, which is something that we have already installed, and you can take a look at it to learn more about this. We will be using this to be able to display a YouTube video, and each YouTube video has an ID. So let me just show this pretty quickly. So if you visit a YouTube video, then you should be able to see this ID at the very top. So after this v equal to, you're gonna see an ID. And if you put this ID into the React player, it should be able to display you a video, right? The exact same video in the YouTube player. This is how that works. We will try to get the ID and just put it into the React player component. So I'll say, let's return the React player, which is going to be coming from our package. Let's just say import React player, and this should be like this. Okay, React player, if I can type correctly, we will just try to put the source into it. First, I'll just say we would like to see the controls so that we can, move forward, pause the video and things like that. They are the controls. Then we'll give the width to be 100% of the parent element. Let's say height is going to be 70 VH. Then we'll say class name is going to be MX auto. Let's say overflow will be hidden and rounded LG. And then inside, the most important thing is going to be the URL, which, let's just open up these backticks. I'll say HTTPS and just say 3 W's, right? youtube.com watch. We're gonna put this parameter of v, which is gonna be holding the ID. We will say give us the current trailer's ID, and this holds the key into it. So you can console log this to be able to see, but this key is actually the ID for the YouTube video. And if we save, we should be able to see the trailer on the screen. There we go. This is the first trailer that we have. If we click to this one, since the index is being updated, we just see this also gets updated. And we could play the videos as well. I'm not going to play it because I might get copyrighted, but it is actually working, I promise. So as you can see, you could even subscribe to the channel from here. So below this, what we can do is also have some kind of fallback where we just say if trailers.length is equal to 0, then we'll say no trailers available for, and then the movie or TV show name with an emoji. So this is what we have. Below this, we're going to show the movie details. So I will go outside of this div and we will have one more div. Let me just put this down here. So just make sure you're under this div, and let's say movie details. So this is the div that we have with these classes. You can take a look at it, and we'll say div is going to have class name margin bottom of 4, and medium screens and above margin bottom could be 0. So here this is how it should look like. Then we'll have the h2. This is gonna hold the name of the content. So just to speed up the process, I will do is copy it and paste it. Text 5x large, font bold, text balance. So either title or name, whichever the available for us. Then we'll have a p tag, and again I will just try to copy and paste. It is pretty easy to do so, where we just format the release date. So in the TV series, it's going to be first air date. In the movies, it's going to be called as release date. And what is this function is coming from? Well, basically, we'll just try to create it up here. So this will be a utility function that we'll be using only in this file. So I could just paste it here, which takes the date and formats this albeit. This is something that we could do just like this, and you're gonna see how it's going to format it. Below this p tag, we will have one more p tag. This is gonna hold the overview. Let's put it, save, and just see the output. This is the Inside Out 2 movie, and we can just see the title, the formatted date, the category for the age, and then the overview. What we can do is also have an image, and let's try to put it below this. I think below this div, right? We will just have an image element. Let's say source is going to be original image base URL plus the content dot poster underscore path. And here we could just say for the alt poster image, and for the source we could give our classes. Let's say maximum height is gonna be 600 pixels, and rounded is going to be MD. Okay, let's save, and we're gonna get an image next to it, which is going to be the poster path for this movie. So that was a movie. Let's try to fetch a TV show. Let's say Vikings. Let's say play, which is gonna take us to the page. We can really navigate this. All the trailers that we have, we can go back. If we are in the first one, we cannot go back, and we can get the poster image with the name and all the details. The very last thing we'd like to render on this page is going to be the similar content. So it is gonna have this kind of, let me just show. Okay, so we'll have the similar movies or TV shows section, and again we will have an icon. This would take us to the next or previous sections. It is going to be same component with the movie slider. So let's try to build this component. I'll go here, and since we're gonna have the exact same functions, we could basically copy and paste them from the movie slider component, which were these functions, right? We have scroll left, that is using the slider ref to go left hand side, and the right to go to the next one, right? This is the exact same function that we have done. That's why I just copied it and pasted. Let's create a slider ref. Let's say not React, but use ref. It could be null as the initial value, and we'll just try to build the JSX now and then try to use these functions. So below the very last div that we have, we'll just say if similar content dot length is greater than 0, let's try to render this right hand side, which will have a div. Let me give a bit space. Let's close this off. Then I'll say class name of let's say margin top of 12, maximum width of 5x large, mx auto, and relative class. Then inside we will have an h3 that is gonna say similar movies slash TV shows. And then let's just make this to be a little bit larger by scaling it up. Let's say font bold, margin bottom of 4 on this one. And below this h3 we'll just say a div. I think we're not gonna have a div. Oh, I think we'll have. Okay, so let's just try to test this out. I'll say class name flex, and we'll just do the exact same thing that we have done previously. Overflow x of hidden, and I mean scroll. This is what we have done previously. Then we will just hide the scroll bar with this class, and gap of 4, padding bottom of 4, and group class. And we'll also put the slider as a ref. Let's say how did you call it, like slider ref. Inside we'll just try to map through the similar content array. So we could just get each item, or you can call it as a content. Let's say content, and we'll just try to return this JSX. I'll say link, which is coming from React Router DOM. It is gonna have this key to be content.id, and let's say to the watch page. Let's say watch, and slash will have the, let's say watch, content.id, and this is gonna be taking these classes. Let's say class name of width52. Inside this link we will have an image. This is gonna hold the source. For this we'll be using small image base URL plus content dot poster path. For the alt we could say poster path. Let's delete this space and we'll give a couple of classes: width, full, height, auto, and let's say rounded, empty. And below this image we will just have an h4. This is gonna hold the title or the name depending on the content type. Let's say class name is gonna be margin top of 2, text of large, and font semi bold. Okay, hopefully this should be working out. Let's try to test this out. These are the similar shows. Why this is looking like this? Maybe we should say this link is gonna be flex none. Do we have this class? Let's test this out. Okay, so this basically means don't try to shrink them, and we can scroll this with our mouse pad. If you have a laptop, this is what I am doing, but if you are on desktop, we should handle this as well. We should put some kind of like a button here so that users can go forward and backward. What I'll be doing below these similar content map, I think I'll just copy it and paste it, because these are the things that we have done previously. Let's import the chevron right and left. We already have done. You could feel free to type these classes out. I'm not going to do it so that we could just speed up the process a little bit. And let's try to see this on the screen. Okay, there we go. Once I hover the group element, I can see the icons. I can go forward and I can go backward. So it just works as expected. And with this, I think this is gonna be it for the watch page component. So I think we have written about 200 lines of code, but if you take a look at it, there isn't actually anything complex. We have already built these logics, right? Scroll left, scroll right functions, where we have a handle next and handle preview functions as well, which is going to only update the index depending on this if checks. Then we are fetching the content details. We are getting the similar content as well as the trailers. So you can create custom hooks for these, maybe extract the logic into different files and just make this a little bit more clean, right? Also, we could take this and put it into a file. So I'll just cut it, open up these utils and just say functions.ts, or maybe what should we call it? Instead of functions, let's just say date functions, not ts but js, because we're using JavaScript. Let's say export this one, and we can go into the watch page and just import it from that file. And here it says you are not using the loading state. That's true. Let's just try to handle this. I will go here and just say if we are loading, then I'd like to return this part. Here I'll say I'd like to have a div, let's say class name of minimum height of screen, background will be black, and padding of 10. And inside, what I want to do is just show a watch page skeleton. Let's try to create this component. Under the components, I will say skeletons and just grab this name. Inside the skeletons, we will create this and say RAFCE. So if you remember, we have created a class called shimmer effect, right? This is what we had in the CSS file. So we're going to be using that class to be able to show some watch page skeleton. So this is what I mean. We'll be using this shimmer class to be able to have the loading effect. So what I'll be doing is maybe copy and paste this code, which is about 10 lines of code or even 6. We have this animate pulse class with, background, rounded, width and height, and this shimmer effect for each of them. If you put them, let's just see what we're gonna get. Let's say if true, so that we can just see it on the screen. Let's import it. So this is what you will have in this page. We have a bunch of different loading items. So imagine this is the video, this is the title, maybe the category and overview. This will be shown until the loading state completed. And I am having a typo here. It should be minimum height screen. Now this is what we're gonna get. Okay, this is gonna be only in the loading state. But now what happens if we don't have a content? So if we got 404, then we could show something like no content found. Let's refresh and just to see this loading state for a second. And I think we crashed. Let's see, poster path cannot read properties for this. Let's say poster path. If we just put this question mark, it should fix it. This is coming from the content or movie details. Okay, so let's refresh again. It says no trailers available for this content. Let's see, did it crash again? Let's take a look at the API. Okay, we don't really have any errors here, but let's just go to the homepage and try to come back to the movies. Maybe click to this one. Okay, so it just worked out. I don't know, maybe we had a bug when we just refreshed the page, but now it works as expected. Do we have any issues here? Let's try to see. I'll try to refresh once again, and it just works as expected. Let's click to this movie. It's gonna take us to this page. We can see the similar content for this one as well. Okay, let's click to this. Now we have this issue of if there is not an image, we just see nothing. What we can do is just remove the items that doesn't have an image. So I'll go into the similar content section, which is this one. So what I'll be doing, just cut this for a second. I'll just make this to be a function and return what we have just cut it. And I will say if content, let's say if content doesn't have a poster path, because this is what we are displaying, if it is null, then just don't return that element. Now we are not going to have that issue. Okay, so this is one more optimization that we just added. Let's try to visit any of these. So here it looks like this is not being shown, but let's refresh to get the latest value. So it looks like no trailers available for this one, but we can see the value for this, right? The details and similar movies. API doesn't return any trailers for this. That's why we just don't see anything here. Okay, let's also handle the 404 case. So because if I go into a random ID that doesn't exist, it says no trailers available for this one. But what I'd like to see is something like no content found at all. So I'll say if there is no content, you'd like to return this section. So I'll say return, open up this, and I'll just get this pretty quickly. Let's just try to see. Okay, this is what we're gonna see if there is no content found. So if you put some random ID and just search for it, it's gonna have a loading state for a second. Then it says no content found for this one. But let's try to find an actual one. Okay, so we can get the trailers, details, and similar TV shows. So with this is gonna be it for this page where we just built everything. And next, I think we can build the search page. And I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back. We are making a really good progress at this point. We have built most of the things that we would need, such as the homepage, right? We built the trending content, movie sliders. We built the specific movie page as well. We just have, let's see, the trailers. We could go forward, go backwards, and we can see the details as well as similar TV shows. And we have added a bunch of different error handlings, such as if the movie doesn't exist, we show something like not found, or we have loading states and a bunch of different things that we have added so far. Now we'd like to build this search page that is gonna look like this, where we have navbar at the top, then 3 different tabs where we can search for movies, TV shows, and actors. And we'll have an input element. Once we search for it, we're gonna get the results back. So let's try to build this under the front-end folder where we have app.jsx. First, I will just say, let me shrink the left-hand side, duplicate this one, duplicate this. Looks like I cannot. I'm not sure really why, but let's copy it and paste it. Now, can I duplicate this? Okay, wait. My keyboard wasn't working for a second. Now it works. I can just duplicate this and then just call it as search page, right? For the element, I will say if user is authenticated, let's show them the search page, but if not, let's navigate them to the login page. Let's create this page under the pages.jsx and just say rafce save and just try to import this. Okay, I'll save. Now we should be able to build this page, and let's start with the UI. And even before that, let's create our states such as the active tab. So this would be either, let's see, movie, TV show, or people or person. Let's say the first one is going to be movie. The initial value, this is what we have. Then we will be able to search for a value, right? Let's say search term. This is going to be our query. By default, it's going to be an empty string. Then obviously we'll get some results back. Let's say results, set results, and we're going to get the content type from here. Let's say use content store, call it, and not going to get the content type, but set content type. And you'll see why we're going to be using this. So what I'll be doing is just scroll a little bit and have this div with the classes of background of black, minimum height of screen, and then text of white. Inside we will have our navbar at the top. Let's try to just import it. Okay, and below this we will have a div with the class name of container and mx auto, let's say padding x of 4, padding y of 8. And below this we will have a parent. This is gonna hold our buttons. Let's say class name, flex, justify, centered, and gap of 3, margin bottom of 4. And we'll just have a button. Let's say button with these classes. This is gonna say something like, let's say movies. And classes will be a little bit dynamic. So this is why I'll open up the backticks. Let's say padding y of 2, x of 4, rounded a little bit. And we will just say if the active tab is equal to movie, we would like to add this class of background red of 600, but else, let's say this is gonna be background gray of 800. Okay, and in the hover state, we could just add something. So this is not going to be dynamic, but it will always be shown. On hover state, we will, okay, it is really annoying, but let's say background red of 700. Okay, let's just try to see on the screen. We just have movies. Since this is the selected state, we can see it is getting this class. And we can just duplicate this once and twice. Let's say this is going to be TV shows like this, and this is going to be person. You can call it as actor as well. Let's save. And okay, all of them are taking this classes is because we just say this is movie as well. Let's say this is equal to person and this is equal to TV. Let's save. Now they are gonna have the different backgrounds. Once we click them, we would like to update the state. Let's say on click set, let's first call it this anonymous function. Let's say set content type is going to be TV. Copy this one, paste it to here. This is going to be person. And then same for this one. We're going to say this is going to be content type of movie. But I just realized that in the content type, we don't actually keep track of the person, right? We only care about the movie or TV. What we can do just to able to fix this, maybe create a function. So sorry about this. We're not going to hold the person as the content type because we almost never use it. Instead, I will just say const handle tab click. This is going to take an argument as the tab. So we'll be calling these functions actually. Let's say handle tab click. This is going to be movie. This is going to be TV, and this is going to be person. Instead of putting the person into the content type, we will put it into the state, which is going to be the active tab, right? I'll say set active tab is going to be the argument that we're getting. And what we can do is just say if tab is equal to movie, then in this case, we would say set content type is going to be equal to movie. But in the else case, let's say set content type is going to be TV, right? So we don't really care about person on the content type. We only update the state for the active tab. This is going to be the person, right? Let's save. And once we click to this, we would like to just set the results to be null, or the initial value, which is going to be an empty array. Okay, so now we can click to this. It just updates as we expect. Let's try to create an input element that is going to allow us to actually search for a user, which is going to be under a form. Let's say below this button, below this div, maybe. Here, I'll just go ahead and create a form element. It's not going to have an action, but let's say class name. It is going to have flex, gap of 2. Items would be stretched. Let's say it's going to have margin bottom of 8, maximum width of 2x large and mx auto, so that it's being centered. Then let's say input. What I'll be doing is just copy and paste. We have an input. This is keeping track of the state that we have, and it says search for a active tab. So whatever the value is it TV, is it movie, or is it person? Let's save. So search for a TV, search for a movie, and for a person. Next to it, we will have a button. Let's copy it and paste it. You could type this out, but I just speed up the process a little bit. Instead of width and height of 6, let's say size 6. It's the exact same thing. Let's see, we just have this button. Now, once we submit this form, we would like to call a function. I'll say on submit, I'll say handle search. So we'll just send a request to our endpoint. I'll go here and create this function. Let's say handle search. Async function, it's going to be taking the event. Let's say event.prevent default, so that it doesn't refresh the page. Let's say try catch. In the catch, we could have a toast with an error message, which we'll come back to this in a second. In the try, let's say const res await axis dot get to our endpoint /API /v1 /search. Let's say search, and we had things like person, movie, tab. That's why we have this state. It is going to be dynamic. Active tab, whatever the user is searching for, and then the search term, which was our query. Let's say search, if I can type really. And this is going to be the dynamic value. That's why we'll just wrap it with this money sign, right? Then this is going to take us the results. Let's say set results data dot content. Okay, in the catch case, that means we could get a 404 error. Let's say if error dot response dot status is equal to 404, then we can show this toast. Let's say nothing found. Make sure you are searching under the right category. And let's make sure we don't have a typo here. Okay, in the else case, we could really show something like, let's say, else an error occurred or something like this, right? Okay, this should be working. Let's save and try to test this out, but we are not using the results at all, right? I'll just say console.log the results for now. Open up my terminal. If I just search for something random, okay, let me just search for it. Okay, it says nothing found. Let's just search for Aaron Paul, and once I search for it, I should be able to get 14 different results, right? These are the actors that are matched with this name. What we can do, take this and render it on this screen. So we'll go here under the form. We'll like to just map through the results. What I'll be doing is just go under the form, have this div with these classes. So this is going to make it to be responsive, where in the large screen, we will have 4 elements next to each other. On the medium screens, 2, then smaller screens, here 3, 2, and 1. We will see how this will look like. Let's say results.map give us each result where we'd like to return this JSX part. What I'd like to do is just do the same optimization that we have done previously. First, I'll delete this part. This is going to be a function. I'll say if result dot, let's say result dot poster path is not defined, right? If this is empty, and let's say if profile path is also empty, then we'd like to just return nothing. And you'll see the benefit of this just in a second. Let's say return, we'd like to return this part where we have a div. Let's open up this div. This is going to take the key. Let's say result.id. Let's give our classes. I'll say background gray of 800, padding of 4, and rounded. Okay, inside this div, we will have a couple of different checks. Let's say if the active tab, let me scroll, if it is equal to the person, we would like to render this part. Let's go here inside. We will basically have a link. Let me copy and paste. We will say image source is going to be original image base URL and whatever the path is, where we have the h2 with the name of the person. And below that, that means the content is either going to be a movie or TV show, right? I'll just say, in this case, we would like to render this part where we have a link element. Let's import it. And let's say original image base URL plus the path. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. Let's save and just try to see this in screen. There we go. Once we search for this user, we can get these results. Now we had actually 14 different results, but why do we see 5 of them? It is because we added this if check. Let me just delete this and save. Now we can see the users that doesn't have profile image from the API. That's why we say if they don't have an image, then just please remove them so that we have a better UI, right? So we can take a look at these. Their profile path are null, so we don't really see it. And we are in the larger screens, we see 4 of them next to each other. But if we go medium, we have 3 or like 2, 1, and this is how it's gonna work. And that's why it is responsive, right? Okay, I hope this makes sense. Now, if we click to this one, nothing should happen. We have this link. It takes us to the actor page, but let's just delete this. This should be an actual div because we're not going to have the actor page. If you really want to, you could add it maybe after this video, taking a look at this API if there is an endpoint for that as well. So that would be maybe a to-do for this after completing this video. Let's say this is going to be a div and let's save. Okay, so we cannot click to them. And let's try to fetch some movies. Now, if I click to this, it is going to delete all of them from the UI. And you might be asking why. It's because we have added this set results will be empty array. This is actually the case. Once we call this function, this state will be updated to be nothing. Let's say extraction, search for this movie, and here we go. We just got all the results that we have, and we can click to them because it is a link. Let's just click to this one. It is gonna take us to the movie page where we have trailers. We could go forward. They just have 2 trailers, and we can see the details and similar content, right? Okay, what we'd like to do next is maybe build the search history, and let's just test this one as well. I'll just say how I met and let's just search for it. We should be able to get these results. Let's click to this one. We can go here, show the trailers. They just have one and the similar content. Okay, the very last page is gonna be search history. So I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so in this section, let's try to build the history page. I'll go visit the VS Code, close everything, maybe open up the app.jsx, shrink the left-hand side, put this above and duplicate it. I will say if I have the history page, if user is authenticated, show them the history page, but else they shouldn't be able to see it. So we'll just take them to the login page. Let's try to create this page under the pages. We could call it as history page or search history page, it doesn't really matter. Let's just say .jsx and let's say RAFCE. And I think it would be better if we just say search history. So it is just a little bit more readable, right? This is what I'd like to do. Let's delete this content and try to create it again and save this. Let's try to import it. Okay, so let's try to again build the UI pretty quickly. And maybe before we build the UI, let's try to fetch the data as always, right? I'll just say search history. It is going to be an empty array as the copilot suggests us. So in this case, we could really just type out the use effect, but since we have done this more than 10 times, I'll just paste and just walk you through it. So this use effect will run only once, which we call the axios with this endpoint. We say, give us our search history, and it is going to give us the history field. We just update this state with it. And if there's an error, we console log it for debugging purposes and set this state to be an empty array. And obviously we call the function, right? There is nothing complex here. That's why I just didn't type this out. And what we can do is just say something like, if search history length is 0, that means we didn't search for anything for now. We could say no search history found with these styles. And inside this return, we will actually return the elements if we have anything. Let's say class name, background black, text white, let's say minimum height of screen. And inside this div, we will have the navbar element, and we'll just go here, just say a div with the class name, maximum width of 6x large, mx auto, padding x of 4, and padding y of 8. And we will have an h1. This is gonna say search history, and below this we will have one more div. Again, this will make it to be so it's gonna make it to be responsive with this grid elements. So I'll just go inside this div. Basically, we will try to map through the search history. So I will just open this up. Instead of calling it history, I'll just say entry. So each value is going to be an entry, or you can call it as item, right? I'll go with entry. Here we'd like to just have a div. Let's open this up, close this off, and we will say key is going to be entry.id, and we can give a couple of classes. Let's say class name of background gray of 800, padding of 4, rounded, flex, and items would be, let's say, start. Okay, inside this div, we'll just basically try to show our content, right? Display them. We'll have an image, let's say, grab the small image base URL plus the entry dot image. This is how we store this value in the database, right? And then for the alt, we could say history image, or you could really put something meaningful. Then we'll have a couple of classes. Size of 16, let's say rounded full. Object would be cover, and margin right of 4 it is going to be. And do we have something missing? So we could delete this because we already self-closed it up here. And we will have, let me just copy and paste. Basically, we will have the title as well as the created at date. And let's create this format date function, which is something that I took from ChatGPT. Okay, so I didn't type this out by myself, as you can understand from the comments. Basically, this will take the date as a string and convert it into this format. And we'll just see this in a second. We are calling it as created at because this is how we stored it in our database. And below this, we will have a span. This is gonna just say if this is the type of movie, TV show, or person. Let's just say we call it as search type, if you remember. Let's try to see the search controller. When we search for something, we say, let's see where that is. We say search type, right? This is either person, TV show, or movie. And this is what we're going to show in this section. Let's try to maybe save this and see what we have in this page. We got, I think, cannot read properties, or it says length. Let's see where did we use the length in this page. By Control F, length. Okay, we'll just say if it is an empty array. Okay, so it says cannot read properties of null on the map. Okay, so it looks like we cannot fetch this. Let's see, just console log the history. Say search history. What are we gonna get back? It says undefined. Here, what did we return? Let's just say console log res dot data. So we returned it as content. That's why it failed. We didn't call it as history. This was my bad. Let's say content. Now it should be working out. Let's just bring this back, delete this, and delete this one as well. Okay, so we're gonna see the search items that we have done so far. This is a TV show, movie, person, and looks like all of them has the same background. It is because we are having a typo. So we'll say if search type is movie, but M should be like this. This is how we store it, and this should be TV. Okay, now it just updates. What we can do is just maybe format these and just make them to be uppercased. I'll go here and just say search type. Let's take the first element, uppercase it, and just have the rest of it. This is how we can format this, and I think this looks a little bit better. And the very last thing, we're gonna put a delete icon, so a trash icon below this span. Let's try to import it, and this is gonna have, let's say, class name of size 5, margin left of 4, cursor is gonna be pointer. On hover state, we are gonna fill red 600, and on hover, let's say text, it should be like this, text red of 600. And on click to it, let's say on click, we're gonna call a function called handle delete, but we need to call it under an anonymous function so that we can really send the ID into it. So I'll just say handle delete, and we could just return the entry into that function. Let's try to create this at the very top, maybe below this use effect, below this if, maybe up here, right? Just go here, say const handle delete this async function. This is gonna take the entry as an argument, and the content for this is gonna be about 10 lines of code. Let's say try and catch. In the catch, we could say toast dot error failed to delete search item, let's say. And in the try, we'll just say await axios dot delete. This is what we have as the method, and API v1 search history, and then the ID of the item that we would like to delete. Then here we'd like to update the UI. We'll just filter out the item that we just deleted. Okay, let's test this out. I'll go ahead, refresh this page. If I click to this one, it should delete the extraction from here. And if I refresh again, I'm not gonna see it because it has been removed from the database as well. And let's try to delete everything. This one and this one, it says no search history found. Okay, so this is gonna be it for this page as well. Now, if we visit a page that doesn't exist, what are we gonna see? Well, we'll just see nothing other than footer component. And let's try to see how we can build a custom 404 page. Well, basically, under the app.jsx, you say if any of these routes didn't match, where you can put an asterisk, and you would just say, let's return a 404 page. Now, let's just say custom 404 page. This is what we can return. Here it says like 404. But what we can do is just make this a little bit better, right? A little bit more beautiful. I'll just say 404, or maybe let's say not found page .jsx. Well, not JSX, obviously. This is not how we call a component. This is how we call it. Let's try to create this. I will open up my sidebar and just say 404.jsx, or maybe not found.jsx. Let's say RAFCE, and this is our page name. So let's try to see how Netflix does this. If I go to the netflix.com/something something, I will just see this Lost Your Way with the image coming from Lost in Space movie. And we'll just build the exact same thing. And for this, I have already provided the image, which is called, let's see, 404.png. So we'll be using this to be able to display it. What I'll be doing is maybe just copy this entire page and paste it, then walk you through what it does. I mean, what this does, right? Let's delete this, return, import the link. Okay, so basically we say we have a div. This is gonna take the entire screen, and this is the background image that we put as a URL, which is coming from the public folder, and it is called as 404.png. Then we have a header. This is gonna be our navbar, where it just has the Netflix logo, right, as the image. And once you click to it, it takes you to the homepage. Then inside, we just have like a main tag that says, sorry, we cannot find that page. And you can go back to the homepage. Let's try to import this and just test this out. I'll go here, and this is the exact same thing that we have. But in their example, they just have a little bit background here so that this white text is readable, okay? So I just take a look at how did they build this, and I saw they have this before, or maybe, yeah, I think it was this. Let me just go inside. It should be this before element. Let me just zoom out. This before element has some styles, and this is how they call it: error page, content, and before element. I just copied this classes and put it into my CSS file. So let's just do it together. So they have this class, right? We will just go into the index.css and just try to create the same class. I'll try to copy and paste from my code here. Okay, this is what you'd like to build, or what you'd like to put to make that work. We just have this class that we put here, and before element, we added this radial gradient background, which is a little bit black. Now, if we save, we just got the exact same output. I am not sure if it is visible from the video, but like we have the same thing, same black background in the middle of the screen. And if we click to this, it should take us to the homepage. Now, one more thing, when we just refresh the homepage, we see two movies loaded pretty quickly, right? We just have a flickering effect really quick. Okay, so did you see, like, let me just do it again. So we got once, and then it just updates with this one. It is because React is rendering every component twice in the development mode. If you remove this, it is not going to be the same thing. Now, if you refresh, you'll just see one at a time. You don't get that effect. And we are not going to have it in the production. So once we deploy this application, we will not have that issue. Just know that it is because of this strict mode. It just renders each element twice in the development mode. Okay, so I think we built all the pages that we would need. Let's take a look. We built even 404 page as kind of like an optimization for our user experience. If you just visit now anything, right, that doesn't exist, you will see Lost Your Way 404 page. where you can navigate back to the homepage. And with this, I think we have just built everything that we needed for this application. So we have sliders. Let's just test it out for the last time so that we see if we have any issues or not. We can update the UI for the TV shows and for movies. We can update the sliders. These are for TV shows. Categories has been updated. We can go into a specific page where we can see the details with the trailers. So this one doesn't have for some reason. And we have the poster path, the details, similar movies, TV shows, and let's just go into any of them. It should be working as expected, right? There are no trailers. We handled this case as well. We can search for anyone. Let's just say Bryan Cranston. We just got this. Let's click to it. We cannot go to that page because we didn't build it. But if we go into the search history, we can see this. Let's search for a movie, something like Extraction. We can visit that page because we have the watch page. So here it says content not found. And I think this is an error that we should fix. So I'm really happy that we test this out so that we came across to this error. So why this didn't work? It is because we selected the TV show in the homepage, right? From there, we tried to find a movie. So let's just do it again. Let's say Extraction. So currently our content type is TV show. And if you click to this, there isn't a TV show with this ID. What we should be doing in this page, let's say, do it again, Extraction. Once we click to this, we should update the state to be type of movie. Let's go here into the search history page, not history, but in the search page. So here on this page, once we click to a movie, which is going to be this link element, I'll just say on click. Let's call this function where we have set content type. It is going to be, let's say, the active tab, which is going to be either movie or TV. Let's save. So it is not going to be person because for the person we have this JSX. Let's test this out. Hopefully this should work. I'll just say Extraction, click to it. Here we go. Now we just selected this. I hope it was clear. Previously, when we go into the homepage, if we selected TV shows, and from here we go to the search page and search for a movie such as Extraction, our state is still TV shows. And when you click to it, the ID search for a TV show, but we just fixed it by adding this set content type with this on click function. Okay, other than this, it just works out. Let's try to navigate the trailers. We can go forward, backward. The not allowed is also working. We got the similar content. Let's get the search history. So we have a bunch of different extraction. It's because every time we search, we add it to the database. If you don't really want to add it more than once, you could update that logic under the search controller where we search and update. You could just add an if check. You would say if it exists, then don't add it. But this is not what I have done. You could always feel free to update it. And if you delete this one, all of them will be deleted for the extraction because they all have the same ID. Let's delete this. Okay, all of them are gone. And if we delete everything, it is just gonna say no history found. And other than this, I think everything is responsive. Let's go here and just try to hit like 300 pixels. And looks like everything seems to be working, right? Let's go into the mobile phone. Let's select this one and maybe just make it 100%. It just works as expected. Everything is responsive as we could imagine. Okay, so with this, I think next we can deploy this application and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back to the very last section of this tutorial where we'll like to deploy this entire application that we have built. Before we do any configuration, I just want to explain this concept where we currently run our server and client on different places, right? What we'd like to do is just take them maybe under the same domain, because if we now deploy this on a different place and deploy this on a different place, then we need to send a request from client to the backend. And like, this is fine, we could do so, but it would be a little bit more convenient for us if we just take them and just have them one place, right? So let's say this is going to be our server. Let's say server. Let's say uh, the URL for this could be something like Netflix dot, let's say dash simple, or let's say clone.com. We're going to deploy this in a place like this, and this will be both our server and client. And this is the concept that I just wanted to mention. So we are not going to deploy both of them separately, but instead just have them under the same domain. And here in this case, our hero is going to be our server code, right? This is going to be our backend code. This is going to both serve our API endpoints as well as our React application. So I know this might sound a bit complicated if you have never used it, but this is just going to make sense in a second. So let's go ahead and try to configure this. I will go under the backend, under the server.js, and here in this file, we will just do a bit of configuration. Let's first say import the path package coming from Node. Okay, this is a built-in module, and we'd like to create a variable called underscore underscore directory name, and we'll say it's going to be equal to path.resolve. And after all these routes, we would like to create, let's say, an if check. We will say if process.env.node underscore env. And I just remembered that we are not using environment variables like this, but instead we have created this configuration called envars, and we can get the node env from here, right? If this is equal to the production, then we would like to do this code block, right? So what you'd like to do is just convert this front-end folder to be static assets. And in the production, we will run this script under the package.json under the front end. It is called build. Let's try to do so and just see what is going to happen. I'll just kill this terminal and kill this one just to make things a little bit easier for us. Let's say clean the console and just say npm run build. So this is going to build the production version of this front-end folder. It is going to put everything under a dist folder. So let's wait for this. Once this is completed, there we go. We just got the dist folder, and this is what we're going to have in the production. So we will say, let's say app.use, and we can call this express.static function, where we'd like to convert this path to be a static path, basically. Let's say path.join underscore underscore their name, and I'll explain what that means. We will go under the front end, and we have the dist folder. This is going to be the static assets that we will have, which means this would be our client application, right? This is our React application, and this underscore their name it means that we are under the root, because this would be the place that we're going to be running this file. So from the root, go under the front end, and from there go under the dist, and make this to be our static assets. So if you go here, you can see we have index.html, all of our images, right? All of our assets, and we have the JavaScript code that has been optimized and converted. Okay, so this is the first thing that we have done, and we will say app.get any other routes than these API routes. We would like to run this controller. Request and response, let's get this one, and we'll just call it like this. We'll go here. In this case, we would like to just res.send file. Let's say path.resolve their name, go under the front end, go under the dist, and return the index.html file. This is something that we have as well under the dist assets. No, not under the assets. So under the dist, we have index.html. This is the path. This is the file that we're going to be returning. I hope this makes sense at this point. We just say if we hit API routes, then handle it. But any other routes than these, you should show the React application. And we're going to see this in action. So this is the entire configuration that we need for the server.js. Just a simple if check, we convert our frontend folder to be our static assets. And we're using this folder, which is our production ready code. And we'll go into the package.json. We have, not this one, we have this under the backend, right? So this is the development server that we just use when we build our application. But once we deploy our application, we'd like to have one more, just like in the front end. This is going to be building our code, right? Our code base. So in production, what do we want to do first? Well, when we deploy this application, we are not going to have the Node modules because we don't really push them to the GitHub as you can imagine. So what we'll be doing is just first say npm install. This is going to install all the dependencies for the backend. Okay, it is going to install this package or this folder. Then we could say you should install the dependencies, but this time for front end. So we'll just say prefix front end. And this basically means run this command under the front end folder so that we can get the Node modules for our React application as well. And once you completed this, then you should build the front end application. We will say npm run build and again prefix front end so that it is going to create this dist folder. So this is going to be it for the build command. And finally, we will have the start command. Now that we have built our application, it is time to start it in the development server. We'll say start. We will just say, let's say node backend server.js. In the development, we run with nodemon, but here we just run it with node. So it is going to start it only once. And let me just take this above, put a comma, so that I just have the dev, start, and build in this exact same order. And when we run the dev, what we can do is just set the node env to be development and copy this. When we start the application, it is going to be the production environment. So production, just like this. Now let's try to actually build this application and start this out in our machine, and then we'll try to deploy. What I'll be doing is just first delete the node modules for the backend. Let's say yes, delete this, and it is asking for the permission. Okay, delete permanently. It is gone. Let's delete this one as well in the front end, because when we deploy our code to GitHub, this is going to be the exact same thing. We are not going to have them in the GitHub repo. Now let's delete the dist as well. We're not going to have it as well. Okay, so when we deploy our code to GitHub, this is the code base that we will have. Maybe here we could add a git ignore. I am going to take this and put it to the root. Let's just see. We have these folders being ignored. Let's just add the .env at the end so that we don't really leak our environment variables to our GitHub account. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and run this npm run build command. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's open up a new terminal, kill the front end. We should be running this on the root. I'll say npm run build, and it is going to first install the dependencies for the backend. We should get node modules folder. There we go. Then we will install the packages for the front end. We should be able to have that one as well. And it's gonna now build it. So we'll get the dist folder under the front end. So this is what it is trying to do. Let's just wait. So it just installed the packages for the front end, and now it is trying to build it, right? We just run all of them. npm install for the backend, for the front end, and now it is building it. Let's see if we're gonna get the dist folder or not. Probably we're gonna get. Okay, so everything is being compiled. We got the dist folder. Now we could just say npm run start, which is going to start it as the production environment. I'll say npm run start, and if you cannot see it, I could maybe bring this up here. So let's see. Now it is being set to production, and our server started and MongoDB connected. Let's visit localhost 5000. I'll go here, 5,000. Now, if we visit this, this is going to be the home page. As you can see, we are visiting our backend port, but we can still get the React application. It is because we are hitting this if check where we say if we are hitting any endpoint other than these, show them the React application. But if we try to log out, then we will send a request to this endpoint under the auth. So it just works as expected. It just runs the controller and log us out. And now I hope this makes sense. You can use this logic in all of your incoming projects where you build and deploy your application under the server, right under the server basically. You build and install the dependencies for your server, for your client, build your React application, and serve them under the server.js file. With that in mind, we can initialize a Git repo. I will open up my terminal, kill this, and we have some, I think, console logs under the backend. Let's just see for the auth controllers. Let's just say console.log. If you really want to, you could delete them. Some of them are not really needed. So let's delete this one first. We could delete, this is an error handling. Maybe we could leave it, or maybe we could delete it. I'll be deleting this one. For the search controller, we just have the debugging, like logging for the server. We could leave them as it is. Okay, I'll just leave it like this. Let's try to initialize this as a Git repo. I'll say git init, and let's add all of our changes. Maybe I'll say close all, and just make sure that your .env and node modules are being ignored. So it is being grayed out. I can understand they are being ignored. And you should make sure that you added this .env into the git ignore. Okay, so we'll go ahead and maybe say git add all, and then we'll just say git commit -m. I'll just say initial commit. Okay, so I just committed my changes. Now what I want to do is just visit the GitHub and push this code. So now I just want to create a new repo by clicking to this. Then here, let's give it a name. I'll say Mern Netflix clone. And for the description, you could leave it empty. This is optional. I'll just make it private. If you want to, you could leave it as public, right? I'll go with this one, and let's say create the repo. And what I'll be doing is just copy this. Okay, just make sure you copy it, and we're going to push this, push an existing code to this repo that we have, right? I'll open up my terminal and just paste it. Okay, I'll just say push. It should take this code, push it up into our Git repo. Let's refresh. There we go. The initial commit has just been done 1 minute ago. Now we'll be using render.com to be able to deploy this application. So let's go ahead and visit it. If you don't have an account, go ahead and create one. I already have. So I'll just log in and go to my dashboard. I'll say login with the GitHub account. Okay, now I am logged in. I'll just say create a new web service. Let's click to it. Okay, we'd like to deploy this one. I'm going to be clicking to it. Let's say connect. And from here on out, let's see, it says loading. We could leave everything as it is. For the build command, it is going to be npm run build. And start command is going to be npm run start, right? These are the commands that we have added into the package.json file. So we have build. This is going to be installing all the packages and build the front end. Then start is going to start it. Okay, this is the things that we just put. I'd like to go with the free plan, and the only downside for this is that it just gets like inactive if you don't visit your website for 15 minutes. And once you visit it after 15 minutes, it's going to take about 1 minute to load. I think like it is bad, but for a side project, it is not really that much of a problem. And if you want to get rid of that, inactive state, You could add some kind of cron jobs. This is how we type it. So cron jobs, and I have explained these in my previous videos. You can take a look at the deployment part in the previous Mern Stack applications. So it should take about at most like 10 minutes. I will need to add my environment variables as well. So I will go ahead, copy this file. Let's close these or delete these empty places. Copy it and paste it. Oh, okay, I thought it's going to paste all of them, but let's just do it manually. I'll just add one by one. Mongo URI, and then the value for it. And I'll say add new environment variable. So I'll be doing this just pretty quickly. Let's say port is going to be 5000, and maybe I could speed up this process now. Okay, so these are the environment variables that I have added. I didn't add the node.env because when we run the build command, it is already, when we run the start command, it is already going to be production. So I'll just say deploy this web service. This is going to be taking a bit time, but let's wait for this to complete. Once this is done, I'll just be right back. Okay, so there we go. Without any issues, the build was successful. It tried to deploy it, and here we go. It just says your service is live, and we can see MongoDB connected and server started, even though it says localhost, but we just got an actual endpoint or a URL. Let's click to it. It should take us to this page, and here we go. We are here. For some reason, it didn't get the background image. So maybe we could fix this just in a second. Let's try to go to the sign in page. So we cannot still get this. There might be a issue. We're going to fix it. Let's try to sign up. Here I'll just say, let's just say, I don't know, for the name, we could say chris@email.com. Let's say Chris, and if we put 123, it should say password must be at least 6 characters. Let's put 456 and make this to be an email that has already existed. It should say email exists. Okay, I think we don't really have that email in the database. That's why it just logged us in. We can test this out again, but there we go. Now we are in the homepage. We can see the movies, let's say TV shows. There we go. It is just being updated. We can see the TV shows with the categories. We can scroll to this list. Let's select any of these TV shows. It takes us to the watch page where we can see the trailers. We can navigate them, go forward, go backward, and if we are in the first one, we cannot go back, right? We got the detail with the poster path, similar movies or TV shows. It just works as expected. Let's try to search for a user. I'll just say maybe Aaron Paul. Okay, there we go. We got this user. Let's try to search for a TV show. Let's say How I Met, and it should fetch all the related TV shows. Let's say movies, extraction, and search for it. Okay, from here we can navigate it, see the watch page, trailers. We can go to the search history. There we go. We just got all of our search. We can delete them, and it's going to say no search history found. If we try to go a page that doesn't exist, it should give us 404 with the image, and we have the footer as well. So we have a tiny bit styling issue. Maybe you could remove this padding, or is it margin bottom? I don't know. It is pretty basic. You could remove it. We can go back to the home page, and we can also visit from here, right? So all I am trying to say, it just works as expected. Let's try to log out, and for some reason we cannot see this background image. I think it's because in the front end, in the index.css, we just say hero.png. Maybe this should be /hero.png. What I'll be doing is just open up my terminal and just say npm run build and test this out once again in my local machine, and if it is working, then I'll be deploying this into the production, right? I'd like to save this file as well. Let's close this and let's wait for this to complete. Okay, so it says it is completed. Let's just say npm run dev, or not dev, but start, because now we are in the production. We'd like to see the production build. Let's visit localhost 5000. It looks like background image is working. Now let's try to deploy this once again. I will say git add all, and maybe we could remove this 404 page style. Let me just fix it. Okay, so we cannot get it because we killed the server. Let's just start this again, and I will refresh this page. Okay, why do we have this styling issue? Let's go into the not found page. Did we call it as 404? Yep, this is what we have. Let me just zoom out a little bit, shrink this left hand side. So we say minimum height screen. Let's delete this. So okay, maybe it's because this is positioned absolutely. Let's delete this for now. Okay, so it cannot update even if you refresh this because we are running in the production. Every time you do a change, it is not going to restart this, right? Here, just watch me. I'll just bring this back, save this, and it doesn't restart it. It is because we are in the production environment. We don't run it with NodeMon, but we run it with Node. Where that is, let me just show it. So since we are running this, we call the node, and this is not going to restart it every time you do a change. So I think I'll just leave this to you to just remove this space. At this point, you should be able to do so, right? I'll say git add all git commit -m, and I'll say index.css hero bg fixed, and just git push this. Okay, so this is going to push this code to the GitHub, and let's just see. The latest commit was just now, and render is going to see that change, and it'll try to redeploy your application. So you don't really need to do anything. It'll take this and try to deploy it, and you can check your logs and just see if it is going to fail or not. And once this is done, I'll just be right back to the video. Okay, so it just says your service is live, server started, MongoDB connected. Let's visit once again, and we should be able to get the background both in this page, in the login, in the sign up, and we can really try to sign up once again. Let me just try to sign up with the John email. I'll just put any name. If we put this password from 1 to 6, it should say email already exists, right? But now I can put something like Chris and just say Chris Hemsworth. I think this is the correct name. Let's just say 1, 2, 3. Password must be at least 6 characters. Let's go from 1 to 6. Sign up. We should be able to sign up, and it's gonna create our account. Right now we can really navigate everything, and as I shown you, it just works as expected. So with this, I think this is gonna be it for this tutorial. I think it was helpful, where you just learned the fundamentals of full stack, where you have your database, your API, your authentication system, and on the client we had a React application. So you know, like everything that we have built. I hope it was helpful. Thanks for watching, and hopefully I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so just a quick pause here. I already said I'll see you in the next one, but there is just one tiny fix that we could add. It is that we don't have a loading state when we sign up or when we log in, right? Let's try to add them. Even though we created those states, such as in the auth-user.js file, we have is signing up, is logging in, and is logging out. Let's try to use these states. If we go into the sign up page, well, basically we can just grab this state and destructure this, and we can use it in this button. So instead of just saying sign up, let's delete this. We will say if is signing up, then we will just say signing up, or let's just say loading, and we could put 3 dots, and otherwise we will just say sign up. Let's do the exact same thing in the login page. I'll go ahead, copy this, and here I'll just say, I mean, not copy, but we'll go here and copy this one, is logging in. Let's paste it, we could go here and just say loading, or let's say loading. Otherwise, we'll just say login. And we could make this button to be disabled if we are logging in. And let's do the same thing for the sign up page. This button is going to be disabled if we are signing up. Okay, these are the things that I just wanted to add. And if you want to use this logging out state, you could also use it, but logging out is going to be super fast, so I just don't even want to use it. I'll just leave it here in case you want to use it, but as I said, I'm not going to be using it. And the very last thing I just want to update is going to be the scroll bar that we have in this application. So let's go into the home page. We see this scroll bar is fine, but we could really make it a little bit better. So I'll go into the index.css and I'll provide you a couple of lines of code. So basically, we will have a dark mode rounded scroll bar. So just like this is what we have. We changed the width, scroll bar thumb background color, and border radius, as well as the scroll bar track. Let's save and just test this out. There we go. Now we have this scroll bar on the right hand side, and it is a little bit more elegant. And let's try to just log in or sign up. I'll say, I don't know, just put something random. I'll say Jesse123 at gmail.com. And for the username, let's say Jesse123 123456. If I click to this, I should have a loading state. Okay, there we go. Now we are logged in, account created successfully. And it should have the exact same state in the logging in. Let's just try to do so. 123456. There we go. It just works as expected. Okay, so these are going to be the changes that we have. Now I'll just go ahead, kill the terminal, and push this to the repo. I'll just say cd up and git add all, which we have 3 different changes. One of them is under the index.css. We added the WebKit for the scroll bar styles. We added the logging in state as well as the signing up state. So these are the changes. Let's say git commit -m, which stands for message, and let's say loading states added, and just commit these changes. And finally, I'll just say git push so that it could deploy the latest change that we have. So this is going to do the magic. Let's take a look at the render. If we go into the dashboard, it should be able to deploy this from scratch. So it is going to be working the exact same way in the production. And with this, I think this is going to be the actual time. I will see you in the next one. So let's build an e-commerce store that is on steroids, where we have Stripe payments as well as gift cards and coupons. So when the cart of the user is worth more than $200, for the next purchase, they will get a 10% off discount. Depending on the status of the payment, we will show either a success page or a cancel page. And in the home page, there will be categories. For each category, there will be different products. And in the cart page, we will show some recommended products that are fetched randomly from our database. And on top of this store, we will build an admin dashboard where admin can create a product, see all the products in the store, feature them, and delete them. We will not forget about the analytics as well, and we will even add a line chart to see how our store is doing. In this course, you'll not only learn how to build an application, but also some best practices out there, such as creating access and refresh tokens for the authentication, which would be stored in a cache like Redis, not only for the tokens, but also for the data that is accessed so often, such as featured products. We will store them in Redis as well and fetch it from there so that it is super fast. So you'll learn how to implement payments with Stripe, how to create discounts by creating coupons, how to have a clean folder structure, how to handle errors, and most importantly, how to deploy your application for free. So long story short, there's a lot of things to learn from this tutorial, and it is made possible thanks to Upstash, which is the sponsor of this course and the best Redis solution out there. So there will be a link in the description where you can sign up so that we can work with it later in the video. So if you're ready, let's get into it.
Okay, so to get started with, I have created an empty folder on my desktop. I call it as e-commerce store, and then I just open it up in VS Code. Now we're gonna need two different folders, one for the backend and one for the client, which we can really call it as frontend. Now in the first part of this course, we'll be focusing on the API part. So this is the place that we'll be building it. Now we need a node module, right? So let's open up our terminal with the control J, and I'll just say npm, init-y, which is going to give us a package.json file under the root. And we are getting this under the root is because it'll be really easy in the deployment part to deploy both of these applications from a single place. So this would make a lot of sense at the end of this video. Now we need to install a couple of packages. First, I'll just say cls to clear up my console or the terminal, and let's install the packages that we would need for the API part. I'll just maybe shrink this so that we can see the entire line, and let's install all of them at once. Once we use any of them, I'll just try to explain each. So let's say npm install, or maybe just I for short. We're gonna get the express, let's say .env. We will get mongoose, let's say JSON web token, and we'll get the stripe, let's say cloudinary. We'll have the cookie dash parser package, just like this, and we'll have the bcrypt.js, and finally io redis. Now there might be a couple of packages that you haven't used at all, but as I said, once we use them, I'll just try to explain. And I just realized I have a typo here, so it should be cloudinary. Okay, just like this. And let's go ahead, press enter. This should install all of them under the package.json file. So we're gonna get a node modules package log.json file as well, and the dependencies, right? Let's install one more dependency, which is gonna be for the development. I'll just say npm install nodemon and -d. So this is gonna put it under the dev dependencies part, right? What I want to do is maybe create a server.js file. And here, since this is my entry file, I should change the name. I'll just say server.js, but it is under the backend, just like this. And let's create a script, one for the development, which we can really run this with the nodemon. So we'll say, hey nodemon, just please run the server.js file, which is under the backend folder. And for the production, we should have this start, which is going to be doing the exact same thing, but this time with Node. And the difference between both of them is that nodemon is going to be restarting this file whenever you have some changes. So this will just make a lot of sense just in a second. Let's save this. And one more thing I just want to add is going to be type to be module. By default, it is common.js, and let's see the difference. So we can save this file and go into the server.js. Normally you would be doing something like const express and require it from the express package. But instead of this, I just want to use the import syntax, which is a lot more convenient and I think elegant. So we just made the type to be module so that we can use this syntax instead of this one, right? Okay, let's just try to create an app. Let's say call the express function, and we'll just say app.listen. Let's say 5000 port, and we can really just console log this part where we'll just say server is running on this port. Okay, let's save and just try to say npm run dev. So we just say dev because this is how we called it. So let's just wait for the console log. There we go. Now, since we run this with the nodemon, right? This is the dev script. If you do some change on this file, and if you save it, it is going to restart it automatically. But if you run it with the start, it is not going to restart it automatically, which is something that you use in the production, this one, and this is for the development, which is really convenient. Okay, probably most of you know this, but just in case if someone doesn't know. For the port, we don't really put it like hard-coded data, but instead we generally just get it from the environment variables. So let's just say const port,
and I put this all uppercase because this is a hard-coded value. It is never going to change. So instead of getting it just like 5,000, what we should be doing is to create a .env file and put that port here. Let's just say 5,000. Okay, if I just save, I can just come up to here and just say, but first let me just console log it. I'll say console.log process.env.port. This is going to give us undefined. Here we can see it is because we can't really access them by default. We should get this import, let's say .env from .env package, and we should call the config function. Now, if I save this, I should be able to read this port variable from the environment variables. So this is that package that we have installed a couple of minutes ago. So it was .env. This is what it does. Basically, it allows you to read the content of a .env file. Okay, so now we can really just say port is going to be equal to process.env.port. And just in case this is undefined, we can really back it up with 5,000. So instead of this, now we'll just put our port variable. And let's just say server is running on, let's say maybe HTTP localhost and then the port number. If I save, I should be able to get 5,000. Let's go ahead and change it to be like this and save this file. Here you can see we are getting that value actually from this file. So I'll just put that to be 5,000. Okay, now let's try to create our routes. I'll just say routes, and we'll have also some controllers. Let's go ahead and first start with the authentication. Okay, so I'll just say app.use. If user visits the, let's say, API auth, we should be able to mount the auth routes. So let's say auth routes, which is something that we need to create and import, right? I'll just go here, I'll say auth. Now the convention is to use something like maybe auth.js, or the better convention is to just use auth.route.js. So this .route is not really important. It doesn't change anything. It is not the extension name, but it is just something that I'd like to use, and it is a convention that people generally use in Express application. Okay, so this is just a convention. Just keep that in mind. Now we need to create a router. First, we need to get the Express. Let's say const router express router, and just make sure this is capitalized. Then we'll just say export default the router. And let's say if user visit the, let's say, get the sign up endpoint, maybe we should just say sign up route cold. Okay, let's try to import this now. We'll just say import auth routes from, we'll go into the routes folder and get the auth.js. You should add this .js at the end, otherwise it is going to crash because we're using type of module, and you have to put the extension when you import a local file. Okay, so these are the packages that we have installed or imported, and these are the routes. Okay, now let's try to save and just try to test this out. Make sure we have running this. I'll go into the localhost, let's say 5,000/API/auth, and we created the sign up. Here we can see it says sign up route cold. So now what happened is that basically when user visits localhost 5,000/API/auth/sign up, we call this function, which we call the controller. Okay, now let's try to duplicate this maybe twice. One for the login, let's say login route cold, and one for the logout. Okay, so now everything should be working for the login and for the logout routes as well. Now you can imagine that this file could have multiple different routes, and that would be a really huge file. What we can do is basically get these controllers and put it into its own file. So I'll just say under the controllers, auth.controller.js. And again, this is just a convention that I'm using. You can really just call it as auth.js, but I think this looks a lot more cleaner, because when you take a look at it here, you just understand this is a controller, this is a route, etc. Now I'll just maybe cut this function, and also you can call this as an async function. So this is just a regular function that you should know. I mean, it has some different things, such as getting the next as an argument. These are the things that we'll be using later in the video. But for now, let's just cut this from here. I'll just say export const sign up. This is going to be that async function that we'll have. And we can duplicate this twice. This is going to be for the login and for the logout. Let's just say logout route called and login route called. Now we can really go ahead, delete these and import them one by one. Let's say sign up, and let's say login and logout. Now, if you just save and think this is going to work, well, bad news, it is not going to work because you forgot this .js at the end. When you import something from a local file, you should put the extension, otherwise it's going to crash. Okay, let's delete these spaces, and now everything should be working as exactly as before. The only thing that we have done is to really change our code base. Okay, so here you can see. Now I think it is time to maybe just go ahead and build a database. For now, we have built the kind of like the setup, right? We got our package.json, we got our dependencies, dev dependencies, scripts, changed the type to be module, and created our auth routes, which is sign up, login, and logout for now. We'll add a lot more different routes later in the video, but for now, let's go ahead and try to maybe create a database, right? So for this, we'll be using MongoDB. So just visit mongodb.com, and it is free to get started with. I already have an account, so I'll just go ahead and log in. So once you log in, you should be able to visit the projects under the organization. If you don't have an organization, it is pretty simple to build one. Just go ahead and create it, and then you should create a new project. So I'll just say e-commerce, let's say dash store, and I'll just say next, create the project. The owner is going to be me. In your case, this is going to be your email. So this will take a bit of time, but then it should navigate us to this page where we can create a cluster. Okay, so we can really go with the free option and just leave everything as it is. Let's say create a deployment. Okay, now this is going to take you to this page. Just get the password, copy it and paste it here. Comment this out. We'll be using this just in a second. And let's say choose a connection method. I think before that we should say create the database user. And from here, now you're going to see your IP address. Like it'll be added automatically. Let's say choose a connection method. We'll be accessing it from our Node.js application. So we can go with the drivers, and we'll not be using MongoDB because instead we have installed the Mongoose. Let's see where that is. Okay, so Mongoose, it is here. This is going to be the package that we'll be using to be able to interact with our database. So we don't really need the MongoDB. I think this Mongoose is a lot more convenient to use. The syntax feels like just like an English sentence. Okay, so I don't know why this is taking a bit of time. Normally you would get that by default. So I'll just wait until this give me something, and once this is done, I'll just be right back. So it's been 2 minutes, and here it says 10 to 15 seconds. It's weird, but let's just wait a little bit more. We should be able to get a connection string. This is something that we'll be using to be able to connect our database. Now, while this is loading, maybe we can go ahead and set this up. Let's just save this for now. and go here. Now we'll have a connection string. So let's just say Mongo underscore URI. And this is going to be something that we'll copy and paste from here. So that's weird. This still takes a bit time. Let's go ahead and maybe create a folder called lib. And from here, we can just say db.js. And in this file, we're going to have a function which will allow us to connect to that MongoDB database. So let's just say import mongoose from mongoose package. We'll have a function called connectdb. Let's just say db async. Now we can put a try catch. And in the try, we can just say await because this is going to take a bit time. Let's say mongoose.connect, and we're going to get this from our environment variables. This is what we have called it. We're going to paste the connection string just in a second. Now, if you want to see the connection host, you can get this variable. Let's just say const is going to be equal to connection, and we'll just say console.log. Let's just say MongoDB connected. Oops. It should be like this with the backticks. MongoDB connected, and we can show the host name. So this is just something for the terminal, right? And in the catch, that means we have an error. We can just say console.error. Let's say error connecting to MongoDB, and we can put the error message. Let's say just like this. And now we can just say process.exit with the status code of 1, which means it is failure. But if it was 0, then that means success. Okay, so now we need to get this. Oh, okay, so like, I don't know. Oh, okay, so we just got that. Now, in your case, this might be off. So you might want to copy this, and maybe you don't have this button. I don't know. Like sometimes you just don't get it, and sometimes you get it. So let's say you have this string, you would copy it and paste it to here, and you have the password. So just delete this part, and you should be able to get this password. Let's just cut this from here and delete it. Okay, just paste it to here. There we go. This is going to be our connection string. Now for the database name, if you don't put anything, this is going to be called as test. But if you go here and just put a database name, I'll just say, I don't know, let's say e-commerce underscore DB. I'll save this. Now we should be able to connect our database with this string. And we have our function. Let's try to import it once we start to listening our application basically, right? Let's just say connectdb. Let's import that function. We cannot get any auto suggestions. So let's go here, say import connectdb from db.js file. Okay, so for the auto completions, by the way, I'm using this extension called Codium. Let's say, okay, it is this one. It is not sponsored. It is free to use. I just really like to use it. I've been using GitHub Copilot. So let's say Copilot, and it has been expired. Like this is paid for $10, and I just wanted to test this out, which is free. And I think this is almost the same experience if you really want to try this out for free. As I said, not sponsored. I just really like, it's been 1 week I've been trying it, and I like it. Like it's going pretty well so far. Anyways, now if we save, we should be able to see MongoDB connected, and this is the host, which is going to be this database. Now there is one thing that I want to update, where we're going to go under the network access. Now in this page, you will have your IP address, but you should add this allow access from anywhere in the development so that we don't really get any errors. Let's just say confirm. So this is going to take a bit time, and once this is active, we should be good to go. Okay, so this is active. Now we should be good to go. So we have our database. We can go under the collections. We don't really have anything so far. We can start with the users table, right? But since MongoDB is NoSQL database, there isn't tables, but instead we have this concept of collections. And to be able to create a collection, first we need to create a model. Let's say models, and we'll just say user user.model.js. Again, we are just following the convention. The other one that is pretty popular is to use like with the uppercase and singular, right? So you don't say users.js, but just user.js. If you have products, you would just say product.js, but like product.js. But I want to use the this dot convention. I'll just say user.model.js. And let's try to see how we can create a model. First, let's kill this sidebar and just say import mongoose from mongoose. Now we need to first create a schema. I'll just say const user schema. Let's say schema new mongoose dot schema. And here we basically pass an object with the fields that we want to for each user, right? So each user is going to have a name. Let's say type is going to be string, and this is going to be required. Now, if you want to put some custom error messages, you can wrap it with an array. You would say true, and for the error message, you could say name is required. And we can have an email for each user when they sign up. So type is going to be string, let's say required, and let's say it's going to be true, and the custom message is going to be email is required. Then we can say this is going to be unique. Let's say true, and we can just say make this to be lowercase. It's going to be true, and we can just say trim. Let's make sure we put this comma, and we can just say trim is going to be true. So these are not really important, but I think nice to have under this object. Then user will have a password. Let's say the type is going to be string, and you can give the required field. Let's say it is required, and you can give the minimum length. Okay, so let's just say this is going to be 6, and password must be at least 6 characters long. Okay, so now user will have some cart items, right? When they add something into the cart, it's going to be an array of items. Let's go ahead and build it. Let's say cart items. It is going to be an array of objects, and we are going to keep track of the quantity, right? Which is going to be, let's say, type of number, and by default this is going to be 1, because once they add something, the default quantity will be 1, and then the product itself. And this is not going to be the product object, but this is going to be a reference. For now, let's just type this out, and I think this will make a lot of sense later in the video. So this is how we can say the type of this is going to be an ID, but this ID is going to be like MongoDB ID, and the reference is going to be to the product model. So we don't really have a product model at the moment, but later in the video we will have it, and I promise this will make like completely sense. But for now, just ignore this, just type this out with me. Once we get into the cart items functionality, I'll try to explain this once again. Okay, so finally we'll have a role for a user. So either they're going to be admin or a customer, right? Let's say type is going to be string, and we'll give the enum. So this says user can have only these values. Let's say instead of user, I think customer just makes a little bit more sense. Okay, so by default, each user will be a customer, but they can also be admin. And we'll see how we can make a user to be admin later in the video. And this is optional object where we can say timestamps is going to be true. What this does basically puts the created at and updated at field to the user object. Okay, so let's say updated at. This timestamps allows you to have them on a user document. Okay, for now we can save this. Now we have created our schema, right? And we need to create a model on top of it. So we'll just go ahead and just say mongoose.model. The model name we'll have is going to be user, and the schema that we have is going to be this user schema, which is going to give us, let's say, const user model just like this, and we'll just say export default this so that we can really use it in different files. Okay, so we can save this, and we can even put some hooks or some functions into this user document. And why this doesn't work, okay, for now just ignore that. Now we need to have some functions on the users, such as when a user is created, we can really hash their passwords. Now, what does that mean? So let's say a user just signed up, their name is John, and their password is from 1 to 6. You don't really want to save the password as it is, so you would like to hash this to be something not readable. So maybe it would be looking like this. Okay, like I'm just completely making this up, but like this would be looking some really random value. This is what we call hashing a password. And for this, we have installed this dependency called bcrypt.js. Let's try to see how we can use it. I'll just say import bcrypt, let's say bcrypt from bcrypt.js, and we'll be using it basically here. I'll say user schema dot pre save. Okay, basically, before we save our user, we would like to run this function. And we can just say if not this dot is modified password. Okay, so if password hasn't been changed, we can just basically call the next function. But else we should say maybe try and catch. In the try, we'll say const salt await bcrypt generate a salt, and the 10 is the default value. Now with this salt, we're gonna basically hash the password. So let's say this dot password await bcrypt dot hash the password user just give us with the salt. Now as I said, this is, let's say user just passed from 1 to 6. This will make it to be look something completely different in the database. And I think we'll just see this later in the video, maybe in a couple of minutes. And then we're just gonna call the next function, and with it, whatever that is. So we'll just really try to understand it in a couple of minutes. For now, this might look a little bit complicated, especially with this keyword. And in the catch, we're just gonna call the next function with the error itself. Okay, so this is gonna be the kind of like a pre-hook. So I'll just say pre-save hook to hash password before saving to the database, right? Okay, so this is what will happen behind the scenes. And let's say one more thing we would like to have is going to be the compare passwords. So let's say user schema dot methods dot compare password. So you can really call this anything like X, hello, but what I'll be calling is compare password. Okay, this is going to be a function, and basically we'll try to compare the password. And this will be used when we try to check for the password of the user. Let's say user name is John and their password is from 1 to 6, but if they send the password as like from 1 to 7, this function will run and it's gonna say, hey, invalid credentials, right? So this is what that does basically. Let's say bcrypt.compare the password that user just passing in, so right, the password to the actual password in the database. Okay, so this will make sense later in the video, as I said. So this is everything that we would need for this file. We got our imports, the user schema where we have a name with a custom error message. We have an email with these props. We have a password, card items, and a role. By default is going to be customer with the created at and updated at fields. Then we created the model and added a couple of nice to have things, right? Comparing the password as well as hashing the password. Okay, now we can go into the, let's close all of them actually. First, we would like to implement the sign up function, right? Now, to be able to test this out, I'll be using a desktop application. Let's say desktop app called Postman. You can install this for free and just follow along with me. I already have it in my machine. So let me just actually launch it, and let's try to set this up real quick. So these are all the things that I had for the other tutorials. Let's just say close all the tabs and let's create a new workspace. I'll just say next. Let's give it a name. I'll just say e-commerce tutorial, and I can just say only me. Let's say create. Now we can add a collection. So from here, basically we will test our endpoints just to check if it is working or not. For this, I'll just say maybe users, and I'll have, let's say, a request to be able to sign up. This is going to be a post method. Let's try to update that. So here we just said under the auth route, these are going to be get methods, but not really. That was just for testing purposes. Let's just say this is going to be a post method. So if you really want to, you could have things like put, patch, delete, and we'll be using, I think, all of them. For now, let's just go with post because this is what we would need. Now, when a user wants to sign up, they'll be sending us like the email, the name, the password, right? That kind of thing. And we need to grab them. So this is how we call it. Let's just say const user will give us the email, let's say the password, and then the name. So we would say get them from the request.body. To be able to use this, we should actually add this configuration. So I'll just say app.use express.json. Okay, so this allows you to parse, let's say, body of the request. Exactly, this is what's happening, right? This is the JSON data that we'll get. Okay, so we're gonna get all of them, and first we need to check if user is, like, if we have the user in the database or not. Let's say const user exists, and we'll say await. Now, how do we check for it? Well, basically, we import the user model. So let's say import user from, let's try to import that from this file, right? This is what we have exported. Now we'll just say await user dot, let's say find one, where the user has this email. If user exists, let's say, and we can delete this res.send, we don't really need it for now. Let's say if user exists, then we can return some errors. Let's say return res.status of 400, which means there's an error. JSON, we can just say message user already exists, right? But else we can really save it to the database. Let's say const user await user.create, call this with the fields, right? Such as, let's say name, the email, and then the password. Okay, so this password will be hashed because before we save it to the database, this function will run, right? This pre-save hook will run and hash the password. Okay, so I think we can really just try to send a message. Let's say res.status of 201, which means something is just being created. And we can say this is the user, and a message could be user created successfully. Let's try to save this and just test this out. Okay, our URL is going to be http localhost 5000 /API /auth /signup. This is what we had. Under the body, we need to send some JSON. Let's say this is going to be name of John. And if I just try to send it just like this, without email, without password, let's see what's going to happen. Okay, so it looks like we don't get any response. I'll go into my VS Code and just open this up. Okay, so we didn't handle the errors, right? I'll go ahead, cut this completely. I'll have try catch, and paste it under the try, and under the catch I could say res.status of 500 and then just show the message. Okay, let's try to test this out once again. Okay, I'll go here and send it. Okay, so looks like we have an issue. So HTTP localhost 5000 API auth sign up, right? Let's take a look at the VS Code terminal. Okay, localhost 5000. We had the API auth sign up with the post method. We call the sign up function. So I don't know why this doesn't work. Probably we're missing something, right? This just happens. Let's try to debug this together. Okay, I'm missing like one slash here, right? HTTP. Okay, I think this should be working now. Let's try to send it. Okay, there we go. Here it says email is required and password is required as well. Let's try to send them. I'll say email is going to be john@gmail.com, and let's put a password, and let's just make the password from 1 to 3. It should say something like at least 6 characters long, right? I'll put 4, 5, 6, and hopefully it should be created. And there we go. Now for the password, it says it looks like from 1 to 6, but if we take a look at the database, I'll go ahead and refresh. Now, first of all, we're going to have the database called e-commerce DB, and we have the users. And here we can see we got the name, email, password, role is customer by default. We got the cart items. It's an empty array by default. And then we got the created at and updated at. Let me just zoom in. And looks like the password didn't get hashed. Let's take a look at it. Why this didn't work out. Let's take a look at the VS Code, user model.js. Probably we are missing something here. Okay, user schema.pre save. Oops. We have the async function. So this looks correct. Like we don't have really any issues. Maybe in the auth controller we missed something so that we don't really hash the password. Let's try to maybe sign up with a different user. I'll go with John 2, let's say, or maybe let's just say Jane. Okay, I'll try to sign up. Okay, so looks like the password doesn't get hashed. And we need to debug this as well. So here, the password just doesn't get hashed. Let me just debug this and come back to this video pretty quick. Okay, so I just debugged this, and you know what? We don't really have any mistake other than putting this user, like it should be below here. And with that, now these are actually being implemented, or they're being like applied to this user model. So you should just create it under the setting the schema, which makes sense because this is the one that we are passing it. Now, if you save, you can basically create a different user. Let's just say instead of Jane, let's say Bob, and try to create it. Now, if you try to sign up, it is going to give you the hashed password. Now, this is equivalent of like from 1 to 6, and you can double check this from the database. Basically, we just got the Bob with the hashed password, and these are the users that I have created while debugging this. So they're just being hashed. And now if you really want to make a user an admin, you would basically come here and just say, this is going to be an admin, right? Let's just try to update this. This is completely fine. Like we'll just have one admin in our application, and just updating it like this is fine because we are the owner of the database. Okay, now we have one admin and like 2 different customers. Now we just save the user to the database, right? Let's take a look at the VS Code, where that is. So we just saved the user to the database, but we didn't really authenticate them, right? That was the very first step, but now it is time to authenticate them, right? And for this, we'll be using JSON Web Tokens with the Redis database. Let's try to see the workflow. So basically we have the sign up workflow. We have a user that clicked to the sign up button, right? Once they clicked it, we're gonna get a request under this endpoint. We will save the user to the database. This is what we have done so far, right? We can just put a check mark to this one. But now it is time to create an access token as well as a refresh token. But what does that mean? So we're gonna see this just in a second, but know that access token is something that short-lived, such as in 15 minutes is going to expire. And on the contrary, we have the refresh token, which is going to just live a little bit longer, such as in 7 days it's going to expire. We will save both of them to the cookie, right? To the request.cookie so that we can really check if user is authenticated or not. And we will also save the refresh token to the Redis database so that we can really have super quick, super fast access to this token. And for the Redis database, we'll be using Upstash. Let's go ahead and just say upstash.com, and they have a really generous free tier that we could use. Let's say login and click to this GitHub. Okay, so maybe I'll just log in and come back to the video. So I just logged in. I already have a database because I was testing out before recording this video, but probably you're not gonna have any databases. So let's go ahead and create one. Okay, since I am in the free plan, here it says you cannot create more than once. So I'll just go here under the details. I'll just go ahead and delete that. Let's just say the database name, which is test. Okay, let's try to create new one. I'll just say e-commerce, let's say tutorial. You can call it anything. And the primary region, let's go with this one. This is closest one to me. And let's just say next. Okay, we're gonna go with the free plan. Let's say create. So here we go. We should be able to connect to it with like JavaScript or maybe Node. This is what we're using, but there are multiple different options here you can see. And like, let's try to copy this. We will go into the VS Code. Let's save this file. I'll create a different file under the lib. I'll just say redis.js. Now I will just paste this as it is, but we need to take this environment variable, and don't try to use mine because I will delete that. Maybe let's grab this. Oops. So I'll just grab this, cut it, put it in my .env file. I'll just say upstash, maybe redis, let's say URL. Paste it, and we can really remove these codes. It should be fine. It is string anyways. Okay, now we can really copy this name, go under here and just say process.env and put the name. So since this is a standalone file, I think we should import the .env and just call the config method. Okay, so let's say export const, instead of client, I'll just say Redis. Okay, now Redis is basically a huge JSON. I mean, like, not really, but let me just try to just give a crash course pretty quick. So Redis is a key value store, right? So you can think of it like a giant JSON. Like there are different data structures such as, let's say lists, hashes, sets, sorted sets, really different kinds of things. And we'll be using the, I think, strings specifically or sets. So here we'll be able to see it under the data browser in a couple of minutes. Okay, so maybe let's try to really just go here and try to run this line. I'll just say redis.set, where the key is foo and the value is bar. Okay, I'll try to run this file specifically. Here is how we can do it. I'll say node, go under the backend folder, under the lib, run the redis.js file. Okay, so it is going to execute it, hopefully. I think we're gonna get an error because we're using await in the top level. Let's just see if did that work. Okay, it worked already. We have the key of foo and the bar of value, right? So key value store will be using this for a couple of different things, such as we will have the refresh token, just like we have seen here, and we'll have the value like refresh token with the user ID as the key, and then the value is going to be here. So it is going to make sense just in a second. With that in mind, we can kill this, delete this. This is how we can use it. Let's save and we'll go under the auth controller. And it is time to really authenticate this user, right? So first we need to create two different tokens. Let's say generate tokens, and this is going to be a function where we will pass the user ID into it. This is called underscore ID because this is how MongoDB stores it, right? It is underscore ID for every document. Let's try to create this function, which is going to return us, let's say, access token and refresh token, right? Let's go above. We can just say export, or maybe don't export it. Let's say const generate tokens. This is going to take the user ID. And in this function, basically, we would like to create two different tokens with this package. Let's say JWT from JSON web token. This is that package that we'll be using. Let's say first get the access token. And remember, this is going to live for 15 minutes. So I'll just say jwt.sign. The first argument is going to be the payload, which is going to be the, it should be just user ID, just like this. And then the second argument is going to be the access token secret. So I'll just say maybe try to create this under the .env file. So this could be any value. You should put this to be something secure. I'll just go with access token for now, and we'll have the secret token as well. I mean the refresh token. Let's say refresh token. Let's just give the secret as the suffix at the end. Okay. So the second argument is going to be the secret, and finally the option when this should expire, right? Let's say expires in 15 minutes. Let's create the refresh token. It's going to be in 7 days, and finally we'll just return them. Okay, this might look a little bit weird, but basically we created two different tokens which we'll be using in a couple of seconds, right? Now it is time to maybe save the refresh token to the database, which is going to be Redis, right? Let's go ahead and just say const store refresh token. I'll say async user ID. This is going to be taking it, as well as the refresh token itself. This is going to make sense just in a second. Let's say await Redis. Let's try to import it from the Redis.js file and make sure you have the extension at the end. We will say redis.set. Now we need to put the refresh token as the key, right? And what I want to do is create a namespace. Let's say refresh token and then the user ID, so that we just really know this is a refresh token when we take a look at it. Okay, and then the value itself, just like this. Now this is fine, but we also need to add the expiration date, right? Like it should be in 7 days. So I'll just say X, here you can see, which means expires. And we will say it's going to be like 7, 24, 60, and 60. Let's just say 7 days. And we should be able to call this in the sign up function. Okay, so we generated the tokens, and we need to just say await store refresh token under the Redis, where we need to put the user ID as well as the refresh token. So it's going to take them as the arguments, right? It's going to set it and then just expire it in 7 days. Then we can set the cookies. So if we take a look at this diagram, here we can see we created them, which will expire in 15 minutes, 7 days, save this to the database, which is going to be Redis, and then set them into the cookies so that we can use it later in the video. Okay, I know this makes, like, it might be complicated if you are learning this kind of authentication for the first time, but really uh, once you just practice it for 1 or 2 times, it just makes 100% sense. And if this feels a little bit more complicated, just know that it is completely normal. And here we'll just call a function called setCookies, and this is what we'll create as well. Let's say we will give the response, the access token, as well as the refresh token. And let's try to create this function, which is going to be the latest function that we would need. Let's say const set cookies, which is going to be taking the response, access token, and refresh token as the argument. So we'll first set the, let's say, access token. So let's say res.cookie, we can call this as access token. Just like this, you can make it maybe camel cased, not really important. I'll go with this. Then, so this is the key name, okay? This is what you will see. And this is the token value. And then you would put some options to make this a little bit more secure, right? So let's just make this to be HTTP only first, right? I'll just say true. And this is preventing an attack called XSS. Let's say prevent XSS attacks. Let's just fix this typo. Okay, I am not an expert on this. You can really search it like on Google and just learn more about this. But just know that this makes it a little bit more secure by making this HTTP only, which means this cookie cannot be accessed via JavaScript. It is like HTTP only as the name suggests. Okay, so we'll have the secure field, and this is only going to be true in the production because in the development it is HTTP. In the production it's going to be HTTPS, which makes it to be like secure, right? Okay, I just got that warning, just distracted me. I'll just say process.env node.env. If this is equal to production, only then this is going to be true. And let's say same site is going to be equal to strict. And this also prevents an attack called CSRF attack. Okay, let's say prevents this attack, which we call it as cross-site request forgery. And this is what we called cross-site cross-site scripting attacks. Let's say attack. Okay, so you can take a look at them by just exploring it a little bit, but this is what I'll be doing. Just type this out and we will say this is gonna expire in 15 minutes. And here you should put the milliseconds format. You can't really just say 15M. This is not gonna work. Okay, so basically I'll copy this, paste it. This is gonna be the refresh token. And let's give it the value itself, and the everything is gonna be the same other than this maximum age, which is gonna be about 7 days. Okay, just like this should be working out. We just created this function to be able to set the cookies. Okay, with this, that means we just completed the authentication workflow. And in the response, instead of just sending the user completely, because we are sending the password to the client, which is not really optimal, right? We shouldn't send this. So I'll just go here and just say, maybe I just want to, let's just go here. I think I made a mistake. Let's say user is gonna have the underscore ID field called user._ID. We'll give the name. Okay, we'll have the email, user.email, and we can put the role as well. Okay, so we can save and then just test this out. Now, previously, when we logged in, we didn't got any cookies, right? When we signed up, I mean. Let's try to create a different user now. I'll just say Beth. Okay, let's try to maybe just clear this response. I'll say send. Okay, so we got two different cookies and user created successfully. Let's take a look at the Redis. If I just go here, refresh it, there we go. We got the refresh token. So like this is the key. We have the refresh token and then the user ID and then the value in the value, right? Basically. So we have two different cookies, access token, which is going to expire in basically 15 minutes. And this is going to expire in 7 days. They are HTTP only, not secure because we are in HTTP in the local host. In the production, they are going to be true and everything is just working as expected. We can take a look at the cookies from here as well. If we just refresh here, or maybe just say like, I don't know, it should be this domain. I'll copy it. Okay, so like it already got that. We have the access token for the local host and the refresh token. So this will always expire after each 15 minutes, which will make it a lot more secure. It's because just imagine this. Like let's go here. Okay, let's say this is your account, right? I'll just say like this is your account and someone steal your access token, but they're gonna have only 15 minutes to be able to really interact with your account. After 15 minutes, this is going to expire. That means they're not going to be able to just access your account because it is going to expire. That's why it is really important to constantly expire them and create a new one with the refresh token. And this is what we'll be doing later in the video. Now, I hope this makes sense at this point. Let's try to just go over this pretty quickly. I'll maybe zoom out a little bit and let's start with the user model. We basically created our model. We give all the fields that a user would need. Then we added this like pre-save hook as well as the compare password. This is something that we'll be using later. And then we have initialized the upstash Redis to be able to store the refresh tokens. And then we have our signup controller where we just check if user existed or not. If not, we created the user in the MongoDB database. And then we try to authenticate the user. So we created two different tokens where we put the user ID into the payload. This is something that we'll use again later in the video. Access token will expire in 15 minutes. Refresh token will expire in 7 days. And then we need to create we need to store the refresh token in the Redis database. This is how we can do it. Just one line, super easy. That's why Upstash really shines here in this tutorial. And then we just set the cookies. And finally, send a response to the client where we just say account created successfully. And with that, this is gonna be it for the sign up function. And I hope this makes sense at this point. I think next we can implement the logout function, which is gonna be pretty simple as you can imagine. So let's take a look at it on a diagram as well. So here is the logout workflow. User will click a button to be able to log out. We're gonna get they're gonna send a request to this endpoint behind the scenes, right? When they click to this button. And we need to delete the refresh token from the Redis because they just logged out. They don't really need the refresh token. And we're gonna clear these from the cookies as well. So pretty simple, just delete that from the Redis as well as clear them from the cookies. Let's try to really do it under the logout. I'll go here, just maybe have a try catch. In the try, let's say const refresh token. And this is something that user will send automatically with the cookies on each request. To be able to grab this refresh token from the cookies, we should be adding this, let's say, middle layer. So basically, we'll go here, first just say import cookie parser from this package and just say app.use the cookie parser method. So this is the one more package that we installed, and here is the explanation. we are mounting it into the server.js so that we can really access to the cookies. And we call this as refresh token because this is how we set that up, right? If you call this as refresh token 123, then you would go here and just say 123, but this should be just refresh token. Okay, so we'll just say if there is a refresh token that user sends us with the request, we can really just decode this, because if you take a look at it, refresh token is like this kind of value. We need to decode this and get the maybe user ID. I'll just say decode it. We'll be using jwt.verify this token, which is the refresh token, with this basically the secret key, right? The refresh token secret. And now we'll just say await redis.delete, where we have the refresh underscore token and like the user ID, because this is how we set that up into the Redis. Then this has been deleted. It is time to really clear them from the cookies. Let's say response.clear cookie, the access token as well as the refresh token, and just finally say res.json. Let's say message of logged out successfully. And in the catch, we can just say res.status of 500. Okay, server error, and let's just say server, and we can return the error message just like this. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Basically, this is what we have explained in the diagram. User just logs out, we get the refresh token. If there is, we are going to delete it from the Redis, and we had to decode it because we had the user ID into it. Then we clear that from the cookies. Let's try to test this out. I'll go here, try to duplicate this. I will call this as logout. Let's say this is going to be logout and go under the body. Don't really need to send anything. Okay, let's save this and save this one as well. Okay, I'll just send it. Now we don't really have any cookies logged out successfully. And if we go into the Redis, like here you can see it is just being cleared out, right? Even if I refresh, and we don't really have it, we only have the full bar, right? And now we can implement the login functionality. So let's take a look at it. It is actually pretty simple to the sign up, where we get a request to this endpoint. We first need to compare the password, like we'll just say invalid credentials, right? So invalid credentials, or it is correct, you can log in. If they logged in successfully, right? This is a check mark. We're going to create an access token and refresh token, which is going to expire in 15 minutes, 7 days, set them into the cookies, and save this dude to the Redis because this user is just been authenticated. Okay, so pretty simple, just like we had in the sign up function, right? Let's try to shrink these, go into the login. We will have, say, try and catch. In the try, let's try to get the email. Let's say request.body first. We'll have the email and password because user wants to log in with them. Let's try to first find the user. Let's say user find one with this email in the database. We'll say if we have the user, and let's wrap it like this. I'll say await user dot compare password, and we will put the password into it. So if you remember this method under the user model that we have added, this will basically compare the passwords. So this is how we can use it. And when you say this, it is going to be equivalent of the current user that you are checking with, right? Which is the user that we just found from the database. So if this is the case, then we can really generate tokens. Let's put the user ID, which is going to give us the, let's say, access token, as well as the refresh token. Okay, then we need to basically store that. let's say await store refresh token and put our arguments, then set the cookie, and finally res.json. So we'll just have the user, right? Or maybe instead of just having the user, let's try to just send like underscore ID, just send the name, email, as well as the role. And this is what I'll be doing here as well. Instead of user and message, we can basically just send the user fields, which is like shorter. Okay, so this is the login function, like pretty simple, and in the catch we can really handle the errors. And if you really want to have an easier time while debugging, you could say like error in login controller and like error dot message. So these are the things that you should add in the development to be able to really catch those errors. So maybe add one here as well, error in signup controller, and one for the logout. Okay, so let's try to test out the login. I will duplicate the signup. Here I'll just say login, make this to be login, go under the body, delete the name. So this is the bad password, right? If I just say from 1 to 5, it should say, okay, so I think it crashed. Let's take a look at the VS Code. Okay, so it didn't even work out. Let's try to maybe send it once again. Let's say cancel, send it. Okay, so it looks like we have some kind of issue once again under the login. So we say this is going to be a post method, call the login function. And now what I do in this kind of thing, I'll just say console.log. Here runs the login. And then I just go here, just put it here as well. Like just to test this out pretty quickly. This is how we can debug that. Let's open up the terminal and just run this again. So here we are able to run this. Probably we got an issue here on this line. Like if we have the user, compare the password, like let's try to say console.log user is logged in. I'll try to send it. Oops. So I'll try to send it once again. Okay, it didn't work out. Okay, looks like we are not able to go into this if. So in that case, we should be able to add an else. So this is something that I forgot, and like we were able to catch this while debugging, right? Let's just say res.status of 401 invalid email or password. Let's try to send this once again. Okay, so it looks like this is not correct, and it isn't really. We did this on purpose. Let's say from 1 to 6, send it. There we go. We just logged in. This is the user information. So we got the cookies and everything is working as expected. Now with that, we were able to implement the login. Let's delete these console logs, by the way. Okay, so we implemented the login, logout, as well as the sign up. And we have some utility functions up here where we can really use it in different places. And now we can create a different controller to be able to create an access token. Because if you remember, this is going to expire in every 15 minutes. So when this expires, we should be able to like create a new access token, because if user doesn't have this, they can't really send any request to create a product, to just buy something, do some payments, like update their profile, things like that. All of them are possible because of this access token. And once this expires, we should be able to recreate it basically. And for this, we'll go into the auth route. Let's duplicate this. We can just say refresh dash token. and we'll just say refresh token method. So we'll import that from this file and let's try to create it. So if you save, I think this should crash because we don't really have this, but now we'll create it just in a second. Let's say const refresh token. Now, even though this is called as refresh token, like basically this will refresh the access token. Okay, so this will recreate an access token. Now we'll go here and we'll just say try and catch. First, we need to get the refresh token that user sends us, because let's take a look at it pretty quickly. Now we had an access token and refresh token. Once this expires, user needs to create a new one, and they can create it if they provide the refresh token to us, right? So if your access token just expires, and if you want to create a new one, then you need to pass me the refresh token, right? So like that's why we need the refresh token. And I hope this makes sense. Let's say const refresh token, which is something that we'll get from the cookies. And if this is not provided, we'll just return an error that says token not found, right? No refresh token provided. But if this is not the case, we should be able to first get that and decode it. Let's say decode it, and we'll say JWT verify. I think I can just auto complete this because this is what we have done previously as well. We are trying to verify this with the secret so that we can get the decoded value. And now we need to really compare this what we have in the database, because we are storing it in Redis, right? So we need to check, let's say stored token await Redis dot get, and the like the key that we should give is going to be refresh token and then the user ID. This is how we store it. We'll just check if they are equal to or not. Let's say if stored token is not equal to the refresh token, we will say invalid refresh token. So basically user is trying to cheat us in this if check, right? But if this is not the case, then we can generate a new access token. So I'll just say const access token. Okay, so we can really get this. This is what we have done previously, and we can set it into the cookie, right? Let's say res.cookie because the previous cookie has been expired. Okay, so I think I can just get this and save it. This is the exact same thing that we have above, right? Probably we could create a function to be able to make this reusable, but I think 5 lines of code, no worries, right? Let's say res.json access token created. Maybe I'll just put, yeah, we can just send a message. If you want to, you can send the access token as well. I'll just say message token refreshed successfully. And in the catch, let's say 401 invalid refresh token and put the console log. Maybe we should put server error, right? Okay, so this would make a little bit more sense because we already handled that invalid case above, and that means like something went wrong on the server side. Okay, so we should be able to test this out as well. I'll go here, try to maybe duplicate this one. Let's say refresh token, save this, go here. This is the endpoint. So if I try to send this, here it says token refreshed successfully, and we just got the new access token, right? So let's try to, can we copy this? Like, I don't know, but let's try to really get this value, go into the VS Code. So here I'll just paste it just to make sure this is like refreshing, even though I know it refreshed, but just to show you. Okay, I just refreshed this again. I'll go here, get this access token. Okay, so here, is it the same thing? Okay, like here you can see it is actually different because from here on out, it is not matching. In VS Code, you can really see it. Here, it highlights the same thing, like up here, but here you can see it has been changed. So yeah, with that, now our refresh token endpoint is also working out. One last thing that we can create to be able to get the user profile. So I'll go here, duplicate this, and just say maybe get method to the user profile. We'll just say get profile, which is going to be pretty simple function. I'll go here, save it. Now here, if I just say export const get profile. So implementing this function is actually pretty simple, but there is one concept that we should really make this to be a protected route. So we're going to have a function or a middleware called protect route. And like, I don't really want to get into it right now. So I'll just maybe comment this out. This is going to be a to-do that we will do later in the video. So just to not forget this, I'll just say to do get profile. Let's say implement get profile later, right? Okay, so I'm not going to do it right now because I don't really want to make this a little bit more complicated. There are already lots of things that we have done which might look completely horrible if you are kind of like a beginner or haven't really seen this kind of refresh tokens, access tokens, and adding Redis on top of it. Like, it might look really complicated, but I hope it was just clear to see the entire picture and follow along. Now here you can see every time you take a look at the refresh token, this time to live decreases, right? So here it is like 44 seconds, but if we go and come back, now it is like 8 seconds past and it is just going down. Initially it is set to 7 days because this is how we set that up, right? It's going to expire in 7 days and this is in seconds. So yeah, every time you just update that, you're gonna see it is decreasing. And this is really convenient to be able to see it from the dashboard, which I really like. And Upstash is sponsoring this video, just to be clear. But even if they wouldn't, I would still be using this product. I even built a website for that. If you really want to check that out, this is kind of like leak code, but for Redis. Here you can even practice Upstash. So I just wanted to plug this in. It is open source. You can try to improve this maybe, or give us a star on GitHub. So you can reveal the solution and run it if you can solve it. We have hints, description, but anyways, so yeah, with that, I think this is gonna be it for the authentication routes. We have one to do that we'll be adding later in the video, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back to this section. Now, previously we have built the authentication routes. So let's go ahead and duplicate this so that we can build the product routes, right? So I'll just say if we visit the API products, then we should be able to hit this product routes, let's say, just like this. And let's try to import it. I'll basically get the name. This is going to be under the product route.js file. Let's copy the name and try to create that route. And so we can just say import express from express. Then we can create the router just like previously. Let's say router is going to be equal to express.router and export default this one. Now we can really just put our routes. So let's say get. If we just visit the slash, we should be able to get something like get all products, but we don't even have products in the first place, right? So let's say products. Okay, now we need to create a product model so that we can really have a collection. I'll just go here and just say product.model.js. And now we can really try to build the product model. I'll shrink the left-hand side and I'll just say import mongoose from mongoose. Then we'd like to create a schema, then the model based off of that, right? So I'll just say const product schema, which is going to be equal to new mongoose schema. Let's go ahead and get this first object. The second optional object that we could put to get the timestamps. So let's just say true. So this is going to give us the created at and updated at fields. And now each product is going to have basically a name, which is going to be type of string, let's say, and it's going to be required. Then we should be able to give a description. Let's say description type is going to be string. Maybe you would like to just do not make this required, so you can just say false or leave it empty, and by default this could be an empty string. But what I'll be doing is to actually make this to be required so that we just have a description for each product, which makes the platform a little bit more better, right? So users can really read the description, and we can have a price. So let's say the type of this is going to be number this time, and by default, or let's just say minimum, is going to be 0, and by default, like, this is going to be required, and let's just say true. Then each product is going to have an image. So let's say now type is going to be string, just like this, and let's say it's going to be required. And if user didn't pass a image, so we can just say like image is required, right? This is how we can put a custom message in this array. Then each product is going to be under a category. So I'll just go here and just say type is going to be string, and this will also be required. Okay, finally, we will have the is featured flag, so that we know if this product is going to be shown in the featured slider, right? And by default, each product is going to be not featured by default, and admin can really update this, and we're going to create a controller for that as well. Now we'll just go here and try to create the model. Let's say product, this should be uppercase, and mongoose.model. The name of the model is going to be product, and it's going to be based off of this product schema. And let's just say export default is product. Now there's one thing that you might wonder. Here we just said this is going to be user, right? This is not like users and like lowercase, right? Instead it is singular and uppercase, the first letter. But if you take a look at the database, it is actually lowercase and it is plural, right? So this is what Mongoose does. It just take a look at this one and understand this should be actually it should be looking like this. So even if you say something like just like we have done here, product, it is going to be looking like this in the MongoDB database, which is pretty convenient. So we can leave it like this, save it, and now here we should be able to create this controller, right? Maybe first let's try to maybe save this file. So we have the product routes, and let's try to create the controller, product controller.js. And let's try to create this function, which we called it as get all products. This is going to take the request and response, going to be an async function, and it'll return something. But now only admin should be able to call this function, because like a regular user, a customer, can get a single product, or they can get the products under a certain category, but admin should be able to get all products as well. So if we take a look at the demo application, so here let's say a customer can see the recommended products, right? But the admin should be able to also see all the products in the admin dashboard, so that he can feature this, delete the product, and just really see all the products available in the database. So that's why we need to make this route to be first protected. So let's just say protect route, and also an admin route. If user passes both of these checks, then they should be able to call this function. Okay, so let's first try to run this function or create it. Then we will create these functions and we will see how that works. Okay, so I'll just go here under the product controller and just try to get all products. So here we can just have a try catch. This is going to be pretty simple. I'll just say const products. Basically, we would like to fetch all the products in the database. So let's just say import the product model. And okay, so I accidentally paused the video. I was just saying make sure you put the .js at the end, otherwise it is not going to work. Okay, so let's say product dot find excuse me. So this is gonna get all the products, and I think if you leave it like this should also get you all the products. But if you leave an empty object, this means an empty filter. So basically get everything, right? Find all products. So let's just say res.json, and we can return the products in this object. And in the catch, we could just put something for the debugging purposes, and then we can just say internal server error, right? Okay, so this is going to be the function. Let's try to import this. Make sure you put .js at the end. Now, what about these functions? So this is what we call a middleware. I'll go here, create a folder called middleware, and here these are going to be the middlewares for the authentication. So let's say auth.middleware. Not TS, but JS, because we're using JavaScript. So it is actually pretty simple concept once you understand the next function. So what does that mean? Let's try to create the first function, and I think this will make a lot of sense. So let's say const protect rod. So here it takes the request, response, and the next argument as well. So this next argument, so let's say if you call the next function, this basically says call the next function, right? So we were in this function, which is protect rod. If you call the next function, it is going to call this one. And if you say call the next function, it does finally go ahead and call the very last controller that we have for this rod. So this will make sense just in a second. Let's try to have a try catch. So this will basically check if user is authenticated by taking a look at the access token, which we can get it from the cookies. Let's say access token request.cookies.access token, and we'll just check if this doesn't exist. Let's say access token is not there. Let's return a status of 401, which we can just say unauthorized, and let's give a little bit more context. No token provided. So even you can say access token. I think this would be a little bit more clear. And if we have the token, but it might be the wrong one, so we need to decode it and just check for it. So here we can really create a different try catch as well. For now, let's just leave it and just move on with this try catch. I'll just say const decoded. So if you remember, when we sign the token, we put, let's just go here. I just want to show this. Okay, so when we generate the token, we put the user ID into it as the payload. Now, when we decode this, we would like to get the user ID from that. So this is what we'll be doing. First, we'll just say JWT verify, and let's try to import the JWT from JSON Web Token. Okay, so this is going to take a couple of arguments. The first one is going to be this access token that we'd like to decode, and the secret key that we signed it with. So if we take a look at the auth controller, so since we passed this one, we should be able to decode this with this same string, right? With the same secret, which is this one. Okay, so we'll just say const user, and we're gonna find the user with this decoded user ID. So I'll just say user and make sure you put .js at the end, and then we'll say find by ID, which is gonna be decoded.user ID. And since this is gonna select the entire user document,
we might want to just deselect the password. So if we say select minus password, this is not going to get the password for this user. And let's make this to be async so that we can use await. Okay, so here we could just say if there is not user found, we could just say user not found. Okay, so this could be the same message, but let's just say user not found. But if we have the user, we can really put this user to the request, just like we got the auto suggestion, and we'll just say call the next function. Let's handle the catch case as well. I'll just say console log, let's just put something for the debugging purposes, and then 401, which says unauthorized invalid access token. So we can even, I think, optimize this a little bit. If I go ahead, cut all this, or maybe until here, I'll have a try catch and just put that into it. And in the catch, we can really just handle errors a little bit better. So I'll just say error.name. If it is token expired error, then we'd like to run this if, where we say return like token expired. And in the else case, so here maybe we could just say throw the error so that we can catch it under this catch block. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. Basically, we check for the token from the cookies. If it exists, we try to decode it, find the user from this user ID that the token had, and we just put that into the request. So now we can use this user in different functions. Okay, so this will make sense, I promise, just in a second. Now we have created this function. Let's try to import it. And we need to create this admin route as well, which is going to be pretty simple. So let's just say export const admin route. Let's say request and response and get the next as well. So here I'll just say if request.user, right? Because we set it here, if this exists, and if request.user.role is equal to admin, then we can call the next function. Else, we could just throw 403, which is going to be access denied. So let's just say 403 access denied admin only. Okay, so we are calling the protect route first, then admin route. Then if both of them successfully completed, we're going to call this function, because here we say first call this function. Once this is completed successfully without any issues, call the next function, which is going to be the admin route. And if we hit this if check, which means this is an admin, we can call the next function, which is going to be get all products. And we can really just save this and test this out, but we don't really have any products. So we can maybe, I think we can still test this out. I'll just go here, create a new collection. This is going to be, let me first save everything and close them. So let's say close all tabs. Here, shrink this. Let's say get all, that should be fine. Let's make the collection name to be products. Okay, so let's say API auth products. And let's make sure if we saved everything. Okay, so products. We can really just try to test this out. First, I'll try to maybe log out so that I don't really have any cookies. Okay, so I am not running this application. Let's say npm run dev. So it should connect to the MongoDB database as well. Let's wait for the console logs here on the terminal. Then we should be able to really test this out. Okay, so we are up and running. Let's try to send it. We just logged out, and if we try to get all products, here it says not API auth, but it should be API products. Here it says unauthorized node token provided. Let's try to log in with an account that is not admin. So Beth is not an admin.
this is not sign up, this should be login. I'll just send it. Okay, role is customer for the bath and we are logged in. If we try to get all the products, it is gonna say access denied, admin only. So here you can see how that works. First, bath run this function, which checked like she has a token, it works without any issues. So it called the next function, which is the admin route, but unfortunately she wasn't an admin, so we hit the else case and run this message. Okay, so with this explanation in mind, we can try to create all the other routes that we would need for the products. So I'll go ahead and duplicate this one, which is going to be for, let's say, featured products, and maybe we could say get featured products. And this is going to be under featured, but this is not going to be protected or admin route. Everyone should be able to call this function even if they are not logged in. So here in the home page, we will see the categories, and below to it, we will see the featured products. So everyone should be able to call this function. For this, we'll go into the product controller and try to create this function. So first I'll save, and let's say we will get it from here. Let's close these files and we'll say export const and put the function, which is going to be an async function. So I will have a try catch. Now for the featured products, we will store them in the MongoDB database. So basically it's going to be our products. But what we would like to do also is save them in the Redis DB as well, because this featured products is going to be accessed by everyone, right? So we can really make this a lot more faster by storing it in Redis. So it is kind of like, not kind of, but literally is going to be our cache. And in this function, we would like to really so manipulate that Redis DB and use it. So here I'll just first say, since like when we hit this function, first we need to check if we have anything in the Redis DB. Let's say await import the Redis dot get. We will just check if we have any featured products. So I'll just say const or maybe let featured products, which is going to be equal to this. Let's say if we have it, we can basically just return it immediately. I'll just say return res.json, and we'll just parse this because Redis is going to store this as a string. And let's save to get this formatting. Now, if it is not in Redis, we should be able to fetch it from MongoDB, right? So I'll just say featured products is going to be equal to product model dot find where the is featured is equal to true. And we can use the lean function here. I'll explain what this does. Let's say if there is not featured products, we could just return like 404, right? No featured products found in the MongoDB database. But if we have it, we would like to update our cache as well. Let's say store in Redis for future quick access. Okay, I'll just say await redis dot set featured products, and we will just stringify the featured products that we got from the MongoDB. And finally, we can really just return it in the response. Let's say res.json featured products. In the catch, we could put the console log for debugging purposes and server error. Now, what this lean does is basically, instead of returning MongoDB objects, instead it's going to return JavaScript objects, which makes the performance a lot more better. So yeah, I'll just go ahead and just say that lean is gonna return a plain JavaScript object instead of a MongoDB document. Okay, which is, let's say, which is good for performance. Okay, so but you don't really want to use this in every place. So since we are not manipulating it at all, we just use it and we'll return this to the client. Okay, so we can really save this function. This is gonna be it. And we are importing it. We should be able to use it. But now we don't really have any products in the database. Maybe next we can create a route to be able to create a product. I'll just go here and have a post. Let's say router.post method. Under the slash, we should be able to first make this a protected route and admin route because only admin can create a product. Let's say create product. Okay, so to be able to create a product, we need some images, right? We need to upload an image. And for this, we'll be using Cloudinary. For now, just save this file, which is going to break probably because we don't have this function. But let's go ahead and visit the Cloudinary. This is free to sign up, and they have a generous free tier that we could use. Here, I'll just go into the, I think, let's see where it was, under the programmable media. We should be able to get a couple of different environment variables, such as the cloud name. I'll just go here under the .env. So let's say this is going to be the cloud name. So here I'll just make this to be equal to Cloudinary cloud name. We need the API key. Let's just put that, as well as the API secret. Okay, let's try to find these from the dashboard. If you go under the settings, under the API keys, you should be able to get your API key as well as a secret. Now I'll be using these. Don't try to use mine because you can't really use it. I'll be deleting that after publishing this video. So I just got my API key and let's get the API secret. Here it says we're gonna send an email to you. So let me just confirm this and come back to the video. So I just got that, I paste it. Here I can get my API secret. Let's copy it and put it here. Okay, now we also need to import the package, but I think we already done. Here it is. Okay. Now let's try to actually create a file for the configuration for the Cloudinary. I'll just say cloudinary.js. And here we'd like to initialize it. So this is going to be pretty simple. Let's first try to import the Cloudinary, which they have v2, and let's make this to be called as Cloudinary from the package. And let's get the .env because we'll be using some environment variables. Let's say cloudinary.config, call this function with this object, cloud underscore name is going to be equal to process.env, cloudinary cloud name. Let's get the API key as well as the API secret. Oops, let's just say export default the Cloudinary so that we can really use it in different places. And make sure you have, like, just put them side by side and just copy it from here and paste it so that you don't really have any typos. Otherwise, you're gonna get undefined and it is not gonna work. Okay, we can close this, go into the create product controller. Let's shrink this one. Create product, which is going to be an async function, and we would like to create a product where we first save it to the database, and then we also create an image where we store in the Cloudinary bucket, right? So I'll just go into the function. Let's just say shrink the left hand side, have the try catch. User will send us a couple of different fields for the product, such as name, let's say description. We're gonna get the price, the image, so we can get the category as well. I think these are the things that we'll be using. The is featured is gonna be false by default, and admin can really update it from the front end. Let's say request body, just grab all of them, and we would like to say first let Cloudinary response. So I'll just make this to be null for a second. We'll say if user providing us the image, we can just say Cloudinary, let's just say await. and try to import the Cloudinary. Let's try to import that first. So it's just going to be coming from the lib cloudinary.js file, and this is how we called it. So was it a default export? Let's check. Okay, it is a default export. So I think we can use it like this. I'll go into the product controller where we check for the image. Let's just say cloudinary dot uploader dot upload, where we would like to upload this image that user passed, and we can save this into a folder. So you can just put the folder to be equal to products, and this is going to give us a response, which is going to be this variable, right? So I'll just go here, assign this. Then after this if check, we should be able to create that in the database. So I'll say product, let's say create a new one where we would like to put the fields. It is going to take the name, the description, the price, and now for the image, basically Cloudinary stored it under the secure URL. Let's just say for some reason, if this is empty, we can put an empty string. So I'll just say leave it like this. If we got the value, use it. Otherwise, put an empty string. And then we can put the category. And I think this should be it for the product, where we can just say res.status 201 something created, and JSON, let's return the product as it is. Let's handle the catch. Okay, so this should be fine. Now we don't have a front end. Unfortunately, we cannot try to send an image. But like basically this is how it's gonna look like. Let me just show this. Okay, so from the admin dashboard, user will be able to give it a name, description, price, a category, and maybe a count and stock. So I don't know, like we haven't implemented this. Maybe we can take a look at it later in the video. Then we have the upload image. User can upload an image, and once they click to this button, we're gonna get a request for this endpoint, and we will call this function. So this is working actually. Even though we didn't test this out, but we can test this later in the video, really, in the front end part. Okay, let's try to import this function, and we should be good to go. The next route could be, I think, deleting a product. So here I'll just say duplicate this one. If we want to delete something, we should call this, and we're gonna put the ID of the product so that we know which one we are deleting. Only admin can delete that, so we'll just leave it as it is. And we'll call the delete product function. Let's save and try to go into the product controller and create that one. So let's say const delete product, which is going to be an async function. Now there is one thing to keep that in mind. When you delete the product, you don't really want to only delete it from the database, but also you would like to delete the image from the Cloudinary, right? So we're going to keep that in mind. Let's say try catch const product. Let's say await product find by ID. If I can type find by ID, and we can just say request.params .id. Okay, so this is annoying, but so we call this as ID because this is what we have given here. If you say hello, then you would say request.params.hello here, but instead we would like to call it as ID because this is what really it is, right? If we don't have the product, so I think I can just copy and paste it pretty quickly, like this. We'll just say 404 not found. But if we find the product, we can just say if product has an image, even though we are always gonna have an image because it is required. Let's just put this if check. We'll just say first get the ID of that image. So this is how we can do it from Cloudinary. We'll say public ID. Here we say product dot image dot split. This is gonna be splitting from the slash, and we're going to get the latest one and split that with the dot and just get the first argument or the first index. So basically this will get the ID of the image so that we can delete it. So as you can see here, we just say public ID, and we'll have a try catch here. Let's say await, oops, this should be error. I'll say await cloudinary dot uploader dot destroy. So basically delete the image, and this is going to be under the products folder. So I'll just say products and slash like public ID. Okay, so this should be able to delete that, and you can even console log this. Let's say deleted image from cloudinary. These are the things that we can really check later in the video when we get into the front end part. And if we have an error, you can just say error deleting image from cloudinary, and in the catch we can, or maybe even before that, we should delete it from the database as well. So far we have just deleted the image from cloudinary bucket. Let's say await product find by ID and delete that. We can just say res.json. Let me just scroll. We'll say product deleted successfully, and let's handle this. Okay, so this should be good to go. We can import this function. Okay, so now we can build the next route. Let's see what we can build. Maybe get the recommendations. So user should be able to see this section in the cart where it says people also bought these products. So we'll always fetch 3 different products randomly. So I'll just go here, maybe under the featured, I will say slash recommendations. This is going to be a protected route. Let's say protect route, because like user only should be able to see it in the cart page, right? Maybe we can actually just leave it where everyone can see it. Maybe I think this makes sense a bit more. I'll say get recommended products. Okay, let's try to create that function. So here we'll be using the aggregation pipeline from MongoDB, or Mongoose really in this case. I will go here, let's say try and catch. In the try, we are gonna fetch some products. Let's say await product. Did we? Yeah, we already import the product. Let's say find, and not find, aggregate actually. Let's just see aggregate. This takes an array in the first argument. Here we can put an object where we say we would like to get sample of, let's say, size 3, right? Like 3 different products we would like to see. And the second argument, we're gonna put a comma, go here, and we would like to have this project field. Let's say project, and basically we would like to return the ID of the product. So let's just put 1, and we would like to get the name, the description, let's say, and image, and finally the price, let's say. Okay, so this will get 3 different products, and we will have the these fields populated into it. And at the end, we could say res.json return the products. Let's handle the catch case. Okay, so this should be working already. Now in the next function, we can maybe try to get a product by the category. So let's say if user from the homepage clicks to this one, they should be able to get only shoes, right? Or if they click to this, they should be able to get only these products. So here I'll go under the featured, duplicate this one. This is going to be slash category, let's say category, and then the name of the category. So I can just say category just like this, and we have a typo here. Let's fix it. We will say get products by category. Okay, let's try to create this function under the controller. This is going to be an async function. And let's try to see the content, what is going to be inside. So this will be pretty simple. Basically, we'll have a try and catch. In the try, let's first try to get the category, maybe even above this. We can say const, give us the category from the params. Let's say request.params. We should be able to get the category, and we'll say const, find us the products where the category is equal to the one in the params, right? Let's return it and handle the catch case. So this is the entire function that we would need to be able to get the products by category. Okay, let's try to import this one as well. And we can move on with the next route. And I think the very last route we would need is going to be where we would like to toggle a product with the featured flag, right? So when you clicked it, this is going to be featured, and when you click it again, it's going to be unfeatured, right? And if it is featured, we're going to see it in the homepage in this slider, but else we're not going to see that. So pretty simple to implement as well. Let's try to actually duplicate this one, and let's say this is going to be a patch method, which is kind of like used for the update. And there's also put. The difference is you would like to use put when you are updating like the entire document, but if you're updating a couple of fields, then you can use patch. But it is not really important. You can go with the put, like no worries. And we'll just say toggle featured product. Let's try to create this function, and I think this is going to be the very last route that we would need for the products. Let's go here and try to create that function. So here in this function, we would like to also really communicate with the Redis, where we can update the cache, because we were storing the featured products in our cache. When we toggle the state, we should be able to delete it from the cache or add it, right? So let's see how we can implement that. From the try catch, we would like to first get the single product. Let's say product await find by ID, where we get it from the params.id, right? And here we'll just say if we find this product, so if the ID is correct, we got a product. Where we'd like to update the is featured and just negate it. So if it is true, it's going to be false, and if it is false, it's going to be true. Now we'll just say const updated product, where we basically updated that in the database, and now we'd like to update the cache, right? Which is going to be our Redis. So let's just go here and call a function called update featured products cache. So this is what we're going to create just in a second, and after this we can really return the updated product in the response. And in the else, we can say nothing found, right? No product found. And in the catch, we can also handle it with the like console log and server error. Let's try to create this function, which is going to be pretty simple. Let's say async function update featured products cache. We'll have the try catch. Now here again, I'd like to use the leen function. Let's say const featured products await product dot find, where the is featured is true, right? This is going to give us all the featured products. And here I'll just put a comment. Why do we use the leen method, right? It is used to return plain JavaScript objects instead of full Mongoose documents. This can significantly improve the performance. But you don't really want to use this in every single place, because that might be overkill, and in some places it might not even work for the use case that you are having, right? Now here I would like to update the cache. So let's say redis.set the featured products is going to be our key, and we'd like to stringify the featured products. You can also put an expiration for this, where you would say expires and put the expiration date, but we don't really need it. This is just going to be there. So let's leave it like this. And In the catch, we can just say console log like error in update cache function, right? So with that, I think this should be it for this function as well. Let's try to import it. Okay, so basically we have created all the product routes. Now we can't really test all of them because we can't create a product. We can't really send an image from here in the postman. So we can, we're gonna test this later in the video in the front end part. With that, I'll see you in the next section. Okay everyone, welcome back to this section. Previously, we have built the authentication routes as well as the products. So let's go ahead and build the cart routes this time, where we can add a product to our cart. We can update the quantity. We can delete it from the cart, and I think just fetch them, right? Here we just have only one product in the cart. Okay, so I'll go ahead, duplicate this, and call this as cart. Let's say cart routes like this. Go ahead and import that from this file, which you'd like to create under the routes. Okay, so we'll just get the boilerplate as always. From Express, create a router and just export default that. Okay, now we would like to have a route where we can create add a product to our cart, right? So let's say if we hit the slash, we would like to say add to cart. We would like to create this under the controllers. Let's say cart controller.js. Export const this function. Let's get the request and response. Try to import it. Put the .js at the end. Now we can really save this file as well. Now this should be a protected route, right? So let's say protect route, and this is not going to be an admin route because a regular customer should be able to also add a product to their cart. So that's why we'll not add the admin route here, right? Okay, now we can really go ahead and try to build this. Now we'll have one more. Let's just put that as well. Let's say with the delete method, we can delete, or maybe let's just say remove all from cart. Now, why do we call it as all? It's because let's say we have 4 different products, or let's say we just have one product, but the quantity is, let's say 4, right? If you click to this, it is going to delete this completely. So it'll just make this to be 0 and remove it from the UI. That's why we say remove all of them. But there will be a different function. Let's say user have 4 different one, but if they click to this button, this would be 3, right? We're not going to delete it from the cart, but just decrement the quantity. So I hope this makes sense. That's why we call it like this. We will have a different one where we would like to just say, let's say put method. We're going to pass the ID and we'll just say update quantity. So either we would be increasing it or decreasing that. And then finally, I think we'll have one method. Let's just say get, where we would like to just get all the products in our cart. Let's say get cart products. Okay, let's start with this function, then we can really create the other ones. In the cart controller, we'll go ahead and try to build this function. Let's say try and catch. For the try, we could get the product ID. I think instead of getting it from the params, we can get that from the body. So let's go into the try. I'll say const user will send the product ID. We'll just get that from the body, and we'll like to get the user. Let's say const user, and we can really get it from the request.user because this is a protected route, which means we're gonna have the user under the request, right? So we can say give us the user, and we would like to just check if this existed in the, let's say, existing item. If I have a typo, So we'll say user dot cart items dot find item. We can just say item dot id is equal to product id. If this is the case, then we would like to just increment the number once again, right? Let's say existing item. We'll just say existing item dot quantity is going to be equal to +1. But in the else case, we will just creating it for the first time. So we'll just say user dot cart items dot push the product ID. Okay, so when you first add a product, let me just do Control Z to delete this. When you first add it, the quantity is going to be 1, right? You are just creating it in the cart. But if you are like adding once again, the quantity will be updated. So this is what we're doing. We just check if it is existed or not, and else we will just create that. And now we can just say await user.save to the database, and we can just say res.json user.cart items. And in the catch, let's handle it as well. Let's say console log, and then like 500 status code. Now we can add the other function where we can delete all of them. Let's say export const remove all from cart. And I think like this is going to be pretty simple. I'll just go ahead and copy and paste it and try to walk you through. We are getting the product ID of the product that we'd like to delete. We just check if the product ID doesn't exist. We are going to just return the cart items as it is. But if we have it, so this is just kind of boring check, but just in case, we will just say filter out the product from the cart items and save the user to the database. So this is the only important thing where we just filter out the product from the array. Now the other function is going to be where we would like to update the quantity, right? So this will be looking a little bit more involved. Let's say const update quantity. We'll get the request and response. Let's say try and catch. Now from the params, we would like to get the ID. I'll just say ID, get it from the request.params because this is what we are adding, right? In the update quantity, we pass the ID. And just to make my code a little bit more readable, I will actually rename this to be product ID. So this is how we can rename it while destructuring. And we can get the quantity. This is going to be coming from the request.body. Just like this, we can have this variable with the request.user, and we can just check if this item existed. Okay, so I'll just get this. Let's say if existing item, and now we need to also check if the quantity is 0. Let's say if quantity is equal to 0, that means we can just really filter out this from the cart. Let's say user.cart items and just filter this out. We can say await user.save and just return res.json the cart items. But if quantity is not equal to 0, we'll just give whatever the user sends us. Let's say existing item.quantity is going to be equal to what user sends, right? And we can save it and just send it as a response. In the else case, we could just say item not found in the cart, right? Or product not found. Then we can just handle this. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. Basically, we would like to update the quantity. When we click the plus, it's going to increment this. And when we click to minus, it's going to decrement, obviously. But this is the check that we have. If quantity is equal to 0, and this is going to be in the case, let's say we have only one product. When we click to it, this is going to be 0. User will send 0 to us. And if this is the case, we will just delete this product from the cart items and save the user to the database. But else we'll just decrement it or increment it, whatever the quantity value is. Okay, the very last function we would need is to get cart products. And let's try to import these. Okay, now we'd like to create this one. And this is also not really complex. let's go maybe at the very top and put it. Let's say export const async function, and let's have a try catch. Now we'll like to get the products first. So this will get the products, the products in the cart. Let's import the product and make sure we have .js at the end. Product.find. Now we'll like to find the products where the ID field is in, let's say, in request user.cart items. Now, if you remember, that's what we are doing in the user model. In the cart items, I said that instead of putting the product, we are going to store the ID. So this is what we're doing. They're going to have some product IDs in the cart items. And we just check, depending on that, we will fetch the products from the database. And now these products doesn't have a quantity. We need to add the quantity for each product, right? So we'll say const cart items will basically map through the each product. Let's say product, if I can type, let's say product. Okay, we'll just open up this function and we'll like to get the item. Let's say request.user cart items and find the item. Then we'll like to return the quantity. So I can just say return an object where we'd like to return all the product fields, let's say to JSON, and we just want to add quantity on top of it. Item.quantity. Okay, so this is going to give us that quantity for each product in the cart, and we'll just return it in the response. And let's say Reza status server error. We can import this one as well, and that should be it for the product routes. So I think these functions were simpler than this one. Like this is a little bit more hard to understand really, but basically we just check for the IDs in the cart items. With that, we find the products, but now each product doesn't have a quantity. If you take a look at the product model, you can't really see a quantity for a product because that wouldn't make sense to add it. Instead, we just go ahead and calculate it with this simple two lines. So this is gonna be it for this controller, and I think I can see you in the next section. Let's try to import it. Do we have it? Yeah, we already have it. We can't really test this out as well. We don't have any products, so we cannot really add them into our cart, but like these are working, and we are gonna check this in the later in the video in the front end part. So with that, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so this is where we left. We have built all these routes. Now in this section, we would like to build for the coupons where we can really verify it and get it. Let's say coupon, or maybe coupons, just go plural. And here I'll just say maybe coupon routes. Now we need to actually get this and import it from this file. And let's try to create that file under the routes. I'll say coupon.route.js. Now, before we try to create a coupon or maybe this route, we need to create a model for it. Let's say .model.js. Now, just to speed up the process, and we have done this multiple times, I'll go ahead, just copy it and paste it, which is about 30 lines of code, and I'll just walk you through it. So as always, we import the mongoose, right? Then we create a schema. Then based off of the schema, we create our model. So each coupon will have a code, which is type of string, required, and unique. Then it's gonna have a discount percentage. In our case, we'll be using like 10% off for each code, and you can really change it if you want to after completing this video. So basically the minimum discount percentage is gonna be 0 and maximum 100. Then it's gonna have an expiration date. In our case, it's gonna be 30 days. And if you want to change it, you can do it, and I'll show you how you can do it later in the video. Then if it is active or not, so once the user use that code, this is going to be false, and we will update this is active field. By default, it's going to be true. and the user ID, which is going to be the user that is associated with this coupon, right? And so this is going to be reference to the user model, which is going to be type of ID, and required and unique, as well as the timestamps of true, so that we can get that created at and updated at fields. So instead of exporting it like this, I'll go ahead and then just say export default coupon model. Okay, so let's try to create our route. I'll say import express. Let's just do the boilerplate pretty quickly. We'll have the router from express router and export default this one. Now we'd like to have two different endpoints here. The first one is going to be to get the current user's coupon. So let's say router.get to the slash. This should be a protected route. Let's try to import it and put .js at the end. And we can put the function here, like we can put the get coupon function, right? This is going to be our controller. Let's try to create that under the controllers. I'll say coupon, am I typing this correctly? Coupon.route, controller.js. Let's try to create that function, export const get coupon. It's going to be async function. It's going to take request and response, and let's say try and catch. In the try, we'd like to basically get the coupon. Let's say const, let's say await. We'll say import the model first, and we need to go above, just get it manually. Coupon, let's say from, I think this is the correct route. Okay, there we go. We can get the file. I will basically just try to find one coupon, right? Let's say find one, and where the user ID is equal to request.user._ID, and if it is active, right? Is active is going to be true. In this case, we would like to fetch this coupon, and we can just say res.json, either the coupon itself, or if it is undefined, we can just return null explicitly. Then in the catch, let's say console.log error in get coupon function, and then we can just say 500 with this server error message, right? Then we need to validate a coupon. So how is it gonna look like? Let's take a look at it. So once user says apply code, I think we should be calling a verify endpoint or validate, so that we can see if it is expired or not, if it is found, do we have that coupon, or user tries to cheat us, right? So that's going to be the next function we would like to create. First, let's try to get this from the coupon controller.js, and the other function is going to be, or the endpoint, I'll duplicate this one. I will say validate. This is going to be also a protected route, and let's say validate coupon. And this is going to be coming from this file. Okay, let's say if this is going to crash because we don't have this function, but let's go ahead and create that. Okay, that's going to be async, take the request and response. Let's have a try catch. Now in the try, what do we want to do first? Just get the code from the user. So let's say const user will send us the code so that we can really check if it is valid or not. And we're going to get this from the body. If you want to, you can really put it to the params as well, like code, but I think in this case we're going to go with the body, and I think it's just like a better option in this case. And let's say const coupon, let's say await coupon.find one, and we need to put a couple of filters. So we'll say if the code is matching with the code that is that the user is passing, and the user ID is equal to the current user ID, right? And we should say if it is active, right, then you should get that coupon. If it is not, right, let's say if we don't get it, like if it is undefined, null, we can just say like coupon not found, or if it is not active, right, the message can be customized. And now we need to check if it already expired or not. We'll say coupon dot expiration date if it is less than new date. Okay, so if this is the case, then that means coupon is not active. We can just say first coupon dot is active is gonna be false because it expired, right? And we can save it to the database. Then what we can do is just say coupon expired, right? You can't really use it. And because we checked it depending on the expiration date, the field was true, but it already expired. So we just make this to be false. And I hope this makes sense at this point. But if user passes all these checks, we can basically just say res.json. And let me just go ahead to here. We can say message is going to be coupon is valid. We can send the code like this, and maybe discount percentage as well. Let's say discount percentage, and it's going to be equal to the coupon dot discount percentage. And with this, I think that should be it for the response. Let's handle the catch pretty quickly. Error invalidate coupon, and just get this. Okay, with that, we have just completed both of our functions for the coupon route, where we can get one depending on the fields, such as user ID to the current user ID, and if it is active, then fetch it, and then just validate it. So if it expired, we're gonna return a falsy message, but else we'll just say it is valid, and just like here you can use it. Okay, so we can go ahead, save this file as well. We got this coupon routes. Now, if you can see, like this is not highlighted as purple. So this is kind of like a VS Code bug that you can fix by deleting this with Control X and bring this back. Now there you go, it just works out just like the others. Okay, so this is gonna be it for the coupons. And I think next route could be about payments. And I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back to this section where we'd like to implement the payments. So we'll create a route just in a second, but before that we need to create a model, which is going to be for the orders. So it is pretty easy to imagine that once we get a payment, we need to create an order, right? So let's go ahead and try to create it. Order model.js, and instead of typing all this file, I'll actually copy and paste. You can get it from the GitHub repo under this folder, under this file. Just go ahead, copy it and paste it, and I'll just walk you through this line by line. So let's shrink the left hand side. Basically, we are importing Mongoose, then creating our schema, and based off of the schema, we create our model and then just export it. Now here we add timestamps to be true so that we can get that created at and updated at fields. That might be helpful to use later in the video. Then we have a user that is associated with this order. So the owner of this order is going to be the user. This is how we store it. It is going to be an ID, and it's going to be referencing to the user model that we have created previously, right? It is this one. Then we have an array of products. So in the order, user will have a couple of different products, or maybe just one. So this is going to be an array of objects where we have the product itself. It is a reference to the product model. Then we have the quantity and price. So here, let's say user is buying just one shoes, right? Let's just go here. So maybe this is just one and they are getting two glasses. So that's why we need to keep track of the quantity. And we have the price for each product, such as this is like 14, this is 199, things like that. Then we have the total amount. This is going to be the total amount of the order, which sums up to these, right? And like we have the Stripe session ID. This is going to be used later in the video. For now, just know that this is going to be unique, and type of string, we'll be using this just for a check. And once we get there, it'll make sense. Okay, so this is our entire schema. Then we just create the order model and export defaulted. Let's save and just try to go under the server.js, duplicate this one. Let's say this is going to be payment routes, and we'll just say API payments. Let's try to import this file. Okay, let's try to create this file under the routes, payment route.js, and we can create a payment controller.js. So we'll go into the route first, just get the express as always. Let's say express, from express, we're gonna create a router as always. So I'll just try to skip this pretty quickly. Export default this, then we'll just put our methods. So we'll have one for the, let's say, post method, where we can create checkout session. So what is a checkout session? Well, basically it is this page. User will send us some products. We will get the image, get the name, get the price, and let the user to pay for it. So this is what we call creating a session, right? So we'll be using Stripe for this. And we have already installed our package. If we visit package.json, there we go. This is the like package and version that we're using. So even if your version is a little bit different, let's say it is like 16.10, like 16 0.0, I think it should be working fine without any issues. Now let's see how we can initialize it. So first you need to visit your Stripe account. So I already have an account. It is free to get started with. Let's select the test mode so that we can really test the payments without actually paying. Now we'll be using these secrets. Let's first get the secret key. Let's reveal it and copy it. I'll go into my VS Code. Let's say Stripe secret key and paste it. Okay, so like here we also have the publishable key. This is something that we'll be using later in the video. For now, we don't really need to copy it. Now let's go into the VS Code again. We'd like to create or initialize the Stripe. So instead of doing it here, what I want to do is just keep my code base a little bit more clean and go here under the library, just like we have done previously, like we are initializing each service into its own file. So I'll say stripe.js. We need to import Stripe from Stripe. Then let's say export const Stripe instance. This is going to be where we'll just say new Stripe and then just put our secret key into it. Okay, so with this object, we can really use it and create sessions, create discount. I mean, okay, I couldn't talk. So we'll be able to create sessions and create discounts and many other things. Okay, let's save this file, close it, and we can really make this to be a protected route. Let's say .js. If user is not authenticated, so they cannot really call this endpoint, right? And let's say create checkout session. So this is going to be our first controller for the payment. Let's say export const name of the function, async, request, and response. Okay, so we'll go here and try to import this. Now, instead of actually just putting here, for now, I'll just put it in line so that we can do everything in this file. Then I will actually import it from this file. So this is just for the convenience so that you can see the entire route in this one file. Okay, so what do we want to do in this controller? Well, basically, we would like to get the products that user send us, and we would like to just create this session really. Let's try to do it step by step. This is going to be a bit long, but I think we can like complete it. And I think there's one thing that I forgot. In the Stripe, so here in this file, we might want to import .env and then call the config. So otherwise, we might not be able to get this environment variable. So this is just to keep in mind. Okay, let's say try catch. In the try, user will send us some products, right? Let's say const products. They are coming from the request.body. And user might send us also a coupon if they have. So let's say coupon code. And these are going to be coming from the request.body. Now we need to check if the products is in the format of an array. So this is what I'll be doing, just a simple if. I just pasted it so that we don't waste time typing this out. This is how we can check if something is an array in JavaScript. And or we'll just say if products.length is equal to 0, then we'll just say invalid or empty products array. Now we need to calculate the total amount, right? So let's say total amount is going to be equal to 0 initially. Then we would like to just map through these products and calculate it. So we need to get the quantity, and for each of them, we'll just increment this total amount. Okay, so what I'll be calling is line items. So this is what Stripe wants you to send. It is just a fancy name. Basically, this says products, really. Let's say products.map. Okay, we'll get each product and we'd like to run this function. So I'll first say const amount and I'll say product.price, and let's multiply this by 100. Now you might be asking why. Stripe wants you to send the amount in cents. Okay, so let's say you have like a product that is worth of $10, then it just says, could you please send me the equivalent of that in cents? So that's why we're doing this basically. Okay, let's just put a comment here. Stripe wants you to send in the format of cents. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Then just to like format this a little bit, I'll actually wrap this with, let's say, math.round. Okay, let's move on to the next line. We'll just say total amount is going to be plus equal to amount multiplied with the product's quantity, right? Okay, so this is basically how it's going to work. For each for each quantity, we will just multiply it. Pretty easy to understand. So let's say for each product, we'd like to return an object in this format, which is what Stripe wants us to return. So let's say the price data. This is an object where we say currency. I'll go with the USD in this case. And let's say product underscore data. And this is the format, once again, that Stripe wants you to return. So we'll just return the name of the product. And let's duplicate this. This is going to be product.image. But it wants you to send it in the format of array. So you need to wrap this with an array. Okay, finally, we'll just say unit amount. Oops, unit underscore amount, which is going to be, oops, I can type amount. Okay, so we got the name and the images. So basically this is what we are really trying to show on the sidebar on the checkout page. Okay, so we just created this. Now this is an array. We need to use it in a method. So first, maybe, so the outside of this, okay, it is here. Let's put the semicolon. Now I just want to check for the coupon. So I'll just say let coupon first. This is going to be null. And then we can just really check for it. I'll say if user send us a coupon code, this is what we are getting in this line. I'll just say coupon. Let's try to find it. Let's say await, call the coupon model dot, let's say find one, and put our filters. So this is the code, and let's say the user ID. Probably we don't really need to put this because I think coupon code is going to be unique, but just in case, and let's say if it is active. True. Okay. Now, if this is the case, let's say if we have a coupon in the database, so this is what user sends us, and we're just checking if we have it in the database and if it is active. If this is the case, then we'll go ahead and from the total amount, just extract the, let's say the count, discount percentage. So I already have a auto suggestion, so I'll just grab this. So again, we just wrap this with math.round to, just have a formatted price. We say total amount multiplied by the discount percentage and divided by 100, which is going to be in the format of cents, right? Okay, so we just got the coupon code, check for it, and extract it from the total amount. Now we can really go ahead and create a session. So I'll just say const session. Now we need to call the stripe. This is like, this will be coming from this file. Let's say stripe from the lib stripe.js file that we created. Okay, let's say stripe.checkout.sessions.create. This is going to be our function where it's going to take an object. Let's say payment method types. It's going to be cart. So here you can put things like PayPal and a lot of different options. I'll just go with the cart. Then let's say we would like to add the line items. So this is what we have created above, right? This is the format that Stripe wants you to put into this function. Then we would like to get the mode. Let's say it's gonna payment, like it's gonna be payment and not subscription. It is not gonna be monthly or yearly, just a one-time payment. And if everything goes well, we would like to take the user to a success page. So this could be like localhost 3000. Let's say this is our React application, and like we can have a success page. And I'd like to put some parameters. So I'll just say session ID is going to be equal to this placeholder, which is something that Stripe will put the actual session ID. So you can imagine if user buys this, pays for it successfully, user will be taken to the localhost, let's say /success, and it's going to have this argument of the ID of this session. So this is basically what we are trying to do. And let's duplicate this. And there is also something called cancel URL. Let's say if user clicks to this and cancel this, then we can take them to the cancel page where we can say something like, oh, why you didn't buy it? Please come back later. So something like that. Okay, let's say cancel. This is going to be our page. And let's say instead of just success, we can say purchase-success. Now, this is going to be for the, let's say, development. When we deploy our application, this URL is going to change. So let's create an environment variable for it so that it is going to be dynamic. I'll go ahead, copy this, and I'll just say like client URL. This is going to be the front-end application, the domain that you'll be running it, right? So instead of 3000, we'll be using this port. Not really important. You can use anything like 3000 or 8001, but we're gonna be going with this one. This is the default port for the Vite. Again, this is not really important. You can change this, but just follow along with me. Put this one here. We'll go ahead, make this to be backticks, and close that off. Now instead of this, I will delete. And oops, let's say process.env client URL. So this is going to be that value / the page, right? Let's do the same thing for this one. Make this to be backtick. And I'll just go here. Okay. So that should be it. This is again really important so that when we deploy our application, we can make this to be dynamic coming from the environment variables. We got the cancel URL, success URL. We can create our discounts. So here is a field called discounts, and this wants you to put an array. So I'll just go ahead, copy and paste. If we have a coupon, then we'll just say return this, where we create a coupon with this function. This is something that we'll create, but if we don't have a coupon, then we'll just return an empty array. Let's try to create this function pretty quickly. Let's say async function. This is the function name. This is taking the discount percentage. Here we can see. So this will basically create a one-time used coupon. So here I'll just say const coupon await stripe dot coupons we have, then create function. This is taking an object where we can say the percent off is going to be the discount percentage that we're getting, and the duration could be once. And like you can put duration in months as well, but let's go with this one. Once the user uses it, it's going to be inactive, right? It's gonna just expire. Let's say return coupon.id. Okay, so basically we are returning the ID for this coupon so that Stripe can really use it. So one last field after this discount, we will have so let's say where is it? Like, I think we should be putting it here. The very last field is going to be metadata. So this is like, this might look a little bit complicated, but these are going to be the fields that we can extract from this session later in the video. For now, just follow along with me. We'll get the user ID, which is going to be the current user's ID. Let's convert this to be a string because it is like an object ID by default because it is coming from MongoDB. And we can just put the coupon code as well. Let's say either that or just an empty string. Okay, again, this is a metadata that we can use later in the video and we'll be using it. So we have the session. Now we can create a coupon in the database because this is what we do just in the Stripe. We didn't use this coupon model to be able to create a coupon in the database. Let's try to do it. So we will just say maybe first create a function. Let's say async function. Let's say create new coupon. And this is going to take the user ID so that we can associate this coupon with that. Let's just take a look at it. Basically, we would like to create new coupon. Let's say new, call the coupon model, and we would like to just say like call it and with an object where we can put our fields. So the code is going to be, this is what I'll be going with. So I'll just say gift plus, and then we can really just get a random value. So this is how I'll be doing this. Pretty simple. And then we'd like to get a discount percentage, which is going to be 10%, and the expiration date, this is going to be 30 days from now. So this is what I'll be putting, and the user ID this coupon is associated with. We just created the coupon. Let's save it to the database. And I keep saying coupon. I hope I didn't have any like pronunciation mistakes, but I hope this is correct. Let's say return new coupon. So we'll be calling this function right below here so that we can get that coupon in the database. But we only want to create a coupon if user is buying something like $200 and more. Just in this case, we would like to create 10% off for the next purchase. I'll just say if the total amount is greater than or equal to, let's say 20,000. This is like what is 200, because 200 times like 100, we just got 20, right? I hope this makes sense at this point. Let's go here. I'll just scroll a little bit. Oops. So in this case, we can just say await create new coupon, and we'll just say request.user.id. And I think we don't really need to convert this to be a string, right? I'll just delete this. Okay, so if this is like $200 or more, we will be creating it for the user for the next purchase. And finally, we can say res.status of, let's say 200 JSON. And what we want to return is going to be a session ID. So I'll just say ID session.id. And then the total amount is going to be equal to total amount divided by 100 so that we can get it in dollars. Okay, so this session ID is something that we'll be using to be able to display this page. Let's say the ID of this page is like 123. This is going to be the session ID that we will send it to the front end so that we can see this page. Okay, so this is like the workflow. Let me just try to explain. User will send a request to this endpoint where it's going to say, hey, I just want to create a checkout session. So I want to buy something, right? We will create a session, like calculate everything so that we can display it on the page. we will say, okay, there you go, this is your session. By using this, you can visit this page. So this is basically the workflow. And since we got this function, I think we can really cut this from here and just try to replace it with this one. Okay, so there we go. This is our create checkout session function. Let's try to use it here. Okay, there we go. And I think we can take these as well and put it at the very bottom. So you can create a folder and file for the like utility functions and just put them, but I think like just about like 20 lines of code, not really that important. Okay, so the other endpoint that we need, and also I think we need to get these and put it here. Sorry for the inconvenience, but really we need to import them. Let's just make sure if the path is correct. Okay, there we go. So the other endpoint is going to be where user wants to check if the checkout was successfully done, right? In that case, we will basically create an order in the database and maybe just show a different message and things like that. Let's try to create that. I will duplicate this and I will say checkout success. And we can again just put the entire thing into this file, or maybe, yeah, let's just go with this one. I'll just say async controller where we have request and response with a try and catch. So user will send us a session ID from the front end. Let's say session ID request the body. Now with the session ID, we would like to just get it from the stripe. So let's say const session await stripe. Let's say stripe, and we need to import it in this file as well. Let's say checkout sessions dot retrieve, and here you can see like we have the auto suggestion as well, and we'll just put the session ID. So we just got the session and we need to check if the payment was successfully done. We'll say if session dot payment underscore status is equal to paid, and like here you can see unpaid, you can check for it as well. In this case, we would like to just say, or maybe just, so I accidentally paused the video and I was saying, let's check for the coupon. And let's say if it is used, then we can deactivate it. So I'll say if session the metadata, and here you go, this is the place that will be using it. Let's say coupon code. If we have this, then we can just find it and delete it. I'll say coupon model dot find one and update. So instead of deleting, I think we'll just update that is active field. I'll go here and just say this is going to be our filter where we say code is equal to session metadata dot coupon code, and if the let's say if the user ID is equal to session, let's say metadata and user ID. In this case, what we want to do, just take the is active field and make it to be false. Is active to be false. There we go. We just updated that so that user can't really use this once again. And now we would like to create a product. So I'll go here, I think still in the paid if check, I believe. Yep. So like this is how it's gonna look like. We have the top level if, and into it we have one more if, and then the other fields. So let's say we create a new order in this case, because we just got the payment of like payment just got paid, right? Let's say const products, and we need to just say JSON dot parse, and we would like to get this actually from the metadata, and I think we forgot to add this. Let's try to add it into the metadata as well. So we had the user ID, the coupon code, and we just need to put the products here so that we can really get them in that function. What I'll be doing is basically copy and paste because I don't want to waste time. So under the metadata, let's paste it. For each product, we basically return the ID, quantity, and price, and we just stringify this. And here we are just converting this to a JavaScript object, right, with the json.parse method. So I'll here just say const new order, and we'd like to create that. Let's say order and import that model, or yeah, so let's say order.model.js, and this is how we call it. New order, we'll just put our fields such as the user. This is going to be session.metadata.user ID. Then we'd like to put the products as well. So I'll just say products. Let's say we'd like to just products.map, get each product, say product, and we'd like to return this object where we have the product ID, and we would like to have the quantity as well as the price. Oops, let's say price is going to be like product.price. So this is the exact same format that we have in the order model, right? An array of products, each of them has a product field, quantity, and price. This is what we're really trying to do. And below this, we will have the total amount. Let's say this is coming from the session amount total. This is how we called it, I think. Let's take a look at it. Do we have it? So this is going to be like under the session. I'm sorry, I thought it was under the metadata, but it is not. It is just into the session that Stripe knows already. And let's convert this from cents to dollars, right? Let's say convert from cents to dollars. Then we can get the payment intent. And finally, we would like to just have the Stripe session ID, but I think we don't have this field in the order. We can just go ahead and delete this. Sorry about the confusion. Let's say session ID. So do we have something like this? Yep, this is coming from the user already. Let's put a comma here. Okay, with this, that should be good to go. We just created the order. Let's save it. New order.save to the database. And we can just send a status that says payment was successful, order created, and coupon deactivated if used. And in the catch, we need to handle this. Basically, I'll just go ahead, copy and paste. So just a console log and the status. I think we forgot to implement it in this function. So here, let's say, just add it. Okay, so this is going to be our other controller where we check for the success case, right? We got the session ID from the user. We just got the session. Depending on that session ID, we check if it is paid successfully. We deleted the coupon and like create a new order in the database and save it, send a message to the user, and handle the catch as well. So this is what I'll be cutting from here. Let's go and say export const. The name of the function could be checkout success, I think, and let's paste that async function. Now we need to get the, or maybe just delete these imports from this file. Do we have the order? Let's try to import it as well. So order.model.js. Okay, with this, that should be good to go. Now, as I said, like if we get any issues, any problems later in the video, we'll go ahead and fix it. So for now, we can't really test this out in the Postman. If you really want to, you can test it out, like creating a product, then doing all that testing, but it is not really needed for now because we'll be just doing that in the front end where we'll just have this UI, really have our cart, proceed to checkout, use coupons, and get this payment page and just pay for it. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. This is gonna be for the payments where we created two different routes to create a session, check out that successfully, right? Then we just imported this. Let's try to just control X this and bring this back so that we just get the actual color that is highlighted correctly. So with this, I think that is going to be for the payment routes as well. The very last thing that we're going to need is going to be for the analytics so that we can really, let me just take a look at it. Okay, so we'll just aggregate some data where we can check the number of total users, total products, orders, and like the revenue, the total, obviously. And then we'll just return some data in the format of like, so in a format that we can display it in this chart. Okay, so I think I'll see you in the next section where we'd like to build the analytics routes. And then after that, we'll go into the React application into the front end. So I'll see you in the next one. So welcome back to this section where we'd like to implement the analytics routes. So I'll just go ahead, say API analytics, and I'll just say analytics routes. I will get it from here, right? The import, and let's say under the routes, analytics.route.js, and let's go ahead and create a controller as well. Say controller.js. Just get the boilerplate as always. Import express, from express const router, and just export default this. We'll just have only one endpoint where we'd like to get the analytics. So I'll just say router.get. This is just going to be slash, and this is going to be a protected route as well as an admin route. So only admin can see the analytics data. And let's just put .js at the end. Always remember this, otherwise it's going to crash. And here we'd like to have the controller, and let's just see why do we put it here just in a second. Let's say request and response. Okay, so I will just say try and catch. So the very first thing I'd like to do is just get some analytics data. I'll just say analytics data. It is going to be coming from this function get analytics data. So this is going to be the data that we'll be using here on this cards, right? We have, let me just control Z. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll get this analytics data for the cards, and we'd like to get some data for the chart in a different function. First, let's try to implement this. I'll go ahead, copy the name, go into the controller, paste this. Let's say export async, or let's just say export const, name of the function. Oops, I just did a mistake. Let's say async request and response. No, we don't really have it because this is not the controller itself. This is the controller. This is just a function that we call, and we get, let's say, some data out of it. This is going to be looking a little bit different because we'll be using what we call the aggregation pipeline. Let's just see how we can do it. So first of all, I would like to get the total users, right? The total users, the total products, and then we'd like to get the sales data and then the revenue data. Let's try to do it. I'll just say const total users. I'll say await user count documents. So you can have this method and call it to be able to count documents basically. Let's import the user model and put .js at the end. I'll go ahead, duplicate this. I'll just say product. So we'll just count the products, and let's just say total products. Okay, so this is the first two data for the cart, and let's just get the sales data. So I'll just say sales data, await order, let's import it, dot aggregate. This takes an array, and let's just see, the syntax is going to be a little bit weird, ugly, but let's just see how we can do it. So first of all, we need to group the data that we'll be getting with, the data that we're going to get. So let's say, first of all, for the ID field, we just want to put this to be null. And what this does basically, it groups all documents together, so under the same group. Okay, now we'd like to have a total sales field, which is going to be the sum of the entire documents. Let's just say sum of 1, and 1 stands for like true, right? Go ahead and count the total number of orders, and we just assign it to this total sales. By depending on this field, we can really see the total sales that we have. This basically counts the number of orders in the database, and this is how we can sum it up. And we would like to get the total revenue. Revenue, I think, yeah, we don't have any typo. So we'll go ahead and sum the total amount field on the order. Let's take a look at the order. We have the total amount, and for each order, we'll just sum all of them, right? So if you take a look at it, let's say we had 3 different sales, right? Not one, but 3 different. And like, let's say that like they were 10, 11, and $12. This is gonna go ahead and add all of them, right? Sum it up and put it under the total revenue field. Okay, I hope that makes sense. This is what we have just done. We're using the aggregation pipeline, and sales data is going to return us an array, which is going to be in the first item. We can't really get those fields. Const is going to be the total sales and the total revenue. Just in case if this is undefined, we can back this up with an empty object with the total sales equal to 0 and revenue is equal to 0, so that we can just get the expected data structure, right? And finally, we'll just say return, let's say like users is going to be total users, and let me just scroll a little bit just to give a little bit space. Then we'll have the products is going to be equal to, okay, I can't really type products, let's say total sales and total revenue. So this function will return this for us, right? So that we can really fetch it and return this in the response. So this is the data for the cards. Now we need to also get the data for the chart, which is going to be a little bit complex. So I'm not going to lie, this will look a little bit ugly, but let's try to see how we can do it. So basically, if you take a look at it, we have 7 different days starting from, let's say, the Monday all the way up to Sunday. And we would like to just see the analytics for the last week. So here we have 0 sales, like 0 revenue for each day. But here we just got some, let's say, 1 sale and I think like $121. So here we can see. And getting this data will be a bit like boring, but let's just try to do it. I'll just have, let's say, start date. So remember, we would like to get the data for the last week, right? So this is going to be like 7 day, how do we call it? Like I forgot the English name of it, but okay, let's just move on. So you get the point. So it's going to be 7-day period, right? 7-day period. Let's say the end date is going to be today, but the start date is going to be 7 days back. So let's say end date, I think we need to put it here, end date dot get time. And from here, we would like to go back. So let's say 7 times 24 times 60 times 1000 milliseconds. So basically this is 7 days back. And we'll just say const daily sales data. We're going to call a function, let's say get daily sales data. And we would like to pass the start date and end date. And from this, as the JSON body, we would like to return the analytics data as well as the daily sales data, right? Let's handle the catch, then we'll create this function. Let's say console.log error in analytics route, and then just put the message. Okay, let's try to create this function. We'll go here, shrink this one, let's say export. Okay, so this is going to take the start date as well as the end date. Now this is going to look a little bit ugly, so I'll just go ahead, copy and paste and walk you through line by line. So you can get this from the GitHub repo under this analytics controller.js file. If you don't really want to type this out, you can just copy and paste just like me. Now what we do is try to aggregate the orders where we have this filter with the match field. So we say just get the orders in this created at period. So if it is greater than the start date and if it is less than the end date, since we passed the like last week, this is going to give us all the orders that we have over the last week basically. And we'll like to group them together with the format of year, month, and date. This is the fields that we are like grouping them with. Then the sales, this is what we'll be using to be able to sum up all the orders for each day, and the revenue is going to be the total amount, and we'll just sort it. So if you just say something like console log this daily sales data, this is what you're going to get, an array of objects. Let me just uncomment this. So we'll have the underscore ID, sales, and revenue. So let's say this is for the Monday, this is for the Tuesday, right? Let's say you have 2 sales with this revenue, and you'll basically have 7 different, one of them starting from the Monday all the way up to Sunday. Okay, so I'll just put this as a comment so you can really see the structure of this. So let's say example, how do we call it? Daily sales data. Okay, so this is just an example that you can take a look in the source code. So we have just created the sales data and we need to get the dates as well. So let's say const date array, and we would like to basically get the over the last week in this format. Let's say we have the year, let's say 2024, like we would like to have the, let's say, month, and then let's say today's date, which is 24, right? And we would like to have this for the next day, the other day, so on and so forth. Instead of creating it manually, we can create a function to be able to get the dates in this range. So I'll just say function get dates in range, let's say range, start date, and end date. What I'll be doing is just copy and paste, pretty simple. This is what I got from the ChatGPT, to be honest. So what it does, it just takes the start date, end date, and return it in the format of array that I just showed you a couple of seconds ago. So I'll just say get dates in range, start date, and end date. So if you say console.log the date array, this is what you're gonna see, starting from the first, like the, okay, so like last week going all the way up to today. So this is, again, I'll just leave it in the comments. And now we would like to just get the aggregated result. So I'll just say return date array dot map. So for each day, we would like to run this function. So we'll say const found data. We would like to find it in the daily sales data. Let's say find, we can really call this as item. Let's say item, item dot underscore ID. If it is equal to the current date, that means we just found a data. But if it is not there, so let's just say return an object with the date. Sales is going to be, if we have found data dot sales, or else we'll just have 0. And I think we can put a question mark so that it doesn't break if this is undefined. Let's duplicate this one as well. This is going to be for the revenue, and let's say revenue. So again, this might look completely horrible if it is your first time using this, and if you're kind of like beginner, like this is not really too much important. All we are trying to do is just use some really weird syntax of MongoDB and Mongoose and just try to get the data in this format so that we can display it properly. So if this sounds like overwhelming, I would just say just copy this entire file and paste it. It is not that important for this application. Probably you're here just to see the entire process of building a like building a backend, a front end, connect them, add this stripe and deploy it at the end of the day. And you can just put it on your resume. You don't really need to memorize this MongoDB or Mongoose syntax. So that is kind of like my motivation to you, right? The motivation speech. Okay, so let's just move on. We just got the data array. I think we need to return it, which we already done it here. So I think this is gonna be it for this function. Just to make this a little bit more optimized, I think we can go ahead, cut everything, just handle the errors. So let's say try catch. So if anything goes wrong, like we can just say catch the error and throw it. So we are throwing it from this file so that we can grab it in this file, right? If this throws an error, it'll go into this catch and basically catch it here. So I hope all this makes sense, at least a little bit. We can save this and let's take a look at our terminal. Did it crash? Not really. Let's get this function, this one. So we just imported that and let's go ahead, save this file as well. So the color highlighting, let's fix it, deleting this, bringing this back. There we go. Let's take a look at the terminal. It didn't crash. That means everything is working as expected. Okay, with this is going to be our entire API, at least for now. Like maybe we need to change a couple of really tiny things later in the video. But other than this, let's just do a quick recap of everything that we have done. So we have started with the package.json file. We created this in the root, not in the backend or in the front end. It is because we can put our scripts into here and just have an easier time in the deployment. This is what we call a monorepo setup. Then we have the development script that we are using Node.js so that every time we do a change, we can see it immediately. Here we can see it just restarts it like by default. Then we got all of our dependencies. So bcrypt.js, this is what we use to be able to hash the password. This is what we're going to be using to be able to upload images, get the cookies from the request, and .env to be able to read this file content, express just to have the server in the first place. We are using Redis to be able to really connect to Upstash, JSON Web Token for the authentication and that tokens, Mongoose to be able to connect our database, interact with it, and then the Stripe for the payments. Okay, then we have created our routes. So these are everything that we have done, and just put the routes into its own file. And here I just see a to-do. So this is a coincidence that I clicked it. Let's implement this as well. Other than this, everything should be working fine. So that was kind of like a recap, and let's try to uncomment this and try to create this function under the auth.controller.js. So the reason that I didn't implement this previously is because we didn't have the protect route function. Now, since we have it and we explained that, we can basically make this a protected route. So this will just check if this user is authenticated or not. And if so, we're going to get the profile of this user. And like we can go into the controller and create that function at the very bottom. There we go. We have a to-do. Let's delete this and uncomment this. I'll just go ahead, say try and catch. So in the try, basically we can say res.json. We can just return the request.user because this is under the request field. Now you might be asking why. It is because since we protected this route, we put the user under the request. Here we can see. So this is gonna be it for the try, and in the catch, we'll just say server error, as easy as this. Okay, let's try to import this. So with that, this is gonna be it for the entire backend part. Next, we'd like to actually build our React application under the front end folder. So let's take a break and I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, we'd like to build a React application with a clean UI and then connect to this API that we have created so far, right? So let's open up a terminal and we'll just first cd into the front end and just create a React application with Vite. I'll just say npm create Vite at latest, and I'll just put dot at the end so that it's going to install it under the current folder, which is going to be the front end. For now, we don't really have anything. So let's just go with React and JavaScript. I will not go with TypeScript just to keep this as beginner friendly as possible. But if you really want to, you can go with the TypeScript. But I would suggest you to just follow along with me so that we can have the exact same code base without any issues. So there we go. We just got our React application, but we don't have the dependencies. Let's just say npm install so that we can really get that node modules, and then we'll just run it. So this is going to install it. We can wait for it, and at the same time, we can just take a look at the Tailwind, let's say Tailwind and Vite installation. So we'll be using Tailwind CSS for styling because it is really super convenient. Let's copy this because we already created our React application. We will skip the first step. I will copy this, and if you haven't used Tailwind CSS, I'll just try to explain pretty quickly in a couple of minutes. Now we can just paste what we have just got, right? So paste it. First, it is going to run the first line, which is going to be this one. Once this is completed, we can run this one, which VS Code is going to put it by default. Let's run it. This is going to give us a tailwind config.js file. And let's see the next step. We would like to copy this and put it into that file, which is this one. Let's delete everything, paste it, and then we will just say get this content, put it into the index.css. Under the source, we have index.css. Let's delete everything, paste it, and save this file as well. Now you should say npm run dev. If you already have it, just go ahead, kill it, because we just initialized the Tailwind CSS, and make sure you're under the front end. Okay, so by the way, let's go ahead, delete the app.css. We don't really need it. Delete the assets, and under the app.jsx, we can delete everything. Let's just say we're gonna have a div that says hello world. Let's take a look at our terminal. So this is what we are running our application. We should be able to see hello world, right? Okay, there we go. Let's try to use Tailwind pretty quickly. I'll just say class name, text, red, 500. So basically this is Tailwind CSS. You put your classes into the element itself, right? It is inline. And like all the utility classes are provided by Tailwind. So we can just say text is going to be 5x large. Now, if you're not able to get this autocomplete and highlighting, you should install this extension. Let's say Tailwind, and it should be this one. Okay, so just go ahead and grab this. You should be able to see it just like me. And let's save. Here we go. These styles have been added. This is really convenient for us where we can see the content as well as the styling in the same place. So that was the Tailwind CSS initialization. Now what we want to do is basically install our packages. I'll just say open up a new terminal under the front end. Let's shrink this one as well so that we can really see the entire classes or the packages. I'll say npm install, and let's install all of them one by one, and as we use them I'll try to explain. Let's say Axios, we're gonna get from the Stripe community, we'd like to get the Stripe-js, and we'd like to get the Framer motion, we'd like to get, let's say, Lucid React, and let's say React confetti. I think this is how we type it. I hope I don't have a mistake. Let's just say confetti. Yeah, we have two T's. Let's say React hot toast, React router dash DOM, and recharts. Finally, we'll have the zoo stand. So this might look a little bit complicated, but as we use any of them, I'll try to explain each of them one by one. So let's install everything. This will take a bit of time. So at the same time, we can take a look at our main.jsx where we would like to initialize the React router DOM. So let's say browser router component and wrap our application with it. And let's just say import this, right, from React router DOM. So with the help of this, we can really have different pages in our application, right? We're going to get that routing solution. And to be able to get that, we need to just really wrap our entire application with routes. So I'll just first create a div. Let's say I would like to get the routes, which is going to be coming from React router DOM. And for each route, we would like to put some path. Let's say for the homepage, we would like to show the element of homepage. So not app, but let's say homepage. I'll copy the name. We would like to create a page for this. Let's say pages homepage.jsx. Now I'll just say RAFCE and get this functional component. If you cannot get it, you can use this extension. This is what I'm using, and like 12 million users using this as well. Okay, we can save this now, and we should be able to see the homepage if we import this. Now I'll duplicate this twice, where we'll have the sign up page. Let's say sign up like this, and we'd like to have the login page as well. I'll go ahead and just say login. Let's try to create that pages login page.jsx and sign up page.jsx. Let's say RAFCE, save it, Control W, click to it, close it, and we should be able to go ahead and install them. So let's go here, duplicate this. We'd like to have, let's say, login page, right? So let's say sign up page as well. Copy the name and just import it. Okay, now we should be able to see those pages. So let's refresh. We cannot get it, probably. So why this didn't work out? Let's just see. Probably in the terminal. So the request of module login page does not provide. Let's see a login page. Okay, I should say RAFCE. I had a mistake. Now this should be working out. Let's refresh. There we go. We are in the home page. Let's visit the sign up page, and we should be able to visit the login page. There we go. The content changes. Now for every single page, this is the sign up page, by the way, we're going to have this like gradient, green gradient in the background. So this is sign up page, login page, card page, and admin dashboard page. Basically, we have this gradient, and we also have the navbar in every single page. So we can really just put it above the routes. So let's say we're going to have a navbar, and we can create this component under the components. So let's say navbar.jsx, import it from this file. Okay, so this should be coming from the components folder. Now what we want to do is first give some classes to this one, where the minimum height is going to be the entire screen. Let's say background gray of 900, so that we have that dark mode feeling. Text of white, relative, and overflow is going to be hidden. Now for the background gradient, I'll copy and paste it, and you can grab this from the GitHub repo under the app.jsx. So this basically applies some styles to be able to really give that radial gradient with the green color, and we can get the output as expected. So this course is not really about styling. Instead, it is about how to build an API that has like admin dashboard, analytics, and Stripe payments, then a front end that consumes that data, and a deployment at the end. So that means I'll not focus on the CSS classes at all. Time to time, you might see me just copying and pasting UI elements, but for the logic, I'll just walk you through completely. And as I copy and paste, I'll just like tell you where you can get this. I hope that makes sense. Now we can really move on with that in mind. We would like to wrap the entire application with a div. This is going to be our content. So I'll just go here and wrap our routes with it. I'll say class name, relative. This is going to be, let's say, z index of 50 so that it's at the top of everything, and padding top of 20. Let's try to see this in action. There we go. We have this gray background with the gradient. Now we can really go ahead and just build the navbar component first. So this is how it's going to look like. A logo on the left and items on the right hand side. Let's go into the navbar component, and we'd like to just build it pretty quickly. So first I'll get my imports, which are going to be the icons. So Lucid React is the package that we installed for the icons, such as this log, like logout, and all the other things that we'll be using throughout this application. And link is coming from React Router DOM, and we'll just see how that works. So probably you all know this. Probably I don't really need to think that you're a complete beginner, because this is a full stack tutorial, right? So for the header, we'll have a bunch of different classes, such as it is fixed at the top, it has a cool border at the bottom, things like that. Then we'll have a div. Let's just put it like this and close that off. Just format this a little bit. Oops. Okay, inside this div, we'll have a link. This is going to be our logo. So this will take us to the home page once we clicked it. And then below this link, we're going to have a nav element with a couple of classes such as flex wrap. Items is going to be centered vertically, and gap of 4. And the very first thing I'd like to have is going to be the, let's say, a link that would take us to the home page. So let's say link home to the home page, and we're going to be giving some classes. For now, let's just skip it. Then the other link is going to be, like, if we have a user, it is going to be the cart, right? So I'll just say const user. This is going to be hard coded for now, but later in the video, this would be coming from our API. So we'll just say if this is the case, if we have a user, then we'd like to render this right hand side, and we'll have a link that would take us to the cart page. Okay, and for the classes, like, we can give a couple of different things. Let's say relative, group, and we'll just add the styling in a little bit. Then we'd like to have an icon, which is going to be the shopping cart that we are importing. So this is how we can use it with Lucid React. Give the classes and size if you really want to. Then we'd like to have a span that says cart. So basically this is what we're trying to build, really, this right hand side. Okay, so like if we have something into the cart, we'll just have a number at the top. So this is going to be positioned absolutely, right? Let's try to put it as well. This is going to be a span element. We would like to just say for now we have 3 items in the cart, right? So these are the classes. Again, I just don't really want to walk you through it because it's pretty simple. Now for the links, we can give our classes. So for this one, we're gonna get things like, let me just go ahead and paste it. Okay, so we changed the color, the hover, transition, and I think this is gonna be the same thing for this link as well, other than these. And like we can just see all of them in a single line. Then we'd like to have a different button. This is going to be specifically for the admin. So I'll just say const if user is admin. For now, let's just say true. And basically, we'd like to build that green dashboard button. Okay, so I'll just go ahead, scroll below to this one, where we just check for the user, and we'd like to check for the role now. So I will say, like, if the user is admin, then we can render this right hand side. We would like to have a link with the same classes probably, or maybe different, right? I'll just go ahead, copy it, paste it, because we need to have that green color, the background, right? This is gonna have a log icon, class name, inline block, let's say, margin right of 1, and we can give the size to be 18. And in this span, we will have dashboard, let's say hidden, smaller screens and above. This is going to be inline so that it is responsive, right? Then we'll like to have a logout button if user is logged in, but otherwise we'll have like login or sign up buttons. So below this, I'll go ahead and just say if we have a user, render this, else render this. In this case, we would like to just say have a button with the classes. Let me provide it to you. Let's say class name, or maybe just paste it completely. There we go. Like we got the classes. You'd like to have a logout icon as well as a text. Okay, so let me just format this. And then here we would like to show the sign up and login buttons. So first, let's wrap everything with a fragment because we'll have two different links basically. Let's say link. This is gonna be, let's say, the sign up page. I'll say to the sign up. Text is gonna be, let's say, sign up. And we can put an icon next to it, and we can give some classes. So again, I'll just actually go ahead, copy it, and paste it. And this is what we're trying to build. Can I say it? Okay, so probably I can't, but we'll just see this in action. Basically, we'll have this kind of two different buttons for the sign up and login. Okay, so here we say sign up, and the other button is going to be probably the same thing. I'll just duplicate this. The only change is going to be, let's say, to the login, this text, and let's say the login icon that we imported, and the class names are actually going to be changing. So I will paste that as well. You can grab this from the GitHub repo, and with this should be good to go. Let's check it out. Okay, so almost we are there, right? We got the text, the card, like the dashboard buttons, and if we take a look at our code, this is not really working as expected. Let's see, this should maybe have something like justify items in between so that they are spaced out, right? So this nav, maybe this, let's see, like the container. Okay, here we should be able to have a different div. This is gonna be that wrapper. So I will cut this and go below this div, or maybe above that, and we'll give some classes to it. So this CSS part is really messy and I hate it, but this is the part of the tutorial. I can't really skip it. I wish I could, but not really possible. So we got the justify between item centered. Now they are just spaced out, and everything is working fine other than this number. I think this should be here maybe, or maybe this is also fine. But let's just take a look at it. Where is it? So absolute top 2, right 2, like probably this is not matching with the, okay, so here it says right, maybe let's just say left 2. So it should be here, and I think this is better, right? On the left hand side, instead of being at the top of the text. So this looks a little bit better. And now let's just say if user is not authenticated, let's say false. Now we have sign up and login. So if user is not authenticated, that means they are not admin at the time as well. So this is what we're gonna get, sign up button and login button. So I think this is gonna be it for the navbar component for now. Once we collect this, we're gonna get into the sign up page and to the login page as well. Let's start with the sign up design, where we basically have, So a couple of different input elements with a button and a link at the bottom. So this is going to be the next page we'll just build in a second. So let's visit the sign up page. We can close these, go into this one, and we'll just get our imports first. So I'll just try to copy and paste it so we can really make this a little bit faster. We got the use state, link, and some icons from Lucid React. And I'd like to show you how we can use framer motion, which is going to be for the animations. So first, let's just get our states. As we said, like we'll have, for now, let's say loading. This is going to be true. For now, this is just hard-coded data. This would be coming from the API. Then we'd like to have some form data that user will put and will keep track of it. So it is going to be use state with the name, email, password, and confirm password. Then let's have a submit function. Handle submit. We'll get the event. And for now, let's just say event.prevent default and just say console log the form data. And now we can really build the UI. So I'll go here, I'll just say return this part, which is going to be a div. Let's say div, oops. And we'd like to put some classes. This is going to make it to be responsive and be in the flex column direction. Then this is how we can really use a motion div. So basically it is a div, but motion on top of it, right? Motion.div. And with the help of this, you can give things like initial state, right? For the animation, let's say opacity is going to be 0 and Y is going to be 20, which says it's going to be a little bit at the bottom at the start. And once we animate it, it's going to be shown and Y is going to be 0. Let's say animate, and the transition field, let's say this is going to be duration of 0.2 milliseconds, right? Or 0.2 seconds, but I think we can go with 8 so that it's a little bit faster. And the delay could be something like 0.2, right? Then into it, we'll just have, let's say, the text that says create your account. I'll go ahead, copy it and paste it. So it is going to be this heading, right? And it's going to be animated. So like these are the things that we could give, and I just want to change this a little bit. So instead, this is what I'll be doing. This was just for like just to demonstrate you, but these are the things that I'll put: the class name, initial, animate, and transition. We're not going to have any delays on this, and this is going to be coming from the top because it is minus Y. Okay, so this is the first div we'll have, and then we'll like to have one more motion div with the props, and into it we'll like to have a div, let's say class name background gray of 800, padding Y of 8, X of 4, shadow small screens and above, rounded could be large, and we'll like to have smaller screens and above, padding X of 10. So into it we'll like to have a form. Let's say we'll not have any actions, but we'll have an on submit handler, which is going to be the function that we just created. And let's say this is going to have the class name space Y of 6. Okay, this is going to give some vertical spaces on each element. Now we'll have 4 different input elements, right? They are like full name, email address, password, and confirm password. This is what I'll be doing. Just go ahead and get it. This would be in the GitHub repo as well. Let me just save and try to walk you through. We have a wrapper div with the label. Here it says these are the classes, and this is for the ID of name for the input. Then we have again some classes with an icon. This would be the icon on the left, and then the input element itself with a placeholder and some classes. As you type into it, it is going to update the name field in our state, and the value will be binded with this one. Let's save and just see the output. We have some errors. Let's see. Okay, so we are not using them. That's why the error, but once we use it, it should be gone away. So here we can see like how cool is this. it just animates. This is coming from the top and this is coming from the bottom because these are the props that we give. Okay, so these are all the dummy things that I've used previously. Okay, now we can really try to create the other inputs. So what I'll be doing is just go ahead, copy this dude, and basically duplicate it because it is the exact same thing a couple of times. Now, probably the best approach here would be to create a reusable component and put the prop into it so that it is reusable and your code is a little bit more clean. But in this case, I'll just paste it from the GitHub repo and I'll just try to walk you through it because I just want to keep this a little bit more simple. We have the exact same thing, but this time for email address. If you save it, this is what you're going to get. And we'd like to have two more fields, which is going to be for the, let's say, password as well as the confirm password. So go ahead below this div, paste the password. Again, these are all the classes. So you can pause the video, type this out, but I would say just go ahead and copy and paste it because it is nothing than UI. Okay, let's shrink this and get the confirm password as well. So the only change here is the kind of like the fields that are important. So we are just repeating the class names, and for the on change, we basically change the related state, right? And the value is binded to the related state. Let's save and let's see what we're gonna get. All the inputs, and at the bottom, we would like to have a button. So this is gonna say either sign up or a loading state. So below this div, I'll go ahead and paste it. This is gonna be the classes that we'll have. Okay, so this is a bit long, but really just to make this accessible, we have the type of submit. This is gonna be disabled if we are in the loading state. And if we are in the loading state, we'll show a loader spinner, right? Then we'd like to have a sign up text if we are not loading. For now, since this is true, we're gonna see that loading state. Let's say this is false. This is how that look. And now we'd like to put this text with the link, which is gonna be pretty simple. Here it just says already have an account, then go to the page, right? To the login page. Let's put it below the form. Okay, so there we go. I'll just zoom out a little bit. If I clicked it, we are on the login page. And I hope this makes sense at this point. We just have some inputs. Let's try to open up our terminal and just submit this. I'll just say John. Let's just put something random here. gmail.com 123123. Okay, we can get that, and that means our inputs are working. Now next, we'll like to build the login page, which is going to be pretty similar to this one, with styles are going to change a little bit and maybe the inputs. So I will go ahead and grab my imports. So first of all, we'd like to get the use state as well as the framer motion, and we'd like to get the link as well as the icons, right? And we'd like to have a couple of different states. So here I'll just put it email, password. These are the things that user will pass. And let's get the loading as well. For now, this is going to be true, and just have a function. This would prevent the default and console log the email and password. So I think we could really go ahead and copy this entire thing and just paste it, try to update that. So we don't really, let's start at the top. We don't really need, so we need the password, but not the confirm password. So we're gonna delete that. We need the email, but not the full name. Okay, so email and password divs. Then we have, if we are loading, we'll just say loading, the same thing, but here we'll just say login, and the icon that we imported is going to be login, right? So update that, and for this part we'll just say, let's see, not a member, Then here we would like to take you to the sign up page where you can sign up now. So this is what we're gonna have. Let's see, we are not using them, but that's fine. Let's try to update it. So this value is gonna be form data dot email. We don't have the form data, so this is just gonna be email state. And let's say, I'll just delete this entire line actually. Set email is gonna be e.target.value. Let's do the same thing for this one. Let's just say set password. Okay, so this is like repeating code, like we are just repeating our code. I know. Probably we should create a component, as I said, so that it is reusable, but I'll just keep it simple, you know, just put the classes. You can really take it as a practice at the end of this section, or maybe at the end of this video. Now we can really go into the login page. This is how that works. We are in the loading state. We are in the sign up page, and everything is just working as expected. Now that we have this in place, I think we can just go into the let's just say, so into the functionalities. Once we try to sign up, we should be able to go into the home page. Once we log in, the same thing, and we can just log out from the navbar. I think this is gonna be next. Okay, so let's try to implement the sign up first. Now for this, we'll be using Axios instead of Fetch. So let's just close everything and go under the front end, under the source, and create a lib folder, and then just say Axios.js. Now, why are we using Axios instead of the classic Fetch? I think this is just a lot more convenient, and it just gives you like more things that out of the box. So let's just say import Axios from the Axios package. Then we'd like to create an instance. So I'll just say Axios instance, and we'd like to just say Axios.create. This is gonna basically allow us to create one instance and then just use it in every other pages, in every other components that we'd like to get it. So the base URL we'd like to have, let's say base URL. Basically, this is gonna be HTTP localhost and our backend port, which was 5000, and everything starts with an API, right? So slash API. We can really just put this. If you want to, you can skip this and leave it like this as well. But let's just go with the API. Now, what we want to also add is going to be with credentials is going to be true. This will allow us to send cookies in the request, right? On every single request, by default, the cookies will be sent. And we'll like to send the cookies because this is how we check for the authentication, right? Under the middleware, right? We just say from the request get the cookies, which is going to be the access token. And we need to send this for every request. And this is how we can do it with the Axios. And let's just say export default this instance. So that's gonna be it. Now the base URL is gonna be different when we deploy this application. So this, let's just say when we deploy our application, we might have HTTPS, let's say our e-commerce, like blah 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 .com. So how are we gonna make this to be dynamic? Well, basically, let's just put the localhost, and I'll go here. I'll just say import .meta.mode. So we'll just say if we are in the development, we can use this, right? When we are building this application, we're gonna have it in the localhost. But else we can just put the whatever the endpoint is, right? Whatever our domain is slash API. So we just make this part to be dynamic. So that could be like myecommercestore.com, or just really any name slash API. So this is how we can make it to be dynamic in the development mode and in the production mode. So this is what we'll be using once we deploy this. And let's see if this is the correct thing that I'm getting. So we should be able to have a mode. Okay. So this is the entire file that we would need, and this is the instance that we'll be using in different pages. Let's shrink everything. Now, what I'd like to do is just create stores folder, and we'll be using ZooStand for this. Let's just try to see. I'll say use user store.js. This is going to be the hook or the file that we'll create to be able to have a global state for the user related thing, such as the user state if we are checking for the authentication, if you are signing up the user, the logging in, logging out, things like that. So let's just go step by step. First, we'll get the create function from ZooStand, which is our package that we installed for the global state management. Then we're gonna get the Axios instance, like let's just say call it as Axios, but not from the package. Instead, from the, let's say, go up under the lib, we have the Axios file, and we can get the toast as well. Let's say toast coming from React hot toast. This is the package that we installed, and a toast is basically a notification that we can show to the user. So I'll just say const use user store. Let's say user store, and this is how we can really create that with the create function. And this takes an argument or a callback function, right? And we can just return this object, which is going to be the state that we'll have in this user store. We're going to get the setter and then the getter. So we'll just use this. If you're using this for the first time, this might look a little bit complicated, but I promise this will make 100% sense just in a second. Let's say the user is going to be null initially. The loading state is going to be false. And the checking auth, let's say checking auth state is going to be true by default, and we can put our sign up function. So let's say sign up is going to be a, let's say, an async function, and just initialize it like this. Now, in any other components and pages, we can go ahead and use this state without having any issues. And how we can use it, if you are wondering, let's just go into the sign up page and just make sure we say maybe export this one. Save this file. Here we can just say use user store, import it, call that function. We can just really destructure any fields. Let's just say sign up, user, and really anything that you have in this file. These are the states that we just have, and then the like the functions, right? These are the fields, and then we'll have like sign up, login, logout, checkout, refresh token, and I think things like that. Let's try to implement the sign up function first. So if user wants to sign up, what they're gonna send us, right? So we'll just take the name, email, password, and then the confirm password as well. And we'll go inside. Let's just say if they want to sign up just for a second, we can say the loading state is going to be true, right? And we can just check if password is not matching with the confirm password. We can just really say toast.error, passwords do not match, and just return out of this function. And before we return out of this function, we should say like the loading state is going to be false, right? And then if user passes this, we can just call a try catch. In the try, let's say const response, we can say await axios.post to the /auth/signup, and we'll just put the like our options, right? Which are going to be our fields like name, email, and password. Then we can just say set the user with the response data, because the user data will get from the backend, and we can just say loading is going to be false. Okay, in the catch we can like say loading is going to be false, and then toast error, we can show the error message coming from the backend. If this is not there, let's just say an error occurred, we can just say like try later again, but I'll just leave it like this. Okay, so this is going to be the function where we can really call it to be able to sign up, which is going to be called here, right? Instead of console logging, let's just say sign up, and we'd like to put the forum data into it. So with this, now we're able to really sign up, but I think we're going to have course errors. So let's try to fix it. We can either go into the server.js and add a course configuration, or we can really fix it from the beat.config.js file. So I will just say server. Here we'd like to have, let's see, I think we had proxy. We should have, let's say, if we visit /API, and if we are under this domain, let's say target is equal to localhost, like 5,000. So if we visit this backend, just proxy it, right? Don't give us any like course errors. This should be working out. Let's save and just test this out. I'll go here. The name is gonna be John. Let's say John client or John React app, right? Then email address. Let's say John React. For the password, I'll just put 123 and 1234 here. So here this didn't work out. Let's take a look at the console. Maybe I didn't save this file. So I did. We got the sign up. Let's delete this. Why this didn't work out? Let's just say console.log called here. Okay, let's just put John React 123 123. So this is being called, but I think the sign up function is not being called for some reason. We got the sign up. So we are okay. So since the passwords do not match, we just return out of this function, but we didn't see the toast. It is because we need to go into the app.jsx and call this component called toaster, which is coming from React hot toast. So this is what we need to do. Let's save, and now we can really test this out. Let's say password is like 123, and this is going to be from 1 to 4. Let's sign up. Here we can see passwords do not match. But if I just make this to be a match, 123 123, let's sign up. So here it says user already exists, because I think we previously created it. Let me just check the database for the users. And by the way, I have all these collections, but they are completely empty. So when you save the backend code, it just created the models, but they are just really empty. So let's say john@gmail.com. In our case, so let's say John React. I think this didn't update the UI or this state. Now let's just try to sign up. Okay, so why do we get this user already exists error? I'll just say john2@gmail.com. Okay, so here we go. It just worked now. This is a customer. Let's take a look at the database. Refresh this. We had 4 users. So where is it? Under the users. Okay, so here it says user is created, but we cannot really see it. Let's try to sign up once again. Maybe I'll just try to refresh. Just say John client. Let's say John client@gmail.com. 123 123. Sign up. This has been created. This is what we see. And if we take a look at the database, hopefully this should be working out now. Okay, so this doesn't work out. I don't know why. Let me just try to debug this pretty quickly and come back to the video. Okay, so I just debugged this a little bit and it is actually working. So I just have the demo application. It is up and running on the second screen, and on the terminal, I have the localhost running, right? So when we send the request from the current application, so it is actually visiting the other, like the demo application. But let me just go ahead and kill this one, right? Just kill this, kill the front end. This is the demo application that I have. But now if we go and run the backend, it should be working out. So sorry about this, that might be a bit confusing, but in your case, this should be already working, I think. So this will take a little bit of time to start. And at the same time, we can just go ahead, refresh this page, just give it a name. Let's say John React, johnreact@gmail.com. Let's put 12312. And before we sign up, let's see the terminal. This is started. Let's just send it. So passwords do not match. Let's put 123. Okay, here it says the password should be at least 6 characters. This is what we have done. Let's say 456, 456, sign up. There we go. This is being created in the database. John React. Let's refresh the users. Okay, so we just got the John here. It is working. We connected to our API from the React application. So this is how easy it is to create a sign up function under the use user store, right? Just like 10 lines of code, and you can call it in a single line, and it just works without any issues. I think this is super clean. Now we can really go ahead, copy this, put it into the login page as well. Where is it? This is gonna be this time the login function, and we need to create it. Let's import the use user store. Oops. I'll try to import this, and instead of console logging only, we can just say call the login method with the email and password. So instead of putting into an object, we can really put it like one by one. Let's go into the use user store, and we'd like to build the login function. It's gonna be actually easier than this one. I'll maybe copy this, paste it. Let's say this is gonna be the login function. Oops. Let's say login. We're just gonna get the email as well as the password. And initially the loading state is gonna be true. We don't really need to check for this. We're gonna send to the login endpoint. We don't need the name, just email and password, and we should be able to update our state. So really this is the only thing that we would need, and we can use this loading state to show that spinner. Let's go into the login page, delete this one. Instead, this is going to be coming from the actual store. We can do the same thing for the sign up page. Let's just delete this line and paste it. Now let's try to test the login page. So the account that we have created was johnreact@gmail.com. So johnreact@gmail.com, put 123456, and if we just put the wrong password, I'll just put 7 at the end. Invalid email or password. Let's go with the correct one. Okay, we are actually logged in. Let me just open up the network. If we go into the application, under the local storage, local host, right, under the cookies, like we just got the access token as well as the refresh token, which is going to expire in 7 days, right? This one is gonna expire in 15 minutes, and this is gonna expire in 7 days. Okay, so let's try to just send it again and just see it in the network. I'll say login. Here it is 200 success, and we just logged in, but we should be able to update the UI as well, right? So what we can do is go into the app.jsx and get the user state. So I'll just say const give us the user from use user store, right? If you remember, we had a user field. Initially it is null, but once we sign up, we set that up, or once we log in, we also set that up. So we'll just say if we have a user, and if user is visiting the login page, right? In this case, we would like to show the home page. Let's say home page. But if user is not authenticated, then show the login page. So I hope this makes sense. Let's try to save. This is how we can really make a page to be protected. So you just check for the authentication status. If this is the case, take them to the home page, but else take them to the login page, right? Let's just see if we go into the login page. Now when you refresh, user is null. Let's try to log in. I'll put 1 2 3 4 5 6. Like what happened? Let's just see. Network. Okay, so looks like it didn't work out. If we have a user, when we log in, do we update the user state? Probably this user is undefined. So let me just prove this. I'll say console log user is here, and we can just say res dot data. And I think this should be it. I'll try to log in again. Okay, like user dot data is the field that we have. So instead of just saying data dot user, we can just put the data as the user, because like res.data.user is actually undefined. Let me just save and show this. I'll clear my terminal, login, and here it is undefined, because this is what we return in the backend, just the data. We should be able to get it. Let's save and try to log in. Here we go. Now we are in the home page because user is set. And let's fix this as well. Okay, now this is fine, but we have an issue. When we refresh our page, we are still in the login page, even though we are logged in. So for this, we are going to create a function that is going to check for the authentication as soon as we refresh the page. So once I refresh, we'll just have a loading state for a second and check for the authentication. Depending on that, we'll go into the home page or to the login page. So let's try to create that function. It's going to be pretty simple. Let's say check auth, which is going to be an async function. Let's have try and catch. Before that, we'll just say set checking auth is going to be true. And in the try, we will send a request to the profile endpoint. So this is the endpoint that we have that is going to return the user profile to us, right? And once we get the response back, we can say state is going to be false. We are not loading. And for the catch, we can really just say user is going to be null and we are not loading, right? So we're going to go into the app.jsx, and as soon as user visits our application, we'd like to run that function under a use effect. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and get the check auth function and basically call it. So here it says you should put the check auth as an argument. So let's just put it just to make it happy. And we can really see this in action. So whenever you refresh, this is going to take you immediately to the home page because we are logged in. And once this runs, it updates the user field, and since we have the user, we can go to the home page. But if we visit the sign up page, we can't really go there. So even if I refresh, I can still see it because we didn't protect it that route. So let's protect this route. Now, before that, I just want to reverse this so that it's a little bit more readable. So I'll just say if there is not a user that is authenticated, then show the login page. But if they are authenticated, then like take them to the homepage. So instead of just saying homepage, we can really just navigate the user to the homepage, just like this. So this is the kind of like the same thing, but this is a better approach where we use the navigate coming from React Rotterdam. So here it is. So this is what we'll be doing here as well. Let's say if user is not authenticated, they're gonna see the sign up page, but if they are, we'll just take them to the home page. And we can save this and test this out. There we go, we are logged in. We cannot visit the sign up page or login page. Even if we type it explicitly to the URL, like we cannot go into the sign up page or to the login page. Let's say login and delete this. So like just for a second, if you see, we can get that page, right? Just for a split second. In that case, we can show some kind of loading spinner. So we'll go ahead and create a component for it. Loading spinner.jsx. This is going to be a pretty basic component. So what I'll be doing is basically copy and paste it. You can do the same thing, get it from this file in the GitHub repo, and we will just say under this page, if we are checking for the authentication, we'll click to just render the loading spinner. So let's import this first, and we can get the state from our store. Let's say checking out, and we should be able to get rid of that flickering effect. So let's say sign up. Here we can see we cannot really get it. And if you want to see the output, let's just say true. So this is how it's going to look like if your internet is slow. Okay, so with this, now we can sign up, log in, and we can update the UI, the navbar if we have a user. So I'll go into the navbar component. Instead of getting the user like this, we'll be getting it from the user card, use user store. And this is going to be destructured. And for the admin, we'll just say user.role is equal to admin. Okay, so this is just how we can replace the hard-coded variables with the actual ones. Now, if you take a look at it, this is just being updated. And once we click to this, it should log us out. So I'll go here into my VS Code, where we have the logout button. Okay, it is this one. On click to it, let's just say on click call the logout function, which is going to be coming from this store. And let's try to create it. Let's go into here, shrink the left hand side. This is the sign up, login, checkout, and maybe here we could have the logout. Oops. So this is going to be an async function, and this is going to be actually pretty simple. So let's just say like user is going to be null once we call this function, and we can basically just send a request to our endpoint, which was logout. So I think since we have done this multiple times, I'll just go ahead, copy and paste this function. So we have try catch, we set the user to be null, and just send a post request to the logout endpoint. And in the catch, we just throw the error, just show a toast, right? Let's save and test this out. So here it says reading role. It is undefined. So if we just put optional chaining, this should be working out. Let's refresh. This is homepage. So what do we get? Let's see. So it looks like the user is unauthenticated. This happens when you sometimes when you just save your code, the backend just unauthenticates you. So here in the development, we can really try to log in once again. From 1 to 6, we are logged in, and if I click to this, we just logged out, and now we can go to the sign up and login pages. So with this is gonna be it for the authentication routes, where we have sign up, login. We can check for the authentication and show a loading spinner in that case, and we protected our routes in the front end. Now there is one more thing we need to handle, which is going to be refreshing the tokens, because when you think about it for now, the access token is going to expire in every 15 minutes. In that case, user should refresh it, but user can't really log in on every single 15 minutes. So we need to handle this with a concept called interceptors. And this is a little bit more involved, so I'll just leave it into the next sections, but this is going to be the file that will be doing it. So let's say to do implement the, let's say, Axios interceptors for refreshing the access token. And this should be autocomplete. Let's just say access tokens, right? Now, because just think about this, the access token is going to expire in every 15 minutes. So we need to handle some kind of logic that is going to send a request to the refresh token endpoint and just refresh it on every single 15 minutes. And I think this will make sense in the incoming sections. So with that, I'll just take a little bit break and move on with the next section. I'll see you there. And save this file, by the way. So let's move on. I just logged in. Let me just try to log in with this account. But before that, let's check out the Upstash dashboard where we don't really have anything, right? So I have just deleted this just to test this out in the front end. Now, once I log in, I should be able to get a refresh token on my dashboard. So if I just refresh this, there we go. We got the refresh token for this user, right? And it is just there. It is going to expire in 7 days. If this user logs out, this should be deleted, and let's refresh. There we go, it is just gone, and we don't really have any value for it. So here, even though it shows like this is what you have selected, but this has been deleted, here we can see. So we can just remove it from on the right hand side as well. Or I think if you just switch between these, it should be gone. I don't know why we see this, but basically we don't really have anything. No refresh tokens has been stored in Upstash. Okay, so that was just to like test this out and just make sure it is working on the front end as well. So now we'd like to build the homepage, which is going to be looking like this. We have a title, a p tag, and then a couple of different images with our categories. So I'll go into the VS Code. Now under the front end folder, under the public, I will provide you all the images that you can grab from the GitHub repo. This is what I'll be doing. On my second screen, I'll basically just try to get all these images. So let me just take them, put it under the public, and get the others as well. So these should be here. Like in total, I think we have like how many images? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and this is how it'll look like. We'll fetch the featured products a little bit later in the video, but first let's try to build this section. So let's visit the VS Code under the home page. Let's say home page. We don't really have anything here. Let's try to build it. So I'll provide you all the categories that we'll be using. Let's just go here, copy and paste an array of categories, right? We have the href. This is going to be the page, category page. We have t-shirts, shoes, glasses, jackets, suits, and bags. The name and image URLs, which are coming from the, let's see, from the public folder, right? These are the images that we are giving. And we'll like to import, maybe use effect, but that would be later in the video. For now, let's just build the UI. I'll go here, delete everything, and then let's return a div with these classes and close this off. And now inside, we'd like to have one more div. This is going to be our wrapper so that we can give a maximum width. Let's say close that off, and you can feel free to type the classes. Then we'd like to have an h1 as well as a p tag. Okay, so it's gonna look like this, and the output is going to be this part. And we'd like to just get a category item for each category, right? Under the p tag, I'll create a div. Let's say this is gonna be class name of grid columns of 1, and I have a typo here. And we'll have smaller screens and above, grid columns of 2, larger screens and above, grid columns, and this should be next to each other, cols 3, and gap is going to be 4 between each element. So I'll just go ahead and map through these categories. Let's say categories dot map, and just get each category and return this part, which is going to be the category item component. This is going to take a category, right, and a key. So this could be name or href because they'll be unique anyways, right? Let's try to get this component. I'll just say category item.jsx. Let's import this, save, and let's just visit the homepage. So there we go. We just got a couple of different category items, right? And let's try to style them so that we have an image and like title and just this explore thing. Now this is gonna be just like styling, right? We'll just get the category and we'll just render the stuff inside. So this is completely UI related. That's why I'll copy and paste about 20 lines of code, nothing really complex, and this should be good to go already. So we just take a prop and some styling. Um, like here we're getting a warning from ESLint. Here it says you should pass the prop types. Let's try to ignore this. Under the ESLint config.js, we can go under the rules. Just before here, we can just say React slash prop types is going to be off. So if you save this, the error should gone. And we basically have a link. This is going to take us to the category page and whatever the href is. So it's going to be like category slash jackets or suits, bags, whatever the category is. Then we have an image with some styling and we can just test this out. Okay, there we go. This is how that looks. Once you zoom in or once you hover over that, it's going to zoom in, which is looking pretty cool. Okay, so we have like 7 categories. If I click to this, it's going to take me to the category page, which is something that we'll create later in the video. So this is going to be it for the homepage. I am just zoomed in, so this should be good to go. What I'll be doing next, or what we are going to be doing next, is going to be, let's see the admin dashboard. So we don't really have any products in the database. Let's build the admin dashboard page so that we can create some products, right? So now we'd like to build this page. So first we need to create that page. Let's go into the VS Code, close this, and maybe close the home page as well. I would like to go into the app.jsx. Let's create a route for this. I will duplicate this dude and I'll just say when we visit secret dashboard page, we would like to show a page basically, right? Let's say if user is authenticated and we also need to check if the user is admin, right? And we need to handle this with the user role. So instead of just saying this, we'll say if user.role is equal to admin, we would like to show the admin page. Let's say admin page, but else like we'll take the user to the home page, or you can take them to the login page. Let's create this page. .jsx. Okay, I'll save and let's go here, import this one. Let's just do it manually. It's going to be coming from the pages. Let's say import admin page from pages and just go get the admin page. Let's try to see that page. Okay, so we have an error. So here it says basically for a second user is null and you are trying to get a property on null. So to fix this, we can optional chain this and this should be working. There we go. Let's try to log in. I'll go with this account 1 2 3 4 5 6. We just logged in, but this user is not admin, so we cannot see that page. I'll just go visit manually. Let's say secret dashboard. It's going to take me to the homepage, right? Like we can't really go into the login page because we are logged in. This takes us to the login page and it takes us to the homepage because user is logged in, but they are not admin, so they cannot see the admin page. So I can just basically go ahead, change the role for this user, right? So I'll just say this user is going to be admin and let's say update. If I now refresh this page, I can get this dashboard button. If I click to this, this should take me to the secret dashboard, but it doesn't. So I think we forgot to update it in the navbar component. So let's say if user is admin, link should take them to the, let's say, slash secret dashboard. So we should put the to property, right? Now, if I click to this, it's going to take me to the admin page. which is going to be looking like this, where we have a title and 3 different tabs. And this is going to be the create new product. This is going to be the analytics tab, and we'll have the products tab as well, which is going to be looking like this, where we have some products and we can delete them, feature them, things like that. Let's start with the create product view. So back to the admin page, where we'd like to first build our tabs. So this is what I'll be doing. Just have these tabs at the top. We have some icons. Let's get them from Lucid React. Okay, so an ID, a label, and an icon. We'd like to just put the first active tab. I'll say const active tab and set active tab. By default, this could be the create tab. And below this, I think we can just basically render the UI first. What I'll be doing is delete this. Let's say we'll have a div with some couple of classes, which I can basically copy and paste so that we don't really waste time writing CSS classes. We have minimum height of screen, like full screen, background color, text, and overflow of hidden. We'll have one more div below to this with these classes, and let's close that off. And now we'll have a motion h1. This is going to say admin dashboard. Let's import the motion from framer motion. So there we go. You don't really need to create only motion divs, but you can create h1, p, spin, really anything with the motion. Okay, this is going to be h1. We have some like colors, animations, transitions, and below to it, we'd like to show our tabs. So what I'll be doing is just put it under the h1. Okay, so like we map through the tabs. Each of them are going to be a button. Once you click to it, it's going to update the active tab. And depending on that, we will show different components. So below this div, let's just go ahead and just say if the active tab is create, then show create product form. If active tab is products, show this one, and same for the analytics. Let's create these components. So I'll first get this one. Let's say RAFCE, and let's get this. And I'll get this one. Let's try to import them. Okay, we should be doing this manually. VS Code really sucks in this case, but let's just do it. Import. This is gonna be, let's say, analytics tab from components. Okay, there we go. And get the other two. Let's say import product list for the create product tab and products tab. So, okay, like the name didn't match, but let's just say product list. Is this the correct path? No, it isn't. This should be the correct one. And like this is the name. Okay, let's try to just test this out. If I, like by default, we are in the create product form. If I click to this, it updates, same for this one. And we'd like to first build the create product form component. So it's going to be looking like this, where we have a couple of different inputs with a upload image input button, and then the create product, which is going to do the magic to create a product, right? In that button, we will call the API. So first, let's try to build the UI for this. Now I'll just get a couple of inputs, or I mean imports at the top. So use state, motion, and some icons from Lucid React, and some categories that we'll be using. Basically, we will show this inside this select input, and we will show these so that admin can select a category for a product, and user will type some like inputs, right? We need to keep track of them, such as the name, description, price, etc. We will create it with a use state. This is going to be the new product, and we don't really have count in stock, right? I think in the backend we didn't really keep track of it. So if I just search this in my entire application, we don't really have it. So we can't really delete that. And here in the UI, we can't really delete this as well. So this is just for like testing purposes. You can still leave it, but I'll just delete that. Okay, this is gonna be our state, and we would like to just create the UI first. So this is gonna be a motion div. Let's try to delete this. With these classes, this is gonna be just for styling purposes. Then we'll have an h2 that says create a new product. Then below to this, we'll have a form. We'll not have any actions, but on submit. So for now, let's just say console.log. Let's say const handle. So prevent the default, it doesn't refresh the page, and just show the product. And inside this form, we'll have basically a couple of different inputs with labels. What I'll be doing is just put them one by one. So we have a product name and an input for the product name. As we type in, it is going to update the name field that we have up here in this state. And we just really have some classes. I don't really want to type this out. I think it just doesn't make sense at all. But basically, we put these classes to make this a little bit more accessible, right? We add the focus, state, etc. So here you can see, you can type this out or just copy and paste from the GitHub repo. And this is what I would be doing, to be honest. We just got the first one. Let's just save and see the output. Okay, so there we go. This is what that looks like. We'd like to now just duplicate this a couple of times to have all the other inputs. So I'll just be like providing them one by one. So we just got for the description as well. And we can save this, see the output. This is a text area. There we can see, like we can put some stuff into it to describe the product itself. Then next we're gonna have the price. Let's save and just see the output. Okay, there we go. Like this is the like input, but for the number type. And since this step is 0.01, this is how it's going to look like. And you can just change this if you really want to. So these are going to be the classes. I think we could really create a component to make this reusable, but I'll just keep it simple and just go one by one. We'll have a category now. This is going to be a select input. So here we can just see this. Basically, we map through the categories that we created above, right? These ones. And for each of them, we show an option. And this is how that look. Okay, now below this select, and I think even below this div, we're gonna have one more, which is gonna be for the upload image. So I will again copy it and paste it, and I hope you don't really mind it. But again, this is like styling. I don't really want to waste any time on this. For now, we're not gonna have on change, so we can delete this, or you can leave it if you just copy and paste from the GitHub repo. But for now, like this is how that will look. If you click to this, this will open up the file explorer. Let me just click to it. So basically this is how that look, right? I just shrink this because there are files that I don't really want you to see, but basically this is what will happen, and we can really select an image and we will upload this to our Cloudinary account. This is going to be a little bit later in the video, but for now we can have this input as well. Finally, we will create a button where we can really create the product. So I will get this and paste it. Like for now, let's just put a loading state at the top. Let's say, oops, const loading is gonna be false by default, and we'll update this later in the video. And here are all the classes if you really want to type this out. This is the very last thing we got for the UI, and this is how that look. Now we have some styling or like gap issues. Let's try to fix it. We can find the parent element for this, which is going to be form. Let's say class name, and maybe we can't really get this, but put it after the on submit. Let's just see how this will look like. Here we go. It is a little bit more better. Okay, so this is gonna be the styling for the create product tab. Now we can really just build the functionality. So we will put, let's say product name. I'll just go with like, let's just say jacket, cool jacket. Price is gonna be, let's say $21. Category is gonna be jacket, and let's upload an image. I'll go with this one. And let's just open up the right hand side and create the product. So there we go, we got all the fields other than the image, and we need to handle this as well. Now what we'll be doing is basically get the image and convert this to be what we call base64 URL, and we'll see how we can do this. Let's go into the input of image, right? This is going to be input file. Let's see where that is. Okay, so it is this one. Let's say on change, which means once you select a image from your machine, you'll like to call the handle image change. This is going to be a function that we need to create, and it's going to be actually pretty simple. So I'll copy the name, go ahead, create that function. Let's say this will be taking the event, and we'd like to create a file reader. First, let's just get the file that user just selected. Let's say event.target.files. The first one is going to be the image that user selected. And we can say if there is a file, then you can create a reader. Let's say new file reader. And we'll say reader.onLoadEnd. In this case, we would like to basically update our state. Let's say set new product, image is going to be the reader.result, and we'll say reader.read as data URL. So this will make it this file and convert it into what we call the base, let's say base64 format, right? This is going to be the string representation of the image. Let's just see this in action. Here I'll go ahead, just upload an image, this one. And if I just say create the product, and here we can see, by the way, we just got the image itself. This is the base64 representation of that image. Here we can see we just got that even in the state. And we don't really want to see this here. Let's try to, instead of showing that long text, let's see where that is. So if new product image uploaded, we can just say image uploaded, and we can just put a check mark, but for now let's just leave it like this. And here we go, this is how that look. So now once we click to this button, basically we would like to send a request to our endpoint to be able to create a product. And for this we can really create a store. Let's just go here, shrink everything under the source. We would like to create use product store.js. So basically we can really create our global states and our functions so that we can really use it in any place in our application, because products is going to be a state that we'll be using in multiple different places. Let's start with importing the create from ZooStand. We would like to get the toast, let's say from React.toast, and we would like to get the import, let's say Axios instance from the Axios file, but I'll just leave it as Axios, right? Then we would like to say const use product store create, and we'll get the setter function here, which would like to return an object. This is going to be our fields. Let's say the products initially is going to be empty. Then we'll have set products. This is going to take, let's say, the products and set our state with it. Then we'll have a loading field of false, let's say, and I'll just put it above. Okay, so we got our like just states and then the setter functions. Then we can have the create product function. Create product. This is gonna be, let's say, an async function. This is gonna take the product fields, right? So let's say product data. And then we will first say set loading to be true. Then we can have our try catch and just send a request. I'll say const res await axios.post to our endpoint, which was slash products. And we will send the product data that is coming from the admin. Then we'd like to just update our state. Now we had maybe a couple of different products and we'd like to add the latest one we got into it. So how we can do this, basically using the previous state. So if you just say set, call this function, this is the previous state. Okay, so I'll just even say previous state. So onto the previous products, we add the really next response. So say res.data and loading is false. In the catch case, we can show a toast and set the loading state to be false. I hope this makes sense. This is going to be our function. Let's say export this dude from this file and we should be able to use it on submit of this function, right? So into this handle submit, we would like to call our function that we just created. So let's delete this. I'll say just go ahead, call the create product function, which we need to import. Let's say not import, but const create product from use product store and call this. And we can also get the loading state for this and delete this, right? This is hard-coded. Instead, we'll be getting this from the API. And we will say create product. This is going to be new product data. And like once we created the product, we can basically clear out the inputs. So let's say I just said create product, it has been created, it should delete all these fields and just reset it. So to be able to make that happen, we can make this to be async function and we'll just wait for this to complete. Once this is completed, we can just say set new product to be an empty string for each field. And we can even wrap this with a try and catch. So let's say try and catch. And in the catch, like we can just say console log error creating a product. Okay, so let's try to test this out and hopefully it should be working. Just before we test this out, I'll just visit my Cloudinary account so that I can see if image is being uploaded successfully. So if I go into the programmable media or even, okay, so I think this is under the assets, under the media library. Is it the place? Okay, so these are all the images that I have uploaded previously. You can ignore them and let's try to create a new product. Currently, we don't really have anything in the database. And I'll just say, let's say cool jacket. Pretty cool jacket, highly recommended. Price could be, let's say, $49. Category is going to be jacket. I'll just upload an image. Let me just actually go ahead and find a jacket image. So I just downloaded a jacket image. Let me just try to select this cool jacket image uploaded and let's say create product. Okay, so we got an error. Let's see from the terminal what we just got. Okay, so the image, excuse me, the payload is too large. So the image that I just tried to upload was maybe, let's say about 2 or 5 megabytes. This is not going to allow you to upload by default, and to be able to make this happen, you can visit this Express.json middleware and just say limit is going to be, let's say, in our case, let's say 10 megabytes at most, which is pretty large to be honest. Let's try to test this out once again. I'll say jacket or maybe cool jacket. pretty cool jacket. Price could be 49. Select a category and select the image. So here it is like 95 kilobytes, but it didn't allow us to upload it. Let's just try to do it. Why didn't we get that? I'll just say create product. Let's just see. Okay, so here it says unauthorized. Why this is the case? No access token provided. So maybe I just need to refresh this. Okay, so like sometimes it just logs you out. I think our access token just expired and we didn't handle the refresh mechanism. So let's try to just log in. We will be handling that later in the video. We just logged in as an admin. Let's try to create this one last time. Pretty cool jacket, 49. Category is going to be jacket, and upload an image of this cool jacket, and let's say create the product, loading, and there we go. It should be working out because we didn't get any errors. Let's take a look at the database. I'll refresh, and here we can see we got all the information that we provided, and image is being stored in this, let's say, URL. I'll go ahead, copy this, and we can just test this out here as well. I'll refresh this page. It should be here because it is being uploaded. There we go. This is the jacket image that I just uploaded. And this is the URL that we are storing it. So that means everything is working. And did we got anything here? If we refresh, we just got the refresh token because user is authenticated. So that means everything is working fine for this functionality, right? Next thing could be, we would like to just fetch all products and show it on this page, which is gonna be looking like this. Okay, so we have a table with all these fields and then image, name, like basically the data. So this is gonna be the page or the tab that we'd like to build now. So for this page, we're gonna need 3 different functions. One to be able to fetch all the products, one for to be able to feature a product or unfeature it, and one for to be able to delete, right? So 3 different functions we need to create. Let's go ahead and try to do it. Under the user product store, this is how we create one. Let's say delete product, and for now let's just leave it empty, and let's say one more to be able to, let's say toggle featured, or I don't know how should we call it. Let's say toggle featured product, and one last time is going to be fetch all products. Let's say async. This is going to go ahead and fetch all the products, and we can really start with this one and try to basically fetch all the products, which is going to be pretty simple call. We would like to just call our endpoint to be able to fetch the products. So instead of typing this out from scratch, I'll go ahead and paste this. Basically, we update the loading state and get the products and update our state with it. And are we returning this as products? I'm not sure. Let's take a look at it. Under the controllers, product controllers, let's say get all products. Okay, so we are returning this as a product object. That's why we say dot products. Now we can really just try to test this out. Here it says error is not used. We can maybe show a toast that says like just show the error, right? Or we can say fail to fetch products if we don't have a custom message. So this is going to be the function that will be calling to be able to get all the products. Let's go into the product list and just try to build the UI. So this is going to be looking actually simpler than you think. Let's first get our imports, which is motion and 2 different icons from Lucid React. And we would like to call the use product store, which is going to give us a couple of different things for this file. Let's say delete if I can type, delete product and toggle, I don't know how did we call this, toggle featured product. And then we'd like to get the products itself so that we can really render it on this page. So I'll just save to get the formatting. And now instead of fetching the products on this component, what I want to do actually fetch it on the admin dashboard page. So let's say you visited this page, even though you're in this tab, it is going to actually fetch the products. So when you go here, it will immediately show you all the products. Instead of clicking to this and have a loading state, I think it would be better if once you refresh the page, it is fetching for you in the background. So that's why I'll go into the admin dashboard and try to just call that function. So this is going to be the place where we'd like to, let's say, use product store and get the, let's say, const fetch all products. And basically we'd like to call this in a use effect. Okay, it should be, let's say, fetch all products, and let's put this so that it is happy with us. Okay, so even if you just go here and maybe not here, but let's just go here and say console log the products. So I'll just refresh this page and we cannot see this because we are not in this component. So if I click to this, here we can see products is just there immediately. We didn't had any loading state. So if you just take this, let me actually prove this. So basically I'll cut this from here and call it on this page. Let's get the use effect. Let's say fetch all products function and just give a little bit space. Okay, so just for a second, we will have an empty array now. I'll just go ahead, refresh this page. Once I click to this, here we can see like we have some loading states until this loads. And this is kind of like the optimization that you can do. Instead of fetching it on this component, you would really fetch this in the admin page so that it is just fetching it in the background. I'll bring this back with Control Z and delete this dude. Delete this one as well. Let's import or delete the use effect as well. Okay, so this is gonna be it for the functions. Now we'd like to build the UI. Basically, we're gonna have a motion div. First, let's just delete everything. Say motion dot div, and I'll give some classes and transition with an animation. Okay, so you can type this out or get it from the GitHub repo. Then we'll have a table to be able to have this products in a formatted way. Class name is going to be minimum width of full divide y divide, let's say not dashed but gray 700. Then we'll like to have a table head. So I will copy and paste it. Basically, we have a table row, right? And a couple of different table head components. So we have a product, price, category with all the same classes. And now if we just save, probably what we're gonna see. So this is what we'll see. And we can now really fetch the products and render it here, right? So it's gonna be looking like this: image, name, price, so on and so forth. So under the table head, so again, this is something that you can really copy and paste from GitHub repo if you don't really want to type this out. Then we'll have a table body. And in this case, again, I'll just copy and paste and walk you through it because this is not really something important to type this out. So we have some classes and mapping through each product. We have a table row, the image with some styles at the top of it, the product name, price, category. We don't really have count in stock, so we can't really delete this one. And we have a button to be able to feature it or unfeature it, right? Then we have delete product option. Let's try to see the output. So there we go. This is how that look. We are missing something. So in stock, let's delete it. from the table head as well. Okay, so this is how that look. Now we can create a couple of different products. For now, let's just leave it like this, and maybe we can start with the maybe just toggle featured uh, feature, right? Let's go into that function and try to build it. It's just going to be this one. So once we collected that star icon, we would like to call the function with the product ID so that we know which product that we are featuring or unfeaturing, right? So I'll go into here, get the ID, and just have a try and catch and handle the logic. But before that, we can just say loading state is gonna be true. Let's say loading is true, and in the try, we will send a request to our endpoint, which is gonna be products and the product ID, which is this one really. Let's call this as product ID so that it's a little bit more readable. Then we would like to filter out this from the state. So this is how we can do it. Basically get the previous state. I'll say previous products. We will just go ahead, find the product and make this featured to be false or true, right? But otherwise, we will just return the product as it is. So this will update the is featured prop of the product. So I hope this makes sense. This is how we can do it in the ZooStand way. And loading is false. In the catch, we can show a toast as well as saying loading is going to be false. Okay, let's try to test this out. I can go here. We cannot fetch the products. Maybe we just logged out. Let's see. Okay, so if you refresh the page, it just works. We got the products. Let's try to feature this. There we go. Now this is being featured. If we take a look at the Redis, here we can see we got the featured products because we handled that in the backend. And I think in the database, this product now should be featured. Previously, it was false. I'll refresh. Okay, here we can see it is being handled correctly because we handled that in the backend. I'll click to this once again. Now it is not being featured. If we take a look at this, it is an empty array, and like this should be false as you can imagine. Okay, there we go. Now next we can really just build this where we can delete a product. This is going to be pretty simple actually. Let's try to build it. So I'll just visit the VS Code, go into this page where we get the product ID as an argument, and we'd like to update the loading state and have a try catch to our endpoint, and I'll actually grab this, right? So we just deleted the product and we filter out our state. So here it says find the product that we just deleted and remove it from the state and just update the UI. If we save, we should be able to test this out because when you click to this button, here it calls the function with the product ID. So I'll go here, just refresh, get the products and just delete it. There we go. It has been like deleted. We don't really have it. Let's take a look at it here. I'll refresh. We don't really have any products and it is working as expected. So with this, we have just built like multiple things for the admin dashboard. We can create a product, upload an image, see the products here. We can delete them or update the featured flag. Now, I don't know why this background is looking like this. Let's try to maybe fix it under the admin dashboard. Here we have background gray. If we deleted this, what's gonna happen? Okay, so if you just even delete these, it should be working out. There we go. And we don't really have any products, and like for some reason it just logs you out when you refresh or when you update your code in the development, which is fine. Now I'll go ahead and log in with the admin account, and I just want to create some products so that we can really test out different features. So I'll just be doing the same thing, like creating a jacket, creating some shoes, t-shirts, jeans, glasses, and maybe some items for these, like all the categories. And once I have completed that, I'll just come back to the video. Okay, so here you can see I have uploaded a couple of different products, such as a bag, jacket, glasses, t-shirt, and shoes. Once you go into the homepage, in the category page, we should be able to fetch them, right? So if I click to shoes, I should be able to shoes on this page, which is gonna be under the category page. Let's try to build it in VS Code. I'll go and maybe close these. We don't really need them. Try to maybe just really duplicate this one. So we'll say the page is gonna be category slash the category. So this could be shoes, glasses, bags. Like this is going to be a dynamic value. That's why we put this colon, right? We'll just say this is going to be a public route. Everyone can really see it if they are logged in or not. Just like in the homepage, every user can see that page. This is going to be called as category. Let's say category page. Let's try to create this and maybe import that. Here I'll just say category page. Okay, both here and here. Let's create it. So this is gonna be, let's refresh. How'd that look, right? We should be able to get the category name from the URL and really fetch the products by category. So we need to go and create a function that is going to actually fetch the products for that category. So let's shrink these and we can just say fetch products by category. Okay, this is gonna take the category as the argument and we'll just say set loading to be true, and I think I can just auto accept this. This is our endpoint slash products slash category and then the category name. We just get it, set the state, and it should be good to go. Let's put a comma here and try to call this in this page. So I'll just say use product store, and from here we would like to get the function called fetch products by category. In a use effect, let's try to just really run this. Let's say fetch products by category, and we can maybe just let's for now just say shoes, and let's say console log the products, which is going to be coming from this file. Okay, let's test this out. I'll open up my terminal, refresh. Okay, so here it is empty array by default, then it becomes undefined. I think it's because here we are just saying dot products, but in the backend we are not handling it. So let's say under the controllers, product controller, when we say get products by category, we just return it as products. So if you make this to be an object, this should be working out because we are getting it with the dot. Now I'll just refresh this page. Okay, so here we didn't get anything. Why this is the case? Maybe I am not running the backend. Let's see. No, obviously it is working. Maybe the category name is not really matching. Like it is shoes. Let's say, I don't know. Like let's take a look at the database for the product. How did I call it? Okay, so here it is shoe. I think this is wrong. So if you just say shoe, it should be fetching it and we'll fix it. Let's refresh and there we go. We just got the product. But I think this, I did a mistake when creating this. So in the dashboard, in the category, we just have shoe, right? This should be shoes. Let's try to fix it in the, I think maybe product list page. So where was it? Or maybe create product form, right? Create product form. Let's say this is going to be category of shoes, and I can update this in the database. Let's say it's going to be shoes updated. Okay, now we should be able to really test this out once again. Let's say going to the home page. For the shoes, we're gonna get a shoe in the, hopefully, okay, so we cannot really get it. Why this is the case is because in VS Code, we need to call this as shoes. Okay, so we just got some mismatch from the what we sent and what we expect in the database, but we fixed it. Now from here on out, when you create a shoe or create some shoes, it is gonna be under, let's see, under this category. Okay, so we just made this to be plural, and now we can really try to fetch all these products for different categories. But now when I click to this will still get me shoes, right? So here we can see we just got a shoe from the database. Why this is the case is because we passing this hard-coded. We can make this to be dynamic. So here we can see use params imported from React.js, and just say, like on the left hand side, we will say const, and we can destructure the category. Why this is called category is because here we say it's going to be category. If this was XYZ, then you would go here and just say XYZ. But here we say category, and we will pass it to here. Whenever the category changes, this function, this use effect should run again. So if you save, now it should be able to fetch us t-shirts. Okay, so again, looks like we have some mismatch. Here it says t-shirt. Like, I don't know how did I make this mistake, but it should be actually, let's say, t-shirts, or maybe just t-shirt. I don't know how should we calling this. So to be able to fix this, I'll go into the home page and just call it as t-shirt with a dash in between. So I'll say homepage. This should be matching with the t-shirt just like this. And in the database, it should be t-shirt like this as well, so that it is matching. Now if I refresh, we cannot get the t-shirt because this is called t-shirts in the URL. Now since we fixed it, we should be able to fetch it. Okay, so really sorry about this if this is sound any complicated, because it was my mistake, but basically we fixed it. We just make sure the category is matching with what we have in the database. So here we called it as t-shirts previously, and what we create here is under this category. So when you try to fetch this from the database, it doesn't match because this was our query. Now we just make this to be match. With this one, it should be good to go. And we had the same issue for the shoes. And from here on out, we don't really have that problem. Let's go here, clear this out, and just fetch some glasses. So here we can see we got glasses in our database, right? Which is just one object because I created only one in the database. So with this, that should be good to go, and we can really show the content on this page, right? We would show all the products for the glasses here on this category page. We can really go into that page and just handle the JSX. So here I will delete this, maybe return a div. So here I'll just say class name of minimum height screen, and inside we're gonna have with a div with the classes of, let's say, relative, z index of 10, maximum width screen of x large, which is about 1280 pixels. Then we'd like to have margin x auto, padding x of 4, small, padding x of 6, large, padding x of 8, and padding y of 16 on all directions. Then we'd like to create a motion h1. This is going to show the category name. So we can just say import the motion first from framer motion, and we give some classes with some props, and we got the category name, get the first character and uppercase it, then put the remaining as it is, right? And we're getting this from the URL. So if it is looking like this, let's say shoes, we just make it to look like this. I hope this makes sense. Then below to this, we'd like to just show some kind of placeholder if there is no products. So I'll just go here below this. We'll have a motion dev with all these classes. And let's say if the products.length is 0, we'll say no products found. But if we have some products, well, basically we can show a product card for each of them, which is a component that we need to create. Okay, so we'll like to build this component next, which is going to be kind of easier than what we have built so far. So I'd like to import the toast at the top, just in case we use it. Then we're going to get an icon or shopping cart from Lucid React. Then for now, let's just build the UI pretty quickly. So we'll just have a div with a couple of different classes. I think I can just provide all of them. Let's say flex, width of full, relative. We can have flex column. Let's say overflow hidden, rounded, LG. Let's say border gray of 700. Okay, just like this, and maybe some shadow of large. Now this component is going to take the product as an argument or as a prop, and we'll like to show the product image and its name, right? So first I'll just put this where we have the product image in a div, and we just have an overlay on top of it. Then we'll like to show the product name, product price, and then a button to be able to add it to our cart. So here, this is how the UI will look like. For now, we don't have the onClick function, so let's maybe try to create it and leave it empty. So let's say it's going to be an arrow function. Here it says add it to cart. Let's try to import this. And like if you want to, you can type this out or just get it from the GitHub repo. So this is how that will look like. We got the image, name, price, and here it is added to cart. Like obviously we don't have a cart, but that's fine. We will handle it later in the video. So this is how that will look like for the glasses. Let's go to the t-shirts. There we go. Shoes, jeans. Now here I didn't add anything for this to the database so that I can really show you this page. And like it just works for all the other categories, right? I don't have any suits in the database as well, but for the bags, let's refresh. Okay, looks like I don't really have. Let's see. Like I have a jacket, glasses, t-shirt, and shoes. Okay, so I have a bag, but why does it says? Okay, so again, some mismatch in the URL. Let's try to fix it. Under the homepage, this should be, maybe let's just leave it as bags, but maybe in the create product form, we can just say this is gonna be bags. Now if we go here, now in the database it is like bag. Like sorry about this. This is my mistake actually. I don't know how I didn't realize this until now. But like we just had some mismatches. Sorry really if this is confusing, but with that, this should be good to go. We can really fetch the bags. It is just about one query error, right? Now we can handle this case if we are not logged in. This would say, please log in to add products to cart. So here I'll go into the category page to the product cart. and I'll just get the user. So I'll say const user from use user store, right? And here I'll just say if there is not user logged in, then you can just say toast.error actually. And let's say please log in to add products to cart. And we can just return out of this function. But in the else case, we would call a function to add to the cart, right? Now if I click to this, it didn't work out. Let's see why. If there is not user, this should be. Okay, now the issue here, if user keeps spamming this, like this is how that will look like. To be able to fix this, just have one at a time. You can really add an ID field and just say login or anything really. Now here you just only have one even if you spam this. Now I am clicking to this multiple times, but I just have one at a time, which is pretty convenient. So now just to be consistent, I'll just visit the create product form and update all these fields just to let them to be like plural. So bags, suits, jackets, glasses, shoes, t-shirts, and jeans, so that we don't really have any errors later in the video and they are matching with what we have in the homepage. So jeans, did we call it as t-shirts? Yep, so let's fix this. Shoes, glasses, jackets, suits, and bags. And you need to make sure first save this files, and for the products that you have, like such as bags, jackets, let's make them all plural. Let's say update. Jackets has been updated. Let's say glasses, t-shirts. Okay, bags, jackets, glasses, t-shirts, and shoes. If you have different products such as jeans, you should update them to be plural as well, just like this, so that they are matching with what we have in the code base. So with this, now I think next functionality would be when we add it to the cart, we would update the UI. So let's try to log in. So here it looks like we have 3 items in the cart, which is not really correct. This is hard-coded value. But once we add it, it should really update it, right? So here it didn't do anything because we are not having anything in the code. So I think this could be the next function that we'll add. So for this, I'll create a store. So under the, let's say, stores, use cart store.js. Let's get the create from Zustand, and we can get the Axios instance from this file, as well as the toast from React.toast. Let's say const use cart store and export it. We will get this object, right? This is going to be our state, and we'd like to get the getter as well because we'll be using this just maybe later in the video, and I'll explain. So we'd like to have a cart state, which is going to be empty by default. Then we'll have, oops, let's put a comma. We'll have a coupon in the cart. By default, this could be null, and we would fetch it if user really have it. Then let's say total amount is going to be 0, which I'll just say total, and subtotal, which is also going to be 0. And let's see if we have an image for that. So like basically, if we have some discounts, let's say we have $10 discount, this is going to be the like subtotal that we'll add. So we'll just see this later in the video. And we'll like to first get the cart items. So let's say get cart items. And you can put a loading state here as well, but I don't really think if we need it for now. Let's say this is going to be an async function where we send a request to our endpoint to be able to get all the products that is in the cart. So let's say const res await axios.get, and our endpoint was just /cart, and we can just update our state with it. And let's wrap this with try and catch. Let's say just show a toast that you cannot add it to the, or you cannot really see the cart items, right? Then what we can also be doing is just say set cart is going to be an empty array. Okay, so this is how we can get the cart items, and we'd like to also have a function to be able to add an item to the cart. So let's say add to cart, which is going to be taking the product as an argument. Let's say product. And now there is an edge case here that we need to keep track of. So it is like when you add it for the first time, this is going to update. But if you add it next time, it should just update the quantity, right? So let's say we have 3 different items, and if I add this, it's going to be 4. But if I add this again, it should still be 4, but instead it would update the UI, or I mean update the quantity in the background. So this is how the other e-commerce stores does, and this is what I'll be doing. So just to keep this edge case in mind, first let's just say axios, and let's await this, await, I'll say dot post to the cart endpoint with the product ID. I think, yeah. So we'll just add the product ID. This is what we are expecting from the backend. Let's just check under the cart controller, add to cart. We want user to pass a product ID so that we can really either update the quantity or just add it and save it to the user document. So product ID is going to be product._ID. And we would like to show a toast. Let's say toast.success, product added to cart, right? Added to cart, maybe we could just say product. And then we would like to just update the UI depending on that, right? So this will look a little bit complicated or ugly, but I'll just walk you through it line by line. So just as always, we got the previous state. So let me just update the name. So I'll say previous state. So we just check if we have this already in our state. If we don't have it, we just add the new product with the quantity of 1. But if we already have it, we just go ahead and increment the quantity by 1. So this is what I have explained, and this is the code explanation of it. So in the catch, we can handle this. Let's say show a toast that says you cannot really add it to the cart. Okay, so let's try to save, and we can really test this out. But what we'll be doing whenever we add something to the cart or remove it from the cart, we need to calculate the total amount, right? So this is going to be a function that we need to create as well. Below here, I'll just say calculate totals. So this is a utility function, basically will allow us to calculate the total amount. So we can get the cart and coupon if we have it. And this is how we can really do it. Just call the getter, right? This is going to be our function. This is going to give us the states that we have, like cart, coupon, total, and all the other things that you can imagine. So we'll just say first find the subtotal. We'll just say cart.reduce. Let's say reduce. We'll basically get the sum and item. This is how the reduce function works. Sum plus item.price. Let's say item.price, and multiply this with the quantity. Item.quantity, and if this is empty, or I'm sorry, the very first how do we call it, like it's gonna be started with the 0, and I don't know how did we call it, like it has a special name. Okay, it's called as accumulator, right? So starting from the 0, it'll just add on top of it every single iteration, and we'll just get a subtotal of the cart. And we'll like to just say let total is going to be equal to subtotal. And if we have a coupon, we'll basically extract it. I'll say const discount. Let's just say subtotal multiplied by coupon dot discount percentage divided by 100, and just say total subtotal minus discount, and we can just update our state with it, set subtotal and total. So this will basically always update the cart total and subtotal, and whenever we add something to the cart, we can really call this function, right? And this is how we can do it. Once we update the UI, we'll just say get calculate totals. So just call that function so that it updates the state. And here we can also call it. We can just say get like, let's say, how did we do it? Like basically this, call the function first and calculate the totals. So with this, now we are able to get the cart items, add one to the cart, and really calculate the total. Now first, we'd like to go into the navbar and just update the hard-coded value. So we have something like 3, right? Let's just see where that is. Under the cart. Okay, so this is a hard-coded value that we need to fix. So this would be something like cart.length, right? Cart.length. And let's try to get the cart from our state. I'll say use cart store cart. Okay. And we'll just say if user has a, like, if user is authenticated, right? So I'll just save and test this out. For now, user don't really have anything in the cart, but if we click to this, it should call a function. Let's see, this is, we would like to add something to the cart. So use cart store, add to cart, and we would like to just pass the product into it. Let's test this out. I'll click to it. There we go, product added, UI has been updated. If I click this again, it'll say it is added, but it is not going to increment the count. Instead, it would increment the quantity in the background. Let's take a look at the database. From this user, if we take a look at the cart items, so we have something inside. The quantity is 2, and it is this product that user added, which is this shoe, right? So I hope this makes sense at this point. Next, I think we can build the cart page where we can really see the products that we have in our cart. So this would be the next page that we'll be building. Okay, so we'd like to build the cart page. So I'll just visit app.jsx and create a route. Let's duplicate this one. And I'll just say if the path is equal to cart, we'd like to show a cart page, right? But this is gonna be protected. So let's say if we have a user, then they should be able to see the cart page, but else we'll just say, hey, please, could you just go back to the login page? And let's try to create this page under the pages.jsx, get the boilerplate, save, oops, and let's try to import it. Hopefully VS Code is gonna work. There we go, I'll just get this. And let's make sure we are running both the backend and front end. So these are my previous logs. Let's go ahead and clear this under the front end npm run dev. And let's do the same thing for this one. Let's say cls npm run dev. And you can really like rename this if you really want to. So you could say like API and client. So just a nice info to keep that in mind. So again, I am running the demo application. So I'll just go ahead and delete it, or kill it actually, because I just want to have this at 5173. Let's say npm run dev, and I'll kill the backend as well in the demo application. So here it says, like previously it crashed because it says the address is already in use, but I killed it, so it is working. Okay, now we should be able to run this at this port. Let's go ahead. Let's just say local host. Obviously not like this, but okay, so let's try to log in. We had this account, John React, which is an admin. We just logged in, and for now we don't really have anything in the cart. Let's double check this. If we really don't have anything, I'll refresh. So the user John React actually has a cart item, but we really need to fetch it because currently this information is not correct. So what we can do is just go into the, I think, let's find out. We had a store called use cart store, and here we say get cart items. Let's check if we are calling this function in any place. Well, we don't really do it. So we can call this, I think, in the app.jsx, because whenever the user logs into our application, they immediately should be able to see the number here, right? So we can just go after checking the auth. We can just say one more use effect. Let's initialize it on mount. We'll just say get cart items. Call this function, and we need to import it from, let's say, const get cart items use cart store. Okay, there we go. Let's call this, and here it says, could you please pass it? Let's refresh. Okay, there we go. We just got the number of 1 immediately because it just fetches it, right? I'll refresh, and here we go. Initially it is 0, but then it becomes 1. What we can do is just go into the navbar and just say if we have something in the cart, only then actually show this number, right? So I'll wrap this with curly braces, and I will say if cart dot length is greater than 0, only then render this span. So if I refresh, let me just refresh this again. Okay, just like it is, we don't have anything, right? Once it loads, then we see it. I think this is a better approach. Okay, now let's try to build the cart page as we talked about it. And this is how it's going to look like. So basically we have cart items, right? This is the first one, second one, and we have order summary and a gift card, right? This is our coupon component. Then we have recommended products, which we'll call it as people also bought. But I think first we can start with this one and just keep it simple. And as we go through it, we can build this one next, and then this one next. Okay, so we'll have an image, name, description, delete button, and update quantity buttons, right? We can increment this or decrement this. So one thing to keep in mind, like if we have only one, and if we click to this, basically this is going to be 0, and we'll like to just delete this from here immediately. So that means if we click to this one, if the quantity is 1 and if we click to this one, that means we basically want to call this function, right? The same function, so that it can delete this completely from the cart. So this might look complicated, but I just wanted to mention this before we write the code, and it's actually simple than you think. So first, let's go ahead and fetch the cart items. For now, we have only one. So I will go into the VS Code, let's close this, into the cart page, and I think we can just start by building the UI. Then we can really fetch data and things like that. So we actually already have the data. So let me just kill the left-hand side. I'll say const, not the function, but just get the cart. I'll say use cart store. Okay, so this is going to give us the cart array that we have. Then we'll like to render, let's say, a div. And let's just say class name of padding y of 8, margin, medium screens and above, padding y could be doubled. Then we'll just put one more div. Again, I just want to speed this up. So I'll put my div, close that off. There we go. I'll save. And into this, I'd like to give one more div. And actually, okay, so let's just do it one by one. So these are just some styling that we would like to give so that we have a clean UI really. We give flags, item centered, so everything just looks as expected. And I'd like to give a motion div to have this kind of animations. So before that, I want to mention this as well. So like if we have something in the cart, we'll see this UI. But if we don't have anything in the cart, then we will see this empty UI component, right? So this will say your cart is empty, go ahead and start shopping. So we can create this component, pretty simple, an icon, two different p tags, and then a button. So I will provide you that component, which is about 10 lines of code. You can grab it under this file in the GitHub repo. So this is how that look. Let's import the motion from Framer motion. Then we got the link, React Rotterdam, and then the Lucid React shopping cart icon. So we'd like to show this if the cart length is equal to 0. So you know what? I'll just go ahead and copy and paste this stuff. So we just have a motion div with some animations. Then if cart length is equal to 0, we will see this UI, which is the component we just created. But else we can show a cart item for each cart item basically, right? For each product. Then we'll pass the item as it is. And if the cart length is equal to 0, we can also show the people also bought thing, right? But I think we don't, yeah, so we need it. I thought this was inside this check, so I was going to say we don't really need this check, but we need it because it is outside of this one. So let's try to create both of these components. I will say give me a cart item component .jsx, get the RAFC, save it, close it, and maybe import this one. It doesn't give us, let's create this one, then we will import them manually. People also bought .jsx, save, and let's try to see this one as well. Okay, it doesn't work. Let's just say import cart item, from components and cart item. And then we'd like to get the same component for the people also bought. You can also call this as recommended products, but I think this makes sense. So we'd like to see a cart item component, which is gonna be looking like this one, right? So we'll have image, just this UI. Let's try to build it. I will go into the cart item and we'll just have some imports. I'll go ahead, grab these icons, and we can also get the cart store, right? Let's say use cart store, because we'll have two different functions that we need to import into this component, which is going to be update the quantity, right? So we will call these buttons. I mean, when we click to these buttons, we will call the update function. And when we click to this, we'll just say remove from cart, right? So that's why we're using it. Let's just say const remove from cart. This will delete everything, or it'll delete everything for this one. So let's say we have 4 quantity, and once you click to it, it'll just make this to be 0, and these ones will just update one by one, as you can imagine. So let's just say update quantity function as well. We don't really have them, but we'll create it just in a little bit. So let's give a little bit space and close the left hand side. Let's say we'd like to return a div with some classes. I'll just actually get the entire div. Okay, so these are the classes that we'd like to have, and below it, we'd like to have one more div, which is going to be looking like this. And into it, we'd like to show the image of the product. So we are going to pass it, and we are getting the item, right? So this is going to be the product. Let's just say item, and we would like to show the item.image. Then let's save to get this formatting. Then below this div, we would like to have a kind of like a label that says choose quantity. So here, like this is going to be for the choose quantity. Now, but we don't really see this text. This is only for screen readers. So just to make this a little bit more accessible, here we say screen readers only, which is a class coming from Tailwind CSS. So we'll have a div with some styling, not this one, but let's just say div and close this off. Save, get this formatting. Then we'd like to put a button for minus and one button for plus operations. And in between, we will have the quantity of the item. Okay, so here you can really feel free to type this out or grab it from the GitHub repo. I just need to mention this all the time because I don't really want anyone to get mad. Here our focus is not the UI, but instead just learn all these functionalities instead of focusing on the tailwind. So this is what we have built really, all this part, and we can put the total now onto the right hand side, which is going to be the item.price. So I will go below this div and just put one more div. So below the button, below the div, here we just say item.price. So the very last thing we'd like to add is going to be the item name. Let's see. So item name, description, and I think this trash icon. So far we haven't added it, right? I think, oops, let me just do Control Z. We'll go after this p tag, after this div, after this div. We'll just grab this part. Let me just go ahead and get it. Okay, I copied it and pasted it with all these classes. So once you click to it, it is going to call the function with the product ID so that we can know which product that we are trying to delete. Let's just save and hope that it is going to work. Okay, there we go. We can see this is in our cart and the quantity is 2, if you remember, right? Because we added this twice. And now we should be able to delete them or update them. Let's try to build that functionality. We will go into the cart store. So we have the add to cart function. We'd like to add remove from cart. So let's just say remove from cart. This would take the product ID and let's put a comma here. We'll just say await axios.delete to our endpoint, which is cart, and we'd like to pass the data, which is going to be the product ID. So let's say this is the product ID, ID of the product that we would like to delete. And let's remember if this is how we are accepting it. Under the backend, I think routes, product routes, delete. Okay, so actually we are deleting it by ID. So this is not how we would be calling it. Instead, we would say cart and pass the product ID. Let's make this to be async. Okay, so this will delete it from the cart and we need to update the UI, right? So we'll just say set, we can get the previous state, right? And we'll just filter that out from the state. So we'll just say, go ahead. Here, let me just put it in one line. From the cart, just filter out the current product that we are trying to delete. And since we are deleting something, we should be able to calculate the totals from scratch. So I'll just say get, calculate the totals. Let's try to see this in action. Once we click the trash icon or the button, it will delete it, hopefully. Okay, let's refresh. I'll go into my cart. And if I just say delete, okay, it didn't work out. Maybe it didn't update the UI. Let's refresh. Okay, so let's take a look at the network tab. I'll send it. Cannot delete API cart. So probably we made a mistake in the endpoint. So delete cart. Okay, so I take a look at the product route, which was not the actual one. So admin will call this if they are deleting a product. But in our case, we are not deleting it. We are removing it from the cart. It should be under the cart route. So when we delete it, we actually don't get it from the endpoint. Let's just see. we are getting it from the request.body. Okay, so instead of calling it like this, we will say like the data is going to be product ID. Let's try to test this out. Refresh and clear this out. Click to it. There we go. 200 success, and our cart is empty, and it should be deleted from here as well. So you can just really take a look at it, but obviously we can see it has just been removed. So it was this user, the cart items is empty now. We don't really have anything into it. Okay, so let's try to add a couple of different things. Once I click to it, it will take me to the home page. Let's say I'd like to add this to my cart. Okay, so here it says unauthorized. Maybe we need to refresh. So do we get the still same thing? So we need to log in. Okay. So since we are in development, this might happen, and we are not handling the refresh token mechanism, which is something that we'll do, and this will, like, it is not going to be an issue when we deploy this application. So at the end, we'll have a completely functional application, but for now, we can get some errors in development. Okay, so let's try to add this to our cart. This has been added. I'll go ahead and add add some shoes, and let's add a glasses, right? One, and I'll just add this twice. So even though it didn't update here, but if you just take a look at it, actually the quantity is equal to 2, right? Now when we click to them, we should be able to update the quantity. So let's build a function for this. So I'll say update quantity, which is going to be an async function that takes the product ID as well as the quantity. So here you'll say the quantity is going to be like 1, 2, 3, 0, whatever that is. So if quantity is equal to 0, that means we need to just remove it from the cart. So we can say get and call the remove from cart function, where we need to pass the product ID. Then we'll just return out of this. But if quantity is not equal to 0, then we can call our endpoint, let's say Axios, and let's await this, Axios.put, this is the endpoint, /cart, and then let's say, I think we had the product ID as well. Product ID, well, it should be looking like this, and then the quantity. So we are getting this as request body, and this is in the endpoint in the URL. And once we have updated this, we should be able to update the UI as well. So I'll go here and grab this, where we have the previous state. Let's say previous state. We just say find the product that we would like to update and update the quantity of it. But for the other products, just leave them as it is. I hope this makes sense. Pretty simple JavaScript concept, nothing complex here. And we'll just say get, calculate the totals, as you can imagine. Let's put a comma, and we will be calling this function whenever we click to the plus and minus buttons, right? Here we can see. So here, this is on the icon, and here it is on the button. Let's be consistent and cut this, put it into the button as well. Hopefully this should be working out. I'll refresh. I don't know why this looks like we are logged out every time I refresh, but okay. So if I click to this, it is being updated, and here we can see it just worked out, right? And let's take a look at the database, but like we can already say it is being updated. Let's refresh. Here it is still 2. I'll add again, add to this one, add to this, and it just works out as expected. But if we go ahead and delete something, there we go, it has just been removed because the quantity is equal to 1. Okay, so that works as well. What we can build next, I think, is going to be this right-hand side where we have the order summary, right? So now this is going to have also a couple of different UI states. So like if you don't apply any coupons, this is going to just show the original price as well as the total. But let's say you applied some code, then this part should update it. Here we didn't apply it, but let's say once you click to it, this would show like -10 percent and just show the actual total in that case. So keeping that in mind, let's try to build the UI, which is going to be a component that we need to create. So how did we call it? It is going to be order summary. Okay, so this is that component. Let's say order summary.jsx. And I think for now we can close these. In the cart page, we need to call that component so that we can really see it in the UI. And we will show this below the motion div. I think it's going to be here where we would like to just say if cart dot length is, let's say, greater than 0, then we'll like to show this part. And let's just take a look at it if we need this if check. So here, this is checking if we should be able to see the empty cart UI or not. This is checking again, and here we also need to check it, right? So I'll just say if this is the case, we would like to show a motion.dev, and we'll give some styling basically, and I'll get them. Okay, so just to make it a little bit more responsive and give some transition, then in this case, we would like to show the order summary. And below to this, we can also create this component, which is going to be called as gift coupon cart. Let's say gift coupon cart. Let's try to comment this out for now. We'll just get into that part. But first, let's build the order summary component. So let's save, go into this, and just build the UI first. Let's just go inside. And maybe before that, we can get some imports, such as framer motion. And you don't really have to use this motion stuff, but I think it just looks a little bit cool when you refresh. Here you can see like they just came out from different directions, and like it's nice. So here I'll just say you're gonna be a motion div, and we'd like to have some classes, animations, things like that. And again, as you can imagine, I'll go ahead, grab them. For the p tag, first we'll just say order summary with the color of emerald 400, which is going to be this kind of like heading. Then let's put the original price. And I think for all of them, we can create some variables. Let's just say const. They're going to be hard coded, but for now, let's just make that work. So first we'll just have some savings. That is going to be, I don't know, let's just first create const. And I think like instead of getting them as hard-coded values, we can get them from the cart store. So we have like total, subtotal. Let's try to actually get it like that. So I'll just go here, just say const total subtotal from use cart store. And now we'll just say const savings is going to be equal to subtotal minus total. This would give us these savings, right? Then we can show the formatted subtotal. Now, what does that mean? We will basically put this 2 dots, right? Like 2 digits. I think this just makes it look a little bit more professional. So this is how we can really do it. Let's say formatted subtotal. Here we just say total dot to fixed, and the number of digits that you would like to put. In our case, this is going to be 2. Then we would like to get the formatted total in the same way, right? Total dot to fixed and formatted savings. So these are the variables that we would like to use. Below this p tag, let's move on with the UI. We'll have a div with, let me just first save, get this formatting. So we'll have this div with spacing in between for each element in the y direction. Then we'll like to have one more div. Let's just say, oops, basically duplicate this, but this is going to be space y of 2 and close that off. And first we'd like to build the original price. So I will grab them and put it. There we go. This will this is going to be our code, and I think I can just speed up a little bit. I really feel guilty by copying and pasting this, but I think it is fine because we would like to just be faster a little bit. If savings is greater than 0, we will show the savings with a minus, and we will see this in the UI. And we would like to show the coupon if there is any coupon is being applied. So I'll just say if coupon, and by the way, let's try to get this from the hook. So coupon, and there is also going to be something like if coupon is applied. Let's say is coupon applied, and this would be true only if when you click to this apply code button. Now let's try to create this. By default, this would be false, and we will implement this in a little bit. So we'll say if there is a coupon and if it has been applied, we would like to render the right hand side where we would like to just show the coupon code as well as the discount percentage. So this is going to be the styling. There we go, code and discount percentage. And below to this, we would like to show the total and formatted total. I think below to this, we can have the button that says proceed to checkout, which is going to be this one. Below the DL, right? Below this div, just grab this button, on click. For now, let's just don't do anything. We're just building the UI, and finally we will have this or continue shopping. Once you click to that, it should take you to the home page. So what I'll be doing is basically get that 5 lines of code as well and put it below the motion button. Let's just get the link and then the icon from Lucid React. Let's save and see the output. Let's refresh, go into the cart. So here we go. This is how that works basically. Original price and then the total. If you click to this one, that would take you to the home page. And let's increment this. Here we can see it is being updated. But why is this, right? Why does that work? Well, basically, this is the cart price. Let's see, in the order summary, we say like the total, right? Where is it? Like formatted total. And we're using this here, right? So we have like total, which is the formatted total. And this is being incremented or decremented when we call this function. So let's see, we update the, we call the calculate totals, which is updating our states. And we're using this here at this point. So this is pretty self-explanatory, and this is why ZooStand is pretty cool. You can really get some global states in seconds, right? So decrement, we just have 1. Let's decrement it by 1 as well. Okay, here we go. It just cleared out. Let's try to add this a couple of times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's take a look at the cart. If I click to this, everything should be cleared out. Here we go. It just works. Now what we can build next, let's just try to add something to the cart. I think we can add this part or maybe this part. I don't know. Let's start with this one. I think this is a little bit more simpler. We'll just fetch the data here, but here we'll like to add the functionality. So I'd like to just start with this one, which is going to be the component. Let's see. Where did we call it? So it is going to be people also bought. Okay, it is this one. Let's click to it, and first we can start with the UI. So the UI for this is going to be pretty easy. So I'll just go ahead and type this out. Let's say class name is going to be margin top of 8. Then we'll like to have an h3 that says people also bought, and we'll like to just add some classes. And I just want to talk about an extension. Like here you can see if I just delete this part, it also updates the closing tag, right? So for this, I'm using an extension called auto rename tag, and here it is, this one. Probably I should mention this previously, but I just realized you might be asking what is the extension? It is that one. Let's say class name is going to be text is going to be 2x large, and let's say font is going to be semi-bold. Let's give a text of emerald, I think 400, and we'll just say people also about. Then we'd like to have a div. This is going to be in the grid layout, but first let's just say margin top of 6, grid columns of 1, gap is going to be 4, and as we get into the larger screens, we would like to just update the columns number. So cols to LG and above, grid columns of 3. And into it, we would like to basically map through the recommendations. So we will have a state here. You can imagine like recommendations. These are going to be the products. We will fetch this in a bit, but here let's just say recommendations.map for each of them. So instead of, I think, calling them item, we can just say something like product, right? Because they're going to be a product. For each of them, we would like to show a product cart, and we already have this component. So basically we can just go ahead and get it, which is going to take, let's see, how did we call this? So product, right? This is what we sent as the prop. Let's say key is going to be product ID, and then send the product as it is. Now, if we save, we're not going to get anything because the array is empty. But here we can just see the text. And what we'd like to do is don't show this if we don't really have anything. So I can just say maybe into the cart page. So here we say if cart length is greater than 0, only then show it. And in our case, we have something in the cart. But if we didn't have, we wouldn't be seeing this. So we already have this check in place. So we don't need to add anything here. But let's try to fetch the recommendations. And now, how should we fetch this data? Well, you can basically visit your product store, where is it? And just add a function where you can get the recommendations, right? Get recommended products. But if you really want to, you can also handle it here. So I just want to show this as well. Let's say recommendations. And this is going to be set recommendations. This is going to be basically a use state of an empty array. And we'll just update this with a use effect. Let's initialize this to be an empty initially, like this. And here we'd like to have a function that fetches the recommendations. And we'd like to call this at the end. Let's say fetch recommendations. So this will just send a request to our endpoint. Let's say Axios. We can really import it from either the package or the Axios instance, which should be this one. And I'd like to rename this to be Axios. So it is just a little bit more natural to read. Let's say get request to this endpoint slash products and recommendations. This is what we had. Then this is going to give us a result back, which would like to set our state with it. So set recommendations with the res.data, which is going to be the array of products. And if you really want to have a loading state, you can use it as well. So here, just the classic way of doing this. By default, it's going to be true. And here we would like to just say set loading is going to be false. But the better approach would wrap this with a try catch. And in the finally case, actually make the loading to be false. Okay, in the catch, we can, just have a state for the error, but I'll go ahead and just show a toast. Let's say toast.error, an error occurred while fetching the product or the recommendations. So this should be good to go. And we can show a loading spinner if we have it. So let's say if is loading, we can show the loading spinner. And this should be good to go. Let's save, hopefully. Okay, there we go. We have some products that has been recommended. And the endpoint that we have for this, let's take a look at it. It is called as recommendations. So under the products, recommendations, and we always return 3 different items, right? So if you say like 4 and refresh this page. So here it says unauthorized, probably our access token expired. Let's try to log in. And by the way, like if we don't if we are not logged in, we shouldn't be able to see this toast. It doesn't make sense because we are already in the login page. Let's see, when did we add this? Probably in the checkout. Let's say user restore. When we check for the authentication, if we have some errors, we don't really want to show a toast. So it is not here. So where it should be, not in the sign up, well, not in the login as well. Let's take a look at the app.jsx. So I just paused the video and debug it. Well, basically it is coming from this function. Since we are not authenticated, we cannot really get the cart items, right? If we take a look at into this function, let's just see get cart items. Here it says in the catch show a toast, and we cannot really get it because we are unauthenticated, right? So when you refresh here, this is coming from that function. Well, we can just say if we have a user, only then actually call this, and we can just go ahead, just say add the user here as well. Or the better approach, I think the simpler one would be if we don't have a user, just return out of this function, don't do anything. Let's save, and now we shouldn't be able to get that toasts in the login page or in the sign up page, right? Okay, let's try to log in. 1 2 3 4 5 6. And what we were talking about, so basically we were trying to get 4 different items because we have updated our code, product, controller, and I just want to go with 3. If you really want to, you can update this, and maybe 4 looks a little bit better. Okay, so I'll just go with the 4. You know what? Let's leave it like this. And in the user store, here we have an error. Here it says you're not using this, but let's just say console log the error.message. Okay, so here we also have an error, but we'll be using this later in the video. So what should we build next? In the cart page, we should be able to get this other component, which is to apply a code, right? The gift card component. So we'll have an input and a button, and if we have a coupon, we'll just display it here. For now, we don't really have it, so let's just build the UI and we'll implement the functionality a little bit later in the video. Let's close everything to the right. Into the cart page, we need to create this component. So I'll say give me this one, .jsx, and import it. Okay, so we'd like to build the UI. Let's start with the UI. I will import the motion at the top from framer motion. Then we'd like to have a motion.dev, get the classes, and then the animation props. So here I'll just put it, we have some delays, durations, and things like that. Let's save, and we'd like to have a div. This is going to give some spacing in the y direction. Let's say class name space y of 4, I think should be fine. Then we'll have a div. This is going to be this, do you have a like gift card, or this, and below it will have input, I mean. So here I'll just go ahead, grab it and paste it. So these are all the classes that we would need. Oops, let's give a little bit spacing. Okay, and for the value and on change, we will create a state. So let's say const, which is going to be user input code, an empty string by default. Then below to this, we'll have a button that says apply code. So here below this div, let's paste it. On click, we'd like to call this function. Let's just create it. This is not going to do anything for now. Let's say get this, and we can just say console log code applied, or the user input code, just show it. And now in the use cart store, we would like to get 2 different things, or maybe even more. But for now, let's just say we would like to get the coupon, as well as the state where we said is coupon applied. So I think this is how we call it. Okay, is coupon applied. We'll be using them below this button. Here I'll just say even below this div as well. let's say if we have a coupon and if it is being applied, say if coupon as well, we would like to show this div where we'll have the class name of margin top of 4, then h3, this is going to say applied coupon, class name of text large, font medium, and gray of 300. Let's say gray 300. Okay, below this h3 we'll have a p tag, so basically I'll try to just go ahead, grab it, paste it. We have the coupon code as well as the discount percentage. So I think it is just like this part, or no, we cannot really see it because coupon is not being applied. Once this is being applied, we'll be able to see this UI, and below it we would like to have a button that says like remove the coupon. So here I'll just paste it. The classes looks absolutely like nonsense, but really we need to add them to make them accessible, right? And let's add this onClick function as well. For now, this is not going to do anything. Let's just say const handle remove coupon, and we'll like to just say remove coupon. Finally, we'll have one more check. So below this one, we'll say if we have the coupon, we would like to show this part. Basically, we are trying to build here. So I'll go ahead, copy and paste. If user have a coupon, just show it under the available coupon text. So currently we don't really have this. So that means you are not going to see it. So the idea here is that once we buy something that is worth more than $200, for the next shopping, this is going to give us a card, right? A gift card that will have 10% discount. So if I just go ahead and do the payment, this is above $200. For my next shopping, I will get the discount. So with that in mind, I think we can build the proceed to checkout where we would like to build the Stripe payments basically. So this is going to be next. And by the way, we are able to add these recommended products to our cart as well. I'll click to this. There we go. It is update the UI, the price, and here I'll just add this as well. There we go. Everything is just being updated and I can delete them as well. So it all works fine. Let's build these Stripe payments in the next section. Okay, so welcome back. In this section, we'd like to implement the payments. Now we have our API endpoint ready to call, ready to consume. We just need to make the front end work. So go ahead into your dashboard account, click to the test mode, make sure it is being toggled on, and get your publishable key. So we already got the secret key, which we store in the backend, and we can get this and use it in the client. So we can really, just make that work. So let's see how this will work. We will go into the order summary component because this is the place where we have the button. Once we clicked it, we would like to show a payment page, right? So let's visit the, let me just say order summary.jsx. So from here, what do we want to do? First, we need to get our Stripe promise. So we already have the package, I think. I'm just showing everything. Go into the front end, package.json. We have the dependency of, okay, so where is it? Hey, wait, did we install everything into the root? Okay, so these are like, they should be in the front end. It is not really that important in this case, but like it should work. But what I meant to do previously is just actually install all of them in the front end folder. So I would be doing something like this, just say cd into the front end and then say npm install all these packages. I think in the previous sections, I didn't cd into this. Okay, that's strange, but we got all these dependencies. I think we can delete them from here and install it into the front end. And I think that would make a bit more sense. So let's do it live. I'll go ahead, kill this one and this one as well. Let's just delete these. I will actually get all these front end dependencies where we have Lucid React, mongoose, not mongoose really. Okay, so let me just grab all of them and put it into an order. So this is the client package that we're using. I'll go ahead, put it at the very bottom because I'll just copy all of them and delete them. So this is for the front end as well. Let me cut this, put it here. This is for the backend, okay? Backend. Let's grab them. Framer motion is gonna be going into the front end section. This is for our API. I think that should be it, right? These are our icons, React Confetti, Hot Toast, Rotterdam. Okay, so I'll just delete everything from here, right? Cut it, delete the comma as well. Let's save. And I will delete the node modules for the backend. And I need to give the access from my machine. So it will ask me just in a second. And here I need to give the access. So it'll delete just in a second. Let's wait for this. It is deleting the node modules. Yep, deleted permanently. Now we'll just go into the terminal. For the backend, we'll just say npm install. So basically, it'll install all the dependencies, but for the backend, right? This is gonna be installing only these. And while it has been installed, we can go into the package.json in the front end and just paste everything that we have cut, right? So we have all of our imports for the front end. Let's save this. And what I'll be doing, delete this one as well, or maybe we don't really need it. We can just cd into the front end and then just say npm install, which is going to be installing these and put them into the node modules. Let's wait for this to complete. And at the same time, we can start a new terminal and run the backend. Okay, so once this is done, we will start the front end as well. So let's just say this is our API. Okay, so here it says cannot find package Stripe. Okay, so here this is not going to be in the front end. I'll cut it actually. Sorry, this is my mistake, but it should be here. And I'll go do it npm install stuff again in the backend. So this is actually like, I don't know how didn't realize previously, but basically we're just installing these packages for the backend. Let's just say npm run dev. So these are the things that will actually happen in the real world programming. So I think this is a cool stuff to just see this in the tutorial live. Let's say cls and npm run dev. Hopefully it should be working without any issues. So if this starts without any issues, that means the API is fine and front end is also fine, hopefully. Okay, so this should be started just in a second. Now basically we'll go into the order summary and import the Stripe.js package, which we just installed, right? So we'll say import load Stripe from, let's say, add Stripe.js. This is the package that we installed, and we'd like to create a Stripe promise. So Stripe promise, if I can type, load Stripe, and we will put our publishable key. Let's just go ahead and put it, like grab this, and I'll just put it in line. Okay, just like this, and this should be good to go. Now, we'll be using this to be able to handle the payments basically, and which will happen when we click this button. So I'll say on click, so you can call this handle Stripe payment, but I think I'll just go with handle payment. Let's create a function, const handle payment. This is going to be an async function where we'll like to basically try to do the payment. Now you can really put a function into your store where you can just say handle payment, right? Or just say do the payment. But what I want to do is just keep it in this file so that we can really see everything here in one place. So first I need to get my Stripe instance. So I'll say await the Stripe promise. Then we'll like to just send a request to our endpoint. So I'll just say await and let's import the Axios instance that we have. And again, I'd like to rename this to be just Axios. There we go. I'll say get. I think that should be post method. This is how we created that. It would be under the payments endpoint. So here I'll just say slash payment or payments, then create checkout session. So if you remember, that was our endpoint that we created. And for the body, we would like to return the products and the coupon if we have it. So we already got the coupon. So here I'll just say show the products array, which is gonna be the cart, right? So do we got the cart? No, we don't. Let's import it. This would be our array, and we would like to send the coupon if we have it. So I'll say if coupon, like if we have it. Okay, so this is annoying, but let's say coupon dot, like if we have a coupon, let me give it a bit space. Okay, so if we have a coupon, show the coupon.code, send this, but if we don't have coupon, just return null. So I think this code is readable now, right? We sent a post request to our endpoint with the data. This is going to give us a response where we can extract the session ID from the response, right? I'll just say const session, let's just say first, which is going to be res.data. And are we returning it as a session? Let's check it. Under the routes, under the payment route, here we say create checkout session. In the response, we are just returning the ID. So I think this is just going to be res.data. Let's try to actually see this. I will say console.log session. And let's just say session is here. Show the session. I'll save and let's test this out. I'll go into Chrome and maybe refresh. We need to log in. John React 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Open up the terminal or the DevTools. Go into the cart. Let's say proceed to checkout. Okay, so we got an issue here. It says like 500. Let's take a look at the terminal. API payments, create checkout session. If we click to this, what would happen? Quantity is required. So it looks like we are not putting the quantity to the line items. Let's see under the payment route. So line items, it says it should have the quantity. So this is correct. After the price data, we should be able to add the quantity. So let's say quantity. Here it's going to be product.quantity. And like for some reason, if it is empty, we can just back it up with 1. Let's save and hopefully this should be working out. So this is just one place or one field that we forgot to add. And let's try to send this once again. Proceed to checkout. 200 and let's see the console. We just got the session where it has an ID. Now by using this ID, we should be able to see this payment page. So I have mentioned this, I think previously as well. This will return us an ID, right? We just got an ID. By using this ID, Stripe will create us this page. And now it is time to use this ID. This is what we return from the backend and we have the total amount on top of it, right? I hope this makes sense. Let's go into the order summary and complete this function. So this is the session. Let's say const, we're going to get some result back. Let's say result from the Stripe redirect to checkout, which wants you to put a session ID. Let's say session ID is going to be equal to the session ID we got from the backend, right? And we can just show an error if we really have. If result.error, we can for now just console.logit. Let's say even console.error, results.error. Okay, hopefully this should be working out. I'll go ahead, say proceed to checkout. Okay, so again, it didn't work out. Let's just see. So duplicate key error collection, coupon index. So I think like in the Mongoose schema, something is missing. Let's see. Under the API, key collection, in the coupons index, let's take a look at the model. Let's do some live debugging. Under the, it was coupons. For the user ID, let's see. Here it says this is unique, but it just doesn't work out. Now what we can do is basically try to delete the coupons if we have anything and just try to create it from scratch. Okay, I'll delete this dude. So in development, these kind of things could happen and we can delete them and then just test it out from scratch. So here I'll try to proceed to checkout once again, clear this. Okay, now we don't really have any errors and we should be able to see this page. The quantity is 3. We got the total amount and we don't have any coupons, so we don't really see it. And if you refresh here now, since our like the amount is more than 200, we are getting a coupon as well. Okay, so it just works out as expected. Now in the email, let's just put something, and the test card information from Stripe is 42 bunch of times. So just go ahead and spam it. And for the month, you cannot really put 42 just because 24 has been expired. Let's just put 2025, put the CVC and card name, country, and then just say pay. So this will process it and should take us to the purchase success page. And we got this session ID in the URL. Now, why does this work? Well, basically, this is what we set in our controller, right? Here, let me just go ahead, shrink this. We said in the success case, you will take the user to the client URL, which is localhost 5173, purchase success, and put the session ID, right? This is the hard-coded value that will Stripe know. So this is the template it's going to replace it with. And in the cancel URL, it should take us to this page. Let's test this out as well. I'll go here, proceed to checkout. And if I just say go back, which will take us to the purchase cancel, and we can build that pages next. And like once we buy something, what should happen, right? Once we get into the purchase success page, we don't really want to see this in our cart because we have bought it, it should be deleted. So we need to keep that in mind as well. We'll go into the purchase success page first, which we don't really have. Let's try to create it in the app.jsx. So let's say scroll to the bottom where we have our cart route. I'll duplicate this dude and I'll say purchase-success. If user is authenticated, they should be able to see purchase success page, but if not, they will be redirected to the login. Let's copy it and try to create it. .jsx and get the boilerplate. So the UI will actually be easier than you think. Let's just see if I have a picture of that. So we don't really have it, but let's just try to see it in action while building it. So here, we can start with the UI. We'll be using the confetti package as well to just have a better user experience. For now, let's just have a div. Let's just go here, create a div component or an element, class name, let's say minimum height of screen, or just height screen, doesn't really matter in this case. We will have the flex, items centered, justify centered, padding x of 4. So I'll have a confetti component. I think this is how we type this out, but we'll be adding this later in a little bit. Let's have a div with maximum, width of medium, width of full, background gray of 800, some blah blah stuff. Let me just go ahead and grab all of them. Okay, then into it we'll like to have one more div with padding of 6, class name padding of 6, small and above padding would be incremented by 2. Then we'll like to show a check circle just to have a clean UI. Get it from the Lucid React. And then we'd like to just show an H1 that says purchase successful, just like this. Then below to it, we'll just say, thank you for trusting us, right? We are processing it, and check your email for order details and updates. So if you really want to send an email in the success case, you can do it with multiple different providers. And I have even a video that is explaining it completely, which is going to be, I think, 2 of the previous videos. So you can really check that out and just see how easy it is. I will leave this as a challenge for you if you really want to add the email sending at the end of this video. Then below to this, we would like to have a div. Let's have it and close this as well. Okay, so inside this div, we will just show the order number and like the business days when it's going to be sent it, right? Like how long it'll take. So I'll just paste it, and you can type this out or get it from the GitHub repo. Then finally, we'll have a button that says go back to the homepage where you can continue shopping. So below this 2 spans, below this div as well, go ahead and get this. And these are the classes that we have. Okay, so let's just see the UI once we visit the purchase success page. Not cancelled, but let's say success. Purchase success, and I think I didn't save this file. Let's import it. Okay, so this is how it'll look like. You can show the order number as well. And if you click to this should take you to the homepage. It doesn't because we have a mistake. Let's see. This is not going to be a button. Let's just say a link to the homepage. Okay, so it just works out as expected. But now once we get into the purchase success page, we'd like to do some operations, right? We'd like to remove the items from the cart because this is a success case, and we'd like to just send a request to our endpoint where we say checkout success, right? So this is to create the checkout session, and we need to just make sure the checkout is successfully done. So let's go into the purchase success page. We can close these. And here basically we would like to have, let's say, a use effect. Because whenever we visit this page, we would like to process it immediately. And we can have a state for this as well. Let's say is processing, and set is processing. By default, this is going to be true because as soon as this page loads, this is going to be started to processing it. Then we can have an error if you really want to. Then we'll get a function called clear cart. Let's say use cart store. In the success case, as I said, we'll like to clear out the cart. In the use effect, we'll have a function that would be like handle check out success, right? Let's say this is going to be an async function, and this is going to be taking the session ID, which is going to be coming from the URL, right? Let's take a look at it. Let's just see. Let's just spam this. Oops, let's see, 42. So once this is done, we'll get the session ID from the URL, right? This is going to be our params. And when we call this function, we can pass it into it. But first, what is going to happen in this function in the first place? Well, basically, we would like to have a try catch where we import the Axios instance. Let's rename this to be Axios. Then I'll go here. This is going to be a post request as well. Let's say post to our endpoint, which is, okay, slash payments slash checkout success. And in this case, what we want to return is going to be, or send is going to be the session ID. And once we check out successfully, that means we can clear the cart. And we'll build this function just in a second. In the console.log, we can just show the error, right? So here, let's make this happy. Here it says use effect is missing this clear cart. And we'd like to call this, but first we just need to make sure if we have the session ID in the URL. I'll say const session ID, and we can create a search param by putting this window location.search and get the session underscore ID. This is how we store it, and we can say if there is a session ID, do this, and else do something else. So let's say in the if, we basically call our function with the argument, and set is processing would be false in this case, because we don't, like, if we don't have the session, that means this is never going to happen in the first place. We're not going to be processing it. And here in the finally, we could say this would be also false. Okay, so here after the else, like, we can have an error actually to be able to show the user what is going on. I'll say error set error. By default, this could be null. And if we have something, so we can just say, instead of true, let's say no session ID found in the URL, and we are unable to process the order. We can just have, like, just leave it as it is, but if you really want to show some loading spinner, let's say if is processing, we can just say something like return processing, and if we have an error, we can show the error. And you can really make this customizable, just make it look nice on the UI. For now, let's just leave them as it is. Okay, so I think that should be it for this file. Let's try to test this out by buying something. So once we succeeded successfully, it should clear out the cart. So here I'm clicking to this, nothing happens. Let me just refresh and do it again. Okay, we just logged out. Let's put from 1 to 6. Let's pay, and it should take us to the success page, and it should clear out the cart. Looks like it didn't. Let's refresh. Okay, so looks like here it says 404 not found, API payments checkout success. Maybe I have some typo. Let's see. Checkout success, and in the payment route, checkout success. So is it matching? This was under the payments, like API payments checkout success. Okay, why this is the case? Let's click to it. I'll go into the network. So we said post, but maybe it was a get method. No, it is not. It is post. Oh, okay. So we are not even calling anything. Maybe this might be the case. So checkout success, we should say, what is the controller? So checkout success. Let's try to import it. Looks like I forgot to import it previously. And now if I refresh, hopefully it should be working. But it says like endpoint cannot be found. So orders, again, we just have some issues in the development. I'll go ahead, delete the orders, copy it, paste it, and just test this out once again. Hopefully I'll say refresh. So did that work? Okay, so a lot of different things going on, but let's try to just delete everything from cart and do it from scratch. So I'll go ahead and add a product. Then do we have any orders? So we have orders, let's delete it. And we can delete the coupons as well. Let's say we are just starting from scratch. We just have some products and users, right? So I'll just say proceed to checkout, and maybe I'll add 3 different ones. So just paste it a bunch of times. Now we get into the cart page, and let's take a look at the network tab. Clear cart is not a function. So basically we forgot to make that work or even create it in the first place. Let's try to create it. It's going to be actually pretty simple to do. We basically just want to clear out the cart in a single line. Let's say clear cart, which is going to be a function that will first just remove the coupon, delete the cart, and just reset the total amount. Let's say set is going to be cart of an empty array. Let's say the coupon would be null. Coupon of null, total 0, subtotal of 0 as well. And we need to put a comma. Let's save and test this out. Here I'll refresh. And if we, okay, so we just need to try this again. Really annoying, but we need to just make sure it is working. So we don't have anything here. I'll go ahead, just buy some glasses. So add this one, maybe add something else as well. Let's say if we have any bags, and just some shoes as well. Okay, so I'll just add twice of these. Proceed to checkout. Hopefully, once we buy it, it should clear out the terminal or the cart. So again, we got some issues. So API payments create checkout session. Oh, come on. Let's just delete the coupons. So like in development, this never happened to me before while building this application, but here it just looks like the duplicate key happens and we just need to clear this out and try it from scratch because we're just missing something in place. Hopefully this should be working out this time. I'll put the card information. It's 42. Pay for it, and it should clear this out from the cart because it will take us to the purchase success. And here we can see finally, finally it is being cleared out. Now that means this cart or this page is also being completed. You can implement these and just put a clean UI, but what I'll be doing is just move on with the purchase cancel page. And I think before that we can add the confetti as well, right? We forgot to add this, which is going to be pretty simple. First, we need to get the confetti import from the package, and we would like to just put some, so to say, props, right? Here, we would like to give the width, height, and some nice to have fields. Let's just say width is going to be window.inner width, so entire width, and then the inner height. and we'd like to give, let's say, gravity. This would be how fast they would go to the ground. Let's say style, they should be above everything. Let's say z index of 99, and like number of pieces, which could be like 700. The more you put, the better it'll look, but it will also make the browser to just be slower, right? Because it has to calculate those positions and etc. Let's say recycle would be false by default. Okay, let's just see that in the purchase success page. Okay, so this is how that look, right? We just get that confetti in the initial load. Let's build the purchase cancel page. Let's duplicate this. Let's say purchase cancel. Purchase cancel page. Let's try to just import it at the top, which is going to be coming from this file. Page.jsx. And for the UI, I'll just go ahead, copy and paste. It is nothing than CSS styling, right? So here it says your order has been canceled, no charge have been made. Just go ahead and return to shop or reach out to our team. And we just have some imports. So here we have an ESLint warning. To be able to fix it, you can escape it with one of these characters. So really weird error, but this is how we can fix it. Let's visit the cancel page. If I refresh and go into the cancel page, let's say purchase cancel. So this is the UI that we just got. Return to shop, which will take us to the homepage. So with that, we have implemented the payments. Now next, we would like to implement this gift card functionality. When we apply to it, we'll get some discounts and just make that work. So that would be next.
Okay, so welcome back to this section where we'd like to implement the coupons. So first we need a couple of different functions which is related to cart. So we'll go into the cart store and just create those functions. So these are going to be pretty simple. I'll just copy and paste and just walk you through it one by one. So the first function we'll like to have to get our coupon. This will send a request to our endpoint and just get the response if we have a coupon. Just update the state with it. And then we need to also have a function to be able to apply the coupon. So once we say apply, it should update the UI and like just give us a 10% off in the checkout page. So this is going to be a function where we send a request with the code to our route. So here we say just validate our coupon and here is our code. Now there is a one kind of issue we forgot to fix. Here we are just sending a post request, but under the coupon routes, we are just getting this as get. So this should be post and just update that. This is my bad that I forgot to update this previously in the video. Okay, so with that in mind, this should be working out. And once we got a response back, we will set our coupon with it and we'll just say coupon is being applied. So since coupon is being applied, that means the total will decrement, right? So we call the calculate totals to be able to update our total state. And we just show a message to user both in the success and error cases. And we'd like to have a function to be able to remove the coupon. So this would not change anything in the backend, but just update the UI so that the discount is being decremented and like coupon is just null. So here we'll just say remove the coupon to be null and it has not been applied calculated totals. That means remove the discount and then just show a toast to the user. So with that, these are going to be the functions that we just added. Remove coupon, apply it, and get my coupon. Just check if I have a coupon in the database. And the place that we'll be using them is going to be the coupon cart. So here I'll just kill the left hand side, put them side by side, and just get all these names. So I am too lazy to type this out. I'll copy and paste, get this function name as well, and finally remove the coupon.
Okay, so we can close this. And what do we want to do first is just get my coupon if I have it. So how would we do it? Well, basically in a use effect, just say initialize this, get my coupon in the first run. And we can just put it here so that it is happy with us. Now, once we get the coupon, we'll like to just, let me just refresh. Okay, looks like we're logged out. Our access token expired. Let me just go ahead and log in. We still haven't fixed that issue, but this is something that we'll do in a couple of minutes or maybe in the next section. So here, once we got the coupon, we'll like to see this immediately into this input, right? And we have a state for this called user input code. Here, I'll just go ahead and create a use effect as well. Let's say use effect. This would be running. Once we get the coupon, we would say if we have a coupon, basically we'll like to just run this set user input code and put the coupon.code into it. Now let's save. Hopefully this should be making sense. There we go. Like once we refresh, the use effect runs, we got the coupon, and then it updates the UI with it. Let's take a look at the network tab if we have any infinite loop. We don't really have. That means use effects are working as expected. Now when we click to the apply coupon button, we should be able to calling this function. So we'll just go ahead and delete the console log first, and I'll say if user input is empty, let's say user input code is just undefined or null, then return out of it. Don't apply anything. But else, just apply coupon, call this function with the user input code. And same thing for the remove coupon. Let's make this to be async. I'll just say first just await remove coupon, and once this is being completed, we can update the state as well. This is going to be an empty string because coupon is being removed. Okay, let's save and test this out. Here I'll go ahead and just say apply the code. The UI updates immediately. Here we just got a toast that says coupon applied successfully, and it just works as expected. Now if I just say remove the coupon, we got the toast and it is being applied, right? Now let's try to just refresh and get our coupon as well, apply to it. And now if we just say proceed to checkout, probably we're going to get an error. So let's see why this is the case. I'll click to it. Okay, and let's click to this one, what it says. So here it says you got a duplicate key. Now why this is the case? If we take a look at the coupon model, here we said like each coupon will have only one user. So that means, I think I just said it wrong. Like we will have one coupon at a time for a user. They cannot have two at the same time, even if it is not active. So when we try to, in the payment controller, when we try to create a new coupon, before we do this, we should be able to delete the previous ones. So here I'll just go ahead, say await coupon and find one and delete method. Let's call this, and we'll just say if the user ID is equal to this one, delete that one, right? And we can shorten this by doing this because they're the same thing. Now let's save, and hopefully this should be working out now. I'll say proceed to checkout. And there we go, we just didn't got any issues, and that means it was successfully completed. And looks like I think we didn't got any discounts here. Let me just go back and try to do it again. Here I'll just say apply to coupon, and let's say proceed to checkout. Okay, so looks like we are not getting the discount, right? It is the previous amount. We should be able to handle this. I don't know why this doesn't work. Let me just go ahead and debug this and then come back to the video pretty quickly. So I have just debugged this and find the issue. So in the payment controller, we are accepting the coupon code. But here, when we call that endpoint, we actually sent the coupon, which should be coupon code. So the name doesn't match, and this comes as an undefined. So it is not able to go into this if check and decrement the total amount. So that was the case. All you have to do is just update this part to be coupon code. Okay, now if you just save this, let's try to refresh, and just say apply code and proceed to checkout. This is $310. There we go, we just got the exact same thing. And we can really pay for this and get the purchase successful message. But in this case, I'll just go back, and with that, that means we can also handle the gift card coupons, right? So the next thing could be, I think, the building the dashboard. We already have this one, but maybe it is time to build the analytics, which is gonna be looking like this. So we'll have, let's just delete all of these. Okay, so we'll have 3 different cards, right? And then we'll have a chart. So here you can see we have the 4 same card where the only data changes and the icons. So we can make this a reusable component. So first we'll just go clear these out, right? Just close them and just say open up the analytics tab. So we'd like to first build the UI for this, and here we can maybe just speed up the process a little bit. Let's just say we'd like to have a component for the analytics card. Let's import the motion and I'll just walk you through it. Let's say motion from framer motion. Okay, so this takes the prop of title, value, icon, as well as the color, and then just put it into the UI so that it will look like this, right? So we have like the value, the title, the icon, and what else? Title, value, icon, and then the color where we just set it. So we'll be calling this 4 times with different props. And let's try to go into this component. I will just say we would like to have first a state where we can keep track of the users, products, total sales, and total revenue. So this is what we hold here, right? Users, products, and these 2. Let's import the use state, and by default they would be 0, and then we would just do a use effect and get the analytics. So in this case, we would like to also have some kind of loading state, and initially this could be true. Okay, and once we fetch it, we can make this to be false, right? As you can imagine. So here again, I'll just go ahead, copy and paste a use effect. Let's try to import it and I'll walk you through it. Let's have one more state. This is gonna be for the daily sales data, which is gonna be for the chart. And I will create that state. Initially, it's gonna be an empty array. Once we fetch it, we'll just update it. Let's import the Axios instance that we have. Let's say import Axios from .lib from the Axios file. Okay, so we sent a request to our analytics, and we don't really need to put the API because it is already in the Axios instance. Okay, so here it is. Then we update our state with the analytics data and then the daily sales data. So instead of having is loading both here and then in the catch, we can just take it and put it, in the finally, I was going to say. Okay, so we can show some kind of loading. If we are in the loading state, you can make this look a little bit better where you can put a skeleton. I'll just leave it to you as a challenge. And here let's build the JSX, the UI, right? We'll have a div with these stylings. Let's say div, this is going to be our parent div. And we'd like to have one more div, which is going to give this grid kind of layout. We have 4 items next to each. And as this screen gets smaller, we will just change the number of columns, right? It'll be responsive. So this is how we can do it. Into here, we'd like to basically call analytics card component. So here we'll just say, call it with this title, with the value that we just got from the state, and this is going to be for the users. And for the icon, we can grab this from Lucid React. I'll just go ahead, grab all the icons from Lucid React. These are the icons we'll be using for those cards. If you really want to type this out, here we go. And now that was our first card. What I'll be doing is just get the 3 of the other cards where we have for total products, grab it from the state, get the total sales and revenue. Now we should be able to see it, and here it says daily sales data is declared, but the value is never being used, but we'll be use it in a little bit. If we go into the analytics, there we go. Let's refresh. Okay, looks like we logged out again. I'll just put my password and go into the dashboard, analytics. Okay, so we have 5 different users, products, total sales. This is going to be the number of orders, and then the total revenue. And this is actually the case. Let's just check it. 559, right? So we have 5 users. Let's first take a look at it. This is actually correct. And we have 5 products as well. And for the orders, we have 9 different orders. And the revenue that we have made is being aggregated, and it is this one. And now we should be able to actually fetch the data and show this chart, right? And for this, we have installed this package. Let's take a look at the package.json, which is going to be the recharts. Let's see where that is. Okay, so it is this one. You can take a look at the documentation, how that works. And I even have a complete video, which is about 3 hours, but I'll just try to walk you through it, how we can use it in this tutorial. So after all the analytics cards and after this div as well, we'd like to have a motion div with some transitions, and I'll just leave it like this. And into it, we'll basically we'd like to have a container that is going to be responsive, which is going to be coming from recharts. Let's close that off, and I think I'll just get all the imports coming from recharts, just put it at the very top and walk you through it. Okay, so these are the things that we'll be using. This is the first one that we just used, and now this is going to be taking a lot of different childs so that we can really see that Cartesian gradient, x-axis, y-axis, and then the line chart. Let's say line chart, which we already imported. This would take the data that is going to be visualized. So I'll just say daily sales data. And then we'd like to have the Cartesian grid. Now, what does that mean? Well, basically, it is going to be this grid that you can see. And we'll just put some prop into it, which is stroke dash array. Then we'd like to have the x-axis, y-axis. Let me just go ahead, grab them and put it below to it. Okay, we put the data key for all of them, or only for the x-axis, and we just update these where we can give the orientation, the stroke color, and a couple of different props. So these are the things that I don't really know by heart. These are the things that I actually take a look at it from the documentation, and to be honest, I also got some help from like the ChatGPT basically, right? And we'll have a tooltip below to it and a legend component. So what is this legend in the first place? Well, basically it is this one. This is what we call a legend component. Here it says the colors, what they are referring to. Okay, below the legend, we would like to have 2 different lines, which is going to be a green color as well as a blue color. One for the revenue, one for the sales. And with that, this is going to be it for our entire chart. So this might look a little bit complicated, but this is all coming from the documentation. Let's take a look at it. Go under the analytics, and there we go. So today we have two sales. Yesterday we had 7 sales, and prior to that we don't really have anything. And this would show you the over the last 7 days, which is pretty cool. And if you want to, you can really use different charts here in this page. So with that, I think this is gonna be it also for the analytics. Next, we can build the featured products. So here we don't really have it, but in the demo application, we actually have this slider. Okay, so it's gonna be this one, where we'll just fetch some recommended or actually featured product and just have this slider where we can go forward and backward. So that would be next. Okay, in this section, as we talked about it, we would like to fetch the featured products. So since it's about products, I'll just visit my product store. There we go. And we'll just create a function to be able to fetch the featured products. So maybe at the very top or maybe at the very bottom, doesn't really matter. The function is pretty simple. I'll just copy and paste and walk you through it so that we don't waste too much time. Video is getting already too long. So first we just say loading is going to be true and just grab them from this endpoint. Don't console log it. Let's delete this and we will update the products with the response. And loading would be false, and in the catch we would handle this. And you can even just console log it. Let's say error in and just put the function name. There we go. So this is going to be the function that we would like to call to be able to get the featured products, which is going to be under the homepage, because this is the place that we would like to really render it, right? So here I'll just first grab them from the product store. Let's just put them like this and import the product store. It doesn't give us. Let's just say import. Hopefully this should be the correct path. There we go. We have loading state, products, and fetch featured products. We would like to call this in a use effect, right? Here, let's just say once this component mounts, which is the homepage, just go ahead and fetch the featured products if we have any. And below the category items, below this div, we'll just say if we are not loading and the products length is more than 0, that means if we have some featured products, then we'd like to show the featured products component. Let's just create that .jsx, and like, to be honest, this would be looking a little bit weird, or like not weird, but it'll just have some logic into it, where we'd like to go to the next slide, go back to the previous one. So we need to keep track of some state, right? So here I'll just say RAFCE first, and maybe like save this, then import this one. And this is taking a prop called featured products. Let's save this and go ahead and grab it, featured products. And now we'd like to have a state to be able to keep track of the current index, right? This is what I'll be doing. By default, this would be 0. And for each, like to get started per page, we would like to have four different items, sorry. And as we click to the next one, the current index will be updated. So it'll be updated by 4. So here we are at 0. Once you click to it, this would go to the fourth one. Let's say we have more product outside of the screen. The current index would be 4. So this is going to go all the way to the left, and we'll be able to see this in here. So I hope this makes sense. Looks messy, but let's just see how we can implement this. So basically, I'll have a use effect that will keep track of the handle resize of the user. So when they resize it, we would like to make it to be responsive as well. Here, I'll just go ahead and paste it, and I'll just walk you through it. We'll say whenever the user resize their screen, we'll call the handle resize function, which will check the breakpoint, and depending on that, it would make the items per page like decremented, incremented, and make the UI to be responsive. And when they click to the next button, we will just like increment the current index by the per page count. So we'll have two different functions. Next slide would be increment by items per page and decrement for the previous slide. And we can just check if start is disabled. So here, if it is disabled, it would look like this, but if it is not disabled, that would be a green color. So we'll like to just say if start is disabled only in this case, and let's add the same thing for the end case. Now with that in mind, we can build the UI, which I think, let's just do it pretty quickly, step by step, but this would be mostly copying and pasting. Sorry about this, but we just need to really make this go fast. So padding y of 12 we'll have, and then we'll have a div, let's say class name, this is going to be container mx auto, then let's say padding x of 4. Below this div, we would like to have an h2, this is going to say the featured products, right? I'll just leave it as featured. And then below to it, we'll have a div with the relative class, and then with another div that says overflow hidden. And we need to close both of them off. So I'll just duplicate this twice, and there we go. Let's save to get this formatting. And then into it, we'd like to put a div with some styling. Let's just say div class name. I'll just go ahead and grab them. We'll have flex, transition is going to be transform, duration of 300 milliseconds, and the function is going to be ease in and out. And for this style, now we'd like to just transform it in the x direction depending on the current index. So this is how that will look like to make it work. And we'd like to basically map through the featured products and show basically a card for each of them. So here I'll just maybe zoom out once and paste it, and I'll just walk you through it, don't worry. So let's import the shopping cart from Lucid React. Let's say import shopping cart from Lucid React. This is going to be our icon, and we'll have a function that says add to cart, which should be coming from our cart store, right? Let's say, are we getting this? This is the correct path. Here we can see the auto suggestion. So I'll just say use cart store, call this, which would give us add to cart function. And we just make this function to be reusable. We use this in a different place and we are able to use it once again. So with this now, like we just have some classes and just HTML elements, really not anything complex, and with an image. Once you say add to cart, it handles the logic because we have the function in place where we just sent the product and doing nothing else. Now we need to call these functions once we click to those arrow icons. But for now, let's just save and see the output. So here we can see we don't really have any featured products. Let's go into the dashboard and just try to feature all of them. Okay, I'll just go here and now we should be able to fetch some data. There we go. This is how that works. I can add them to my cart. It says it has been added. Let's add this one. It has been incremented. For this one, it didn't increment because we already have it in the cart, so it just instead incremented the quantity. Let's put these icons, right, which is going to be two different buttons really, and again I'll just provide them to you. They would be positioned absolutely. So go below this one, below this div, and below this div we will have a button for the left. Let's just put it, we have an icon that says chevron left, and one more, this is going to be for the right button. Okay, let's try to grab those icons from here. So basically, when you click to the button, it is going to call the next slide or the previous slide function. And it would say if it is disabled, depending on this constant. And if it is disabled, we would change the background color as well as the cursor to be not allowed. But otherwise, we would leave the default colors. So with this, we should be able to see it, hopefully. There we go. We can go to the next one. Here is how that works. Now, in a real world e-commerce store, you would have multiple products to be featured and you wouldn't have this kind of view. But if you add like more products, it would be a better slider, I believe, right? And now I can't really click to this. We cannot go forward, and from here we cannot go backward. So definitely this slider could be optimized. Like you can make this a little bit more better, or maybe even use a ready-made component library. But I just wanted to show you this logic, how we can build it by keeping track of the state. Currently, the current index is 0. Once you click to this, it would basically offset it to the like it would take it 4 to the next one. Here is how that works, and go back 4 times so that we can see the back. So with that, this is going to be it for the featured carousel or the slider basically. Next thing could be, we would like to implement the authentication, but specifically, let's say going to the user card. or user store, I'm sorry, we have a to-do at the very bottom, which would like to implement the Axios interceptors, because in the current state, after every 15 minutes, I need to just log in again. So once the 15 minutes completed, when I just refresh, for some reason, I am just logged out. Here you can see, I think it just happened again. Our access token has been expired. Let's actually take a look at it from the application if we can really see it. Okay, there's a lot of things going on here, but let's see if we can find the access token. So cookies under your local host. Can we just search for it? Access. I think since it has been expired, we can't really see it. It's been maybe removed from here, right? Yeah, that makes sense. So now we need to handle this, where user don't really need to log in on every 15 minutes. And to be able to make this happen, we'll be using Axios interceptors. Okay, so let's implement this in user store file, and I'll just try to walk you through step by step. Now, before we try to write the code, I'll just say that now just imagine a use case. Let's say user is logged in, let's say it is admin, and it has been creating products for 15 minutes. And once the 15 minutes is completed, if they try to create a new product, they will get 401 unauthorized error. In that case, we need to just use the refresh token of the admin and immediately create an access token. So this is the point of this function that we are trying to create. And once we create the access token, the admin will just be able to create a card as if like they have never been logged out. They'll not just even realize that their access token been expired and we refreshed it. So this is kind of like a security check that we do in the background, but user doesn't have an idea of it. I hope that makes sense. This is a really important concept actually. So let's just first get a variable that we'll be using for optimization purposes. And this is how we can do it. Basically, you say Axios interceptors response.use. If we don't have any errors, we'll just return the response as it is. So that would be creating a product without any issues. And that means access token has not been expired. But if it expired, we will get 401 error, which we need to handle it in this second callback. So first we need to get the original request. So that would be something like creating a product, but it failed. So we'll just check, is it a 401 error? And if it has been retried already. If not, then we can just say, okay, it is going to be retried now. So I'll just say retry is true. And then we'll just have basically a try catch where we try to refresh the token. Use the refresh token to be able to get a new access token, right? And in the catch, we'll just say, okay, we cannot do it. You need to just log out. And let's try to go step by step. We will say if there is already a promise, we can just await it and call the original request, which would be creating a product. But if we don't have it, so in our case, it is null. In the first try, we'll not get into this if check. We will go with here. So we need to start a new refresh process. We will say call the refresh token function, which is something that we'll create just in a second. And we have already endpoint in place in the backend folder. Then we'll just await for this refresh promise. And now that this is being handled, we'll just say it is null and call the original request. Again, that would be something like creating a product or really any request that initially failed and we are creating a new token. Now they should be able to do the operation. And in the catch, that means you are not able to do it. So we'll just say, hey, you're logging out and we're just rejecting this promise. And if we are not even if this if check, we'll just say promise. Oops, what is happening? Here, I'll just go and just say promise and reject. So this is basically the interceptors concept. I hope this makes sense. If nothing is wrong, it'll just move on. It's not going to do anything. But if you got the error, we'll just check for the authorization error. If this is the case, we will refresh the token and let the user to do whatever they want to do. But if they are not able to refresh the token, we'll just say, hey, sorry, you're logging out. Maybe your refresh token has been expired, which is going to expire in 7 days if you remember, right? So here this is the token of this user, which will expire in 7 days. Once this is the case, they will be logged out eventually, right? Then we have the featured products. Also, it is being cached in Redis. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. The only thing that we are missing is going to be this refresh token function, which is actually pretty simple. So let's go ahead and try to create it. We already have the endpoint in place. I'll just paste this and we'll go through it. This is a function which is async, and we first just check if we are checking for the authentication. If this is the case, we don't really want to do multiple attempts, so we'll just return out of this. But else we'll say checking auth is going to be true, and this is our endpoint, auth refresh token. We'll just say state is going to be false for the loading state, and return the response.data, which would be the access token, I believe. Let's take a look at it. So controllers, auth controller, refresh token. What do we return back? It's just a message here. It says token refresh successfully, and we don't really need to actually return the token because it is being set as HTTP only cookie to the response, which makes sense. Okay, so this return is not really that important, I believe. So with this, now the access token will expire in 15 minutes, but it would be handled and new one will be created immediately because we would be getting 401 error. I hope this makes sense. So with this, I think we just completed the entire application. The only thing left is to deploy this. I believe we are not missing anything. Let me just check my notes, and if we are not missing anything, we'll just go ahead and deploy this. Okay, so it looks like we are not missing anything. We are ready to deploy this application. And for the deployment platform, I'll be using render.com, which is a platform that I really like. It's free and like pretty cool to deploy your burn stack applications. This is the demo application, which is this one that I've been showing you from the beginning of the tutorial, which was deployed 4 days ago. But now we'll create a new one. Before we create that, let's try to configure our code base so that it is ready for the deployment. Now, the very first thing we would like to do is just update these scripts. And if you remember at the beginning of this video, I just said that this would be important in the deployment section. And here we are. So when we try to deploy our application, we would like to run a command to be able to build our entire application. So let's say build, and what do we want to do? Now, to be able to deploy this application, we will first push this code to the GitHub. That means we are not going to have the Node modules for the backend, and we are not going to have the Node modules for the front end. So just imagine we don't have them, and we need to install it first. So we'll just say npm install, which is going to be running this in the root. So it's going to get the Node modules for the backend. And we need to go into the front end and also run npm install so that we can get the Node modules for the front end folder. I hope this makes sense, but let's just try to see how we can do it. We'll just say npm install, that was for the backend, and we'll just say and npm install once again, but this time in the front end folder. So we'll just say -- prefix and go ahead run this in the front end folder. Once you have done this and you would like to build the front end as well, which is going to be the React application. So it's going to go ahead and build it, which would give us a dist folder. That would be the optimized version of your React application, which Vite will handle it. So if you take a look at the package.json, here Vite says if you just say npm run build in the front end, I will make sure you have an optimized version of your React application. And this is what we are doing. So we will be using this in the production. We will first build our application and then run our app in the production, which would be in the start. And so far we have been using the npm run dev because we are just in the development. And I hope this makes sense in this case. Let's go ahead, save this file. I think I just did Control X. Let me just bring this back and Control S. Okay, so we would like to go into the backend, into the server.js file, and like set this up in a way that we can deploy this easily, which would require us to make the front end folder to be static assets. So sounds complicated, but let's just try to do it. Below the port, I'll say const underscore underscore their name, which would be equal to path.resolve. Now, what is path? Well, it is a package coming from Node. Let's say path from path. And this their name is going to be the root of our application. Then after all these endpoints, we would like to just check for an if check. We'll say if the process dot env node env, if it is equal to production, we'll like to run this part, which is going to set this up for the production. I'll just go ahead, actually copy this and paste it and walk you through it. Just one line. We will say use the express.static middleware, where we'll like to from the root go into the front end, right? So here we are in the root, we go into the front end, and we'll go into a dist folder. We don't really have it, but we will have it in the production. And here it says make this our static assets, which is going to be the optimized version of our React application. And once you have done this, wherever the user visits other than these routes, just show them the React application. So we'll just say if user visits with the get method, any routes really other than these, show them the index.html, which is going to be inside the dist folder under the front end. So with this, we are ready for the deployment, hopefully. Let's save, and in the .env, we have node env. No, we don't. Let's try to create it. Node underscore env, this would be development. And in the production, we will make this to be basically production, right? So that we can hit this if check. Okay, with that in mind, I think we should be able to deploy this, and I do really hope this all makes sense. We will go and first initialize this as a Git repo. Let me just check it if we have everything in place. We got the port, Mongo URI, access token, refresh token, and okay. So here, I think we are missing a git ignore. If we just, okay, so let me just show this. I will kill these, open up this one, and just say git init under the root. Now we have .env and node modules in the root. We don't really keep track of it in the git. So we can create a git ignore here, but we already have it in the front end. I'll actually drag and drop it. And one more step, you need to add .env into this file. So here I'll just go give a little bit space and just say .env. And here you can see it is being grayed out. That means we are not keep track of this file in the GitHub, right? Or in the Git history. And this has been ignored. This has been ignored. This folder will also be ignored, which means it is working as expected. Because if you take a look at it, we have the dist folder, just like the node modules, right? Okay, now I'll just put my commit. I'll just say git add all. Hopefully the message is going to be git commit -m project completed. Don't forget to like. No, I'm just kidding. So let's just say project completed, and I will hopefully commit this. There we go. Now we'd like to push this to our GitHub account. So let me just go ahead and log in. So I just want to create a new repo for the name. Let's say it's going to be Mern e-commerce, because why not? And I'll make this private. Once, like while you are watching this video, it would be public, but for now I'll just private until I publish the video. You can go with the public if you have completed the project already. Let's say create a repo, and we're gonna get this one because we already have, like we already created a repo. Here I'll just go ahead, paste it, and press enter. It should push our code to our GitHub account. And if you log into render with your GitHub account, you should be able to see all of your GitHub repos, right? I'll just go into the new web service. And if you take a look at it here, we don't really have the .env, node modules, none of them, right? So here, this is the actual code base that we'd like to deploy. Let's say connect, and I can just zoom out a little bit. So the first thing we'd like to do is just put our build commit, which was npm run build. This is what we have created in the package JSON. And to be able to run this, we'll just say npm start or npm run start. It does the same thing for the start command. I'd like to go with free tier. I don't really want to pay for a demo application. And we'd like to put our environment variables. So we can put it one by one. What I'll be doing is just say add from a .env file. And in this case, you can really go ahead, copy and paste all of them. This is what I'll be doing. Copy all these, just go here, paste it. So Stripe secret key, client URL. Well, this is not going to be a local host. We will first deploy this, get a URL from dashboard, and then update this once again. For now, this could be like this, not really important. And let's see. We have like port, Mongo URI, up/redis URL, access token. Okay, so everything should be fine. The Node.env is going to be production, right? And if we just say add variables, hopefully we shouldn't have any issues, I believe and hope. Maybe we should be able to delete this because if it is in the production, it might not install the dev dependencies. So for now, we'll just delete this and let's just see what is going to happen. I'll say deploy the web service, which will take a little bit of time. And once this is done, I'll be right back. Let's wait for this to just see it is being started. Okay, so basically it is going to clone your Git repo and install it, run it on this machine, and it is going to give us a URL. So let's wait for this and I'll come back to the video. Okay, so looks like our service is live without any issues and MongoDB connected as well. And here we can see we got a URL, right? Let's click it, which is going to be our application. So it is working live on the internet. So we can really try to log in. I'll open up my console just to see if we are getting any errors. I'll put my email and the password from 1 to 6. And there we go, we are just logged in. Now, why did this work? So here in the, let's say, Axios, so here it take a look at it and it doesn't send a request to localhost because it knows we are in the production, right? So it skips this part and it just says whatever the URL is, which in our case, it is this one, and it just adds /API into it, which make that work. So that was something to keep in mind. And other than this, we are using something called client URL, right? So in the payment controller, here we say the client URL is going to be used in the success URL and cancel URL once you once you call this Stripe related function, which is going to be to create a checkout session. But in our case, the client URL is still localhost, which is not correct. So in the VS Code, this is fine because this is for the development, but for the production, we should be able to update it. Here we'll go under the environment and let's copy our entire URL, right? Just copy it. Here under the client URL, which is this one, I'll actually delete this. We need to say edit and put our actual URL. And just make sure you don't put the slash at the end, right? Don't have the trailing slash. So it should be looking like this, or whatever your endpoint or the domain, I'm sorry. Let's say save changes and deploy. So basically in render, how that works is that once you change one of your environment variable, it is going to redeploy that application. Okay, so here we can see it is being deployed. And this is the demo application that I had, where I can really just go ahead and delete this. We don't really need it. So this is not really distracting. Okay, so this will be deployed. I'll just wait for this to complete. And once this is done, we should be able to buy something which will take us to the actual success page. Because if we didn't change that environment variable, it would take us to the, let's see, to the localhost, but we don't have localhost. We are in the production. So this is like the things that you need to keep in mind. And I think a tutorial is really cool for this kind of purposes. Okay, so once this is done, I'll just be right back. Okay, so once again, it says live, the deployment has completed. Let's try to buy actually something. I'll go into my cart and I have a coupon. Let's just apply this. Okay, we got 10%, which is $5. Let's say proceed to checkout. $52. Let's try to just buy it. I'll say 42, spam it a bunch of times. And I'll just John Doe, just say pay. So once this has been processed, we should be taken to the purchase success page, but in our actual application, which is our client URL. So previously it was the localhost, but not anymore, and it is working as expected. So we can get our categories, we can visit any of them. So here we have shoes. In our case, I just have only one, but imagine you uploaded multiple ones, then you would see all of them. And here we can see the featured products as well. We can go forward, go backward, add them to the cart, go into the dashboard, create a new product, see all the products, either delete them, unfeature them, and take a look at the analytics. So here we can see everything is working as exactly as we want it to work, and this has been deployed as well. So I think this is gonna be it for this tutorial I was going to say, but I just realized something. Let's log out. Now here, if I put a wrong password, so if I just put 123, we should be able to see a toast. Here I'll not click it, and I'll just show you the code in the user store, let's say. Okay, so if this is completed without successfully, right? If this is fail, we are gonna see like invalid email or password toast. But this is not gonna happen. I'll just say login. So here it tries to load, but since the password was incorrect, we cannot really log in. Now, why this is the case? So it is because when we log in with the wrong password, let's take a look at our code. What did we return? So in the login, if the invalid email or password has been sent to us, we sent 401, which is being caught with the interceptors. So here we say, if it is 401, you need to refresh the token. But in our case, we don't really need the refresh token. We are just trying to validate our email or password. So this actually breaks it. What I want to do is just make this 400, and this should be working out, and it should be able to show us the toast. I hope this makes sense. Again, if it was 401, it is hitting the if check in the interceptors. So it thinks like it is the refresh token. So this function could be optimized where you would still have it 401, but it would know it is not about the login function. But in this case, I'll keep it simple, and I think this is a valid solution as well. I'll just leave it as 400 and push my code once again so that I have the production ready code, right? This would be on the GitHub. Let's say go here, add all the changes, which is just really one. I'll say login, let's say status code updated, and just commit this. This would be my message, and I'd like to sync that up. Let's say okay, and I should be able to get that in my GitHub repo. It's just gonna say now, okay, and render will see it and try to deploy it. So once this is done, we'll just test this out once again and just call it a day. So once this is done, I'll just be right back. So here it goes, it is live. Let's test this out, and hopefully we should be able to get that error notification. I will put wrong password such as 123, and this time, there we go, it just worked out because it didn't hit the interceptor if check, and it is just working as expected. If we go with the correct password, we should be able to log in, we can sign up, and just like before, everything is working. So with that, that's gonna be it for this entire application where we built and deployed our own e-commerce store that is live on the internet. It has the Stripe payments, authentication, and even some gift cards implemented. And hopefully I'll see you in the next one.